the entire Shin family to be executed at noon. The gavel struck, and the crows circling above the execution ground were startled into flight. Shin Sui knelt in the snow. Her 5-year-old body sank into the blackened slush, her knees long numb from the freezing cold. She looked up only to see a prison cart slowly approaching from the end of the long street. The wheels rolled over the bloody snow round and round. The man in the cart wore a heavy cane, his usually neat black official robes torn in several places. Blood trickled from his temple to his brow bone, but he did not lower his head. He merely glanced through the crowded onlookers toward the edge of the execution ground. That was Shin Huzhou, the great treacherous minister recorded in history books who wielded immense power, framed the loyal and good, and was ultimately executed with his entire family for embezzling disaster relief funds. He was also her father in this life. Father. Shin Sui opened her mouth, but not a single sound could be squeezed from her throat. The wind swept across the execution platform, and a blood-soaked piece of paper flew up from behind the supervisor's desk. The edges of the paper were torn, the ink blurred, leaving only one line in the middle still legible. Petition to thoroughly investigate the Hudong governor, Qian Tong. The prison cart suddenly stopped. The executioner pulled out the death row tally, raising the gleaming executioner's blade above his head. As if hearing something, Shin Huzhou suddenly turned his face, his gaze piercing through the swirling snow to land directly on her. There was no resentment or fear in those eyes, only an unspoken urging. Run away. The blade fell. Shin Sui suddenly opened her eyes. The silver bell at the top of the bed curtain was still swaying gently, and cold sweat had soaked through her inner garments. Her chest heaved rapidly, every breath bringing a burning pain from the lingering high fever. Miss having a nightmare again. The soft clinking of porcelain came from the outer room as the night watch maid walked in wearing soft-soled shoes. Behind a screen, the lamp shadow stretched long and thin. Shin Sui did not answer. Deep within her sea of consciousness, the charred blood tome still hung in the shadows. The pages were mostly burnt away, the corners curled and dark red continuously seeped from the edges. At the very top were only 8 words, as if someone had rewritten them stroke by stroke with blood. Execution of the entire family, 30 days remaining. 3 days ago she had awakened from a high fever. The 5 years of memories belonging to Shin Sui intertwined with another vague memory of having read historical records. She recognized the Shun manor, and she also recognized her father. Shin Huzhou, the foremost treacherous minister of the Jinming era in the Great Qin dynasty. He embezzled disaster relief funds, formed factions to usurp power, and forced the emperor to abdicate, committing regicide. After his plot failed, all 3 branches of the Shin family were imprisoned, the men were beheaded, and the women were sent to the imperial harem as slaves. But there was no truth in that memory. The blood tome didn't provide it either. It only opened when the Shun family was about to be condemned as a whole, or when close kin were about to die. There were no murderers, no solutions, only fragmented sounds, objects, and corpses. The same fatal situation could only be viewed once. Forcing it to turn further resulted in high fever, nightmares, and even loss of voice. 3 days ago she didn't believe it. When her small hand touched the second page, her throat felt as if poured with raging fire, and she couldn't speak for 2 whole days. Luing Shue stayed by the bed, changing bowl after bowl of medicine, her eyes red from exhaustion. That time she saw her grandfather die in prison. Her mother fell on the road to exile. Her uncle knelt in the snowy alley, an imperial guard's standard longsword pierced through his chest. The last one was Shin Huzhou. Miss, please drink your medicine first. The maid walked around the screen, approaching with the medicine. The candlelight illuminated Susae's pale little face. The maid stopped in her tracks and hurriedly placed the bowl on the bedside table. Why are you sweating so much? This servant will go invite madam. Shin Sui grabbed her sleeve. There was no strength in her palm, her 5 fingers so weak they could barely grasp the fabric. But the torn memorial from the execution ground kept flying before her eyes, over and over, the ink becoming clearer and clearer. Tonight. Father would finish writing that memorial tonight and submit it to the palace early tomorrow morning. Where is father? Her voice was hoarse from the fever, every word sounding as if ground against sandpaper. Second master is in the front yard study. Guard Lu just came to fetch charcoal, saying he would likely stay up late tonight writing a memorial. Shin Sui's face grew even paler. What memorial? The maid was stumped, her hand pausing in midair as she leaned over to tuck in the quilt. How would this servant know about court affairs? Miss, please drink your medicine first. Second master ordered that you are not allowed out of bed barefoot. Shin Sui threw off the brocade quilt. The high fever had drained her strength. As soon as her feet touched the footstool, her knees gave way. She held onto the bedpost, her vision going black for a moment, and as soon as the dizziness passed, she immediately walked outwards. Miss, you cannot go out. The maid reached out to stop her. Shin Sui dodged sideways, her sleeve knocking over the medicine bowl by the bed. The dark medicine spilled all over the floor, its bitter scent instantly spreading. I want to find father. Madam will be here shortly. Please return to bed first. It's still snowing outside. How can your body endure it? It's too late. The words were so light they trembled. Shin Sui wore no shoes, stepping through the warm medicine and then onto the cold floor tiles. Unrecovered from her cold, the chill pierced straight into her bones from the soles of her feet. She leaned against the wall and shuffled outwards, her breathing growing more rapid. The maid chased after her to embrace her. The small body struggled desperately, her hair bun half undone. The one who usually feared pain the most didn't stop even when her elbow struck the doorframe. She only clung tightly to the door leaf with both hands. Let go of Sui, father will die. The maid's face changed. Miss, you must not speak such nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense. The cold wind from the corridor swept into the bedroom, and Shin Sui shivered from the freezing cold. The corners of her eyes were red from the high fever, tears welling up in her round eye sockets, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. If that paper is sent out, father will never come back. Footsteps approached from outside the courtyard gate. Lu Yingxue rushed over, draped in an outer robe, the scent of medicine mixed with the cold wind rushing into the corridor. Seeing her daughter standing barefoot by the door, her face sank, and she immediately bent down to pick her up. Who allowed you out of bed? A warm palm pressed against Sui's forehead, shockingly hot. Shin Sui grasped her mother's lapel, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to explain, but she could only see that falling executioner's blade. Mother, take me to find father. Go back and drink your medicine first. Go now. Lu Yingxue looked down at her. The child in her arms was usually obedient and soft, only wrinkling her nose, even when drinking the most bitter medicine. Yet at this moment she clenched her teeth, her left hand gripping her own little finger so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Your father is attending to important matters. It is exactly that important matter that will kill him. The corridor suddenly fell silent. Lu Yingxue's arms tightened slightly, her gaze sweeping over the broken porcelain and medicine juice on the ground. Without further questioning or scolding, she simply turned and handed her daughter to the pursuing nanny. Take the miss back to her room and invite old imperial physician Lu over. Shin Sui suddenly began to struggle. I don't want to go back. She twisted her body, sliding down from the nanny's embrace, her feet landing heavily on the ground. Piercing cold crawled up her leg bones as she staggered 2 steps and actually dashed into the snowstorm without looking back. A flurry of cries erupted behind her. The snow barely covered the stone steps, and the fine ice particles cut painfully into the soles of her feet. The sleeping courtyard was separated from the outer study by 2 moon gates. She couldn't run fast, and when she fell she pushed herself up from the ground with her hands. Her palms were scraped, blood mixing with melted snow and dripping down. The charred blood tome vibrated gently in her sea of consciousness. The 30 days on the countdown gradually blurred, and the scene of the execution ground pressed down on her once again. The sound of the wind, the prison cart, and the curses of the commoners churned together. Embezzling Hudong disaster relief funds. The great treacherous minister Shinhazhou. Execution of the entire family. Shin Sui bit her tongue hard. The taste of rust seeped into her mouth, and her vision finally cleared a bit. She couldn't prove that the book was real, nor did she know which sentence in the memorial was problematic. But she recognized that piece of paper. She recognized the yellow scorch mark from a candle in the bottom right corner, and she also recognized the long strokes her father habitually left when writing. That was tonight's memorial. As long as she didn't let it be sent out. As long as she held it down first. The second moon gate was right before her eyes. 2 guards stood outside the study. Seeing the small figure running in the snow, their expressions changed simultaneously, their boots crunching against the accumulated snow. Why is the miss here? Quick, go report to madam. Shin Sui squeezed between the 2 and slammed into the half-open door head first. Warmth wrapped in the scent of ink rushed to her face. Behind the long red sandalwood desk, Shinhazhou was holding a brush, writing the final line. His black, everyday clothes accentuated his stern face, and the old scar on the web of his right hand was clearly illuminated by the lamplight. A memorial box waiting to be sealed sat by the desk. On the bottom right corner of the paper there was distinctly a pale, yellow scorch mark. Exactly the same. The guards chased to the door, but dared not barge in. The brush in Shinhazhou's hand paused slightly as he raised his eyes to look at his snow-covered daughter. Who let you come here? Shin Sui threw herself at the desk. She was too short to reach the tabletop. She stood on her freezing red tiptoes, gripped the edge of the desk with both hands, and tried twice before climbing onto the footstool. The ink was not yet completely dry. The middle page precisely mentioned Hudong Governor Qiantong 800,000 taels of relief silver and the submission of the silver transport ledger for review. The torn paper from the execution ground completely overlapped with it. The small hand slammed down, ink staining her palm. Shin Sui pressed down fiercely on the memorial, her shoulders trembling like leaves in the wind. Shinhazhou set down his brush, his gaze slowly shifting from that scraped little hand to her pale face. Take your hand away. Tears finally rolled down. Father, don't write it. This one sentence is enough to have you beheaded 3 times over. You just said. What? Only the soft crackling of charcoal remained in the study. Shinhazhou did not rise. His gaze rested on the damp little figure before his desk, then fell upon the memorial she was pressing down with her hand. Ink seeped between her fingers, staining that scraped little hand completely black. Outside the door, Lu Yingshue's footsteps had already reached the corridor. Yet Shinsu Su dared not turn around. I cannot deliver it. Why not? If I deliver it, father will be gone. The purple bristled brush between Shun Hezhou's fingers came to rest gently upon the brush rest. He did not grow angry at those childish words, nor did he reach out to comfort her. The memorial had not yet been sealed in its case, and only a few knew of this matter. Yet somehow a child who had lain ill for 3 days had stumbled upon it. The hour and the place. Every detail matched perfectly. Who told you I would present this memorial? No one did. Then how do you know what is written upon the paper? Shinsu Su opened her mouth, but could not speak. The blood scripture was hidden deep within her consciousness, its charred pages still. It had only ever shown her that execution platform and left behind but a single blurred accusation. She did not know who had brought ruin upon the Shin family, nor did she understand what was wrong with this memorial. Sui Sui dreamed it. Shun Hezhou finally lifted his hand. His long fingers encircled her wrist, not forcefully but steadily guiding her hand away from the paper. The memorial bore a dark palm print at its center, obscuring the characters for reviewing the silver accounts. What did you dream? Father wore a heavy wooden cane and sat inside a cage. The snow was red and many people cursed at father, saying he had stolen the silver from Hedong. Her little face was pale with cold teeth chattering softly. She fought hard not to cry, yet tears fell one after another onto the edge of the desk. And this paper here? Shun Hezhou's gaze darkened. His thumb pressed against his daughter's wrist, feeling the rapid but faint pulse. The child still ran a fever, her wrist, so slender it seemed it might snap under too much pressure. Yet the very page she had been holding was the most crucial one in the entire memorial. What is written on this paper? I cannot see clearly. If you cannot see, how do you know it is this one? In her distress, Shinsu Su reached for that page. Her frozen fingers refused to obey, knocking over the inkstone by the desk, dark ink dripping along the table's edge. There is a yellow spot here, the edges curling up. The paper in my dream had the same. Shun Hezhou followed her pointing and saw a scorch mark at the lower right corner of the paper. Half an hour ago, a spark had burst from the lamp wick and singed the top sheet of Shin paper. At the time, he had not paid it any mind, merely flicking out the spark and continuing to write. This had occurred after the inner courtyard door was locked. Aside from himself, only Lu Qingya, who stood guard outside the door, could have known. Lu Qingya. The footsteps outside grew heavy. Lu Qingya pushed open the door and entered, first seeing the palm print on the desk, then noticing Sui Sui's bare feet. Those feet had small bloody wounds from the snow resting on the edge of the footstool. This subordinate is present. Seal the inner courtyard. Shun Hezhou took out a clean handkerchief and covered his daughter's frostbitten red hands. Everyone who has come into contact with the young miss today, leave none unchecked. The guest register for this study tonight must also be brought forth. Does the second young master suspect someone is passing word? Investigate first. Lu Qingya's gaze paused for a moment on Sui Sui's face, offering no defense for anyone, then turned and walked out. Wait. Shun Hezhou's fingertip traced the lower right corner of the memorial. When the lamp wick flared tonight, did you mention it to anyone? Lu Qingya's steps halted. I did not. This subordinate was guarding outside the door and did not see any scorch marks on the paper. Go. The door closed again. Lu Yingxue had already reached the desk, her expression unreadable. She removed her cloak and wrapped it around her daughter, then touched those cold little feet with her palm. Let her return to her room first. She has not finished speaking yet. She's burning up like this, and you want to interrogate her here. The couple's gazes met across the corner of the desk. Shun Hezhou did not yield, simply turning the memorial over to hide it from Sui Sui's view. His movements were unhurried, as though handling an ordinary document. If this is merely a nightmare, I will not ask again. Lu Yingxue picked up Sui Sui. The small body trembled uncontrollably as soon as it pressed against her mother's embrace. Yet those round eyes remained fixed on the memorial, even her feet beneath the cloak struggling. Mother, father must not give it. Speak clearly first. Sui Sui only saw father die. Lu Yingshue's breath caught slightly. Shun Hezhou's expression did not change. He brought out another empty memorial case and carefully aligned the remaining pages, as though preparing to seal them as usual. What is the title of the Hedong provincial governor? Sui Sui does not know. How much was the disaster relief silver? I do not know. Who supervised the execution? I could not see his face. Who read the imperial edict? Sui Sui did not hear clearly. By the final question, Sui Sui's panic was barely concealable. She wanted to save her father, but could not provide an answer he would believe. The images in the blood scripture were too fragmented. Only Snow Wooden Kang's memorials and those words about embezzling the Hedong disaster relief silver. Then it is merely a dream. Shun Hezhou placed the memorial into the case. The soft click of the wooden lid closing sounded like a ghost executioner's blade striking the platform. The color drained from Shinsu Su's face instantly. It is not a dream. There are no witnesses, no physical evidence, and no verifiable details. How can you say it is not? The yellowed edges on the paper are real. Shun Hezhou pushed the memorial case toward the corner of the desk and looked up at her. Before we investigate further, the memorial must still be submitted. Su hesitated for a moment. She did not understand the evidence her father spoke of only catching the final sentence. Tomorrow at dawn, that paper would still leave the Shun residence. And the blade on the execution platform would still fall. No. She threw herself from Lu Yingshue's arms. The cloak slipped away, and her thin legs struck the corner of the desk. Pain made her vision darken, yet she did not stop clutching the memorial case and dragging it toward her. The case was heavy and slid from the table's edge. Shin Hezhou reached out to catch it, but Sui had already lifted the lid and frantically grabbed the papers inside. Ink characters swam before her teary eyes as she could not tell which page was the execution platform fragment, so she held them all. Put it down. Father will die. Sui let go. Shin Hezhou's tone remained calm, but his eyes had turned cold. Not at her. At the one who might be hiding in the Shun residence using a 5-year-old girl's voice to stop the Hedong case. As long as the memorial was blocked, the other party would know the stratagem had succeeded. Whoever stood behind this would never stop at merely this one move. But Su could not read such things. She only saw the fierce fire burning in the charcoal brazier beside the desk. In the next instant, her small body launched forward, clutching the memorial. Lu Yingxue reached out, but grasped only empty air. Sway. The pages struck the charcoal brazier, and flames erupted. Su pressed both hands against the top page. The acrid smell of burning spread instantly, and flames licked up from the paper's edge onto her palms, scalding the tender skin crimson. Excruciating pain made her scream. Yet those hands still did not loosen. Shin Hezhou crossed the desk and seized her wrist. He reached directly into the flames, grabbed the burning corner of the paper, and pulled both the paper and the child away from the brazier. Sparks splashed onto his sleeve. Lu Qingya, hearing the commotion, doubled back, and pushing the door, found only scorched paper scattered across the floor. Shin Hezhou knelt half-bent beside the charcoal brazier, one hand clutching the half-burnt memorial, the other protecting his daughter's head. Fetch cold water, summon the physician. Lu Qingya turned and rushed out of the study. Lu Yingxue was already kneeling, prying open Sui's fingers. Several red blisters rose at the center of her right palm, paper ash clinging to the broken skin, the pain making her small hand spasm continuously. Let go, mother will see you're wound. Sui cried until she could scarcely breathe, her 5 fingers still tightly clutching that piece of paper. The back of Shin Hezhou's hand was also reddened by the fire, a fresh patch of char beside his old scar. Only if father does not deliver it will Sui let go. Shin Hezhou looked down at her. On one side lay the memorial, mostly consumed by fire, on the other his daughter's hand covered in blisters. She was trembling with fear, yet protected that most crucial page against her chest. This was not how a child, meant merely to relay messages, should behave. It was more as if she had truly witnessed that execution platform. Cold water arrived quickly. Lu Yingxue immersed Sui's hand in it. The coolness meeting the burns made her gasp sharply, her forehead pressing against her mother's shoulder, tears soon soaking the fabric. Shin Hezhou picked up the scorched paper from the floor. The other pages were still legible, but the one Sui had pressed first was mostly destroyed. In the remaining fragments, the words Hedong account book and submit for review were severed by flames, impossible to reassemble. Lu Qingya stood by the door, lowering his voice. Second young master, the inner courtyard has been sealed. The young miss only saw Madame Nanny-sun's sister Qin and 2 personal maids today. No one has been to the outer courtyard. Continue the investigation. What shall we do about tomorrow's memorial? Shin Hezhou pressed the scorched paper onto the desk. Postpone it for 1 day. Shin Sui finally released the corner of the paper. Her tense small body went limp, leaning against Lu Yingxue and panting. The high fever and burns surged together, and the figures before her eyes gradually blurred. She saw her father approaching. That hand marked with an old scar did not touch her wounds, but instead supported her wrist, lifting her small hand steadily from the cold water. Shin Hezhou stared at his daughter's crimson palm, his voice so low it carried not the slightest tremor. Tell me who taught you to speak those 6 words. Hedong disaster relief, silver. Give me your hand. Don't move. Lu Yingxue cut open the scorched paper stuck to her palm. As the medicinal powder fell onto the wound, Shin Sui's shoulder flinched in pain, and her left hand immediately grabbed the hem of her mother's sleeve. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lip and did not pull her right hand back. The study door remained closed. Lu Qingya stood guard outside, and the footsteps of the patrolling guards filtered through the door panel. The burned memorial lay spread on the desk with a blank sheet of rice paper beside it. Shin Hezhou sat behind the desk. His right hand, simply soaked in cold water to treat the burns, still showed redness at the tiger's mouth. He did not urge them. Only after Lu Yingxue finished bandaging her daughter's hand did he push a cup of warm water to the edge of the desk. Drink this. Shin Sui couldn't hold the cup. As soon as her right hand touched the cup's rim, the wound throbbed fiercely. Lu Yingxue took the cup, fed her a few sips, and then pulled her into her arms. No more questions tonight. She has already answered. She said it was a dream, and you didn't believe her. That's why I need to ask clearly. Lu Yingxue raised her eyes to her husband. And after you ask clearly, will you continue writing that memorial, or lock her up until you ferret out the so-called instigator? Shin Hezhou did not answer immediately. The scorched paper on the desk was missing a corner, and the most crucial paragraph had almost burned away. If he rewrote it, he could still submit it tomorrow. If he stopped here, the lead that had just surfaced in the Hedong case might be completely severed. Yet his daughter had said that was the death warrant for the Shin family. I need to know how much she saw. Shin Sui buried her face in her mother's shoulder. The charred blood-red ledger in her sea of consciousness lay silent. She could not open it again, nor did she dare to. But what Shin Hezhou wanted was not crying and fussing, but something verifiable. When she woke up 3 days ago, she had already thought about how to explain. She couldn't mention the blood-red ledger, nor could she tell about the history books she had read in another life. A 5-year-old child couldn't explain possession time or fate. It would only make her family think she had been possessed by an evil spirit. All she could talk about was a dream, a nightmare she had had many times from which she could never escape. Sui has had it 3 times. The thumb ring on Shin Hezhou's finger stopped. 3 times what? All 3 times everyone died. Lu Yingshue's arms suddenly tightened around her. Shin Sui felt a little pain from the squeeze, but did not pull away. She lifted her face from her mother's embrace, her eyes rimmed with red, her voice soft and hoarse. The first time grandfather was in a dark room. He kept coughing. There was no one around, and then he stopped moving. What room? I don't know. Were there any windows? A small patch of light high up. Was the cell door made of wood or iron? Shin Sui wrinkled her nose, trying hard to recall the fleeting image from the blood-red ledger. I don't remember. Shin Hezhou did not correct her, nor did he prompt. The second time, mother walked a very long way. Where did she go? I don't know. What was along the road? Snow and fallen people. Mother's shoes were broken and her feet were covered in blood. Sister Mingzhu carried Sui on her back, but no matter how Sui called, mother wouldn't wake up. Lu Yingshue's fingertips trembled slightly. The medicine box was knocked askew by her sleeve, and the silver scissors inside gently tapped against the box wall. She quickly straightened the box, but her breathing slowed for a beat. The third time, who was it? Father. Shin Sui looked at the man behind the desk. The lamplight fell on Shin Hezhou's brow, dividing his face into light and shadow. He did not show any shock, only picked up a blank sheet of rice paper and wrote a few lines. Where? A place with many people. Inside the city or outside. There were tall walls and flags on the walls. What flags? Red ones. Every execution ground has red flags. Shin Hezhou put down his brush, his tone not harsh, but leaving her no room to fabricate along his words. Season. Snowing. What time? The sky was white. Who was the supervising official? Sui doesn't know him. What rank of official robe was he wearing? Shin Sui looked at him blankly. She didn't even know what rank of official robe meant. His clothes were red, and there were 2 long things on his hat. He sat far away, and I couldn't see his face. Shin Hezhou continued writing. Execution ground, winter red robe, and winged headdress. These details could only narrow it down to a general range, not a specific person. What did the imperial edict say? It said the Shin family was bad. The exact words. I don't remember. Did you hear the reign title? No. What was the crime? This time Shin Sui did not answer immediately. She subconsciously pinched her left little finger. The injured palm rested on her knee, and soon a faint yellow stain seeped through the medicinal cloth. They stole the silver meant for the disaster victims in Hedong. Who said that? A lot of people were saying it. How much silver? I don't know. Which place in Hedong? I don't know. Who mentioned the name Qiantong? Sui didn't hear that name. The questioning suddenly stopped. Shin Hezhou looked at the incomplete records on the paper. The child's answers were haphazard, and she knew very little. None of the name's official positions or amounts he deliberately threw out did she pick up. If someone had coached her, that person clearly wouldn't have only taught her the phrase, Hedong disaster relief silver. If she was making it up on the spot, she could have simply nodded along with his questions. Why did you say 3 lifetimes? Because every time I wake up, I start over from the bed. The same Shin mansion. The same people. All of them, grandfather, father, mother, uncle, and the older brothers and sisters. Every time. Do you remember the previous one? Shin Sui hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly. Sui wants to stop it, but I can't stop it every time. Lu Yingxue looked down at her. Her left little finger had already turned white from pinching. That was a habit she had only when afraid, from scraping her knees when learning to walk to drinking her first bitter medicine. It had never changed in 5 years. Every answer now came with the same action. But for the parts she couldn't explain, she would rather shake her head than add a single extra word. A child may not understand accounts, but she cannot bear false witness for a nightmare. The childish voice fell in the study. The hand holding the brush paused for a breath. This was not something a 5-year-old would normally say, but it did not exceed the Shun family's upbringing. When Shun Yinshan taught his grandchildren to read, the phrase he most often repeated was to distinguish between what was seen, what was guessed, and what was proven. Who taught you that? Grandfather. What were his exact words? What you see is what you see. Guesses cannot be taken as truth. Shin Hezhou flipped the paper over. So you only say what you saw. That line about Hedong disaster relief silver. Did you see that too? I heard it. Why did you say stole silver earlier? Those people were cursing Father, saying the Shin family took the money meant to save lives. Father didn't take it, they were lying. The last sentence came with a sob. Lu Yingxue stroked her daughter's back, her palm feeling the protruding spine under the thin undershirt. The fever had not subsided, and after running through the snow the child was already exhausted, holding on by sheer will. Enough. There's still the memorial. Shin Hezhou looked at his wife. If she can name something from the memorial, it would at least prove this is related to a dream, not someone passing messages through the door. If you prove it, will you believe her? I believe in evidence. Shin Suisui slowly raised her head. She knew her father had not believed yet, but the yellow border of the memorial had already matched, and the Hedong silver case had also matched. As long as she gave one more detail from the image in the blood-red ledger, her father would investigate. She didn't need her father to believe in the nightmare. She only needed him to be willing to investigate. What does father want to ask? Where did the paper in the execution ground come from? It was blown over by the wind. Complete, or a fragment? Only half a sheet. Where did it land? Shin Suisui raised her right hand wrapped in medicinal cloth, trying to point at the desk. As soon as she lifted her arm halfway, the burn pulled painfully, making her gasp. She used her left hand to point to the middle of the memorial. It first landed at father's feet, then was blown up by the wind. Front side up. At first the back side. Was there any seal on the paper? A bit of red, like it was stained with blood. Shin Hezhou's eyes darkened. After a memorial was sealed, the Ministry of Revenue's official seal would be stamped on it. But if she only saw a bit of red, it was impossible to tell whether it was seal paste or blood. He rearranged the few burned pages. The remaining text was fragmentary, with more than a dozen details that could be used to test her. The child could not read memorials, nor did she understand the documents of the Ministry of Revenue. If she had truly seen it, she would only remember color, shapes, or the most prominent characters. Lu Yingxue held Suisui's left hand to stop her from pinching herself. You've already asked for half the night. One last question. Shin Hezhou pulled out a relatively intact page from the scorched paper and placed it face down in front of his daughter. All the text on the paper was hidden, leaving only the edges and the paper texture visible. If you can't answer, we stop here for tonight. The memorial will be delayed until the inner courtyard investigation is clear. Shin Suisui stared at the page. Her vision blurred from the fever, and the edge of the paper seemed to stain with the blood of the execution ground again. The sound of the prison cart grinding over snow echoed in her ears. Her father, wearing a heavy cane, slowly moved away from her. She closed her eyes and forced herself to recall that flying fragment. Black characters, bloodstains, and along the edge of the paper a color that should not have appeared on an ordinary memorial. Lu Yingxue felt the child in her arms growing hot again and was about to stop him, but Shin Hezhou had already slowly turned the paper over. The inked characters faced upward. Several lines were smudged by Suisui's black palm print, while others were destroyed by the charcoal fire. The undamaged part recorded the dates and sealing procedures of the Ministry of Revenue's annual silver shipments for disaster relief. Shin Suisui did not recognize those characters. Shin Hezhou laid out 3 sheets of paper cut to the same size side by side, one from the memorial, one from an old case file, and the last was a freshly spread sheet of rice paper. The 3 sheets were similar in color, all with damaged edges. Don't guess. Shin Suisui's toes dangled at the edge of the chair, trembling slightly. Suisui won't guess. Shin Hezhou's fingertip rested in front of the 3 sheets, his gaze deep and unreadable. If you truly saw that page of the memorial, tell me what else was on it. Father, don't write that. This one sentence alone is enough to cost you your head 3 times over. Shin Suisui pressed both hands down on the memorial, the blood from her palms mingling with the still wet ink into a murky mess. The high fever bleached her vision white, yet she dared not loosen her grip, as if even a single character exposed through her fingers would bring the ghost head blade crashing down at once. Shin Hezhou did not pull the memorial away. His gaze lingered on his daughter's frost-bitten purplish feet, then fell back to the crumpled paper. First tell father which sentence would kill me. Suisui doesn't know which sentence, but I have seen this paper before. A soft crackle came from the lamp on the desk corner. Hurried footsteps sounded outside the door as Lu Yingxue arrived at the study with the nanny. The moment she crossed the threshold, she saw her daughter lying prostrate by the desk, hands covered in blood, her breath so rapid it could barely catch up. She strode forward and wrapped the thick cloak around the child's burning little body. She's still burning with fever. Ask whatever you need to ask after we go back. Mother, you must not let the memorial leave this house. Shin Suisui clutched the cloak, but her eyes remained fixed on the memorial box on the desk. The frantic run here had drained all her strength. Her knees trembled uncontrollably, and even her teeth chattered softly. Shin Hezhou raised his hand and closed the memorial box. He did not seal it, nor did he call for someone to send it off. This memorial will not leave the Shan residence tonight. Father must not deceive Suisui. You must not secretly send it tomorrow morning either. Lu Yingxue lifted her eyes to glance at her husband. Shin Hezhou had never allowed anyone to meddle in official affairs, much less alter a memorial based on a child's delirious mutterings. But now he merely pushed the memorial box to the farthest corner of the desk, and the brass clasp fell with a crisp click. I won't send it tomorrow morning either, but you must tell me clearly everything you saw. After Sui Sui speaks, will father believe me? A cold draft seeped through the still unclosed door crack, bending the flame of the lamp to one side. Shen Hezhou took a clean handkerchief, cupped his daughter's scraped wrist, and gently wiped away the grimy ink from her palm. Father only believes in things that can be verified. Then what Sui Sui saw can also be investigated. Shen Hezhou's wiping motion paused for a moment. A 5-year-old child should not know what the word verification entailed, much less be able to distinguish between seeing and guessing while delirious with fever. He pulled out a blank sheet of paper and laid it over the stained memorial. Close your eyes and think back to the execution ground. Only speak of what you are certain you saw. Don't fill in answers for anyone else. If I can't remember, father must not write this memorial either. Lu Yingshue's arms tightened abruptly. She did not believe in spirits, yet she knew that every time her daughter mentioned the execution ground, her pulse quickened. It was not the excitement of a child inventing a story, but rather something heavy being forcibly dragged out of her body. Hezhou, she can't bear any more. I will only ask about details that can be checked, not how she knows them. Shen Hezhou extended a hand toward his daughter. Palm up, fingers long and slender, the old scar at the tiger's mouth pale under the lamp. Shen Sui Sui stared for a moment, then slowly placed her small hand into his. Her father's palm was very warm. But on the execution ground, Shen Hezhou's hands were covered in blood-heavy shackles on his neck, and that torn memorial lay by his feet. She closed her eyes. The wind and snow howled into her ears. Crows swept over the scaffold. Behind the flying pages, there was something heavier and darker crouching in the snow. Father, there is something else beside your feet besides the memorial. What else is there? Tell me slowly. Deep in the sea of consciousness, a charred black ledger flipped through without wind. The blood red on the edge of the first page seeped out little by little, pulling the execution scene closer. Shen Sui Sui's eyelashes fluttered continuously, and her fingertips grew cold. There is also a ledger, very thick, soaked through with blood. The cover is dark with white paper showing at the edges and a seal pressed at the bottom right corner. Can you see what is written on the seal, eh? Shen Sui Sui strained to look into that snow stained with blood. The characters on the seal were blurred by blood, leaving only a slanting brushstroke. The official stamp beside it was also incomplete, as if half of it was blocked by something. I can't make out the characters, and the stamp is only half. Which half? And what part is missing? Suddenly the wind on the execution ground grew fiercer. The ledger was blown open a crack, revealing half of the stamp from beneath the blood. The lower right corner of the round edge was missing a notch, not worn, as if the stamp itself had chipped off a piece. The lower right corner is missing a piece. The notch is not round, like it was bitten by teeth. You said the seal was dark. Is it black or stained by blood? Shen Sui Sui frowned deeply. This time the colors in the scene seemed to soak into water, reds, blacks, and grays swirling together. She tried to reach out and brush away the bloodstains, but the blood-soaked ledger in her sea of consciousness shook violently. A sudden tightness seized her chest. It's not vermilion nor pure black. Like ink at night, but with a hint of blue. A nearly bluish black. Are you sure it's not because the execution ground was dark? Shen Hezhou asked very slowly, leaving ample space between each word. He did not guide her to nod, nor did he decide for her what kind of seal that was. He simply noted down the shape, position, and color she described one by one. Shen Sui Sui's forehead beaded with sweat. There is blood on the ledger, but the edges of the seal are very clean. The bluish black hasn't bled, so it's not stained by blood. Apart from the paper and the ledger, what else did you see? Lu Yingxue suddenly gripped her daughter's wrist. The pulse beneath her palm was racing and chaotic, like a fish about to be stranded. She was about to stop it, but Shen Sui Sui suddenly turned her head, as if hearing a sound from far away. The shouts and curses at the execution ground gradually dissipated. Wheels creaked over the snow, iron chains dragged across flagstones, and the copper rings on the ghost head blade clinked against each other. Beneath those chaotic noises lurked the sound that should not have been at an execution ground. Creak. Another creak. The heavy wooden axle turned water continuously slapped against the wheel over and over without stopping. There is a water wheel turning. There is no river near the execution ground. Where did you see a water wheel? Shen Sui Sui shook her head. She had not seen a water wheel. She could only hear the water surging through the wooden trough, the wheel blades entering the water and then rising with a heavy sodden sound. The sound was so close to her that it even drowned out a crow's caw for a moment. Sui Sui didn't see it, only heard it. It kept turning, and the wood made a sound. Are there any bells, millstones, or livestock sounds? She held her breath, trying to distinguish something else from that water sound. But the blood on the charred black ledger suddenly flowed faster. The dark red liquid spilled over the torn paper edges and dripped along the invisible spine of the book. The execution ground blurred instantly, and the ledger, broken stamp, and memorial all sank into darkness. No more. Sui Sui really can't hear anything anymore. Shen Sui Sui opened her eyes, and a warm wetness was already at her nose. A drop of bright red blood fell onto the white paper, landing right next to the two characters, water wheel, that Shen Hezhou had just written. Lu Yingshue's face changed color instantly, and she pressed a handkerchief under her daughter's nose. Enough. No one is to ask another question today. Madam, take her to the inner chamber first. I'll send for the imperial physician. As Shun Huzhou set down his brush, his thumb pressed against the bloodstain on the paper. The bluish-black seal, the missing lower right corner of the stamp, and the sound of the water wheel. None of these three things could directly point to the murderer, yet none of them were details a 5-year-old child could casually fabricate. He lifted his eyes to the guard outside the door. Invite Du Wonheng, Secretary of the Revenue Bureau, to come to the residence at once. Not through the main gate, and without attendance. At this hour, what do you want him to investigate? Shin Huzhou folded the paper covered with notes and tucked it into his sleeve with his own hands. The original memorial on the desk remained sealed in its box, not yet dispatched. Retrieve all silver seal inspection records from the Hudong region for the past 3 years. Check the color of the seal mud and any damage to the official stamps. He is to examine them personally without scribes copying and without alerting Qiantong. Lu Yingxue gazed at him for a moment and did not argue further. She bent down to pick up her daughter, but Shin Suisui still clung to her father's fingers. Her small palm had lost all warmth and her eyes were beginning to glaze over. Father, that ledger didn't look old. How is it not like an old ledger? Can you still tell? Shin Suisui's lips moved. She wanted to say that although the ledger was covered in blood, the seal was too flat. She wanted to say that the bluish-black seemed to have been applied recently and the edges even glistened with a faint dampness. But the first page of the Sea of Consciousness suddenly snapped shut. The charred black cover slammed down heavily and all images were severed instantly. Her temples felt as if pierced by a sharp needle and the lamplight before her shattered into countless white specks. Nosebleed seeped through Lu Yingshue's handkerchief. Shin Suisui's body went limp. Shin Huzhou was faster than Lu Yingxue. He reached out and caught her in his arms. That small body was almost weightless, her forehead scorching hot, yet her hands and feet were frighteningly cold. Half an hour later, Du Wonheng entered the residence through the side gate. Before he could even shake off his snow-covered cloak, he was stopped by the warrant Shin Huzhou handed him in the outer study. The warrant listed only the seal mud, the missing stamp, and the silver seal records. No mention of the execution ground, nor of Suisui. Your subordinate can access the archives, but the 3 years of inspection records fill more than 20 boxes. Bring them all out tonight. You examine them personally and leave no copies behind. Du Wonheng looked up toward the inner chamber. Figures moved behind the screen, and the water in the copper basin was replaced again and again. Lu Yingxue knelt by the bed, her fingers always resting on her daughter's wrist. Has the young lady hit on something? Nothing has been hit yet. Only 3 things that can be investigated have been added. Shin Huzhou's tone remained steady. Only the knuckles of his hand gripping the warrant were white, betraying the tension beneath that calm exterior. Du Wonheng asked no further questions, took the warrant, and hurried away. Suddenly the sound of a porcelain cup shattering came from the inner chamber. Shin Huzhou turned and pushed aside the curtain. Lu Yingshue's fingertips were still pressed on Suisui's wrist, and the medical manual spread before her had one corner soaked by medicinal broth. She had taken the pulse 3 times, and the last bit of forced composure on her face finally cracked. My lord, this is not a common cold. The young lady's pulse suggests her heart and spirit have been drained to nothing. Her pulse feels as though her vital essence has been completely drained away. Lu Yingshue's fingertips pressed against her daughter's wrist, her face utterly drained of color. Shin Suisui lay cradled in Shun Huzhou's embrace, the blood from her nose already wiped clean, yet her breath was so faint it was scarcely perceptible. Her small hand still clutched the front of his robes, ink stains and blue-black clinging between her fingers as though scraped raw from that bloody ledger at the execution ground. She was only suffering a nosebleed moments ago. Why did she suddenly faint? After she mentioned the ledger, the sealed stamp, and the sound of water wheels, her pulse grew chaotic. This is no old ailment, nor merely a cold. What exactly did you make her recall? Shin Huzhou did not answer immediately. He glanced down at the child in his arms. Her 5-year-old face was flushed with fever, eyelashes clumped together by cold sweat, lips pale to the point of bluish tinge. His arms, usually steady as still water, were clenched far too tightly. Lu Yingxue reached out to take the child, and he released her only after a moment's delay. She said she saw me dead at the execution ground. So you made a feverish child relive how she imagined her father dying. Lu Yingxue placed Suisui onto the soft couch and pulled a brocade quilt around her cold feet. She did not raise her voice, yet her hands trembled with haste. Silver needles, warm water, and ginseng slices were laid out one by one beside the bed. The candlestick moved 2 inches closer for a better view of the child's complexion. Shin Huzhou stood at the bed's edge, his cuff still bearing the trace of blood his daughter had smudged upon him. I needed to confirm whether what she described was merely a dream or a verifiable lead. And have you confirmed it now? The ledger seal she described was blue-black with a half-impressed damaged stamp at the corner. Near the execution ground, there were also the continuous sounds of water wheels. These can all be investigated. Lu Yingxue raised her gaze. The lamplight reflected in her eyes, revealing an anger she could scarcely contain. Though she never interfered in court affairs, she knew well what price the Shin family would pay if the Hedong case were misjudged. Yet the child lying on the couch was also of the Shin family. Investigate if you can. But if you wish to extract another clue from her, wait until she wakes, and see whether she still recognizes you as her father. She bent down to insert the first silver needle, and Shun Susue's tiny fingers curled instinctively. Shin Huzhou stepped forward without thinking. Does it hurt her? The fact that she feels pain is actually a good sign. If she showed no reaction to the needle at all, you could forget about checking the Hedong archives tonight, and simply summon every renowned physician in the capital. Outside the window, snow fell throughout the night. Shin Sue's fever rose and subsided intermittently. Each time it neared the witching hour, her eyeballs would dart rapidly beneath her closed lids, as though still trapped within that bloody snowfall. Lu Yingxue kept vigil beside the couch, recording every shift in her pulse into her medical notes. She documented the times of fever, the episodes of nightmare, when the nosebleed ceased, even the number of times she called out for her father in her sleep. Not a single detail was omitted. Just before dawn, Shin Sui finally opened her eyes. Mother, is my voice ruined? Her voice was but a thin wisp of breath, if only because Lu Yingxue leaned close could it barely be heard. It has not been ruined, merely temporarily impaired. Drink some water first, and point to wherever you feel discomfort. Shin Sui obediently took a small sip of warm water before turning her eyes to look around. Shin Huzhou sat by the window, memorials and a cup of long cold tea spread before him. He had not left nor continued writing. His gaze remained fixed on the couch all along. Sui met his gaze for a moment, then slowly extended her small hand from beneath the quilt. Father, is that memorial still there? Yes, it has not been sent. Stop questioning her about what she saw last night. Lu Yingxue pressed her daughter's hand back beneath the brocade quilt and spread her medical records on the desk. The entries for the past 3 days of wind-cold treatment occupied merely half a page, but from last night until this morning 4 dense pages were filled. Shin Huzhou approached and saw that her pulse weakened sharply after each nightmare episode. You believe each recollection damages her body. I do not merely believe it. The pulse data confirms it. She lost her voice the first time, developed a high fever the second, and yesterday, after forcing herself to recall details, she fainted outright. If there is a third time, no one can predict what she might lose. Just then the door was pushed open. Shun Yinshan entered wrapped in a dark gray cloak, snowflakes still clinging to his silver hair. He first examined his granddaughter's complexion, then glanced at the medical records on the desk, not asking a single word about spirits or dreams. Sui, of what you said last night, which parts did you see with your own eyes, and which did you imagine? Father, she has only just awakened. Precisely because she has just awakened, I ask only this. In any investigation, one must first distinguish what can be trusted from what must remain doubtful. Shun Yinshan sat by the couch and placed a stub of charcoal and 3 neatly trimmed sheets of paper before Sui. He did not ask her to speak, only arranging the papers in a row. The first sheet for what she saw with her own eyes, the second for what she heard with her own ears, the third for her own conjectures. Shin Sui gripped the charcoal pencil, her hand still trembling. My handwriting is ugly. Grandfather, don't laugh at me. As long as you do not pass off speculation as evidence, even if you draw little turtles, no one will laugh. The charcoal touched the first sheet of paper. Blue-black seal, damaged, official stamp, bloody ledger, water wheel. The characters were written crookedly, the final stroke of the character for water extending beyond the paper's edge. When she reached the second sheet, she paused for a long time, adding only the sound of blades striking the ground and the curses of the common folk. On the third sheet, she wrote Qiantong first, but her brush tip lingered without continuing. Grandfather, I think Qiantong is the one who harmed our family. Is this what you saw or what you guessed? I saw father's name written on his memorial, and I heard people cursing him for swallowing the Hedong relief funds. But I did not see Qiantong delivering silver into our home. Shin Yinshan offered no praise, merely sliding the third sheet forward half an inch. Then write it clearly. That Qiantong harmed the Shun family is at present only speculation. One cannot conjure a murderer from dreams when none was seen. Shun Sui nodded slowly and added 2 small characters after Qiantong's name. Speculation. When the charcoal touched the paper again, her fingertip suddenly trembled. A trickle of warmth welled from beneath her nose, dripping onto the paper's edge and blooming into a tiny red flower. Shin Huzhou reached out and took the charcoal pencil away. That is all. You will not write anymore. I haven't written whether father will die or not. That also falls under speculation. Shin Huzhou bent down to wipe the blood from her nose, then removed the warm cloth from her forehead and replaced it with a fresh one soaked in cool water. His movements were unpracticed. The corner of the cloth pressed against Suisue's eyebrow, the first time, only adjusting correctly the second. Shin Sui blinked in disbelief. Father, you really won't submit the memorial? The original will not be sent, but the Hedong case will still be investigated. Then will you secretly write another copy? The room fell silent for a moment. Shin Huzhou gathered the 3 sheets of paper, turned, and walked to the window. He picked up last night's memorial along with 3 unfinished drafts from beside the desk and placed them all into a bronze basin. Striking a fire starter, the yellow-white pages quickly curled and blackened. The characters pleading for a thorough investigation of Qian Tong were swallowed by tongues of flame, and the scorched mark in the lower right corner turned to drifting ash. The original memorial is destroyed. Before the old archives are verified, I will not submit another. Burning only this copy is not enough. Promise me you will not use Sui Sui's life again to verify the next clue. Lu Yingxue held her daughter's wrist pulse, her gaze never leaving Shen Hezhou. The firelight from the bronze basin reflected upon his austere profile. After a long while he used the fire tongs to press down the last corner of paper, watching the ink reduce entirely to ashes. From now on, if she dreams of the Shun family's tragedy again, she will speak only what she is willing to share. No one shall provoke questions or force her to recall. That includes yourself. That includes myself. Shen Sui shrank beneath the brocade quilt, watching her father set down the fire tongs. The heavy stone that had pressed upon her chest since waking finally lifted slightly. Yet within her sea of consciousness the charred blood ledger remained tightly sealed, its first page's edge glistening with dark red droplets, as though reminding her that the execution ground had not truly vanished. Shun Yinshan folded the 3 sheets in order, placing the one marked with speculation at the very bottom. From today onward, Sui need only distinguish between what she saw and what she guessed. Verifying evidence, reaching conclusions, and safeguarding the Shin family are matters for adults. But adults also walk the wrong path. Then let 3 adults walk the path together. It is far better than letting a single child light the way with her life. Shen Sui looked toward her father. Shen Hezhou offered no rebuttal, merely pushing the small dish of osmanthus sugar to the edge of the couch. The candy had sat overnight, its edges softened by the warmth of the room. She placed one piece on her tongue, and at last sweetness found its way through her bitter throat. Urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shen Hezhou rose to open it, receiving the sealed register delivered overnight. Tucked at the very top was a personal note from Du when hung, the ink still fresh, containing only a single line. His gaze lingered on those words, then shifted to his daughter, lying on the couch, her face pale as death. The Hedong archives have arrived. Indeed, blue-black sealing clay was used 3 years ago. The Hedong old archives have arrived. Du Wenheng stood outside the door holding a black lacquered official document box. The snow on his shoulders had not yet melted, and his sleeves were stained with the dust of rummaging through old files. The study still carried the scent of medicine. Shen Sui, wrapped in a thick blanket, sat on the couch. A damp cloth lay across her forehead, and beside her rested a bowl of medicine that had long gone cold. She still could not make a sound, only lifting her eyes to gaze at the official document box. Shen Hezhou did not immediately allow the man to enter. Who handled the retrieval? This official personally opened the old treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. The keeper only moved the chests and never touched the inner pages. There are 7 volumes of Hedong's 3-year silver seal records, and as per your instructions, no copies were made nor any file index kept. Shen Hezhou took the document box, first examining the lock then the seal. The seal was a fresh vermilion paper strip affixed tonight by the Ministry of Revenue, with Du Wenheng's private stamp at the seam. The ink pad was still slightly moist, and a thin mark pressed by the box's edge ran from the lower left corner into the wood grain. It had not been opened midway. Did the keeper see which year's files you requested? He saw the year, but not that I was checking the seals. I took out all the seal records for silver shipments, disaster granaries, and grain transport for the 3 years in Hedong. If he wanted to report, he could only mention a stack of old accounts. Du Wenheng finished speaking and looked toward the couch. The 5-year-old girl was buried in the blanket, her cheeks flushed with fever, but her eyes were fixed on the box in his hand. Of the chaos last night, he had only heard whispers. Shen Shirlang had burned the memorial about to be submitted to the palace. Lady Lu had sealed the inner courtyard, and the Shun family's daughter was so ill she could not speak. As for why they were requesting the Hedong old archives, Shen Hezhou did not explain. Sit and flip through, only look, no notes. This official understands. But if something truly unusual is found, should we first inform Minister Han? If a private investigation into the Ministry of Revenue's old archives involves local seals going too deep, could lead others to say you are overstepping your superior. Shen Hezhou arranged the 7 volumes in chronological order, but the first one he opened was not the records of Hedong Governor Qian Tong. Instead, it was the repair logs for the disaster granaries from 3 years ago. The paper was damp with fine burrs along the edges. 2 pages were stuck together. Du Wenheng carefully pried them apart, with a thin bamboo sliver revealing a patch of nearly bluish-black stain. Shen Sui's fingers suddenly tightened on the blanket. That was not ordinary ink. The stain spanned the seam of the seal record, flaking away at the edges, but leaving a dark indigo core in the middle. When the lamplight struck it from the side, the black turned blue, just like the seal on the account book in the blood-soaked snow of the execution ground. Is that the same color? Shen Sui opened her mouth, but only a dry rasp escaped her throat. She nodded quickly, then fearing her father might think she only found it similar, she pushed herself up from the couch and reached for the paper and brush on the table. Shen Hezhou pressed the inkstone down first. If you can't speak right, write what you're certain of. Stop if your head hurts, and don't go looking into the dream again. Sui took the brush already dipped in ink. Her hand lacked strength, and the brush trembled slightly between her fingers. The 7 characters she wrote were crooked the last stroke, dragging a long tail of ink. The seal in the dream was very new. Du Wonheng leaned over to read it, his brow slowly furrowing. How new? Can you tell if the seal mud wasn't cracked or the paper wasn't damp? If it's only based on the shade of color, what you see by lamplight and in the snow could differ. Sui did not nod hastily. She closed her eyes, only recalling what she had already spoken without touching the blackened sealed pages in her sea of consciousness. The blood on the execution ground the account book at her father's feet, the blue-black seal, the half-missing imprint. She separated the things she could grasp one by one. When she opened her eyes again, she first drew a complete fine line on the paper, then beside it a cracked old seal mud. The brush tip paused for a moment, then firmly circled the former. Shin Hezhou placed the paper beside the old archives. The seal she saw was smooth, not flaking. Continue tracing when this seal material was introduced, when it was discontinued, and who approved the formula. This seal record is from the 4th year of Zhiming. Hedong had continuous rain, the vermilion seal mud lost color from dampness, and the local authorities reported a request to change the material. I originally thought they simply replaced vermilion with pine soot, but seeing the color today, indigo was also mixed in. Du Wonheng flipped through 2 volumes, and quickly found a materials requisition in the interleaved pages. Attached to the end was the craftsman's ratio written in fine script: pine, soot 6 qian indigo, 2 qian glue, and wax 1 qian each. Beside it was an old Ministry of Revenue approval permitting Hedong to trial it for 1 year. This blue-black seal mud was not standard government practice, it was only used briefly in Hedong. It wasn't privately made, and the accounts sealed with it were backed by official documents. Precisely because it has official backing, it's suitable for forging old accounts. Shin Hezhou's fingertip stopped on the date of the waste material approval. After the trial period ended, the Ministry of Revenue received 3 reports of fading and brittleness. In the 3rd month of the year before last, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue jointly issued a directive ordering Hedong to revert to vermilion seal mud with all old materials in the treasury to be destroyed uniformly. According to regulations, Qiantong should no longer be able to produce this color. But the seal Sui saw was new. The study fell silent save for the rustle of turning pages. Du Wonheng started from the last volume, and after nearly half an hour he suddenly pulled out a thin materials requisition document. The paper was tucked under the disaster granary repair section, the number mostly obscured by a line of grain transport supplies. On the 9th day of last month, the Hedong governor's office applied for old seal materials listed as repairs for disaster granary seals. The Treasury actually approved it, claiming a batch remained from the inventory of waste materials and could be allocated locally. It was ordered destroyed the year before last, yet last month they could still clear out leftover materials. Who handled it? A Ministry of Revenue materials manager signed off. The Ministry of Works construction department reviewed it, and the final approver was a man named Zhou Qingrui. His official rank is low, but he married the younger sister of Cui Zhang's wife, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Du Wonheng moved the document under the lamp. All 3 signatures were present, the procedure seemingly flawless. Only the requisition number was obscured by an ink blot, like a stray drop from the brush. Shin Hezhou lightly scraped the back of the paper with a thin blade. The fibers beneath the ink blot were slightly raised, although the original characters were hidden, the indentation from the brush remained. With the lamplight slanting, a faint 3 and 2 neatly aligned hundreds emerged. For now, this only proves someone illegally requisitioned old materials, not that it was used to forge accounts, and certainly not that Cui Zhang was involved. This official understands. Zhou Qingrui's marital connection can only be noted mentally. It's not wise to stir things now. But why would Qiantong specifically want old seal mud? The Hedong disaster granaries now use vermilion seals. Repairing old seals would leave 2 colors. Shin Hezhou looked at his daughter on the couch. Sui was also staring at the materials requisition. She recalled the blood-soaked account book on the execution ground, the smooth seal, the half-missing imprint, and the sound of a water wheel that seemed to come from nowhere. She could not look a second time. Nor could she fill in the missing pieces for the forged account that had not yet materialized. Her small hand slowly released the brush, leaving a red mark on her palm. When old rules suddenly revive, it's usually not out of nostalgia, but because someone wants to resurrect a ghost. Then this official will investigate from the requisition and delivery records. Check the transporters, the vehicle permits, and the Hedong receipt. Avoid Qiantong, and don't ask about Cui Zhang. If these old materials truly traveled the official route, they will leave footprints. Du Wonheng reopened the delivery appendix. The consumables figures he had initially overlooked were now fully exposed. The seal mud was measured in cases, each case capable of sealing 10 account books. For routine repairs of local granary records, requisitioning 3 to 5 cases was considered generous. Yet the appendix listed a full 30 cases. At first he thought it was a trick of the light, but he verified the number character by character with his fingertip, then cross-checked the weight of the requisitioned items with the transport manifest. The 2 figures matched perfectly with no clerical error. Shin Hezhou's eyes darkened. Shin Sui sat up straight, gripping the edge of the couch, her chest tightening inexplicably. Though the scorched sealed volume remained unopened, a drop of dark red blood seemed to seep slowly from the edge of its first page. Her nose felt warm. Blood fell onto the blanket, blooming into a small spot. Du Wonhung had not yet noticed his eyes fixed on the requisition number, his voice lowered to a near whisper. Sir Qiantong didn't apply for a single case of old ink. He applied for enough to seal 300 account books. Enough to seal 300 account books. Du Wonhung's last words fell, and just then a spark popped from the wick in the study lamp. Spread across the desk was the Hedong requisition document, the figures of blue-black ink material circled in vermilion ink. Next to it lay 5 characters. Shin Sui had just written the sealing strip in her dream, still fresh. Her wrist had barely any strength left. The charcoal pencil slipped between her fingers, its final stroke trailing long like a trail of blood that had not been wiped away in time. Shin Hezhou glanced at her and turned over the requisition document. Dr. Du stopped this investigation exactly where it stands. Document separately who handled the ink material and which courier route it took, but do not let the officials involved know the full picture. Your subordinate understands. But 300 volumes. This cannot possibly be just for repairing disaster warehouses. Should I immediately send someone to Hedong to seize this batch of old materials? Shin Hezhou pressed his fingertip against the edge of the document, not answering right away. Outside, the window wind and snow tapped against the paper, the sound growing denser and more urgent with each gust. Shin Sui stared at the blob of blue-black ink, and the wind from the execution ground seemed to seep into her ears again. That blood ledger lay at her father's feet. The sealing strip was very new. A half-impressed seal with a notch pressed against the corner. And there was the water wheel revolving round after round without cease. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Shin Hezhou's sleeve. Father, can I see it one more time? Let go of my sleeve first. You may not look now. Shin Sui did not let go. Her small face still bore the pallor after illness, but a thin layer of cold sweat gathered at the tip of her nose from anxiety. If they could not seize the ink material, they must find the account books. If they could not seize the books, at least they needed to know where that clay Buddha stood. But she remembered too little. So little that every fragment might save the Shin family or lead her father into another trap. Sui only wants one glance, won't turn further. I've seen the first page, it shouldn't be too badly burned. Should is not evidence. You fainted for 3 hours yesterday. Did you say it was not serious then? Shin Hezhou pulled away the sleeve she had crumpled and took the charcoal pencil from her hand. The tip fell into the porcelain dish with a soft click. Du Wonhung stood before the desk, his gaze pausing between father and daughter for a moment. He did not know about the scorched fragments, and as soon Shin Sui was trying to forcibly recall her feverish dreams so tactfully, he closed the documents and stepped back to the doorway. But Shin Sui closed her eyes. She did not touch the book with her hands. She simply tried to remember the snow at the execution ground where the prison cart had stopped and the blood stained on the hem of her father's dark official robes. Deep in the sea of consciousness, darkness slowly pressed down. The scorched fragments hung in the shadows, the first page tightly closed, thin strands of red seeping from between the paper. Sui, open your eyes. Father, wait a moment, I can already see the book. Shin Hezhou's expression darkened suddenly, and he reached out to support her chin. Sui's eyelashes trembled violently, her teeth gradually grinding together. In the sea of consciousness, blood seeped more and more, winding down through the damaged pages until it pooled on the cover in a row of twisted characters. The same deathly situation cannot be peered into again. She wanted to draw closer. The line of blood characters suddenly split apart, like countless fine needles piercing her brow. Shin Sui bent over sharply, a sour bitterness rising in her throat. She pressed herself against the edge of the desk, retching dryly with nothing coming up, yet tears instantly streamed down her face. I did not see the execution ground, only 8 blood characters. It refuses to open again. What are the 8 characters? Tell me slowly, and do not try to picture it. Shin Hezhou supported her shoulders with one hand, while covering her cold fingers with the other. Her small body beneath his palm continued to shiver. Shin Sui gasped several times before carefully separating each character and drawing them out one by one. With each word spoken, something heavy seemed to strike her temple. The same deathly situation cannot be viewed again. Father, it has closed the door. Then let it be closed. A book unwilling to give answers is not worth risking your life to knock upon. She paused for a moment, then lifted her wet eyes. Shin Hezhou's tone remained cold, yet the hand supporting her nape did not release. Medicine stains from her earlier retching had splashed onto his sleeve, but he did not bother to look down. Du Wonhung quickly poured warm water and brought it to the desk. After Sui took 2 small sips, the rolling in her chest gradually subsided. Yet she kept gazing at her father, anxiously gripping his fingers as if afraid he would not understand. It could see the future before, so why can it no longer show me? Is it because father did not deliver the memorial, and what comes after has already changed? That is possible, or it may simply have always had its limitations. Neither has proof, yet so neither can be treated as an answer for now. Then could what it shows in the future also change? Shen Hizhou set the cup back on the desk, his gaze falling on her temple damp with cold sweat. No one could verify this question. The original memorial had already been burned, yet the blue-black ink truly existed. The objects within the deathly situation were drawing nearer, but the path to it might not be the same as before. Whether it will change, Father does not know yet. But as long as we take one step, the path ahead cannot be assumed to remain unchanged. Then could what Sui Sui remembers also cause Father to go astray? Her voice dropped, and her small hand slowly curled into her palm. The execution ground scene came only once. If she misremembered a single color or misunderstood a sound of water, and Father investigated in the wrong direction, there would be no second chance to correct it. Shen Hizhou saw the fear in her eyes, drew out a blank official document sheet, and with his brush drew 4 vertical lines on the paper. Ink material, silver route, account books, witnesses. The 4 items fell in sequence, the brush strokes steady, without the slightest hesitation. You mentioned the blue-black seal, so I will investigate the ink material. You mentioned the blood ledger, so I will examine the account books. You heard the water wheel, so I will trace the locations and transport routes. As for where the remaining silver went and who touched it, the Ministry of Revenue, and those still alive, will provide answers. But Sui Sui only remembers a little bit. Will you really be able to find it, sir? Investigation was never about waiting for the dead to deliver their testimony to your doorstep. As long as something has been done, it leaves behind documents, courier records, requisition slips, and the people who handled them. False accounts can be fabricated, but the materials used to create them cannot fall from the sky. Du Wenheng stood in the shadow beyond the lamplight. Hearing these final words, he pulled the Hedong documents closer to his chest. He had originally thought this matter merely reflected Shen Hizhou's excessive caution. Yet a 5-year-old child could not have known beforehand that Hedong had once mixed pine soot with indigo, nor could they have guessed the newly requisitioned old materials out of thin air. Those fragmented dream mutterings had already taken shape into something verifiable. Shen Sui Sui stared at the 4 lines on the paper, her breathing gradually steadying. Are you saying, Father, that Sui Sui does not need to find answers for it, only to speak clearly what she has seen? First, only state what you have seen and heard. Second, if you do not know, admit it. Third, you are not permitted to force yourself to relive images that have already closed merely to convince others. Shen Hizhou pushed the paper toward her, the brush tip touching each of the 3 blank spaces in turn. When Sui Sui heard the 3rd rule, she concealed her hands in her sleeves with a guilty conscience. She had plainly promised not to turn further, yet she had still secretly touched the damaged volumes. Although she had not opened them, the stabbing pain between her brows was more severe this time. What if something very important suddenly escapes my memory? Wait for it to surface on its own. If it does not, then the adults will investigate. But the Shen family is Sui Sui's home, and Sui Sui wants to save everyone too. Shen Hizhou's hand holding the brush paused for a moment. The lamplight reflected in his eyes, deepening his usual stern expression. He did not tell a 5-year-old child that she need not concern herself with anything, because Shen Sui Sui had already knelt at an execution ground once, and had already held down that memorial on behalf of everyone. But this did not mean she should bear the lives of the entire family on her own. You have already saved once. Now it is Father's turn to act. Then Father cannot keep everything hidden from Sui Sui. Shen Sui Sui raised her little finger and gently hooked it around his knuckle. Shen Hizhou looked down for a moment and in the end did not withdraw his hand. He folded the 4 investigation lines and handed them to Du Wenheng, then ordered everyone to separate and seal all the old archives. Sudden footsteps echoed outside the door. Shannon pushed it open without even completing 3 knocks, snow still unmelted upon his shoulders. Clutched in his hand was a visiting card just delivered from the censorate, his expression darker than the night outside the window. Shen Hizhou scanned the name on the card and steadied Sui Sui in his arms. But even as we refrain from investigating others have come first to investigate the Shen family. Someone has already come to investigate the Shen family. Shen Hizhou placed a small piece of paper scrap caught between the window crack onto his desk. The scrap was no larger than half a fingernail, its edges stained with fresh ink, but on the reverse side a faint horizontal line was pressed into the paper. That was the black-lined paper used exclusively for copying memorials in the outer study. Shen Sui Sui sat on the soft couch, a thin blanket over her knees, the honeyed water beside her untouched. Did someone steal Father's memorial? The memorial never left the study, and the draft has already been burned. Shen Hizhou pressed his fingertip over the paper scrap, not allowing his daughter to touch it. The brazier still held the ashes from last night, occasionally flaring with a faint red glow. Outside the window the sky was overcast, melting snow dripped from the eaves into the stone trough, like someone counting from behind the wall. Then how did they know about Hedong and Qiantong? So now what we need to investigate is not what remains in the dream. Shen Hizhou looked up toward the door. Shannon had long been waiting in the corridor. Hearing the words, he pushed the door open and entered. Behind him followed 2 household stewards, each carrying the gate registry and the outer courtyard entry logs with copper weights pressing down the corners of the pages. From yesterday afternoon until this morning, everyone who passed through the second gate or approached the outer study should be reorganized by time. Who saw who left the residence. Don't miss a single moment. Master yesterday at the hour of Shun 1 Ku, a minor clerk from the Ministry of Personnel, arrived claiming to deliver the quarterly assessment records. The gatekeeper verified his waste token and allowed him to wait in the outer study corridor. Shannon opened the gate registry and pointed to one entry. Beside the ink, a small verification seal was stamped. The name of the messenger was Zhou Qi. According to regulations, he was only allowed to stop in the front courtyard, yet he happened to wait outside the study for half a quarter hour. Who was inside at that time? The scribe Feng Shun, who was copying the memorial, was in the inner room. At the hour of Shin 2 Ku, he claimed a severe stomachache, went to the latrine through the side rear door, and then took leave from the residence. Shin Hezhou's gaze paused on the two adjacent entries. One person waited outside the study, while another left at the same hour. A mere half a quarter hour. So brief it seemed coincidental, yet enough to pass a piece of paper or convey a few words. Shin Sui followed her father's gaze. Did that messenger enter the study? No one saw him enter. Not seeing him doesn't mean he didn't. Shin Hezhou turned the gate registry toward her. It only recorded when Zhou Qi entered and left the residence, with no record of where exactly he stood in the corridor, nor could anyone prove whether he had encountered Feng Shun when Feng left. Can Sui only speak of what she saw, and father too? Those investigating a case should do the same. Without evidence, they merely happened to appear at the same hour. Shin Sui nodded slowly and withdrew her hands into the blanket. Her little finger was still wrapped in fine cloth, and the palm she had scraped last night while pressing the memorial had not yet healed. The charred, fragmented scroll lay sealed deep within her sea of consciousness. No matter how she tried to avoid it, the wind from the execution ground still occasionally crept into her ears. But that memorial wasn't finished. How did the villains know to investigate Qiantong? Because what leaked out wasn't necessarily the entire memorial. As long as the three words Hudong, Relief Silver, and Qiantong were there, it was enough for them to guess what I was going to do. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Du Wenheng lifted the curtain and entered with unmelted snow still on his shoulders. He did not first drink the hot tea offered by the steward, but instead pulled a tightly folded note from his sleeve. Lu Zheng from the censorate sent someone to the Ministry of Revenue this morning asking if you master were preparing to impeach Hudong Governor Qiantong, and also inquiring when the memorial would be submitted to the palace. Did he ask about the relief silver, or about Qiantong? Du Wenheng paused in his breath, immediately understanding the difference between the two questions. If he had only asked about the relief silver, it might still be a guess after hearing about the files being retrieved from the Ministry of Revenue. If he directly named Qiantong, it meant that the core content of the study had already been sent out. He mentioned Qiantong by name, and also asked if you master had the original account books of the allocated silver. No one spoke in the study anymore. Shin Sui's small hands clutched the corner of the blanket. In her dream, the blood-soaked account book with its blue-black seal and the broken official stamp flashed before her eyes, and the smell of blood from the execution ground seemed to fill her nostrils again. Shin Hezhou reached out to block her view and closed the gate registry. Don't think about that account book. Just listen to what we've discovered now. Sui hasn't turned the pages further. I'm just a little afraid. Her voice was still hoarse, but she didn't let go of the blanket corner. Burning the memorial would only keep her father from stepping into the obvious trap for now. But the enemy already knew that the Shun family was investigating something, and they wouldn't stop just because a piece of paper had turned to ashes. Father, have they been waiting for you to write this memorial all along? We can't jump to that conclusion yet. But the speed of their reaction after learning the news doesn't seem like an impulsive move. Shin Hezhou handed the note back to Du Wenheng. From the leak at the hour of Shun to the censor's inquiry the next morning, an entire night had passed. If the news had first been sent to Hudong and then back to the capital, it would have been impossible. The first person to receive the news was in the capital. Go and summon Zhou Qi for questioning, but don't alert the Ministry of Personnel. Shun and take some men to find Feng Shun. First invite him back to the residence to verify the draft. Don't arrest him on the street. I'll see to it immediately. Feng Shun has an elderly mother at home, and he usually values filial piety very much. He shouldn't abandon his mother and flee alone. Shin closed the entry log and turned to leave. Shin Hezhou did not relax at this remark. He spread out a new sheet of paper and wrote down the 3 time points: the hour of Shun 1 Ku, the hour of Shun 2 Ku, and this morning. He connected them with thin lines. Du Wenheng, how many people knew about the retrieval of the old Hudong files last night? 2 clerks in the Ministry of Revenue, 1 duty officer, and myself. After the files were retrieved, they were locked in the duty office and no one was allowed to copy them. Du Wenheng's expression darkened as he finished speaking. The ban on copying could only prevent the files from being taken away, but it couldn't stop someone from remembering the name of the file that had been retrieved. Shin Hezhou had only just avoided the trap of the memorial, but the eyes in the Ministry of Revenue had already fixed on him. Separate those who know about the file retrieval. No one is allowed to pass messages among themselves. From today onward, all Hudong documents shall be viewed only in the original with no copies kept. If Lu Zheng already knows, should you master first explain to the minister? No need. The faster I explain, the more it looks like I'm trying to cover something up. First, let's find out whether the news came from the Shun residence or from the Ministry of Revenue. Shin Suisui raised her face, trying hard to distinguish the 3 lines on the paper. She didn't understand how many doors lay between the Ministry of Personnel and the censorate. She only knew that the memorial box was still in the study, yet the outsiders had already spoken Qian Tong's name. Father, even burning the memorial can't make the villains forget. No, burning the memorial only prevents me from walking the path they prepared for me. It won't make them stop and wait for death. Shin Hezhou put the scrap of black-lined paper into an empty envelope, but did not seal it with his stamp. This object could only prove that paper had fallen in the study, not who had torn it, nor could it be used directly to convict anyone. The closer the deadly trap, the less one should allow speculation to grow into evidence. An hour later, Shun and returned alone. His boots were splattered with mud, but in his hand, he held only a broken piece of silver. The broken silver was less than half a tael with a fresh break. On the obverse, it bore the water ripple mark of the Yin family bank. Feng Shun left last night. The rented house he lived in is empty. He took his clothes, bedding, and even his sick mother into the carriage. When did he leave the city, and through which gate? He left through the west gate at the hour of Yin early this morning, using a travel permit for visiting relatives. The driver said Feng Shun had booked the carriage 3 days in advance, not like a last-minute escape last night. 3 days ago. At that time, Shin Suisui was still in a high fever, and Shun Hezhou had not even written the first stroke of the impeachment against Qian Tong. Feng Shun had already prepared to leave the capital. This suggested that he was not waiting to overhear a memorial by chance, but for a signal that had been prearranged. Where did you find the broken silver? In the crevice under the bed. I checked the bank's secret mark. This piece of silver was just exchanged from the Yin family bank yesterday afternoon. But with only this broken silver, we can't trace who gave it to Feng Shun. Shunan placed the broken silver on the desk. Shin Hezhou did not touch it, but ordered someone to bring a small box to seal it. The Yin family bank had branches all over the capital, and ordinary merchants also conducted business there. This piece of silver could point in a direction, but it was far from solid evidence. What about Zhou Qi, the messenger? The Ministry of Personnel said he reported sick today. When I arrived at his home, he was indeed lying in bed, and the doctor had diagnosed an acute fever. He denied seeing Feng Shun, only admitting to hearing the sound of paper being turned over in the corridor. Shin Suisui stared at the broken silver, her small face pale with tension. So we can't catch the person who sent the message. For now we can't catch them, but that doesn't mean we'll never catch them. People can flee, but time doesn't change, and the origin of the silver won't disappear on its own. Shin Hezhou wrote down the time Feng Shun left the city on the paper, and then circled the words, Yin Family Bank. Feng Shun had booked the carriage in advance, yet he chose to leave the capital with his mother on the very night the memorial was completed. The broken silver from the Yin Family Bank, the half-hour stay of the minor clerk from the Ministry of Personnel, and the inquiry from Censor Lu Zheng this morning. These 3 pieces were not yet connected, but they all pointed to the same thing. This trap had not been set after the memorial was submitted. Someone had already arranged every step of impeachment, audit, and conviction for Shin Hezhou, only waiting for him to walk into it himself. Shinan hesitated for a moment, then took out a statement from a carriage company from his sleeve. There is one more thing. The driver said that before Feng Shun left the city, he had been drinking, and on the road, he kept repeating a sentence. At the time, the driver thought it was just drunken talk. I pressed him 3 times and confirmed that he didn't misremember. That scribe said before leaving the city, within 7 days Vice Minister Shun will surely be imprisoned over the relief silver. Within 7 days Vice Minister Shun will be imprisoned over the disaster relief silver. As the coachman's drunken words fell, the water clock in the study precisely marked another measure. Shin Suisui lowered her head and counted her fingers. 7 days were not enough for her to recover from illness, nor to send someone to Hedong to investigate 300 falsified accounts. Yet the villain had already set a date for father's imprisonment, like a blade sharpened in advance on the execution ground. Shin Hezhou pressed the confession beside the crushed silver without dispatching anyone to pursue Feng Shun further. Feng Shun left the capital with his elderly mother and had prepared travel permits in advance. Chasing him now would only net a clerk who took money to pass messages. But he knows who gave the money. What he knows may not be the real name. Since the other party allowed him to leave the city alive, they would not let him hold anything that could bite back at the master. Shin Hezhou picked up his brush and added another ink circle around the 4 characters for Yin Family Bank. Feng Shun had become an abandoned pawn. What truly mattered was not where he fled, but who remained in the Ministry of Revenue, still listening for that hand. Shunan pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber, his brow tightly furrowed. I will go back and investigate Yin Family Bank. Those who exchanged broken silver yesterday afternoon should have left records. You can investigate, but don't focus solely on the bank. Since news could be sent out from the Ministry of Revenue, it will be sent again. Does the master intend to release another piece of news? Not 1 but 3. Shin Suisui raised her head. She did not understand how 3 pieces of news could catch one person, but her gaze fell on the candy box by the table. It was osmanthus candy that Lu Yingxue had sent that morning, fearing she would find the medicine bitter. 3 candies remained in the box. Shun Hezhou ordered Du Wenheng to close the door and had Shun and guard the outer corridor. 3 people accessed the old files last night. Duty Officer Feng Mao and 2 clerks in charge of the archives, Zhao Cheng and He Jian. They all had contact with the Hedong records, yet none can be convicted with existing evidence. If interrogated separately, they will surely suspect each other. As soon as one shows weakness, we can take him. Du Wenheng finished speaking and looked at Shun Hezhou only to see him shake his head. Outside the window, the melting snow fell more urgently, a thin layer of water accumulating in the stone trough. No one moved in the room. Only the soft rustle of paper being slowly pushed by fingertips could be heard. Showing weakness is not evidence. Besides, once we alert the enemy, the real messenger will immediately cut off contact. Then how should the 3 pieces of news be released? Let Feng Mao hear that I plan to investigate the Hedong granaries first. Let Zhao Cheng hear that I will verify last year's silver transport routes. And let He Jian know that I have given up the investigation due to the leak from the Shun residence. Shen Suisui frowned slightly, slowly taking the 3 candies out of the box. Father didn't really give up. Is this deceiving them? Each statement is only half false. The Hedong granaries need to be investigated, the silver transport routes need to be verified, and after the leak from the Shun residence, I did abandon the original method of investigation. Then why would the villain fall for it? Because when people hear what they most want to hear, they often neglect to ask about the other half. Shen Hezhou drew out 3 sheets of paper, writing no bait content on them, only noting the contacts and the time of the message transmission. Once written on paper, it could be seen by a second pair of eyes. The 3 messages must only be conveyed through different ears, leaving no words that could be cross-checked. Du Wenheng still had doubts. If the 3 meet privately and piece the words together, they will discover that you are testing them. So it must be done within an hour, and then each of them should be kept in different duty rooms. Today everyone is to stay in the Ministry of Revenue under the pretext of checking archives. What if they send messages through servants? Let them send. If the news has no legs, this setup of mine is useless. Shen Suisui placed the first candy into a celadone saucer, then the second into a white porcelain saucer. There was no saucer for the third, so she turned over her own honey water cup and placed it carefully at the end. The 3 candies were the same color, only the vessels holding them differed. The celadone saucer is for the granary, the white saucer for the silver route, and the small cup for father not investigating. Why use candies to remember? Paper can be stolen and read, but if Suisui eats them, they are gone. Du Wenheng was stunned for a moment, nearly laughing, then suppressed his expression. Shen Hezhou looked at the 3 vessels for a while, then reached out and moved the first candy half an inch to the left. The first saucer corresponds to Feng Mao. Before it is clear, do not say he is a villain. Suisui only remembers who heard what, not who the villain is. That is what you should do. Before noon, Du Wenheng returned to the Ministry of Revenue with 3 different sets of old files. When Feng Mao was called into the Eastern Duty Room, the table was spread with records of repairs to the Hedong disaster granaries. Du Wenheng only had him check the granary deeds of Wu Qing's granaries for the past 3 years, and in his presence instructed a clerk to prepare sealing documents. Zhao Cheng was in the Western warehouse verifying silver transport tallies. He heard that Shun Hezhou suspected last year's official silver had not taken the northern route and wanted to check the horse-changing record station by station. He Jian was left in the archive room to organize the sealed Hedong old files. 2 clerks passing by the door happened to talk about the mole in the Shun residence, saying Vice Minister Shun had burned his draft memorials and no longer wished to touch the disaster relief silver case. None of the 3 statements were directly handed to the men. Some saw it in the official documents, some heard it in the instructions, and the last one only caught 2 sentences that seemed like unintentional gossip. By the end of the hour, the 3 were still detained in the Ministry of Revenue. At the Shun residence, there was no movement at all. Shen Suisui lay on her side on the soft couch, her eyes darting between the 3 candies and the water clock. The sweet fragrance of osmanthus drifted into her nose, but she did not touch a single one. Has the news not gone out? It may have gone out, but it hasn't yet reached a place we can see. How long will it take to see? Until they move the things they fear most to be investigated. The granary fears deeds, the silver route fears station records, and the one pretending not to investigate fears me, suddenly turning back. The shadow of the sun slowly shifted from the east to the west side of the window lattice. Just after the hour of Shun hurried in his sleeves, stained with gray-black debris. Behind him followed a constable from the capital prefecture, holding a sealed half-granary deed, its edges already charred and curled from burning. The manager of Hedong grain merchant Wu Qing's capital office half an hour ago suddenly cleared out the southern warehouse and moved a box of old granary deeds to the backyard for burning. Was the fire put out? The constable saw smoke and entered to investigate, only rescuing this half-sheet. The warehouse manager claimed the paper was moldy and needed burning, but today it was cold and damp, yet he had prepared 2 barrels of lamp oil in advance. Shen placed the sealed bag on the corner of the table without opening it. From the release of the news at the Ministry of Revenue to the burning of the deeds at the warehouse, less than 2 hours had passed. Even by fast horse it would only be enough time to go from the Ministry of Revenue to the southern city, certainly not enough to send it to Hudong and back to the capital. The first piece of news had reached the enemy. Did Feng Mao leave the duty room today? No. But after noon a charcoal delivery servant went in and then headed to the southern city. I have had someone watch him but not yet apprehended him. Any unusual activity from Zhaocheng or He Jian? Not yet discovered. The silver transport station records have not been touched, nor has Yin family withdrawn its informants due to your abandonment of the investigation. Shen Hezhou dropped a dot of ink beside Feng Mao's name. It was just a dot, not yet a circle, nor a verdict in red. The servant had entered Feng Mao's duty room, but could have passed messages for others. The burning of the granary deeds only proved that the granary news had leaked, not that Feng Mao had personally sent it. Continue to watch the charcoal delivery servant, do not alert Feng Mao. Find out who he met after leaving the Ministry of Revenue, and who ordered the warehouse to prepare the lamp oil. If we catch him red-handed tonight, should we arrest him immediately? First invite the Minister of Revenue and the Censor-in-Chief. Ministry of Revenue personnel must be caught within the rules of the ministry. Shen Sui extended a finger and gently touched the celadon saucer. The candy still lay quietly inside, but its edges had softened slightly from the charcoal fire. She did not pick it up to eat, but pushed the other 2 saucers farther away. Has the first candy already reached Wu Qing's house? The news has reached, but the messenger has not yet been caught. Then Sui will continue to watch it for father. Only watch, do not eat the evidence. Shen Sui quickly withdrew her hand, pressing her palm against her knees. She stared at the first saucer of osmanthus candy for a long time, the fear on her small face gradually suppressed by seriousness. Father, the person who ate the first candy, are they bad? Father, if someone eats the first dish of candy, does it mean they're spoiled? Shen Sui's fingers still rested at the edge of the celadon dish. The osmanthus sugar, softened by charcoal heat, had collapsed at one corner, like a seal trodden underfoot. Shen Hezhou did not touch the ink blot beside Feng Mao's name. Candy does not spoil. A man cannot be condemned on a single piece of information alone. Tomorrow you shall remain in the residence and wait for father to find the hand that delivered the message. But the grain merchant has already burned his goods. How can Feng Mao deny his involvement? The last sliver of daylight outside the window sank behind the wall. Shen Hezhou closed the Ministry of Revenue's old records, sealed the charred half of the warehouse deed together with the confessions inside a wooden box, and stamped only the Shun family's private seal upon the closure. What he says is of little importance. What matters is whether we can prove the message traveled directly from his duty room into Wu Qing's warehouse. The following morning at Shen hour, the Ministry of Revenue did not open all its storehouse doors, as was customary. 2 personal attendants of the minister now stood guard outside the duty rooms, and everyone who had handled the Hudong archives the previous night was detained where they stood. The coal-delivering servant knelt beneath the west corridor, his hands blue with cold, yet he maintained he had only gone to the southern city to purchase wine. Minister Han Pei of the Ministry of Revenue sat at the head of the main hall, his countenance darker than the snow piled against the window. Vice Minister Shun, you have sealed the ministry for half a day under the pretext of reviewing archives, and summoned a censor to witness. If you fail to produce a suspect today, tomorrow memorials accusing you of improperly disrupting ministry affairs will pile upon the imperial desk. Minister Han need not worry. This official examines only official documents today, not personal grievances. May it be so. If those within the ministry truly are at fault, I shall not shield them. But should anyone exploit the Hudong case to eliminate rivals, I too shall bear no responsibility for their reputation. Xie Linchuan sat at the side, saying nothing to either of them. He spread open the supervisory registers he carried, inspected the doors and windows of the main hall, and confirmed that every document presented that day had been witnessed by 2 ministry clerks. Shen Hezhou ordered Du Wengheng to bring 3 sealed boxes. The first contained the Hudong warehouse deeds that had passed through Feng Mao's hands, the second held the ledger of goods entering and leaving the southern city warehouse, and the third contained no warehouse deeds at all, only time records from the capital's southern gate and 2 relay stations from the previous day. When Feng Mao was brought in, damp mud still clung to the hem of his official robe. I do not know what crime I have committed. If Sir Shin suspects me merely because Wu Qing destroyed old deeds, that seems far too forced. I have not yet mentioned Wu Qing, nor said that the burned items were old deeds. Feng Mao's eyelids flickered sharply, and he promptly bowed his head to arrange his cuffs. He had heard the previous day that the grain warehouses would be sealed for inspection, yet he had never seen the salvaged fragments of deed. Within the ministry, only word of a warehouse fire had circulated. The specific items lost had not yet been made public. Han Pei's gaze settled upon his face. Feng Zhushi, from where did you learn that Wu Qing burned old deeds? The fire at the southern city warehouse was known throughout every street. I merely drew a reasonable inference. Warehouse deeds were stacked in the warehouse. After a fire, they would naturally burn. Wu Qing owns a tea warehouse, a grain warehouse, and 2 cloth warehouses. The common folk on every street do not know which one caught fire, yet you confidently guess what was burned. Feng Mao's Adam's apple bobbed once, yet he did not change his tune. A single slip of the tongue could not convict him, and he clearly understood this. Though his knees were bent, his voice steadily recovered. Shen Hezhou did not press further, but asked Du Wenheng to open the first box. The warehouse deeds inside were arranged by year 3, of which bore repair records countersigned by Feng Mao. Wu Qing's manager in the capital had once applied for a recopy on grounds of damp damage to the paper. Feng Mao approved it twice, but on the 3rd attempt returned it for unclear seal impressions. These were all handled according to established procedure. If Sir Shun believes the approvals contain errors, they may be submitted to the Treasury Department for re-examination. The approvals themselves were not in error. This official has summoned them today only to show you clearly which year the burned deeds belong to. I have not been to the scene of the fire. How could I possibly know? Shen Hezhou gestured for the guards to produce the charred fragments. Most of the writing on the paper had been destroyed, with only a review number in Feng Mao's own handwriting remaining in the lower right corner. Feng Mao stared at the serial number, and the last trace of color drained from his face. Even if the deeds were under my purview, they can only prove Wu Qing wished to destroy accounts. What does that have to do with me? That is true. It cannot prove such a thing, which is why I also brought the time records. The 3rd box was pushed to the center. Xia Linchuan personally broke the seal on the relay station documents and checked each register in turn. The coal-delivering servant had left the Ministry of Revenue in the afternoon and rented a horse from the southern gate, half a quarter hour later arriving south of the city before the Shen hour. Wu Qing's manager subsequently rode a fast horse out of the city, but turned back at the first relay station and upon returning immediately ordered chests of deeds to be carried out. From the moment the information was leaked to when lamp oil was splashed onto the papers, only 2 hours had passed. Du Wenheng wrote the 3 key moments in sequence upon wooden tablets. Beneath each entry were the names of the relay soldiers and the city gate inspection seals. No one could alter them afterward. If you insist this is coincidence, then explain why the coal servant emerged from your duty room and went straight to Wu Qing's warehouse. Servants enter and exit over a dozen duty rooms daily. Anyone could place something within a coal basket. Sir Shun targets me only because that information happened to leak from my quarters. Feng Mao raised his head, cold sweat seeping from his temples. He clung to his claim that he had not delivered the letter himself, shifting all blame onto the servant. Yet Shen Hezhou did not order torture. This official has never claimed the letter was hidden in a coal basket. The main hall fell suddenly silent. The coal servant jerked his head up sharply, while Feng Mao instinctively clenched his teeth. It happened too quickly for Han Pei to fully register. Yet he saw the unnatural hardness that rose along Feng Mao's cheek. Xia Linchuan was already on his feet. Hold his mouth. He has hidden something behind his teeth. Feng Mao slammed his jaws shut, and a wax pellet wrapped in poison powder cracked behind his molars. The bitter fishy stench had barely escaped between his lips when Lu Qingya, stationed at the doorway, seized his jaw and pressed his thumb against the cheekbone, forcing it downward. The dull crack of bone echoed through the main hall. The wax pellet mingled with blood fell onto the bluish bricks before fully breaking apart. Lu Qingya wrapped the poison wax in a handkerchief and twisted Feng Mao's arms behind his back, ensuring not a trace of the poison powder touched anyone else. Only a guilty man seeks death so eagerly. Feng Mao explaining this poison wax now matters more than explaining the warehouse deeds. With his jaw dislocated, Feng Mao could only produce indistinct gasps. Han Pei's face turned ashen. He personally pressed the Minister of Revenue's seal onto the supervisory register, authorizing that the prisoner be held in the side chamber for medical treatment and subsequently interrogated jointly by the censorate and the ministry. Half an hour later, the bone setter reset Feng Mao's jaw. He still refused to confess to passing along information about the granaries, claiming the poison wax had been kept for years as protection against bandits. It was only when Du Wenheng produced the impression of the coal servant's soul that Feng Mao closed his eyes for the first time. The servant's shoe soles were stained with reddish-brown fine sand found only behind the rear gate of Yan Qingbi's country residence. After leaving the Ministry of Revenue the previous day, he had first gone to the southern city to deliver a letter, then circled back to the country residence before nightfall to collect payment. The times recorded at both doorhouses filled precisely the gaps between entries in the relay station registers. Feng Mao, you need not speak of bribes, nor of the Yin family. Simply tell me where the next piece of information was to be delivered. I do not know what they intended to do. My role was only to convey what the ministry was investigating. The one who received the letters resides at the first young Master Yan's country residence, and his name is Zhou Huai. What do you know about the blue-black sealing wax and the capital-bound account books? Feng Mao's breathing suddenly grew heavy. He stared at the poison wax upon the ground, weighing how far he could speak and still survive. Sudden hoofbeats rang out beyond the side chamber. A Hudong relay courier was led into the main hall by the minister's attendants, his official document case covered in mud yet intact at the sealed closure. Upon seeing that case, Feng Mao's shoulders sagged completely. Vice Minister Shen Fengmao is but a disposable pawn. The true account books are already en route to the capital. The true account books are already on the road to the capital. The courier from Hudong knelt in the hall, muddy water dripping from the hem of his robe. The official document case he had brought had already been inspected and sealed by Xie Linchuan. Inside were only the routine documents from Hudong urging the disbursement of relief silver, not the account books Feng Mao had mentioned. Which road are the accounts taking? Who is escorting them? How many days until they reach the capital? Master Feng said they would travel via the official post route. The escorts are not former clerks of the governor's office. When I left Hudong, I saw 3 carts bearing the seal of the disaster relief granary, but they later diverged at a fork in the road. Du Wenheng immediately spread out the map of the post roads from Hudong to the capital. 3 vermilion lines traced the northern post road, the canal route, and the salt road, passing through over 20 post stations along the way. If they sent pursuers now, they might not identify the correct cart, but they would certainly alert the escorts of the account books. Your subordinate will take the Ministry of Revenue's agents to the northern post road, and have guard Lu travel by water route. Of the 3 carts, one must be the real one. As long as the accounts haven't entered the capital, there is still room to handle it. Handle it by seizing it or burning it clean. Xie Linchuan closed the supervisory seal register, his fingertip pressing down on the still-drying courier's testimony. His tone was not heavy, but Du Wenheng's hand reaching for the map froze mid-air. If the accounts are forged naturally, they cannot be presented before the throne. Once they implicate Lord Shun, it will be too late to inspect the seal clay and the silver transport route. Local accounts are supposed to enter the capital following official procedures. If they go missing en route before being received and verified, who would be the first to be suspected of wanting to destroy them? You understand this well enough. From the side hall came the faint clink of chains. Feng Mao, having taken the antidote, was being guarded by 2 attendants from the Ministry of Revenue. His confession lacked material evidence, and he did not know the exact route of the carts. Intercepting the accounts at this point would be equivalent to staking Shun Hezhou's official position on a single testimony. Censor Xie is right. The accounts cannot be seized, nor can a single page go missing en route. Since they are coming, let them come bearing the seal of Hudong and enter the capital peacefully. But if the forged accounts already contain complete verification documents for the silver transport and the receipts of Shun Mansion's collection, once they enter the Ministry of Revenue's treasury, it will take 10 times the effort to dismantle them. Shen Hezhou's gaze fell on the 3 post roads, yet he dispatched not a single rider in pursuit. He took a blank official document and wrote only an order to verify the date of Hudong's account delivery, then had Han Pei's attendant apply the seal and file it on the spot. Spending more effort is better than leaving evidence of destruction. The enemy sends us a blade. If we reach out to snatch it mid-course, the blood on the blade will smear onto the sleeves of the Shen family. So we just let them deliver the blade before the throne. Let the blade in so we can see whose hand is on the hilt. The forger will leave traces of ink and paper, the transporter will leave records on the post road, and the receiver will have to verify the seal and enter the treasury. Missing even one link, the account cannot stand. Du Wenheng was silent for a moment, then smoothed the map flat again. Having served in the Ministry of Revenue for years, he knew better than anyone how many hands a local account passed through on its way to the capital. The more a forgery tries to appear genuine, the more procedural traces it leaves behind. Your subordinate will investigate the batch of blue-black seal clay. If the old materials Hudong requisitioned last month were truly used for 300 account books, they must have passed through the artisan workshop, the treasury clerks, and the transport caravan. They could not have simply appeared in the governor's office out of thin air. Only trace the destination, do not seize the goods, and do not alert Wu Qing. Above all, do not let anyone know that we have confirmed the seal clay is abnormal. Shen Hezhou handed him the stamped document, then pulled a blank verification form from the corner of the desk. The blue-black seal clay was only a fragment Sui Sui had seen. It was not yet sufficient to prove that the accounts entering the capital were the blood-soaked ledgers from the execution ground. Censor Xie, please keep an eye on the escorts of the accounts. Do not stop the carts or make contact. Just note which city gate they enter, whom they meet first, and where they change the seal box. The supervisory court can make confidential notes on the post records, but it cannot investigate officials on behalf of the Ministry of Revenue. If the escort goes first to the Yin family's private residence, I will record it truthfully in the seal register, but you must not arrest anyone beforehand. Before the account books are publicly verified and sealed, I will not touch the escorts. Only then did Xie Linchuan take up his brush and record the testimony heard today, the 3 post roads, and the respective assignments item by item. At the end, he added another line: neither the Ministry of Revenue nor the Shun Mansion may intercept the Hudong case files along the route. When Feng Mao was escorted out of the Ministry of Revenue, the sky had already darkened. Shen Hezhou returned to his residence, but the lamp in the outer study was already alight. Shen Sui, wrapped in a light red padded jacket, sat on the warm couch. Before her were 3 empty sugar dishes, and in her hand, she still held the osmanthus candy she had never eaten. Her throat had just recovered. Hearing footsteps, she slid off the couch. Before her shoes even touched the floor, her gaze first passed over her father and rested on the post-road map held by Du Wenung. Are the Badman's accounts really coming? Is it the one with the blue-black seal from the dream? They're on their way, but no one has verified them yet. For now, we only know that accounts are entering the capital, but we cannot be certain they are the ones you saw. Shin Sue's small hand tightened around the candy. The osmanthus candy grew sticky from the warmth of her palm, fine sugar crumbs clinging between her fingers. The blood-soaked account book from the execution ground flickered at the edge of her mind, but she did not force herself to look deeper. Then take it away quickly. If the Badmen have no accounts, they cannot say Father took the relief silver. If Father sends someone to take them away, others will say the accounts originally contained evidence of the Shun family's crimes and that Father destroyed them out of guilt. Then falsehood would be spoken as truth. She stepped forward, urgently looking up at the routes spread on the desk. 3 winding lines like 3 snakes were all crawling toward the gate of the Shin mansion. But if they enter the capital safely, they will become the blade that slays Father. Sui saw it on the execution ground. It was right by Father's feet, covered in blood. That blade in the dream. You have already held it back once. What we must do now is not to grab the blade barehanded, but to find out who forged it, who delivered it, and who is waiting to use it. Shin Hezhou bent down and lifted her onto the corner of the wide desk. At her feet were the household registers of the 3 disaster-stricken counties, a stack half an arm's height, separated from the account delivery route plan by a paperweight. Can these names also check the accounts? A forged account can write 800,000 taels as 400,000, or record grain that was never transported as already distributed. But silver must be given to living people, and grain must go into the mouths of the disaster victims. If the people listed in the accounts do not exist at all, no matter how neatly the numbers are written, it is useless. Shin Sui looked down. The characters on the household registers were densely packed, as she only recognized a few surnames and could not tell which person was in Hudong and which had already died in the famine. So Father is not chasing the carts because he needs to count how many people have eaten the grain first. Not just counting people. Lord Du investigates where the seal clay came from, Censor Xie investigates who sent the accounts, and Father investigates how much silver and grain the disaster victims actually received. If even one of these 3 lines does not match, that account book cannot convict the Shin family. The candle flame on the desk flickered, illuminating her tense little face. Shin Hezhou did not tell her that victory was certain. He simply laid out before her every task currently underway, giving the nightmarish, endless annihilation of her family its first foothold in the tangible. Sui will not secretly look at the remaining fragments anymore. But there was a lot of blood on that account book. The seal was very new, and the broken notch was on the lower right side. Father must not mistake it. Father will not identify the accounts by memory, nor will he let you prove it with another high fever. When the delivery cart enters the capital tomorrow, the Ministry of Revenue and the Supervisory Court will jointly verify the seal, and every notch will be recorded as an impression. Shin Sui still did not release the candy. She looked at the old document case Du Wenheng had brought then at the 3 county household registers on the desk, and suddenly noticed 3 identical account books on the other side of the desk. The 3 books had been deliberately aged, their covers stained with dark red blotches. One bore the characters Hudong, another revealed the name Qian Tong faintly on its cover, and the last had a corner torn off. Father, were these also sent from Hudong? No, they were made by Father's orders following the old standards. Since I cannot force you to look at the fragments again, I had to find another way to verify what you saw. Shin Hezhou pushed the 3 books before her in turn, without indicating which was closest to the one on the execution ground, nor telling her what was written beneath the covers. Since we are not seizing the accounts, let me first test you. Which one in your dream did you actually see? Let me first test you on which ledger you saw in the dream. Shin Hezhou's hand still rested on the 3rd account book. 3 counterfeit ledgers lay side by side, their covers stained with dark red blotches, the edges of the pages warped by water. When the lamplight was lowered, those colors resembled dried blood. Shin Sui did not immediately reach out. Father, do you already know the answer? Father only knows that these 3 are fake, but not which one most resembles what you saw. If you cannot recognize it, say so. There is no need to pick one, just to pass the test. She looked down at her hands. The osmanthus candy had been placed back on the plate, yet a sticky residue still lingered on her palm. The snowstorm from the execution ground pressed down through the remnants of her sea of consciousness, the sound of the guillotine blades still echoing in her ears. Shin Sui put her hands behind her back. Sui will not open the scroll. Oh, I will only look at the ledgers on the table. If my head hurts, I will stop immediately. You don't need to prove that the dream is real. Today's test is only to see how much you remember and whether the things Father has fabricated can fool you. Shin Hezhou shuffled the 3 ledgers. The first cover read, Hudong Yong'an County, with a silver amount of 400,000 taels. The name of the escorting officer was half hidden by a dark red stain. The second ledger bore no county name, only the characters Qian Tong, exposed beneath the stain, and a corner of the cover had been deliberately torn off. The third was the oldest, its edges yellowed with blood seeping from the seal into the spine, emitting a faint metallic smell when lifted. Each one seemed like a clue. Each one also seemed like a trap. You may use your eyes only or touch them. You cannot break the seals, and you cannot ask Lord Do which one took the longest to make. Father won't tell Sway which one contains 800,000 tales. I cannot tell you. If you already know the answer, you might mistake later information for something you saw with your own eyes in the dream. Shin Sway nodded slowly. She first touched the first ledger. The rough cover grazed her fingertips, leaving a faint trace of vermilion powder. The seal strip lay horizontally across the book's edge, the central official seal sharp and complete with not a single corner worn. But the ledger in the execution ground was not that color. She said nothing and pushed the first ledger back. The characters, Qian Tong, on the second one were particularly striking. The moment Shin Sui's fingertip landed, the shouts of the common people echoed in her ears again. Those voices were all accusing Shun Hezhou of embezzlement, and some mentioned Governor Qian, but through the snowstorm, she could barely make out the context. This one has Qian Tong written on it. Why didn't you choose it? Because having the name Qian Tong in the dream doesn't mean the ledger cover says so. Sway only remembers father's memorial mentioning him, but I never saw clearly whose name was on the ledger. At that moment, the footsteps outside stopped. Shin Yinshan pushed the door open without announcing himself. He wore a dark gray cloak, fine snow clinging to his shoulders, and his gaze swept over the three ledgers before settling on his granddaughter's small hand pressing down on the cover. Not answering quickly is better than rushing to answer. Your father left the name Qian Tong exposed, waiting for you to pounce on it. Grandfather, are you here to test Sway too? Grandfather is only here to see if you will mistake guesses for what you actually saw. If you make a mistake today, no one will punish you. But if you say things you haven't clearly seen just to make the adults believe you, then others will use your words to harm people later. Shin Sway withdrew her hand and carefully wiped the vermilion powder off her fingertip. She remembered the three categories her grandfather had taught her: what she saw, what she heard, and what she guessed. Whether Qian Tong was the murderer was still in the third category. Which county the ledger actually recorded was not in the first category either. She picked up the third ledger. The musty smell of artificially aged paper seeped into her nostrils, and the bloodstains were darker than those on the first two. A water stain ran along the spine, almost as if a torture blade had been placed beside it. This one looks the most similar, so should I choose it? The most similar can also be the most deceptive. First tell father where it resembles the dream and where it does not. Shin Sway turned the ledger halfway. The seal strips of all three ledgers faced the candlelight. The vermilion official seals shone brightly, their edges rounded and intact, pressed precisely in the center of the paper seams. She stared for a long time, then suddenly put down the third ledger and pushed the first two away as well. None of these three are the one. You haven't opened them yet nor seen the silver amounts inside. How can you say none of them are? Shin Hezhou's voice was colder than usual. It was not that he doubted her, but he deliberately made the test feel like a real interrogation. If she changed her answer out of fear, these clues could no longer be used independently for verification. Shin Sway clutched her sleeve, her eyes still fixed on the seal strips. Because all three have red seals. In the dream, the seal strip was not red, it was a very deep black with a hint of blue when the light shone on it, like a piece of blue cloth had fallen into an inkstone. Blue-black sealing wax was used 3 years ago. You heard about it from Du Wenheng yesterday, so pointing out the color today does not prove you saw it in the dream. But Lord Du mentioned the sealing wax. Sway first mentioned the color of the ledger that day, and in the dream that strip was very new with no cracks on the edges, and the blood couldn't cover it. Shin Hezhou did not refute. He took out a bronze mirror used to magnify seal patterns and pressed it onto each of the three official seals. The three seal borders matched perfectly with the lower right corners, all intact. Shin Sway knelt by the desk, extended her little finger, and tapped the lower corner of the third seal. In the dream, there was a missing piece here. It wasn't that the paper was torn, the official seal itself was defective, and the square frame it pressed out was missing a small chunk. How big was the missing piece? Was it curved inward or broken outward? Sway doesn't know. Blood was flowing there, and I only saw that the lower right side was empty. If I drew it now, I might add things I didn't actually see. The scrutiny in Shun Yinshan's eyes softened. He did not praise his granddaughter for being clever, but simply flipped the second ledger over, revealing the deliberately torn corner. The torn paper and the missing seal were very close, and careless observation would confuse them. This one also has a missing lower right corner. Why didn't you identify it? What's missing is the cover, but the red seal is still perfectly round. In the dream, the seal was broken, not necessarily the cover. The wind outside pressed down on the eaves bells. Shin Hezhou gathered all three ledgers, but did not immediately seal them back in the box. The test had so far passed the verification of the blue-black seal strip and the defective seal, but the execution ground still held the silver amount. That was the part most easily supplemented by later information. How much silver did the ledger in the dream record? Sway didn't see the whole thing. The pages were covered in blood, and the characters were blurred, but on the 2 pages that were turned I saw the character, Wan at the end. 1 or 2. Shin Sui closed her eyes. She did not reach for the charred remnant in her sea of consciousness, but only recalled the 2 ink marks at the very edge of her vision when the first page had voluntarily unfolded. One was near the top, the other near the bottom. Both only had the same last character. 2. 1 characters, but Sui doesn't know what numbers came before them or whether they were 2 separate sums of silver. You heard about 800,000 tales yesterday. If you said the dream also had 800,000 tales, all the clues would match. Why don't you say so? Because matching doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Sui didn't see 800 or 400. Not knowing means not knowing. Making wild guesses would only help the villains complete their testimony. Shun Yinshan reached out and gently pressed down on a strand of soft hair sticking up on her head. The study fell silent. Shin Hezhou gazed at the 3 counterfeit ledgers that could have fooled an ordinary clerk. The name, Qiantong, the county name, Hudong, the dark red bloodstains, and the 800,000 tales. Each detail was designed to lure her toward the already known answer. Yet she had taken none of the bait. Only 3 items recorded today. The seal strip is blue-black. The official seal has a missing lower right corner, and the ledger contains at least 2 1 characters. Nothing else can be added. Also note that none of these 3 are the real one. When the actual ledger arrives in the capital, we cannot say it must be the one from the dream, just because it has a blue-black seal strip. Shin Hezhou recorded this with his brush, the ink slowly spreading on the verification slip. Shin Sui watched the wet ink, and suddenly smelled a damp, fishy odor. It was not the ink of the study, nor the rust-like smell of chicken blood used to fake the ledgers. It was the smell of snow and mud from the execution ground, tainted by something that had been soaked for a long time. The remnant scroll did not open, but a small gray-yellow outline surfaced at the edge of her memory. She suddenly grabbed her father's sleeve. Father, don't put the ledgers away yet. Sui remembers something else not from the ledgers. If your head hurts, you must stop. First look at father, and tell me if you have tinnitus or a tightness in your chest. Shin Sui shook her head. She pushed the 3rd ledger back to its original position and moved the paperweight half a foot away. On the execution ground, the bloodstained ledger had not been lying alone in the snow. Beside the ledger stood a low clay statue. It was gray-yellow with a lotus pedestal stained by water, and the folds of its robe had collapsed on one side. It lay beneath a wooden board resembling a shrine, its compassionate face half splattered with blood. Shin Sui raised her left hand and gestured to the damaged part of the clay statue. None of these 3 are the one, but in the dream beside the ledger there was a clay bodhisattva with a broken hand. Beside the ledger in my dream there was a broken-handed bodhisattva. Shin Sui's pinky paused to the left of the 3rd false account, circling a space no larger than a palm. She did not touch the fragmentary scrolls in her sea of consciousness again, only fixed her gaze on the tabletop, striving to hold onto the last gray-yellow silhouette that surfaced on the execution ground. How tall was the clay statue, and which hand was broken? It was slightly taller than the account books, seated on a lotus. The left side was missing a piece, but Sui didn't know whether it was an arm or a hand. Shin Hezhou did not record immediately. He first added a line at the bottom of the verification form, noting that the location and size of the statue were merely estimates and should not be used to determine actual dimensions. The tip of his ink brush paused again over the words, broken hand. Was there an incense burner before the Buddha statue? No incense burner was seen, only what looked like wooden boards behind it. The boards were dark, possibly a shrine, or just an old cabinet. Shin Yinshan had already walked to the wall, reaching up to take down the rolled map of Hudong. The map scroll landed on the long table, pressing down on the corners of the 3 false account books. River channels, county towns, courier stations, and temple properties were all marked in different colors. Intricate ink lines crisscrossed under the lamplight, far more tangled than any linked rings puzzle Sui had ever seen. Besides the clay statue, you mentioned the sound of a water wheel before. Was that sound far from the account books? Sui doesn't know the distance. There was a constant wooden rotation, first a creak, then the splash of water, and it didn't stop even when the blade fell. She used both hands to form a circle, then felt it was wrong, and slowly withdrew them. There were too many sounds on the execution ground. Crows shouting, the dragging of heavy cangs, and the ceaseless rush of water against wooden planks. She could confirm she heard it, but not that it was a water wheel. Could it be something else turning? It could be a millstone or a wheel. Sui only heard the sound. She didn't see the water wheel with her own eyes. Shin Yinshan smoothed the map flat, using 3 paperweights to hold down the 4 corners. His fingers did not fall on Hudong Prefecture City, but slowly traced southward along several river channels. The deeper the disaster markings, the thinner the river lines. 2 places were even marked as dry sections with red ink. Hudong suffered a severe drought last year, and many tributaries ran dry. Places where a large water wheel could keep turning are not found everywhere. Grandfather, are you trying to find all the places with water wheels? Shin Sui leaned over the table's edge, her nose almost touching the drawing. The temples on it were only drawn as tiny triangles. She couldn't recognize all the place names, so she could only follow her grandfather's finger from one spot to another. Finding only water wheels isn't enough. There are water wheels for irrigating fields by the river, water lifting wheels for granaries, and mills that use water power to grind. If the clay statue you saw was in a shrine, the place must also be related to a temple. Why would a temple have a mill? Temples also have farmland needing to grind rice and flour, and they might rent out their mills to merchants for income. A shrine isn't necessarily in the main hall. Those watching over the mill seeking safety might also set up a small clay statue for worship in a corner. Shin Sui understood half of it. She took 3 candies from the osmanthus sugar dish and placed them respectively beside the 3 river channels that had not yet run dry. The first was near the prefecture city, the second fell outside Yangon County, and the third rolled half a turn before being held down by Shun Hajo's extended finger. Suddenly rapid footsteps sounded outside the door. 15-year-old Shin Mingzhao lifted the curtain and entered with unmelted snow still on his shoulders. He had come because he heard grandfather was at the second branch late at night, fearing Sui might be ill again, but upon arrival, he first saw the table full of maps. Sui, are you unwell? Why did you take out the Hedong map? Brother, don't worry. Sui didn't open the fragmented scrolls. We're looking for a place with a water wheel and a clay bodhisattva. Shun Mingzhao's gaze swept over the 3 false account books, finally resting on the 3 osmanthus candies on the map. Though young, he had seen many military maps with his father. After listening to the conditions Shun Yinshan listed, he bent over to identify the river channels and quickly circled 5 riverside mills. Grandfather let me go to Hedong to investigate. Riding a fast horse and changing post horses, I can be there in 3 or 4 days. A glance will tell if the mills have shrines. Without evidence, don't rush headlong into an answer. Shin Hajo's voice was not heavy, but when it fell it was like a ruler laid across the map. Shin Mingzhao looked up the young man's brow, already bearing the sharpness of the Shun family's eldest branch. He did not argue immediately, but copied the names of the 5 mills onto a blank sheet. Uncle, if you won't let me charge, and I'll take guards. I'll only look from the outside, not touch the accounts, and not alert the local officials. Hedong is currently transporting false accounts, and Feng Mao's contacts are also involved with Yen Qingbi. Going out from the Shun family, now a 15-year-old legitimate grandson. Do you think no one will recognize you just because you change into plain clothes? A soft crackle came from the charcoal burner in the study. Shin Mingzhao's fingers tightened on the brush. He knew his uncle was right, but he still stared at the map, refusing to back away. The deadly game on the execution ground didn't just press down on the second branch. The eldest branch was also on that list of families to be wiped out. Someone has to go and see the place. Are we just supposed to wait in the capital until they deliver the false accounts to our doorstep? Someone will go, but not you, not now. Investigating a case isn't about who is bravest, who rushes headlong onto the blade. Shin Hajo pulled away the paper he had just copied and struck out 2 of the locations with red ink. One location had insufficient water volume. The mill had stopped operating last autumn. The other, though belonging to a temple's property, was too close to the official road, so the sound of the water wheel could not possibly have drowned out the chaotic noise from the memory of the execution ground. The remaining 3 locations were attached to 3 riverside temples. Shin Sui walked around the corner of the table and gently grasped the sash hanging from Shun Mingzhao's clothes. Brother, don't go just yet. If you sneak out of the city secretly, Sui will wait at the door every day and won't even be able to eat osmanthus cake. Are you trying to persuade me or threatening me by not eating? Sui is serious. In the dream, brother didn't go to Hedong, and it didn't say that if brother went he would find the accounts. Shin Mingzhao looked down at the small hand gripping his sash tightly. The vermilion stain from the covers of the false account books on her palm hadn't been washed clean, yet the red mark on his blue clothing like a small warning. He was silent for a moment, but finally moved his saber away from the table's edge. All right, I won't leave the capital without permission. But I can't just do nothing. Uncle, give me a line to investigate. First, investigate the medicine merchants, monks, and grain shops in the capital that have dealings with Hedong. Don't ask who hid the accounts. Only ask which temple has a water mill and which mill was still running last year. Should I also ask about the clay statue? Don't bring up the broken hand clay statue first. Asking too directly tells others what we are looking for. Shun Yinshan moved the 3 osmanthus candies beside the 3 temples and wrote down the names of each temple on paper. Yangon Sidu Temple, Linshui County, Guangji Temple, and Qingfan Temple outside Hedong Prefecture. All 3 had temple-owned fields and were near the main river that hadn't dried up, but the map only recorded temple properties, not who operated the mills. Shin Mingzhao put aside his youthful impatience and meticulously noted down the order of inquiry. I'll start with the medicine merchants because they often deliver herbs and spices to the temples. Then the monks to ask about temple properties. Finally, the grain shops to check who uses the water mills. Am I right? The order is fine, but keep your identities separate. Don't let the same person know you're piecing together these 3 types of information. Grandson understands. If anyone asks, I'll say grandmother wants to add a water mill to the estate outside the city, and I'm first inquiring about the styles in Hedong. Shun Yinshan didn't praise him, but pushed the remaining 2 sheets of paper over to him. This time Shin Mingzhao didn't hastily stuff all the temple names away. He copied the 3 locations separately, preparing to have different people make inquiries. Each sheet had only one question, so no one who got it could see the connection between the broken hand bodhisattva and the blood accounts. Shin Suisui finally let go of his sash, but then pressed the roundest osmanthus candy into his hand. Brother has promised, so you can't go back on your word. No climbing over the wall in the middle of the night. If guard Lu can't watch you, Suisui will tell uncle. You're even bringing uncle into it. Where would I dare to run? Shin Mingzhao tucked the candy into his sleeve, turned, and walked to the door, but then looked back at the 3 riverside temples. Shin Hezhou did not stop him. The map could be memorized, the clues could be investigated. What truly needed to be stopped wasn't the young man's eyes, but the feet that would rush to Hedong alone, mistaking conjecture for the answer. Half an hour later, Shin Mingzhao brought back the first register of temple properties. The paper had just been copied from the Ministry of Revenue's old temple land archives, the ink still wet. Among the 3 temples, the paddy fields of Sidu Temple had been abandoned 2 years ago. Guangji Temple only had a small water-lifting wheel, and Qingfan Temple alone had received a considerable sum of repair silver last year. In the column for the donor, the name Qian Tong was clearly written. Shin Suisui stared at that name, not reaching out to point at it. Qian Tong donating to the temple doesn't mean he hid the accounts either. Correct, it only means this temple is worth further investigation. We still need to see where the silver was used for repairs, who the handler was, and whether the clay statue and the sound of water truly exist. Shin Mingzhao flipped to the repair list attached to the register. The columns for the main hall, the mountain gate, and the monks' quarters were all blank. Only the last item bore the small verification stamp of the Hedong governor's office. He saw that line of text, and his expression suddenly changed. Uncle Qian Tong didn't repair the main hall, he repaired the water mill behind the temple instead. It's precisely the water mill behind the temple. Shin Mingzhao's finger pressed on the last line of the repair list, and the seal of the provincial governor's office beneath his fingertip glowed red under the lamplight. On the map, Qingfan Temple sat by the river. The water mill behind the temple, the broken clay statue, and Qian Tong's donation. 3 threads suddenly twisted together. So the account book was hidden by Qian Tong, wasn't it? Shin Hezhou looked up at his daughter, his tone as calm as if he were merely asking her how many candies she had just counted. Shin Suisui nodded instinctively. But before her little head could drop halfway, the 3 columns her grandfather had written flashed before her eyes, saw, heard, guessed. She froze by the desk, her round chin stopping mid-motion. After a moment, she slowly raised it again. Suisui cannot say it was Qian Tong who hid it. Didn't you just nod a moment ago? Shin Hezhou did not let her off the hook. His fingertips still rested beside the name, Qian Tong, waiting for her to explain herself. Shin Suisui removed the osmanthus candy from the map and placed it back on the empty plate. The candy had a bit of ink on it, or it could no longer be eaten. Because Qian Tong repaired the water mill, and there was the sound of water in the dream, so Suisui thought it must be him. But in the dream no one put the account into the Buddha niche, and Suisui did not see Qian Tong. Then what can you be certain of? Suisui saw a blue-black seal, saw a seal missing a corner, and saw a broken clay bodhisattva next to the account. Suisui heard the sound of wood turning and water falling. It could only be said to be like a water wheel. She counted on her fingers, speaking each item slowly. When she reached the last item, her little finger had nothing left to count, so she curled it back into her palm. Shun Yinshan watched her, neither urging nor filling in the location of Qingfan Temple for her. Tell me everything else you cannot be certain of. I cannot be certain that the clay bodhisattva is in Qingfan Temple, that the sound is definitely a water mill, or who hid the account. Qian Tong donated silver, which only shows he knew this place, not that he was the one who hid the account. After finishing, Shun Suisui glanced furtively at her father. Shin Hezhou's face showed neither approval nor disappointment. He simply pulled the repair list from in front of her and placed it to the right of the map. The question he had just asked was a deliberately offered step. When location, person, and old clues appear simultaneously, it is easiest to be led to a conclusion. A 5-year-old child might nod, so would the adults in the court who were eager to convict. If Qian Tong is not the one who hid the account, why did he repair this water mill? That question has no answer yet. Perhaps he used the repairs to hide the account, perhaps he was covering for someone else, or perhaps someone deliberately left traces using his name. There is another possibility: Qian Tong knew the Shin family was investigating him, so he placed the account in a place connected to himself, letting us find it first. Shin Hezhou picked up a vermilion brush and drew a tiny circle beside Qingfan Temple, but did not mark a cross. The vermilion only encircled the location. Oh, it did not signify confirmation. Once we find it, won't that prove he is guilty? If the account book is filled with records of the Shun family receiving bribes, and outside the Buddha niche there happens to be something left by the Shin family, whom would others believe first? They would believe the account book first, and they would ask why the Shun family secretly went to retrieve it. Shin Suisui's voice dropped. The blood-stained account book at the execution ground was not evidence to save her father, but a crime to be pressed under the executioner's blade. If they broke into the water mill ahead of time and pulled it out from the Buddha niche, they would be grasping the knife someone else had handed them. Shen Yinshan flipped the temple property register to the page for Qingfan Temple. The records on the paper were more detailed than the Ministry of Revenue's repair list. Temple fields, monks' quarters, and incense lands each had their owners, but the water mill behind the temple had been separately allocated 5 years ago. The temple property register only states that the water mill belongs to Qingfan Temple, not who operates it. Ming Zhao fetched the appended lease agreement. Grandson only checked the donation records earlier. The lease agreement is still in the Ministry of Revenue's old archives. I will have someone take grandfather's name card to access it, not inquiring about the Hedong case, only checking the temple property taxes. Shen Mingzhao picked up the ink-stained candy and quickly left the study. The door curtain fell, letting in a gust of snowy wind for a moment before being blocked by the thick felt. Shin Sui stared at the vermilion circle, still feeling that the name Qian Tong was like a thorn stuck there. Father, did you ask Sui just now to see if she would make random guesses? Yes and no. Father wanted to see if you could stop when the answer seemed most plausible. If Sui had nodded just now, would Father have believed it? Shen Hezhou lowered his eyes to organize the 3 fake account books on the desk, closing their covers one by one. The lamplight fell on his stern profile, without the slightest reproach that his daughter had almost guessed wrong. No, your nod would only prove you fear Qian Tong, not that Qian Tong hid the account. But if Father had followed your nod and made an arrest, the mistake would not be yours, but Father's. Then if Sui says something wrong later, can she think about it again? Of course. Investigating a case is not a race to answer first. The one who speaks first may not be correct. If you realize that what you saw is mixed with guesswork, it is better to pull back in time than to stubbornly stick to your story. Shin Sui's shoulders relaxed slightly. She divided the candy plate into 3 sections, one for what she saw, the blue-black seal, and the notched seal, one for what she heard, the sound of water, and the last section left empty for the person yet to be identified. Shen Yinshan picked up his brush and listed the relationships of the water mill on a new sheet of paper. Owned by the temple, repaired by Qian Tong's donation, actual operators still unknown. The 3 layers of relationships were independent of each other. Until the lease agreement arrived, no one could fill in a name across the blank. Grandfather, if the person who leased the water mill is also Qian Tong, wouldn't that make it a bit more certain? It would only add one more link. The more links, the more worth investigating, but it still cannot replace the account book seen with one's own eyes, the handled documents, and the witnesses. Sui understands. The ropes are twisted together, but that doesn't mean the ends are held by the same person. Shin Yinshan's brush paused slightly. He glanced at his granddaughter and noted her somewhat childish words on the edge of the paper. Then he added, Operation Repair and Concealment should not be confused. In less than half an hour, footsteps were heard again from the courtyard. Shen Mingzhao returned carrying a gray cloth archive bag, his sleeves smudged with dust, clearly having personally searched through the wooden shelves in the old archives room. The seal on the archive bag was intact, and it was accompanied by the clerk's time of access. The lease agreement has been found. There is a copy in the Ministry of Revenue's archives and another in Qingfan Temple's tax records. I did not open the originals, but had 2 clerks verify them face-to-face and produce an excerpt. First read the name of the lessee, then the lease term and the guarantor. Shin Mingzhao unfolded the excerpt, and when his eyes fell on the first line, his brow tightened sharply. He did not immediately announce the conclusion, but followed the order Shen Hezhou had set, reading the contents of the paper item by item. The lessee is Jing Kong, the superintendent of Qingfan Temple. The lease term is 10 years, nominally operated by the temple amongst themselves. But the tax silver appended is not paid by the temple. Every payment for the past 3 years has come from Qingfeng Grain Store in Jiangnan. Who is the owner of Qingfeng Grain Store? Wu Qing. The same Wu Qing who, upon hearing that we were investigating the Hedong granaries, immediately sent someone to burn the warehouse contracts in the capital. The study fell silent for a moment. A piece of charcoal collapsed in the brazier, casting shifting shadows on the river courses on the map. Qian Tong donated silver for repairs. Monk Jing Kong held the lease. Wu Qing's grain store actually paid the taxes. That water mill was not connected to just one person. It was precisely the point where the 3 previously scattered threads were tied together. Shin Sui did not say that the account was definitely there. She simply pushed the empty plate, representing her guess forward. Did Wu Qing burn the warehouse contracts because he was afraid others would find out he leased the water mill? Maybe, or maybe the warehouse contracts contained other secrets. For now, we can only be certain that his relationship with the water mill runs deeper than what is written on paper. Then should we immediately send someone to guard the Buddha niche? What if Wu Qing realizes the traces are exposed and burns the account book? Shin Mingzhao asked, then pressed his lips together. He had already promised not to leave the capital without permission, but if the real account book was indeed at Qingfan Temple, a single delay could reduce it to ashes. Shen Hezhou folded the lease excerpt, took another blank sheet, and wrote 3 names: Jing Kong, Wu Qing, and the water mill. No overt moves. In secret, only watch the messengers heading to Hedong, the clerks of Wu Qing's grain store, and the carriages and horses coming and going from Qingfan Temple recently. Second uncle wants to wait for Wu Qing to reveal the key person himself. He just burned the warehouse contracts. He must know someone is watching the grain store. If we touch the watermill now, it will only alert everyone. If we pretend we haven't found the lease agreement, he will instead have to verify the account, move it, or notify the person who truly holds the reins. Shin Suisui looked at the 3 names on the paper and finally understood why her father had not marked a cross beside Qingfan Temple. They were not just looking for a single account book. They also needed to find who had made the old blue-black ink reappear, who had used the notched official seal to seal the document, and who had intended for that account book to become the Shun family's death warrant at the execution ground. Shun Yinshan rolled up the map, leaving only the corner of Qingfan Temple under the paperweight. First, investigate Monk Jing Kong's background without alarming the temple. Watch Wu Qing's residence and grain store in the capital separately, or do not let the same group of people appear at the same time. Grandson will arrange it. Only surveillance, no touching the water mill, and no using the Shin family name to mobilize Hedong officials. Shin Mingzhao took the paper and turned to leave, but paused to look at Suisui. The little girl was wrapping the ink-stained osmanthus candy in paper, neither eating it nor throwing it away. Things she had guessed wrongly must also be kept so she wouldn't forget why she had stopped next time. Shin Hezhou raised his hand to cover the vermilion circle of Qingfan Temple, his voice settling calmly over the piles of old documents. The water mill will not be touched for now. I want to see whom Wu Qing will lead there. The water mill stays untouched for now. Shin Hezhou pressed a corner of the Qingfan Temple back under the map, leaving only half of the vermilion circle exposed. Outside the window, snow pellets tapped against the bamboo blinds. The study door was suddenly knocked 3 times. I want to see who Wu Qing will lure over there. The door curtain was lifted and Du Wenheng entered holding a tightly sealed blue cloth box, his shoulders dusted with fine snow. He did not touch the temple property register on the desk. Instead, he first took out the Ministry of Revenue Transfer permit, the warehouse output ledger, and the city gate cargo inspection register, spreading them one by one. The flow of the blue-black sealant has been traced. First, tell me what you can prove. Du Wenheng's fingertip paused at the end of the output ledger. The approval document stated it was for repairing disaster granaries in Hedong, but the recipient did not use the official post road. Instead, he handed over 12 wooden boxes to the Qingfeng granary for transport. The warehouse issued 12 boxes with sealant indigo and pine soot packed separately, enough to seal nearly 300 account books. The vehicle license, porter fees, and departure time of the Qingfeng granary all match. The caravan manager is indeed one of Wu Qing's men. Shin Suisui sat on the couch holding 3 empty sugar dishes in her arms. When she heard 300 books, her small hands instinctively clutched the hem of her clothes, then slowly relaxed. Did those things really go to Hedong? We can only prove they left the capital. Du Wenheng pulled out another document. Excerpts from toll stations along the route. The top 2 stations had complete seals, but the third only recorded the number of vehicles without inspecting the goods. The caravan reported carrying dye for cloth. The last registration was at Qingshi Post in Hedong. From Qingshi Post heading south, they could reach the provincial governor's office or Wu Qing's granary or turn toward Qingfan Temple. So we can't say the sealant entered the water mill. The young lady is right. The trail ends at Qingshi Post. Shin Suisui moved the sugar dish representing Scene closer to herself, not touching the other 2 in a hurry. The blue-black seal strips from her dream finally connected with the 12 old boxes before her, but an invisible road still separated them. Shin Hezhou flipped to the back of the cargo inspection register where a porter fee receipt from Qingfeng granary was pasted. The paper corner had oil stains, but the manager's private seal was clear and intact, not like a hastily forged document. Who retrieved these records? The output ledger was unsealed jointly by 2 warehouse clerks. The city gate register was copied in person by me and a duty officer. The return file from Qingshi Post only arrived yesterday. The originals remain in place. I didn't copy the sealant formula, nor did I alert the Qingfeng granary. Shin Hezhou did not immediately set down his brush. Instead, he pushed the 3 documents one by one before Shin Yinshan. Shin Yinshan examined the vehicle license times and seals, then placed his hand over the still open map. The materials entered Wu Qing's caravan. That much is certain. Which account book they went to and who used them remains a blank. I understand, father. I won't use these papers to touch the watermill. Lu Yingxue entered from the outer room, carrying medicine. She had not spoken during the discussion, but her gaze first fell on her daughter's face, confirming that the small face had not flared up with fever again before she set the medicine bowl beside the couch. Every time you uncover something you have to ask Suisui again. I won't ask about the dream today. Yesterday you said it was the last time too. The medicinal aroma rose slowly along the rim of the bowl. Shin Hezhou looked up at his wife, not avoiding her question, nor using the urgency of the case as an excuse. So today we'll settle everything for the future. Shin Suisui's hand holding the medicine paused slightly. She had assumed that after uncovering the blue-black sealant her father would ask about the account books again or press for the exact location of the missing half of the broken seal. Does father truly believe Suisui? I believe you have seen the Shun family's doom. The words fell softly, yet they weighed heavier than any official seal on the desk. Shin Suisui stared blankly at her father, her nose reddened by the medicinal vapor, unable to look away for a long time. Is it because Suisui guessed correctly? No. The blue-black seal strips the old materials, newly requisitioned the sound of the water wheel and the severed hand clay statue. All that could be verified has been found. And you didn't fabricate details where you didn't know. That is more credible than just guessing a name. Shin Huzhou drew out a blank sheet of paper and wrote 4 characters at the top. The ink strokes were cold and straight, falling onto the paper without the slightest hesitation. But believing doesn't mean letting you risk your life to find answers. Suisui isn't risking her life, though I just get sick. Lu Yingxue steadied the medicine bowl in her daughter's hands, gently pressing her fingers on the girl's wrist. The pulse there was still weaker than that of an ordinary child, as if the high fever from a few days ago had not fully subsided. Burning so hot you couldn't speak. Is that just getting sick? That time Suisui didn't know the remnant scroll would bite. Now that you know, you're not allowed to touch it. Shin Suisui pressed her lips together and looked toward her father's brush. The first line was already written, no forced glimpses. The second line, no guessing the culprit. The third line, no acting alone. The first rule, no forcing the remnant scroll. The second, only speak of what you see and hear, don't find a culprit for the dream. The third, anything related to the doom, you must not investigate alone nor sneak off without telling the family. Then what will father do? I handle the verification and the action. This paper only binds Suisui, not father. She set the medicine bowl back on the small table, reached out a finger, and slowly traced over the 3 lines. The image of her father standing alone on the prisoner cart in the execution ground surfaced again, chilling her fingertip. What if father secretly writes a memorial again? If it's a danger directly related to the family's annihilation, I will tell you. Just telling Suisui isn't the same as bearing it together. Shin Huzhou's brush hovered over the paper. A lampwick burst softly by the window. Shin Yinshan did not answer for his son, and Lu Yingxue simply handed the medicine bowl back to her daughter. Then what do you want to add? Father must not bear danger alone either. You're only 5. Even if you knew, you might not be able to help. Suisui is 5, and I still stopped the memorial. The little girl's voice was not loud, but both hands holding the bowl were steady. She didn't claim she could save everyone, only stared at the paper that lacked a constraint on her father. If I can't help, I can tell mother, grandfather, and uncle. Father cannot die alone. Shin Huzhou was silent for a long time, then finally added a 4th line below the 3rd. No concealment, no solitary burden. 8 characters standing alongside the first 3. Shin Yinshan took the paper, read it, and without adding his own name, pushed the ink pad between grandfather and granddaughter. Since it's an alliance, it shouldn't only bind the youngest. Does grandfather think father will break the rules? If your father wouldn't break rules, the first memorial wouldn't have been written in secret until midnight, hidden from the whole family. Shin Huzhou glanced at his father, but did not argue. He dipped into the ink pad and first turned the paper toward Suisui. Think carefully before pressing. An alliance doesn't mean you keep watching the doom. It means from today you hand over the nightmare and stop carrying it alone. Suisui only speaks of what I see. She extended her left pinky, thought it too small, and switched to her round thumb. Dipping the pad of her thumb into the vermilion ink, she pressed it solemnly below the 4 agreements, leaving a shallow little print. Father is responsible for making sure it never comes true. Shin Huzhou's thumb pressed into the same ink pad, landing beside the little thumbprint. The 2 prints, one large, one small, touched at the edges but did not obscure each other. Lu Yingxue blew the ink dry, then before folding the paper, she noted the date and Suisui's pulse condition on the back. Shin Yinshan resealed the 3 documents Du Wenheng had delivered back into the blue cloth box, keeping only the route of Wu Qing's caravan. This agreement will be kept in Yingxue's medical case. Whoever wants to break it must first get past her. Then what will father do tomorrow? First, let Wu Qing believe the watermill is still safe. Then I'll strike from the place Qiantong cares about most. Shin Suisui looked at the map. She still didn't understand how a single official document could force someone to show their hand, but she no longer reached into the scorched remnant scroll in her sea of consciousness. The alliance is formed. Tomorrow father will teach you that it's not necessary to use prophecy to force a corrupt official into the open. Tomorrow father will show you. The next day at the hour of the hare, when Shin Suisui was carried into the outer study, 3 Hedong reports were already laid out on the desk. The 2 fingerprints pressed last night were kept in Lu Yingxue's medical ledger, while before Shin Huzhou lay a document, yet to be stamped. Is this what will force Qiantong to show himself? This is only the first step. First, suspend the Hedong quarterly water transport settlement. Shin Suisui leaned over the desk, watching for a long while. She recognized every character on the paper, but when strung together they resembled a swarm of tiny ants in official robes, neatly lined up, yet refusing to tell her whom they were meant to bite. When Qiantong sees this, will he confess immediately? No, he will first calculate how many more days he can hold out. Shin Huzhou stacked the 3 county reports and placed them into the ebony official document box. The first document was not an impeachment, nor did it mention forged accounts. It merely stated that the disaster victim settlement numbers were incomplete and the old funds should be temporarily suspended. Then if he doesn't confess what uses the document, it stops the silver that should have reached him on the road. How long must it be stopped before he is forced out? That depends on how many people in Hedong are waiting for that silver. When the carriage stopped outside the Ministry of Revenue, the sky had just begun to lighten. Shen Hezhou did not bring his daughter into the ministry. Instead, he had Du Wenheng take her to an adjacent duty room, leaving behind 3 plates of beans and a copy of the disaster victim list with official names removed. Shen Sui was not allowed to touch official documents, but she could first count the beans. In the main hall, the charcoal fire burned fiercely, yet Minister of Revenue Han Pei still kept his hands tucked into his sleeves. He read the document suspending the settlement twice, but his fingertips never touched the official seal on the desk. The disaster in Hedong has not yet subsided. If you cut off the water transport settlement now and the grain merchants stop supplying, who will bear the responsibility? The document suspends the old fund settlement, not the entry of new grain. If the grain merchants use this as an excuse to halt supply, it will be a perfect opportunity to investigate who has turned relief grain into a bargaining chip. Han Pei raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Shen Hezhou's face. Qiantong was tied to the Yin family, and Hedong was the most critical area for this year's relief efforts. Once this seal was stamped, the Ministry of Revenue could no longer pretend that the accounts were clean. Delaying the disaster victim settlement by a few days is not without precedent. Freezing an entire quarter settlement over a single document flaw seems too severe. If it were merely a delay, I would not have come to request the minister's seal today. Shen Hezhou took 3 reports. This could be explained by refugees moving and the local authorities not having time to delete the old records. Can the same explanation hold for identical names, identical places of origin, identical ages, and identical fingerprints from the same village head? Han Pei's hand slowed as he turned the pages. On the relief grain distribution list of the 3rd county, the same set of names appeared again, with collection dates only 2 days apart, yet the journey required 5 days. Shen Hezhou pushed another Ministry of Revenue grain allocation ledger forward. The pages stopped at the winter of last year. Each victim was allocated grain by household size. If the numbers from the 3 counties overlapped, the grain issued would be far more than a few bags of rice. How many duplicate households have you verified so far? Currently 4300, not yet fully checked. Does this list have corroboration from local records? We have ministry archives. The 3 counties submitted reports and courier dates. They only prove that the reports contradict each other, not which one is false. Han Pei's brow relaxed slightly, then furrowed again. Shen Hezhou had not directly accused Qiantong of fraud using the duplicate list. Instead, he made the anomaly even harder to set aside. Since you cannot prove fraud, on what grounds do you suspend the settlement? On the grounds that if we continue to disperse funds, the minister and all handling officials of the ministry will have to stamp their seals under these 4300 names. The main hall fell silent, leaving only the rustle of paper. Shen Hezhou took out a blank settlement page and placed it beside Han Pei. The final column listed the minister's overall verification, the vice minister's re-examination, and the director's audit, each requiring a signature. You are using the official caps of the entire ministry to force my seal. I am asking the minister to decide, shall we stop and investigate today, or explain to His Majesty in the future why, knowing that dead men are collecting grain repeatedly, we still approved Qiantong's settlement. Han Pei's face darkened, but he did not lose his temper. He added up the numbers from the 3 counties again, then ordered Du Wenheng to spread out the original reports page by page and check the overlapping seals at the seams. Du Wenheng had already prepared a directory, only pointing out the file numbers, storage times, and the warehouse clerks involved without copying the original contents. At each indication, the duty clerk retrieved the files on the spot, ensuring the evidence never left the ministry's archives. Vice Minister Shun, if your investigation proves wrong, the profits of Hedong's grain merchants and the local debt collection will fall on the ministry. I am willing to assume the responsibility for the review. But if we do not investigate, please write into the document who will repay the grain for these 4300 people. Han Pei stared at the official seal for a long time, then finally untied the seal pouch. As the vermilion seal pressed onto the paper, the first freeze document finally bore the ministry's seal. Only suspend old funds, do not cut off new grain, and do not use this to conclude that Qiantong is corrupt. The document only mentions report contradictions, though not a single word will exceed the existing evidence. If Hedong comes to protest, you will explain to the departments yourself. With the minister's seal, subsequent verification naturally falls to me. Before the seal ink was dry, Du Wenheng had already taken a copy for registration. The document had to be sent via the ministry's courier, recorded along the way, and received by the Hedong Provincial Administration Commission. Anyone who wanted to hide it would have to alter multiple records simultaneously. Han Pei tucked his hands back into his sleeves, his gaze still lingering on the 4300 names. You said this is the first step. What do you intend to write next? First, let's see whether Qiantong protects his silver, his accounts, or those who filled in the names for him. In the afternoon, Shin Hezhou returned home with a numerical table copied without names. Shin Suisui had already counted the 3 plates of beans twice with small notes of the numbers pressed beside each plate. The first plate had 100 beans, the second 60, and the third 40. The report says 100 people, but only 60 real people. Where did the grain for the missing 40 go? It might have gone into the granary or into someone else's pocket. Until we investigate, we can only say the grain and the people don't match. Shin Suisui nodded and pushed the third plate next to the first. She remembered the second rule of the alliance: don't find an owner for the missing grain. So father isn't saying Qian Tong is corrupt, you're just preventing him from settling the accounts first. If the accounts can't be settled in a day, the false names can't become real silver in a day. Why was Minister Han unwilling to stamp the seal? Because stamping it would offend Qian Tong, but not stamping it might make him share the blame with Qian Tong. Shin Suisui lowered her head and began counting the beans again. A few beans in the first plate were darker in color as she picked them out one by one and looked at the second plate. Father, this bean was in the first plate just now. Beans don't have legs. How did you recognize it? It's missing a small chip here. Suisui counted it twice. She placed the chipped bean in her palm, then picked out a bean with a dark spot from the third plate. Both had appeared in the first plate before being redistributed by Du Wonheng according to the 3 county registers. If this person first collected grain in Anping and then went to another county to collect again, would he be counted twice? People can move, but the old register should be deleted and the new register should note the origin. If he is already dead, can he still go elsewhere? Shin Hezhou did not answer immediately. Instead, he spread out the duplicate list from today's investigation before her. There were too many names on the paper. Suisui could only understand the first few columns, but she noticed that one name had 2 recorded dates of death. The same person, once dead in the drought 2 years ago, once dead in the bitter cold last year. After both deaths, his fingerprint still appeared on this year's relief grain list. Were the beans placed wrong? The beans are not wrong. The mistake is in the list of living people sent from Hudong. Du Wenheng set down the duplicate household registers from the other 2 counties. Among the 4300 names, there were not only people who had collected grain twice, but also people who had been reported dead twice and collected death benefits twice. Shin Suisui stared at the 2 death dates a year apart, her small hand slowly pressing down on the corner of the paper. They only died once. You didn't miscount. The disaster victims reported from Hudong indeed have 4300 people who died twice. They had only died once. Shin Suisui's fingers still pressed against the 2 dates of death. Outside the window, the sky darkened, yet 4,300 names seemed to rise from the paper, lining up before the desk one after another. Du Wongheng rearranged the county registers into 7 piles with the 3 thickest stacked on the left, each corner marked with the same county name. You speak correctly, miss. A person can die only once, but the pension can be claimed twice and the relief grain distributed a second time. As long as the living register's death records and refugee lists remain unchecked against each other, one deceased individual could sustain 3 separate accounts for the locality. Xia Linchuan glanced at him and finally withdrew the censurate's standard inquiry letter. When his brush touched the paper, he wrote only verification of disaster victims registers, omitting Shin Hezhou's name entirely. Which county has the most people who died twice? Shin Hezhou took the thickest pile, but instead of checking the total first, he flipped to the final pages of each register. The county seal on the death register was relatively clear, but nearly half of the village heads' thumbprints overlapped in the same spot, their fingerprint patterns remarkably similar. Du Wongheng pushed a classification chart into the lamplight. All 7 counties in Hudong have duplicate registrations, with Anping, Qinghe, and Lini having the most cases. Under Magistrate Chen Fuyo's jurisdiction, in Anping there were a total of 2,671 such instances, accounting for the majority. Where were the duplicate entries from the other counties copied from? Some were relocated from under Chen Fuyo's jurisdiction, others were registered in neighboring counties after death. When examining each county individually, the numbers balanced perfectly. But when all 7 county registers were combined, it became evident that these dead people were moving faster than the living. Shin Suisui looked down at the 3 trays of beans. She transferred the chipped bean from the first tray to the second, then moved it into the third, finally covering it with her palm. The bean had not multiplied. It had simply been placed in 3 different trays. Is Chen Fuyo then a bad man? At present, we can only prove that the registers under his jurisdiction have the most problems. We cannot prove he created them himself. If we arrest him directly, will he confess the truth? Shin Hezhou returned the beans to her palm and ordered a maid to escort her back to the inner courtyard. The second rule among the 4 agreements forbids guessing the culprit, not only binding the children, but also those investigating the case. Chen Fuyo might be the forger, or he might merely be someone forced to affix his seal. Without the original village registers, whoever convicts first saves the true culprit, an additional layer of concealment. The local magistrate cannot arrest based solely on a classification table. First question the registers, then question the people, and only then pursue the charges. Then how should we inquire without letting Qian Tong know first? Once the official documents reach Hedong Qiantong, we'll certainly find out. What we must guard against is not his knowledge, but preventing him from using a personal grudge to block the inquiry from reaching the capital. That night, Du Wenheng took the classification chart to the censorate. Censor Xia Linchuan had not yet finished his duties. 3 draft memorials accusing Shun Hezhou of using relief efforts to eliminate rivals lay pressed beside his desk. He read through the duplicate household registers page by page, circling Chun Fuyou's name in vermilion ink, yet hesitated to write his comments. Your superior does not directly submit a memorial for impeachment, but instead asks me to issue routine inquiries. Is he asking me to shoulder this personal grievance on his behalf? Censor Xia may not trust Lord Shun, but he need only trust the Ministry of Revenue Archives. For 1,300 people, with duplicate deaths over 2,000 from a single county, by regulation the original village registers should have been questioned. If Chun Fuyou submits still fake registers, this inquiry merely serves as a warning to Qiantong to destroy the evidence. Du Wenheng unfastened another official document box. Inside were no testimonies or copies from the Shun residence, only the retrieval numbers from the Ministry of Revenue Archives, the dates of filing, and the directory of the 7 county registers. Every anomaly could be verified in the official archives. Xia Linchuan need not trust any single statement on Shun Hezhou's behalf. Then we only question the original registers, do not question Qiantong, do not mention embezzlement, and do not permit Chun Fuyou to make a separate copy. Within 10 days the original register handlers, the scribe's deputy magistrate and county magistrate, shall seal and deliver them together. 10 days is too generous, it would be enough for them to reconstruct a set. Fewer than 10 days and Hedong could delay under the excuse of snow on the postal roads. 10 days is the period that the official document can withstand scrutiny, and also the period to see whether Chun Fuyou will attempt to save himself. Once the inquiry was issued by the censor, Chun Fuyou could no longer claim this was personal retaliation by the Vice Minister of Revenue. I can send the letter, but if the original registers are intercepted on the road, the censorate will not retrieve them on the Shun family's behalf. Nor will the Shun family send anyone to seize them. Whoever obstructs the censorate's requested registers is effectively answering on behalf of those 4,300 dead. 3 days later the inquiry letter arrived in Anping County, Hedong. After reading the official document, Chun Fuyou first ordered the windows and doors of the secondary hall to be firmly closed, then dismissed all the deputy magistrates and clerks waiting outside. He did not display anger, but the color drained gradually from his face. 2 sets of disaster victim registers lay on the desk. One bore the county seal and the village head's thumbprint, its figures matching precisely with the reports sent to the capital by the provincial governor's yamen. The other set was considerably thinner, its pages gnawed by insects at several corners, recording who truly lived, died, and relocated in each village. The legal advisor guarded the doorway, his breathing kept deliberately shallow. Master, the censorate allows only 10 days. This morning the provincial governor's yamen also sent word instructing us to copy another set according to the old registers. Under no circumstances should we lose our composure. But if we submit the true registers, we would be admitting that we have been filing false accounts for the past 2 years. I am not a loyal minister willing to risk my life to expose corruption. In the first year, when forced to supplement the household registers, he had accepted silver and affixed his seal. In the second year, as the dead continued to mount, he knew the figures were false, yet fearing loss of office and punishment, he had followed the base registers sent by Qiantong and continued to fill them out. Now the Ministry of Revenue had cut the funds, the censorate was questioning the registers, yet Qiantong expected him to bear the blame once more. Filing false accounts is negligence and complicity. How continuing to forge registers makes one the principal conspirator in destroying evidence. Qiantong wants me to tie the noose around my own neck. If master does not comply, the governor's yamen may not grant us the full 10 days. Then we cannot send it from the county yamen, nor let them know where it is being sent. After nightfall, an unremarkable messenger departed through the rear gate of the county yamen. His chest concealed an empty bundle, his waist hung the Anping County bailiff's token, yet he did not take the northern postal road. The genuine thin registers wrapped in 2 layers of oiled paper rested at the bottom of a newly sealed sesame oil jar from an oil mill in the southern part of the city. Chun Fuyou did not write a confession, he enclosed only a single page explaining the registers. It listed which year the provincial governor's yamen had issued the household supplementation figures, which villages had been forced to add names, and which village heads were already dead. He left the true registers not to seek justice for the disaster victims, but because he refused to become Qiantong's final stepping stone. Remember, head west first to draw them into pursuit. After passing the old relay station, discard the bundle into the ditch. Do not look back at the merchant wagons. If that jar fails to reach the capital, to whom should I report, sir? Chun Fuyou gazed toward the direction of the provincial governor's yamen. Night pressed upon the distant rooftops, and 2 riders unfamiliar to the county yamen had appeared at the street corner. He withdrew half a private seal from his sleeve and placed it in the messenger's hand. If you return alive, deliver this half seal to the censorate. If you do not return, say nothing about delivering registers on anyone's behalf. We are not loyal ministers, we simply refuse to die for Qiantong. The messenger carried the empty bundle out of the city. In less than 15 minutes, urgent hoofbeats rang out behind him. When 3 riders chased past the old relay station, he deliberately rolled down the slope, clutched the bundle tightly to his chest, then rose and fled toward the barren fields to the north. The pursuers spotted the bundle and immediately abandoned the official road. Meanwhile, a merchant wagon carrying the sesame oil jars passed slowly from the other side of the station. The wagon bore 27 oil jars in total, each sealed with the identical Mills label. The driver pressed his thumbprint onto the inspection ledger without so much as raising his eyelids. It was not until the merchant wagon had traveled over 10 li that the old station attendant, concealed behind the firewood shed, tore open the lining in his shoe sole and retrieved a short note soaked with sweat. The note contained no mention of where the registers were hidden. It carried only a single message Chun Fuyo wished to transmit to the capital. The old attendant rolled the paper and inserted it into the bronze bell of the relay horse, passing it to an old acquaintance waiting to exchange horses at the next station. The bell sound traveled along the northern postal route, fading station by station into the night. Tell Vice Minister Shun, if the true registers fall into Governor Qian's hands, the entire county will perish with them. The entire county must be buried with it. The short note from the post horse's brass bell was spread on the desk, its surface stained with circles of yellow marks from sweat. Chun Yofu did not sign his name, only stamped a half-missing private seal at the end, which perfectly matched the county magistrate's personal seal on official documents of Anping County over the years. Lu Qingyao pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist, his gaze fixed on the map of the northern post road. I shall take men out of the city now and search the merchant carts from Anping along the way. Since the true ledger is not on the courier, it is most likely hidden among the oil and grain cargo. Do not search the carts, nor set up checkpoints. Shen Hezhou pressed the short note back into the brass bell, his fingertip pausing on that half-missing private seal. Qiantong's men had already chased an empty bundle once, and now they most eagerly awaited a large-scale search along the road by the capital. As long as the Shun Mansion guards touched any local merchant goods, there would be one more impeachment memorial accusing them of destroying evidence and silencing witnesses by tomorrow. Sir, if the merchant carts pass through the eyes Qiantong has set first, the true ledger may not survive to reach the capital. I will only inspect goods from Anping without disturbing other areas. How do you prove which cart comes from Anping, and how do you prove that the ledger was on the cart before the search? Lu Qingya did not answer immediately. A spark burst from the lamp wick on the desk. At present, the true ledger was merely a message from Chun Yofu, hidden in what object, traveling by which route, and escorted by whom, all unknown to anyone. If the Shun family reached out first, even if the evidence was found, it could become something Shun Hezhou had planted himself in the court. But if we do nothing, we can only wait for it to be burned. It's not about doing nothing, but it's about not using the Shun family's hands. Shun Hezhou took the ledger of goods entering the capital through the 7 gates. After the disaster in Hudong, commercial taxes were reduced, but oil, grain, and medicinal herbs entering the capital still required registration of origin, trade name, and customs verification seals, though routine inspections were rare. Since Chen Yofu had the true ledger mixed into the cargo carts, he must have used a type of goods that was large in quantity, tightly sealed, and inconvenient to inspect piece by piece along the way. Sesame oil jars happened to meet both criteria. Go invite Xie Linchuan. Tell him to discuss only the inspection of disaster area goods without mentioning Chen Yofu or the true ledger. If Imperial Censor Xie asks the reason for the inspection, how should I answer? The disaster registers of the 7 counties in Hudong are fraudulent, so the flow of goods from the disaster area should naturally be verified together. This is a reason the censorate can write into official documents. Half an hour later, Xie Linchuan entered the outer study, his body still carrying the chill of the cold. He finished reading the short note, verified the half-missing private seal, and did not touch the post road map on the desk. It had only been 3 days since the censorate's inquiry document reached Anping, yet the county magistrate had already secretly sent a message, enough to prove that local authorities were on guard against each other. Vice Minister Shun wants to use the censorate's hand to fish out the ledger for you. Imperial Censor Xie may not fish for it, it could just conduct routine inspections of Hudong goods. If anything is found, first record it in the city gate verification ledger, then have 2 inspectors jointly open the seal. If nothing is found, the censorate will have needlessly alerted the Yin faction for you. If the ledger is actually discovered, they will say the inspection order was instigated by you. Xie Linchuan pushed the short note back, his fingertips not touching the broken seal ink. Shen Hezhou had already prepared 3 copies of the Ministry of Revenue records. The first was the sharp increase in Hudong commercial goods over the past month. The second was the list of tax exemptions for Anping County after the disaster, and the third was the discrepancy in goods allocation after the repetition of disaster registers in the 7 counties. Not a single page came from the Shun Mansion. Therefore, the inspection order does not check the ledger itself, only the sources of oil, grain, and medicinal herbs. Which cart to inspect will be determined by drawing lots according to the order of entry at the city gate, and no one from the Shin family may be present. What if the ledger is hidden in cloth porcelain or an axle? Then let it pass. To fish for a piece of evidence whose location is unknown, turning over every card in the city would yield findings that cannot stand. Xia Linchuan stared at him for a moment, then suddenly picked up his brush. The inspection order merely stated that the origin of Hudong goods was unclear, requiring verification of the trade name seals and customs verification ledger. 4 oils, grains, and medicines, 10 carts of each type, would be inspected with 3 items from each cart. The inspection process would be stamped by the inspector, tax collector, and merchant. There was no mention of Omping County, nor of sesame oil jars. Vice Minister Shin, you better truly be able to wait. If the ledger passes by tonight, there will be no second city gate tomorrow. If evidence cannot enter the court, keeping it in hand is only a liability. Xia Linchuan stamped his censor's private seal, the vermilion ink slowly spreading on the paper. Lu Qingya took the inspection order and delivered it to the city gate, but did not bring a single guard from the Shin mansion. At the same time, Shun and withdrew the 2 surveillance posts north of the city, making the Shin family appear as if they had never received any news from Hudong. Under the inner courtyard corridor, Shin Suisui sat on the threshold, clutching a cloth tiger. The sun moved from east to west, and one ear of the cloth tiger was pinched flat by her. Granny Sun brought osmanthus cakes. She only nibbled a small corner, her eyes still fixed on the moon gate leading to the front courtyard. Miss, if you keep waiting like this, a gust of wind will make you feverish again. Since the second master said not to go out and search, holding the tiger won't bring the ledger. It knows the way home, so I'll wait with it. Granny Sun touched her cold hand and drew the little cloak tighter. Shin Suisui did not tell anyone that in the remnant scroll that ledger had been heavily soaked with blood. She always felt that if the true ledger were burned, the one on the execution ground would fall back to her father's feet. But among the 4 agreements, she was not allowed to act alone, nor to force her memories. All she could do was wait. Father says evidence cannot be seized, but the bad guys are also waiting. If they get it first, can it still come to the Shin family? It doesn't have to come to the Shin family, it just needs to enter the right door. Shin Hezhou stood under the corridor, the fine snow from the outer courtyard still on his shoulders. He did not take the cloth tiger away, but only lifted his daughter together with her cloak. Suisui lay on his shoulder, still looking back at the threshold uneasily, as if afraid that once she left, the true ledger would secretly miss the Shin mansion. Which door should it enter? A door with verification ledgers, witnesses, and people who dare not burn things casually. Outside the South City gate, the last batch of Hudong merchant carts lined up before the gates were locked. The inspection clerk drew lots in order. The first 9 carts were all medicinal herbs and coarse grains. The 10th cart carried 27 sesame oil jars with intact oil mill seals, and no signs of tampering on the yellow clay at the jar mouths. When the tax collector verified the origin, he found the stamp of the Southern Oil Mill of Omping County on the customs ledger. He did not make a sound, but merely randomly selected 3 jars according to the inspection order. The first jar had clear oil, the second had sesame dregs settled at the bottom. After the third jar was emptied, its weight was still half a caddy heavier than the first 2. The inspection clerk reached into the bottom of the jar, his knuckles knocked a dull sound against the wood. A double bottom. Do not unseal it yet, please ask the inspector and the merchant to come and jointly stamp it. 3 fingerprints were placed on the verification ledger, and only then was the jar bottom pried open along the edge with a thin knife. 2 layers of oil paper wrapped a yellowed old ledger with no title on the cover, and several corners eaten by insects. The explanation tucked in the first page listed the years of supplementary household registration for Omping County, corresponding item by item to the duplicate disaster registers of the Ministry of Revenue. By the time the news reached the Shin mansion, it was already past the hour of Su. Shin Suisui lifted her head from Shun Hezhou's embrace. The cloth tiger fell to the ground with a thud. Did the true ledger really come to us on its own? It was discovered by the city gate according to regulations, not coming to the Shin family. Xia Linchuan personally entered with a sealed evidence box, followed by 2 inspectors responsible for the inspection. The box had 4 seals, and any tampering would leave traces. He did not hand the ledger to Shun Hezhou, but only allowed everyone to examine it in person. The thin ledger recorded the actual numbers of deceased, relocated, and grain-receiving households in each village. The page numbers were consecutive, and the water stains on the paper matched, but there were 3 fresh breaks near the back of the binding thread. The last 3 pages had been neatly torn away. Could it be that Shin Yofu tore them himself? It only proves that 3 pages were missing before or after the ledger was sent out. It cannot prove who tore them. Shin Suisui stared at the 3 broken threads, slowly withdrawing her little hand back into her sleeve. She remembered the agreement and did not out of fear fabricate a culprit for the missing pages. Du Wenheng turned to the 4th page from the end. At the bottom of the page there was no list of disaster victims' names, only an unfinished line of silver shipment batch numbers. The next page should have recorded the time of dispatch, the relay stations passed, and the granary stamps along the way, but now it was all cleanly torn away. He placed the old Ministry of Revenue directory beside it, the missing numbers matched exactly. Xia Linchuan's face gradually darkened. The true ledger proved that the living and the dead had been swapped, but it could not prove where the relief silver ultimately went. Someone had left enough to implicate Shen Youfu, but deliberately removed the 3 pages that could trace the silver route upstream. Shen Hezhou pressed the broken binding thread. Faint blue-black ink spots still remained on the paper edge. This was not the answer, it was just that someone had cut a slice before the answer. The missing 3 pages happened to be the true transport route of the relief silver. The missing 3 pages are precisely the true transport route of the relief silver. The 3 missing pages contained the silver escort route records. Du Wenheng placed the old Ministry of Revenue registry beside the authentic ledger, his fingertips tracing along the torn binding holes one by one. After each silver convoy batch, the records should have noted the departure time, relay stations along the route, the number of horse exchanges, and warehouse entry seals. Missing 1 item could still be investigated, but all 3 pages, torn simultaneously, suggested someone had known beforehand which threads to sever. The authentic ledger can only prove the disaster records were fabricated. Without the silver escort routes, we cannot trace whose warehouse the silver passed through, where it stopped, or what it was ultimately exchanged for. Everything falls apart. The roads on paper have been torn away, but the roads on the ground remain. The silver escort caravans had to exchange horses, collect fodder, and present their travel permits at relay stations. It is impossible for all traces to vanish simply because 3 pages of paper are missing. Shen Hezhou closed the slim volume without touching the seal on the evidence chest. That night, Xia Linchuan delivered the authentic ledger to the censorate for sealing, leaving only page-by-page verification records at the Shen residence. Since the missing pages had been confirmed before the 3 parties, inspectors, tax officials, and merchants, the enemy could no longer claim the Shuns had torn them away. But from this moment on, anyone who might fill in the routes would become a target. Du Wenheng investigate the silver escort permits for every convoy in Hedong last year. Find the route alteration memorials first, then track down the relay station masters who handled them at the time. Do not ask who embezzled the silver. Only ask which direction the caravans went. This subordinate understands. Asking about silver is likely to scare people away, but asking about horses and fodder seems merely like filling in old archives. Du Wenheng collected the Ministry of Revenue registries and departed from the Shun residence before dawn. 2 days later, he returned with 7 permits, 12 monthly relay station records, and a middle-aged man covered in old scars. The man was named Ma Sanha, who had previously served as the station master of Qingshi relay station in Hedong. He had been dismissed 2 years prior due to excessive horse deaths at the station and now worked feeding horses for a transport agency in the capital suburbs. After entering, he refused to sit, his frost-cracked hands tucked deep in his sleeves, his gaze fixed on the sword at Lu Qingya's waist beyond the door. This commoner is no longer a station master. The official documents clearly record which routes the Hedong silver convoys took. Why must Your Honor come asking this commoner? The documents record the officially designated northern route, departing Omping, passing through Qingshi and Linchuan relay stations, arriving at the Hedong provincial treasury in 6 days. What I wish to ask is why that convoy on the 7th day of the 8th lunar month last year did not enter Ping's station. Ma San's shoulders suddenly tensed. Shen Hezhou did not produce the authentic ledger, nor did he mention Qiantong. He simply pushed the Ping's station fodder records for that month to the edge of the table. The original silver escort convoy comprised 42 official horses, yet the records showed neither a single gene of fodder nor any horse exchange seals. In another volume recording the southern route stations, over 40 horses of unknown origin appeared on the same date. Perhaps Ping's station simply overlooked the entries. Relay station clerks are often negligent, and making corrections a year later is not unusual. If one station could overlook records, the 3 stations on the northern route would not all simultaneously fail to document them. Nor would the southern route inexplicably gain 42 horses, especially when their coat colors match exactly the names you reported as lost that year. Ma Sanha finally raised his head, his lips moving twice, yet no sound emerged. Outside, fine snow tapped against the window paper. Shin Suisui sat on a small stool behind the screen, clutching a cloth tiger to her chest, not daring to peek out. Her father had permitted her to listen, but only to matters already investigated. She was not to use sounds of water wheels from fragmented records to fill in answers for anyone. Ma Sanha, I have brought you here today, not to identify Qiantong. You need only answer one thing: did that silver convoy take the northern route? If this commoner says they took it, will Your Honor let me return? If you lie, I will still let you go. But the next ones who question you may not be from the Ministry of Revenue. Shen Hezhou's voice remained level, yet the permit on the desk was pushed forward half an inch. Ma Sanha stared at the Hedong warehouse seal in the corner of the paper, cold sweat gradually seeping from his forehead. He seemed to suddenly smell the hay-like odor of his former stables, his fingers tightening within his sleeves. They did not take the northern route. On the night of the 7th day of the 8th month, the silver escort convoy exchanged horses at Qingshi Station and diverted south before dawn. The convoy leader carried a route alteration permit claiming the northern mountain had collapsed and they needed to detour around Wu's grain warehouse for shelter. How long did the convoy stay at Wu's grain warehouse, and who came to take the silver carts? They stayed 2 days. This commoner was only responsible for exchanging horses and did not enter the warehouse. After the second night, the boxes on the carts grew lighter and the wheel tracks became shallower. As for who came to collect them, this commoner truly did not see. Shen Suesue's small hand slowly gripped the ears of her cloth tiger. The Wu grain warehouse belonged to Wu Qing, and the southern route passed near that temple-owned water mill. The two threads were already drawing close, yet she remembered her father saying that closeness did not mean connection. She remained silent, quietly placing this item into the column of what she had seen and investigated. Du Wenheng extracted the route alteration memorial from among the 7 permits. The paper warehouse seals and diagonal stamps showed no abnormalities. The signature in the lower right corner bore the name of Song Qian, former director of the Ministry of Revenue. This permit was issued on the 6th day of the 8th month last year, with the stated reason being a landslide on the northern route. This subordinate has checked the local disaster reports and found no such records for those days, though it is possible the relay stations reported it independently without it entering the disaster archives. First, determine where Song Qian was at that time. Do not hastily declare it forged based merely on handwriting similarities. A signature can be written by a subordinate clerk or recorded retrospectively. Shen Hezhou moved the memorial under the lamplight. Song Qian's signature appeared fluid at first glance, yet the terminal stroke fell half a brush length shorter than that in older records. By itself, this was far from sufficient proof of forgery. Du Wenheng produced the ministry's bereavement leave register from his sleeve, turning to the previous July. The pages bore the old seal of Grand Secretary Han Pei, and Song Qian's date of death was clearly recorded, fully 7 days before the route alteration memorial. This subordinate visited the Song residence to verify the funeral notices and examined the ministry's salary suspension registers. Director Song passed away on the 30th of July. His salary was suspended on the 1st of August, and the funeral was held on the 3rd. Yet this memorial bears his personal signature on the 6th. The dead do not return to the Yamen to sign permits. Someone used his name to alter the silver escort route and deliberately chose to issue this when the funeral news had not yet reached all relay stations. The last traces of color drained from Ma San's face. He turned to leave, but Lu Qingya did not draw his blade, only stepped sideways to block the doorway. His shadow fell across the threshold, precisely cutting off the man's shoes. This commoner has said nothing. Your honor investigates a dead man's signature. It has nothing to do with me. I implore you to let me return. I still have a wife and children at home. Let him go. The Shun household possesses no warrant to detain witnesses, nor can we arbitrarily hold a man simply because he knows an old route. Shen Hezhou's words had scarcely fallen when Lu Qingya immediately stepped aside. Yet Ma Sanha did not cross the threshold. He stood there for a long while, then suddenly knelt, unsewing a piece of oiled cloth from his inner garment's lining. Wrapped within was a palm-sized horse exchange register, its pages blackened at the edges from sweat. Official records can be altered, but horse teeth and hoof wounds cannot. This is my private record of horse exchanges. All 42 horses, where they came from, which ones bore leg injuries, and to whom they were handed over. You have kept this until today not to preserve evidence for the court. State your terms. I will only agree to what I can accomplish. Ma San, his knees pressed against the cold floor tiles, yet his hands clamped tightly over the exchange register, refusing to surrender it immediately. After that silver convoy was diverted, he was dismissed on the pretext of missing horses due to illness. His wife and children remained in their hometown in Hedong, receiving a small bag of unmarked rice each month and spotting strangers outside, counting their windows. Fetch my wife and children from Hedong. As long as they reach the capital safely, both this exchange register and my life are yours. If you cannot do this, I will burn it here and now. I will not coax you into surrendering this register with empty promises of protecting your family. Lu Qingya will first verify whether they are still at home and under whose surveillance, then determine whether they can be rescued. You may take the register with you or seal it here. Shen Hezhou did not reach out. Ma San has stared at him blankly, as though he had not expected the Shun household to refuse even a hollow guarantee. After a moment, he placed the exchange register into an empty chest, affixed the seal himself, and pressed his fingerprint upon it. Lu Qingya led men south along the relay routes that same day, without alerting the Hedong authorities, sending only former traders ahead to scout Ma family village. Late the following night, a reply arrived via carrier pigeon at the Shun residence. The note contained just a single line, its feathers still dusted with unmelted snow. Ma San, his wife and children were taken into the governor's yamen by Qian Tong yesterday. Ma San, his wife and son had been spirited away. The note, delivered by carrier pigeon, lay spread beneath the lamplight, its edges darkened where melting snow had soaked into the paper. Ma San has stared at the characters for the governor's office, his breathing growing heavier with each passing moment. You may have your ledger back, and the Shin family will not compel you to testify. You may leave this residence at once. None will bar your path. Shun Hezhou lifted his hand to break the seal on the evidence casket. The sealed edge bore Ma Sanha's fingerprint alongside the signatures of Du Wonhung, the censorate clerk, and the Capital District Patrol Inspector. Within the casket lay the original horse exchange ledger accompanied by 3 additional thin sheets. Each page bore the horse registration numbers, hoof wound locations, and transfer timestamps, all carefully transferred onto damp paper with varying ink depths. At the foot of each page the time of rubbing was recorded, and 3 witnesses had affixed their seals, sufficient proof that the contents had been fixed long before Ma's family was taken away. Ma Sanha's face turned ashen as he reached for the original ledger, but his fingertips barely brushed the paper edge before he snatched them back. You had long anticipated this humble subject might renege. Since you have already made rubbings, why pretend to ask whether I wish to take the ledger? I protect it against destruction of evidence, not against your saving your wife and children. The rubbings can only prove what was written in the ledger. They cannot force you to stand in court, nor can they endure Qian Tong's blade for you. Shun Hezhou pushed the original ledger toward him, holding back not a single inch. Ma Sanha suddenly fell to his knees, the sound dull as his knees struck the tiled floor. No longer touching the ledger, he bowed repeatedly, and blood soon seeped from his forehead. I beg you, my lord, burn the rubbings as well. Since Qian Tong could bring people into the yamen, he knows I came to the Shun residence. As long as these remain, my wife and child cannot live. Will burning the rubbings make Qian Tong release them? You have been dismissed from office for a year, yet he still stations men to guard the Ma household. Now that the evidence is destroyed, your entire family truly has nothing to protect them. Ma Sanha pressed his forehead to the ground, his shoulders and back trembling violently. He knew these words were true. The bag of rice Qian Tong sent each month was never sustenance. It was a rope tying the Ma family to the yamen door. As long as the horse exchange ledger existed, the governor's office would keep them. Once the ledger was gone, dead men were naturally quieter than the living. But knowing this was one thing, daring to wager his wife and child's lives was quite another. Behind the screen, Shin Sui clutched her cloth tiger tightly. She remembered the snow at the execution ground, and how her grandfather had taught her to distinguish seeing from guessing. She only saw Ma Sanha trembling. She did not know whether Qian Tong would kill, nor could she promise on his behalf that he would continue to testify. Father, may the rubbings not be sent out yet. They may be sealed in the censorate and not entered into the case for now. Unless Ma Sanha is willing to testify, or the original ledger is destroyed by someone, they will not be made public under his name. Shin Sui emerged from behind the screen and offered her small handkerchief. Ma Sanha did not take it. The blood from his forehead trickled down the bridge of his nose onto the tiles, a crimson that seared the eyes. Uncle Ma, you may be afraid. When Sui is afraid, she too wishes to forget everything she has seen. Miss does not understand. You are afraid, but you have parents to protect you. If this humble subject speaks one wrong word, it is his wife and children who die. The little girl clenched the handkerchief and slowly stopped 2 paces away, not daring to come closer. Then Sui will not urge you to be brave. But if you burn the ledger, the wicked man will not become good. Ma Sanha looked up at her, his eyes crisscrossed with bloodshot veins. Outside the room came the soft tap of a cane striking the ground. Shun Yinshan entered the study wrapped in a gray fox fur robe, snow still clinging to his beard and hair. He did not look at the horse exchange ledger, but first bent to help Ma Sanha to his feet. Today, when you leave the Shun residence, you may disown this ledger henceforth, and you need never see any member of the Shun family again. This old man asks but one question: under what pretext were your wife and child brought into the governor's office? The messenger said my wife had contracted a chill, and that the governor, compassionate toward former officials, brought her and the child to the city for treatment. All in the village saw it and praised Lord Qian's benevolence. If it was out of compassion, why not send them to a medical clinic, but instead lodge them in the official residence? If it was for treatment, why detain the child as well? Shin Yinshan sat before his desk and took up a blank sheet of paper. His brush fell, and he wrote not of relief funds, nor of forged signatures, least of all mentioning the horse exchange ledger. Instead, in his capacity as former imperial tutor and senior mentor to Hedong scholars, he posed a question of ritual propriety to the Hedong Education Commissioner. Whether a regional high official may admit the wife and child of a dismissed minor clerk into his inner quarters. If permissible, under which ritual code; if not, why the Education Commissioner, having heard of this matter, had not offered remonstrance. The letter was short. Every sentence was an inquiry, not a single accusation. Yet once it reached the Hedong Education Commissioner, it would no longer be the Shun family privately rescuing souls, but the entire Hedong scholarly world watching how Qian Tong would answer. Grandfather has no evidence that Qian Tong seized them. Can this letter save them? It cannot rescue them immediately, but it will make Qian Tong too afraid to let them perish silently. All the world saw him bring people into the yamen. Therefore, he must send them out whole and unharmed. Shun Yinshan blew dry the ink and had Du Wonhung make 2 copies. One copy to the Hedong Education Commissioner, the other to the County Academy of Ma Sanha's native place. The original letter was entrusted to a renowned Confucian scholar in the capital, most rigid about ritual propriety, ensuring it neither traveled via private servants of the Shun residence, nor gave Qiantong any chance to intercept it en route. Ma Sanha gazed at those 3 sheets of paper, his atoms apple-bobbing several times. Sir Shun, with a lifetime of pure reputation, must you today vouch for a lowly clerk like this humble subject? Should Qiantong twist the tale and accuse this humble subject of false accusation, would it not tarnish your reputation? This old man does not vouch for the silver route, nor does he vouch for Qiantong's guilt. This old man only asks him whether it is in accordance with ritual to admit another's wife and child into his rear quarters. But if in a rage born of humiliation, he first kills them, and then claims they fell ill en route. Shun Yinshan laid down his brush, his aged palm pressing upon the letter, his gaze yielding not an inch. Then he must explain to every scholar in Hudong why those who enter his yamen meet their deaths. A reputation for integrity cannot shield everyone, but it can drag the daggers from the shadows into the sunlight. Shin Suisui looked up at her grandfather. Until now she had only known that her grandfather possessed a fine name. When some in court cursed Shun Hezhou as crafty and treacherous, they would invariably sigh that Sir Shun had failed to properly educate his son. That pristine reputation was like a garment too white to bear a speck of mud, yet useless against a blade. Only today did she see that when that white garment descended it could prove heavier than an official seal. The letter was dispatched that very day. The Hudong Education Commissioner dared not feign deafness. Overnight he arrived with 2 instructors to inquire about ritual propriety. News spread through the county academy students, and before long several local gentry gathered outside the governor's office waiting for explanations. Qiantong did not appear. He merely had a medical register delivered stating that the mother and son had recovered and would return home the following day. At the deepest hour of night, Lu Qingya's second carrier pigeon message finally reached the capital. Mother and son Ma were escorted out of the governor's office in a blue canopied carriage without shackles on their persons or any constables in attendance. Yet after the carriage passed through the South City Gate, 3 riders immediately emerged from the shadows, keeping a steady half-li distance, neither too near nor too far. Shin Hezhou handed the message to Ma Sanha. The individuals have been released, but they are not yet out of danger. Lu Qingya will endeavor to lead away those tailing them, but until I receive word of their safe arrival, I cannot promise your family is secure. As long as they exit that door, this humble subject is willing to wait. Leave the horse exchange ledger in the casket. There is no need to burn the rubbings either. Ma Sanha pressed his fingerprint anew onto the sealing strip. If a reputation only shields oneself, it does not deserve the name of purity. This sentence traveled across 1,000 miles of post roads, arriving at Qiantong's desk along with the news that the governor's office had released the prisoners. A spark burst from the lamp wick. Qiantong stared at the small line at the end of the secret report, slowly rubbing his thumb across the paper. Mother and son Ma had already left the South City Gate, but the 3 riders sent to shadow them failed to follow past Luoyan Slope. The Shin family did not show themselves. The Hudong Education Commissioner and the county school instructor were still pressing for answers as to why the governor had taken the family of the former clerk into his inner court. If even one person from the Ma Sanha family was now missing, all eyes would fall on him. Subanian stood below the desk, his hands hidden in his sleeves, utterly still. Shun Yinshan wrote only a letter of courtesy and turned that family of 3 into untouchable living witnesses. If you, your excellency, still keep them, the horse register will sooner or later be sent to the censorate. I have already released them. What more do you want to do? Luoyan Slope is a treacherous mountain road and bandits are common in winter. Dying on the road home is cleaner than dying in the governor's office. Qiantong raised his eyes. On the corner of the desk lay another secret paper, its seal bearing not an official stamp, but the double crane pattern used by the Yin family villa. The ink on the paper was fresh and gleaming, each sentence colder than the wind and snow outside the window. Within 7 days, complete the general accounts of the Hudong relief for 3 years. The ledgers must be sealed with old-style blue-black clay, the gap in the seal copied according to the style used 3 years earlier. The endorsements, silver notes, and handover registers for the bribe Shin Hezhou received from Wuqing must also be sent to the capital together. The signature consisted only of the words Yan Qingbi. Since Shin Yinshan dared to raise the question before the Hudong scholarly community, if something happens to the Ma family today, someone will carry a coffin and block the government office tomorrow. Do you think I have not enough sins on my back? If your excellency does not kill them, Shin Hezhou will use the horse register to audit the southern granaries. When that happens, more than just Ma Sanha will die. Qiantong folded the secret report and brought it to the flame of the lamp. The corner of the paper curled and blackened, the fire's tongue licked over the words Ma Sanha, and quickly turned them into a pile of ash. But he did not let go, only tossing the remnants into the bronze basin when the heat neared his fingertips. The Shin family is watching. Ma Sanha cannot be touched for now. Recall all the tailing men. Do not give the education commissioner any more leverage. But if the horse register truly has a copy, the time we have left is not 7 days. It is the possibility of being imprisoned at any moment. Outside the window, the sound of water was heavy. The rear court of the governor's office bordered a diversion channel where a wooden water wheel turned day and night. After winter, the current slowed, but the creaking grew clearer, circling like a dull blade grating against bone. Qiantong looked at the forged ledger drafts on the desk. More than 300 accounts still lacked the final round of reconciliation. The numbers of disaster victims, grain storage and shipments, and silver escort routes all had to interlock precisely. A missing seal could allow Shun Hezhou to pull the entire thread through a gap. What young Master Yin wants is not to fill in the accounts, but to have me write Shun Hezhou into them as well. Wu Qing delivered the silver, Shun Hezhou received it, and then he would use the investigation to burn the old ledgers. If this chain of evidence is formed, I am guilty of embezzling relief funds, and he is the chief conspirator in dividing the spoils. Since your excellency sees it clearly, you should comply all the more. As long as Shun Hezhou falls first, it does not matter into whose hands the horse register falls. Su Banian stepped closer and placed a blank endorsement slip under the lamp. The paper came from the old stores of the Ministry of Revenue, the edges already yellowed, even the watermark matching that of the silver escort documents 3 years ago. Qiantong did not touch it. How closely can you imitate Shun Hezhou's handwriting? Looking only at the endorsement, about 80%. Add the old paper from the ministry, the genuine silver notes from the Yin family bank, and the testimony of Wu Qing's clerks, and not many in the court will be willing to scrutinize the brushstrokes of a treacherous minister. He has not yet been convicted, and you have already prepared the name of a treacherous minister for him. Su Banian lowered his eyes, not a trace of a smile on his lips. The slander against Shun Hezhou in the capital had never needed evidence to grow. As long as the first bloodstained ledger was placed before the imperial desk, the subsequent suspicions would naturally complete the picture for the Yin family. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the corridor. The steward Qianzhong burst through the curtain, his face drained of all color. Forgetting to bow, he glanced toward the inner courtyard and spoke in a tight, suppressed voice. Master, the young master has vomited blood again. The Yin family physician has arrived, but half a quarter of an hour after the medicine was administered, he still has not awakened. Qiantong stood up abruptly. The chair legs scraped across the blue bricks with a harsh, long screech. The teacup on the desk was knocked over by his sleeve, the hot tea spilling over Yin Qingbi's secret letter, yet the words 7 days remained clearly visible. The inner courtyard was thick with the acrid smell of medicine. 12-year-old Qian Lin curled on the bed, dark traces of blood at the corner of his lips. The boy's cheeks were sunken, his right hand pressing tightly against his abdomen, his fingertips already pale and bluish. Dr. Zhou, sent by the Yin family, sat by the bedside, dissolving a dark brown pill into warm water. Why has Liner fallen ill so early today? The young master has a congenital deficiency of the heart pulse and recently suffered from cold and fright. It is not unusual for the illness to relapse. Fortunately, the medicine prepared by Master Yin can still suppress it. It merely needs to be taken on schedule. Qiantong abruptly seized the medicine bowl. The liquid splashed over the rim, falling onto the web of his thumb. Dr. Zhou did not contend for it, but instead took a small white porcelain bottle from his medicine chest and gently placed it on the bedside. The bottle contained only 3 pills. Last month there was clearly half a bottle left. Why only 3 days worth today? The medicinal ingredients used in this pill are hard to find, and there is no surplus in the capital either. Whether more can be sent after 3 days depends on when the Hedong accounts begin their journey. The candlelight flickered in the room. Qianzhong lowered his head, even his breathing becoming extremely light. Qian Lin on the bed seemed to have heard the word accounts. His eyelashes trembled, but he could not open his eyes. Qiantong's veins stood out on the back of his hand. Are you using my son's life to hurry the accounts? You misunderstand, Your Excellency. Master Yin is concerned about the Hedong relief matters and also about the young master's illness. But medicine does not come from nowhere. Many things must be exchanged one for another. Dr. Zhou retrieved the medicine bowl and slowly stirred it with a silver spoon. The medicinal aroma rose, carrying a faint bittersweetness. Qiantong had once asked what ingredients were used, but each time he was told it was a secret nourishing medicine, and even the dregs were never allowed to remain in the Qian residence. If the accounts reach the capital within 7 days, will the subsequent medicine be sent? I am only a physician. I dare not guarantee on Master Yan's behalf. However, Master Yin has said that if Your Excellency completes what needs to be done, he will not treat those who have followed him for years poorly. Qiantong stared at the 3 pills, then suddenly released his hand. The medicine was spoon-fed into Qian Lin's mouth. The boy's clenched jaw gradually relaxed, and his rapid breathing slowed, though his complexion remained almost translucent white. Qiantong wiped the blood from his son's lips. That hand could affix seals on approval documents for tens of thousands of taels of relief silver, but now it trembled uncontrollably. Qian Lin wore an old jade pendant on his wrist, the last thing left by his deceased mother. Father, are you going to be busy with official business again? Just focus on recovering and don't worry about things outside. Are those medicines very expensive? Liner can eat 1 less pill. Qian Lin's voice was weak, and he fell back into a deep sleep before finishing his sentence. Qian Lin tucked the blanket around him and remained sitting for a long time without moving. Dr. Zhou took away the medicine bowl and dregs, leaving only the 3-day bottle. After the curtain fell, the last trace of warmth on Qian Tong's face also vanished. He returned to the outer study, fished Yin Qingbi's secret letter out of the tea water, and spread it flat on the desk. How much blue-black sealing clay is left? The old materials have been retrieved from the disaster warehouse and remixed according to the formula of pine soot and indigo from 3 years ago. Enough to seal 300 ledgers, but the gap in the official seal is worn badly and needs to be repaired once more. Do not make it look too new. If the seal from 3 years ago has no wear marks, it will alert Shun Hezhou to check for forgery once it reaches the capital. Su Bonian's eyes flickered, and he immediately took out a small notebook and added this instruction after the sealing steps. Qian Tong pulled out the blank endorsement slip. The words Shun Hezhou had already been traced in light ink on thin paper. The brush strokes, the long-fingered endings, and even the deliberately left flying white on the right side were all imitated very closely. When should the endorsement show Shun Hezhou meeting Wu Qing? On the 9th day of the 5th month last year, Wu Qing entered the capital to deliver grain contracts. Shun Hezhou accepted 120,000 taels of silver, allowed the silver escort team to change to the southern route, and ordered Your Excellency to cover the gap. On the 9th day of the 5th month, Shun Hezhou was on duty at the Ministry of Revenue, while Wu Qing was in Jiangnan. Change the date to the 17th day of the 5th month and add a post-station record of Wu Qing's entry into the capital. False evidence can deceive people, but it must not first deceive ourselves. Su Bonian's hand holding the brush paused for a moment. This man before him, knowing that behind every forged ledger lay the lives of disaster victims, still calmly filled in the gaps. His son's blood did not stop him, only made him more aware that there was no turning back. What about the Masana family? Continue watching, but do not approach. Since Shun Yinshan has staked his reputation on this, I will let them live. Once the accounts reach the capital, the Shun family will be too busy with their own troubles to care about a dismissed post-station clerk. Master Yin is still waiting for a reply. How will Your Excellency respond? Qian Tong picked up the brush, first writing that the blue-black old clay was ready, and then that the accounts would definitely depart within 7 days. When he reached the words, subsequent medicine, the brush tip paused on the paper for a long time. A drop of ink fell, blurring half of Yin Qingbi's name. He changed to a fresh sheet, leaving only 2 lines. The accounts can be forged as ordered, and the endorsements can be completed to match. The medicine for Qian Lin must be delivered with the next secret letter, otherwise the old Hedong accounts, the Yin family's silver routes, and the transaction records of the Liu family's bank will all fall into the hands of a third party. Su Bonian's face changed color as he read the last line. Your Excellency is threatening Master Yin. Once the capital is angered, not only will the young master not receive the medicine, but you yourself may not live to see the forged accounts reach the capital. They used Linner's life to tie me down, so they should understand that the other end of the rope is also in my hand. Qian Tong folded the letter and sealed it with blue-black clay. The nearly black-blue clay slowly solidified under the lamplight. When the gap seal was pressed down, the lower right corner indeed lacked half of the border line. Outside the window, the water wheel continued to turn, its heavy sound circling through the night, drawing closer to the study. He handed the secret letter to Su Bonian, his eyes now holding only the cold light of a cornered beast. Tell Master Yin I can forge the accounts, but if my son dies, no one's accounts will be clean. No one's accounts shall remain clean. Su Bonian slipped the secret letter into his sleeve, but did not leave immediately. He drew a thin sheet of paper from beneath the forged account ledger and laid it flat before Qian Tong. 3 names alone were written upon it: Zhao Siping, the silver escort courier, Gu Laoqi, the wax sealing craftsman, and Jiang De, the herbal merchant from Hedong. Before the ledger departs, these 3 must vanish. Zhao Siping witnessed the silver escort reroute southward. Gu Laoqi knows the blue-black old sealant was newly blended this year, and Jiang De prepared the Yin family's prescriptions for the young master. His hands may still hold formulas. Handle the first 2 as before. Bring Jiang De to me first. Su Bonian's gaze lingered on the 3rd name. He offered no objection, merely drawing a circle around Zhao Siping's and Gu Laoqi's names. Outside the window, the water wheel completed 1 full rotation, its heavy wooden axle muffling the faint crackle of the lamp wick. Jiang De knows the most. Keeping him 1 night buys us 1 night of uncertainty. If Your Excellency only wishes to inquire about the medicine, physician Zhou of the Yin family has already spoken clearly enough. He claims Linner suffers from a congenital deficiency. Do you believe him? This subordinate believes only the dead cannot change their testimony. Qian Tong reached out and pressed his palm upon the thin paper. His fingertip rested exactly on the characters Jiang De. The ink had not fully dried, black seeped along his palm lines. He recalled the dark blood Linner had vomited and those 3 pills administered daily. My son has taken medicine for 8 years, yet his condition worsens each passing year. If the Yin family dares to dose him with accounts payable remedies, I will learn precisely what they have been feeding him. Should Jiang De uncover matters best left unexamined, how does Your Excellency intend to respond? Bring him here first. Leave the rest to me. Subanian lowered his hands and acquiesced. Half an hour later, the side gate of the governor's yamen creaked open silently. Two runners escorted a gray-clad man through the back alley. A sack covered his head, and clutched to his chest was an old wooden medicine chest used for house calls. When the sack was removed, Jiang De was immediately struck by the bittersweet aroma of herbs filling the room. Your Excellency has summoned this humble pharmacist in the dead of night, surely not merely to examine a heart tonic prescription. 3 years ago you prepared medicine for my son. Do you still recall its contents? Jiang De raised his eyes toward the bedside. Qian Lin remained unconscious, his wrist exposed beneath the quilt, so thin it seemed nothing more than skin stretched over bone. The porcelain bottle on the nightstand was uncorked, and that faint, elusive sweetness drifted from its mouth. This humble one processes over 100 prescriptions daily. How could I possibly recall herbs from 3 years past? If you truly did not remember, you would not have glanced at the medicine bottle the moment you entered. Qian Tong pushed the white porcelain bottle toward the desk. A scatter of dark brown residue rolled from its base. The practiced indifference faded from Jiang De's face, though he did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he requested freshwater silver needles and a clean white cloth. This humble one can test the medicine, but only identify what he has previously encountered. If your Excellency wishes this humble one to testify on behalf of someone, then there is no need to examine the medicine. I only ask whether it can heal illness. Then your Excellency must first close the windows tightly and dismiss all unnecessary persons. Subanian did not move. Qian Tong glanced at him, then swept his gaze across physician Zhou beside the bed. Zhou's expression darkened. He reached out to take the porcelain bottle, but Qian Zhong blocked him with an outstretched arm. This is a secret Yin family remedy. Should an outsider recklessly dismantle and examine it, and the young master's life be harmed, who shall bear the responsibility? If the medicine truly saves lives, exposure to light would not turn it poisonous. Physician Zhou wished to argue further, but Qian Tong ordered him shown to the outer chamber. Once the door closed, Jiang De lifted the residue with a silver needle, first warming it over flame, then immersing it in clean water. The brown medicament particles slowly dispersed, and an extremely pale greenish oil rose to the surface. He bent close and inhaled for a long while, then suddenly pushed the bowl away. Wooding is present here, and in no small quantity. This herb carries yin properties. In small doses it induces drowsiness, but prolonged consumption causes abdominal pain, limb weakness, and a pulse that increasingly mimics congenital heart deficiency. Are you saying Linner has not been ill all these years, but poisoned? This humble one speaks only of the herb's nature, not whether the young master was originally healthy or not. Qian Tong gripped the edge of the desk. The wood dug into his palm, yet the pain paled beside the clarity of those two words. On the bed, Qian Lin appeared, ensnared by a nightmare, his brow knitting tight, his right hand slowly drifting toward his abdomen. The Yin family claims that if the medicine is withheld for even 1 day, Linner may perish from palpitations. That claim is not entirely false. After prolonged wooding ingestion, the body grows accustomed to its properties. Sudden cessation sends the heart meridian into chaos, potentially causing collapse. The one who dosed him both inflicts pain and suspends him with temporary relief. Therefore, those 3 pills were never an antidote. They merely ensure his continued dependence upon the Yin family. Jiang De offered no reply. He withdrew a sheet of yellow paper from his medicine chest, dipped its corner into the greenish oil, and sprinkled a pinch of powdered white peony root. The paper quickly tinged gray-purple, while its edges gathered an abnormal black ring. Wooding is but one ingredient. What else remains this humble one cannot fully determine. Had the medicinal dregs been preserved, perhaps more could be discerned, but the Yin family's people always collect them too thoroughly. Since you knew the medicine was problematic, why did you not speak 3 years ago? I must not bring back the truth alive. On the Hudong official road, as fast horses crushed the thin, ice-warm sunlight, fell across the corridor of the Shun residence in the capital. Shin Suisue, wrapped in a pale red cloak, sat upon a low couch basking in the sun. Her petite face, still thin from illness, had not yet grown round again, yet she already held half an osmanthus cake in her hands. Madame Sun, fearing she might catch a draft, draped an additional soft blanket over her lap. The young miss may sit only 1 more quarter hour. The Liu household has instructed that even after the fever breaks, one must not expose herself to the wind. The osmanthus cake must not be eaten in excess, or she will refuse her porridge at dinner again. Sui took only 3 small bites. The rest fell into her mouth on its own. Madame Sun could not suppress a smile, reaching out to brush sugar crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Shin Sui obediently tilted her face upward, yet her gaze drifted past Madame Sun's shoulder, toward diagonally across from the mansion gate. There stood a straw target. Red carp, yellow rabbits, and sugar figures brandishing long swords were crowded upon it. The sunlight passed through their thin candy coating, making them gleam bright and alluring to children. Yet that vendor had already been present for 3 days. The first day, he parked to the left of the stone lions. The second day, he shifted beside the tea shed, and today, he had moved beneath the willow tree. His position changed, yet the direction he faced remained constant. Dead center toward the side gate of the Shin mansion. Yesterday, 2 children had gathered around to admire the sugar figures, and the vendor had waved them away. Today, when the bun seller passed by, he offered no cry at all, raising his head only when the Shun mansion gate creaked. Shin Sui slowly set down the osmanthus cake. Madame Sui wants that little yellow rabbit. The mansion just made syrup for the young miss yesterday. The sugar figures outside have gathered dust, and eating them will only bring on another cough. Sui will not eat it. I only wanted to sleep with the cloth tiger. The cloth tiger guards the door every day, yet has no friend. It would grow sorrowful. Madame Sun's right hand, adjusting her cloak, paused for a moment. Her thumb pressed against the pad of her index finger, rubbing twice, with barely perceptible gentleness. Shin Sui had witnessed this gesture before. During her high fever, when she spoke deliriously, Madame Sun would rub her hands this way. When father had asked about the details of the damaged scroll, she had stood outside the screen, doing the very same. If the young miss truly desires it, this servant will send the gatekeeper to purchase one. You need not venture out yourself. Sui wants to choose it herself. The rabbit's ears must not be one long and one short. She slid from the low couch. The moment her soles found steady ground, she grasped Madame Sun's hand. 5 soft little fingers clung tightly, as though she were merely a child craving candy, yet afraid of rejection. Madame Sun did not stop her again, only calling a maid to fetch a wind hood. The side gate of the Shin mansion opened a crack. The sugar figure vendor, who had been keeping his head lowered, immediately gripped the straw target upon hearing the door hinge creak. He glanced first at Shun Sui, then at Madame Sun behind her, and finally swept his gaze toward the interior. Uncle, how much for that yellow rabbit? Not for sale today. The sugar has grown cold. The young miss should seek one elsewhere. While speaking, the man's hand had already uprooted the support pole. That yellow rabbit stood at the outermost position, its sugar surface gleaming bright, showing no sign of dampness. He packed his stall with excessive haste. He did not even scrape the residual sugar from the copper pot, lifting his burden and striding toward the alley mouth. Madame Sun drew Shin Sui half a step behind her. There is no logic in driving away a customer who comes to your stall. Since the young miss likes it, simply name your price. An emergency has arisen at home. I will return to trade on another day. Footsteps approached from within the mansion. Lu Qingya wore no sword, dressed only in the ordinary short garments of a mansion guard. He stepped out through the side gate. Before his gaze had even settled upon the vendor's face, the man had already shouldered his straw target and collided with a passing pedestrian. The red and yellow sugar figures swayed in a blur, several shattering upon the ground. The man did not so much as glance back, ducking between a charcoal cart and the crowd, vanishing at the alley mouth in the next instant. Lu Qingya did not pursue immediately. He bent down and retrieved the flat round copper token the vendor had dropped. No name appeared upon the token, only an engraved, intertwining floral pattern. Its edges were worn luminous, and on the reverse side remained a small hole stamped only when the draft office cashed silver. Shin Sui recognized that flower. The fleeing scribe had left behind half a piece of broken silver, its edge likewise embossed with the identical pattern. Uncle Lu, does he fear selling candy, or does he fear we will buy it? A candy seller fearing a mansion guard is not necessarily a spy. It could also be stolen goods. The young miss should return to the mansion first. This matter falls to this subordinate to investigate. That rabbit did not fall to the ground. May we retrieve it? Lu Qingya looked at her. Half her face was concealed within the white fur trim of her wind hood, her gaze fixed only upon the shattered sugar rabbit upon the ground, as though she truly understood not at all what the copper token signified. The sugar rabbit has touched the mud. I will have the kitchen make another. Madame Sun bent and lifted Shun Sui into her arms. Her palm was quite cool, and her right thumb rubbed once more against her index finger pad. Shun Sui nestled into her embrace, without raising her head, catching only the familiar scent of soap, nuts, and medicinal oil. The side gate closed once more. Within less than a quarter hour, Shun and had already led men to the alley mouth. Only a thin copper pot remained at the sugar stall, the syrup at its bottom still unhardened. Proof the vendor had never intended to pack up. A nearby tea house host recognized him, but could not recall his name. That man came 3 days running, ordering only 1 bowl of the cheapest coarse tea each time. He neither watches the pedestrians nor the ladies and girls, but fixes his gaze solely upon the Shun mansion entrance. When this servant asked whom he awaited, he replied, he waited for someone coming from the mansion to purchase medicine. Has he mentioned which pharmacy? He spoke of the Liu household twice. Yesterday, when a Liu family medicine delivery boy passed by, he pursued him for half a street. Today he also inquired of a cart driver whether the elderly physician Liu would come to the Shun mansion again for a follow-up consultation. Shun recorded the testimonies one by one, then had the copper pot sealed. When he returned to the outer study, Lu Qingya had already washed the copper token clean. Beneath the intertwined floral pattern emerged an extremely small character, yen. Fresh cinnabar still clung beside the hole. This was a pass token issued by the Yin family draft office to those handling affairs in the outer courtyard for entering and exiting the Silver Vault. If the Yin family only wished to keep watch over Second Master the main gate, the Ministry of Revenue and outside Lord Du's residence would all be far more suitable positions. He has guarded the side gate for 3 days, pursuing anyone from the Liu family pharmacy. His target is likely not court intelligence. Who has entered or exited the mansion today? 2 men delivering charcoal, 3 purchasing agents, and yesterday afternoon, the Liu family pharmacy delivered the young Mrs. follow-up medicine. Aside from these, only a spice merchant from the old madam's courtyard has passed through the side gate. Shunan spread out the gate register covering nearly 3 days. Beside each entry of departure and arrival, he had noted the vendor's reactions at that moment. When Shun Hezhou departed the mansion for court, the vendor did not follow. When Du Wenheng visited, he likewise remained unmoved. Only when someone from the Liu family pharmacy appeared did he leave his stall twice, once following to the end of the street, once stopping a cart driver to question him. Liu Qingya's fingertip pressed upon yesterday's line. He is waiting for someone who will come from the Liu household. The young miss has recovered from her typhoid fever. Physician Liu has no further need to visit. Unless the patient he wishes to confirm is not in fact within the Shen mansion. 2 gentle knocks sounded at the study door. Shen Susue, cradling a newly made sugar rabbit, stood just outside the threshold with Madame Sun following behind, bearing a bowl of freshly prepared medicine. She did not burst inside, merely raising the sugar rabbit slightly higher. Uncle Liu, the kitchen maid too. This one is for you. Is the copper token that Uncle dropped today the same as the silver left by that corrupt scribe? Shunan instinctively glanced toward Madame Sun. With her eyes cast downward, Madame Sun shifted the medicine bowl to the center of the tray, yet her right thumb pressed against her index finger, slowly rubbing. The young miss is still young. It is natural for her to misinterpret things she sees on the street. That copper token may have been found by the vendor and need not truly relate to the Yin family. Madame speaks truly. That is precisely why Sui Sui did not cry out to seize him. Shin Sui Sui stepped over the threshold and set the sugar rabbit beside the desk. She did not declare the vendor a bad person, nor did she speak of why Madame's son grew tense. The 3 columns established by father still rested upon the right side of the writing desk. What she had seen, what she had heard, and what she had guessed. No one was permitted to cross that central line of ink. Liu Qingya placed the copper token into a wooden box. This subordinate has already arranged for several Yin family draft offices in the vicinity to be watched. To pursue him too hastily today would sever the thread. Only when he returns to retrieve his burden can we trace back to the one delivering the messages. Then may Sui Sui come out to buy candy tomorrow as well. The young miss may sunbathe as usual tomorrow. Whatever she wishes to eat, she should simply say so. There is no need to deliberately glance toward the gate. Shunan closed the gate register, his gaze falling upon the record of the Liu family medicine delivery. Someone in Hedong was investigating the antidote for wounding, while in the capital another kept watch over the Shun mansion, awaiting the appearance of the Liu family physician. 2 places separated by 1,000 li, yet both fixing upon the same medicinal thread. A winter wind brushed past the corridor pillar outside the door. Madame Sun lifted the medicine bowl, gently urging Shin Sui Sui to return to her room. As she turned, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a fresh red mark across her right thumb web, resembling the lingering imprint of a thin cord bound there for too long. Shin Sui Sui saw it, yet merely reached out to take her hand. Madam, let us go back and take our medicine. Madame Sun's steps faltered ever so slightly before she quickly clutched the medicine tray to her chest. Within the study, Shun and had transcribed onto a separate volume all visitors from the Liu household over nearly 3 months. The final page bore only a single line. The very entry from yesterday, when someone had inquired about wounding at the Liu family pharmacy, yet failed to leave a name. Liu Qingya raised his eyes toward the closed door. They are not watching over the young Mrs. illness, but rather who can cure another child's sickness. What they're after is not the girl's illness. As Liu Qingya's words died down, urgent footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the study. Shannon lifted the curtain and stepped out, and in a moment brought in a young woman draped in a green-gray cloak. The newcomer bore a faint resemblance to Liu Yingxue around the eyes and brows, with fine medicinal powder dusting her sleeves. Without any pleasantries, she closed the door tightly behind her and placed an oil paper packet on the desk. They are waiting for someone who can cure the other child. Liu Jiwei untied the hemp cord wrapped around the paper packet, and a bitter fishy odor immediately spread. The herbal residue had already been decocted twice, its color dark and murky, mixed with several nearly translucent grayish-white thin crystals. Shin Sui Sui sat on a low stool holding her sugar bunny and gently twitched her nose. The smell was more astringent than the cold medicine she had drunk, and when she inhaled it felt like a fine needle pricking her chest. Liu Yingxue took out a silver clamp from the tray, but did not touch the medicine immediately. Where did this packet come from? Yesterday afternoon, a man with a Hedong accent went to the Liu family's medicine shop. He refused to give his name, only saying that his child had suffered from abdominal pain for years, and whenever the medicine was stopped the limbs grew cold and the heart raced at night. Lu Jiwei flattened the four corners of the oil paper and took out a consultation sheet with only half a page filled from her sleeve. The paper bore no name or address, only the time of onset and the reactions after taking the medicine. He asked the shopkeeper if he knew Blackvine. The shopkeeper said he would need to invite me, but the man saw someone watching outside the shop, abandoned even the herbal residue, and left through the back door. Those who followed him chased after him for 2 streets, only to retrieve an empty medicine basket in the end. Shin Hezhou glanced down at the consultation sheet, his fingertip pausing at the line that specified taking medicine every 3 days. The person who delivered the herbal residue is not the same. No. This morning a little beggar stuffed the paper packet into the medicine shop's door crack, saying only that someone at a city south inn had given him 10 coins. When the shop assistant rushed over, the room had already been checked out, leaving half a bowl of unfinished coarse tea on the table. Outside the window, the sunlight shifted past the carved window lattice, illuminating a small piece of dark purple root bark in the herbal residue. Lu Yingxue picked it out with the silver clamp, placed it on a white porcelain dish, and rinsed it 3 times with clean water. Shin Suisui could not understand the herbs, but she saw her mother's expression gradually darken. Mother, is this black vine? This piece is black vine root. In small doses it can relieve pain and spasms, but if used incorrectly it can cause weakness in the limbs. If taken over a long period, the patient will increasingly resemble someone with a naturally weak constitution. Lu Yingxue did not let her daughter come closer. She raised her hand and pushed the white porcelain dish to the other end of the desk. She then clamped out a few fine grains of sand from the residue and spread them on a sheet of white paper, gently grinding them with a jade pestle. After the grayish-white sand cracked open, it revealed an extremely faint red inside. But Blackvine would not leave behind such color. She waited. You test it with vinegar at the shop. I tested it once. The sand grains did not dissolve in vinegar, but when heated they gave off a sweet fishy smell. I feared my judgment might be wrong, so I sent it overnight for Aunt to examine in person. Lu Yingxue fetched a small copper lamp and placed half a grain of sand into a silver spoon. The fire licked the bottom of the spoon, and soon the study was filled with a sweet scent akin to caramel. The smell was not pleasant sweet, but wrapped in the odor of decaying wood. As Shin Suisui covered her nose after just one inhale, the edge of the silver spoon gradually showed a ring of reddish-brown fine lines. This is heart-sealing sand. Shin Hezhou raised his eyes, his gaze falling on that ring of red marks. What effect does this substance have? Used alone, it does not kill immediately, only causing palpitations, chest tightness, and night sweats. When combined with Blackvine over a long period, one will damage the heart meridian and the other will suppress the superficial symptoms. When others take the pulse, they will only think the patient is congenitally deficient and weak from a long illness. Lu Yingxue turned down the lamp flame and moved the consultation sheet in front of her. She examined each item according to the time of onset, her fingertip pausing for a long time at the line indicating medication every 3 days. The person who prepared the medicine knows the dosage well. He does not want the patient to die immediately, but rather to make the patient dependent on the regular delivery of alleviating medicine. Once the medicine is stopped, the accumulated Blackvine poison will rebound, and the heart-sealing sand will trigger palpitations, causing the patient to deteriorate rapidly. Shin Suisui's small hand tightened the bamboo skewer of the sugar bunny, pressing a red mark into her palm. She remembered the man outside the door who had refused to sell sugar, and also the way he had chased after the Liu family's medicine delivery cart driver to ask questions. That man was not waiting for a follow-up appointment. He was looking for someone who could expose this prescription. Will that child die? If the dosage continues to increase, it will eventually damage the heart meridian completely. If stopped abruptly, it could also cause sudden fainting. We must first stabilize the heart meridian with medicine, then gradually reduce the Blackvine. As for the accumulated heart-sealing sand poison, it depends on how long the patient has been taking it. Lu Yingxue spoke calmly, but the silver clamp in her hand bent slightly. As a physician, she had seen misdiagnoses and quacks harming patients, but she had rarely seen someone calculate a child's pain by the hour and use pills to tie another person's neck. Shin Hezhou picked up the consultation sheet. A Hudong accent, a chronically ill child, medication every 3 days. With just these we cannot confirm the identity. Indeed we cannot. There are more than one chronically ill child in Hudong, and the person asking for the medicine might have deliberately left that accent. But before I came, I checked the medical records sent to the capital over the past 2 years. Among the Hudong official families, there are 3 who match the age and symptoms. Lu Jiwei unfolded another sheet of paper, which listed only the age, duration of illness, and the doctors the family had previously consulted without drawing a conclusion. 2 of them recovered last year. Only Qianlin, the only son of Hudong Governor Qiantong, is 12 years old, has been weak since childhood, and his abdominal pain has become more frequent in the past 6 months. The Qian residents send someone to fetch medicine from a separate courtyard every 3 days. This is no secret among local medicinal merchants. Shin Suisui looked up at her father. So the bad guys are watching the Liu family because they are afraid the Liu family will save Qianlin. That is a guess, not a confirmed fact. Shen Hezhou pressed the consultation sheet in the middle of the 3-column paper, not moving it to the confirmed column just because of the name Qian Tong. For now we only know that someone brought the black vine herbal residue, seeking a solution, and that person was followed. Whether the patient is Qian Lin and whether the follower is from the Yan family must be investigated separately. Shen Suisui nodded gently and placed the sugar bunny back on her lap. She did not say that Qian Tong must know, nor did she ask if saving Qian Lin could get them the account books. Lu Yingxue glanced at her daughter, turned and walked to the medicine cabinet, taking out heart-stabilizing grass, white ginseng root, and 2 warming meridian herbs. For whichever family's child, let me first prepare 3 days' worth of pulse-stabilizing medicine. The medicine can only relieve symptoms, not fully detoxify, and it must not be administered directly to the patient. Without a pulse record and the duration of medication, I will not risk changing the prescription. After the medicine is prepared, keep it temporarily at the Lu residence, not sent to the Shen mansion, and let no shop assistant know its destination. Shen Hezhou resealed the herbal residue in a wooden box and instructed Shen and to investigate the people who had contact with the little beggar at the city south end. Since the stalkers were waiting for the Lu family physician to appear, actively seeking them out would only push the person seeking medicine into a dead end. Lu Yue gathered her cloak, a trace of doubt still pressing on her brow. If it really is Qian Lin, Qian Tong may already know that his son has been poisoned. He sent someone to seek medicine, perhaps also intending to use the Lu family to counterattack the Shen residents, or even to pin the child's condition on us. So we only prepare the medicine without offering terms. First confirm the patient, then find a way to have the prescription verified by a third-party physician. The Shen family will not touch the Qian family's old medicine, nor privately promise to cure the poison. Shen Hezhou's voice was flat, but his fingertip pressed a white mark on the lock of the wooden box. Hedong's false accounts, blue-black sealing wax, Wu Qing's grain route, and now a child controlled by medicine. Qian Tong's hands were stained with relief, silver, and lives, and he would not suddenly become innocent just because he was a father. But using Qian Lin's life to force him to continue fabricating accounts was also something that could not be lightly dismissed. Shen Suisui slid off the low stool and walked to her father's side. If we save that child, will Qian Tong not be punished? Medicine can save a life, but it cannot take the blame. The child did not participate in fabricating accounts or kill witnesses. He should live first. As for what Qian Tong did, it must still be investigated one by one. Lu Yingxue divided the 3 days' worth of herbs into 3 paper packets, each marked with the same number, leaving no trace of the Shen or Lu families. She also took another blank prescription sheet, preparing to have 2 unrelated physicians review it. Shen Suisui looked at the 3 paper packets and slowly released her clenched fingers. Then let's save the little brother first, and then let his father repay his debts. If that child is indeed Qian Lin, we save him, but the lives Qian Tong owes must still be repaid by himself. If that child is indeed Qian Lin, we will save him, but the lives Qian Tong owes must still be repaid by himself. Lu Yue placed the last packet of pulse-stabilizing herbs into the wooden box, whose bottom was lined with ordinary atractalodes and tangerine peel. From the outside, it looked merely like herbs casually picked up to restock an apothecary. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps treading on snow came from outside the window. The door curtain was lifted from the outside, and a 15-year-old boy stepped in, bringing a chill of winter air. Shen Mingzhao wore no sword. His hair was tied with a simple blue cloth band, but in his hand, he clutched a travel permit for Hedong. Uncle, let me go to Hedong with Aunt Lu. Shen Hezhou lifted his eyes to glance at him, then returned his gaze to the 3 packets of medicine on the table. What makes you think you deserve to go? Shen Mingzhao had clearly considered this question long before. He placed the travel permit on the desk. The paper stated that he was a 15-year-old apprentice of a medicine merchant in the capital, accompanying a team to Hedong to purchase medicinal herbs. I have traveled the southern route with the medicine merchants twice. I know the courier stations and can understand the Hedong dialect. Aunt Lu traveling alone with medicine would only draw more suspicion. I will disguise myself as a medicine boy, able to drive the cart, decoct herbs on the road, and run errands for her. Lu Yue did not immediately plead for him. She merely fastened the medicine box. Shen Suisui sat nearby, holding a sugar rabbit, looking at her cousin, and then at her father, quietly tucking her small feet under her skirt. Shen Hezhou picked up the travel permit and examined the official seal against the lamplight. If your identity is exposed, how will you retreat? Abandon the cart immediately and retreat along the southern merchant route. Shen Hezhou put down the permit, his expression unyielding. There are people all around the courier stations. Which merchant route will you take? What about Lu Yue? What about the medicine on the cart? Shen Mingzhao's Adam's apple moved slightly. He had only considered leaving after exposure, but never thought about what to abandon and what to preserve when the medicine cart was seized. I can first escort Aunt Lu to safety, then find a way to protect the medicine. That is not a retreat, it is a pretty phrase. The study fell silent. The flame on the copper lamp was pressed to one side by the wind, casting flickering shadows on the boy's face. Shen Mingzhao lowered his head to look at the travel permit, the tips of his ears gradually turning red. He had located the water mill on the Hedong map, and had inquired of the medicine merchants about the riverside temple, believing he had prepared thoroughly enough. Yet his uncle only asked 2 questions, and he had already failed the first hurdle. Then what must I do for you to allow me to go, Uncle A? Write down 3 things clearly. How to escape when identity is exposed, how to detour when the courier stations are blocked, and how to verify the medicine after the packets are swapped. For each list at least 2 retreat options, and do not rely on last-minute desperate measures. Shinhajo drew out 3 blank sheets of paper and pressed them one by one under the paperweight. Submit them to me before the hour of Qin tomorrow. Missing 1 item, and you will remain in the capital. Shun Mingzhao stepped forward to collect the papers, his fingertips pausing as they touched the paperweight. If I can write them out, Uncle must not use age to stop me. First survive the 3 trials on paper, then talk about leaving the city. The boy turned and left with the 3 sheets. As he reached the door, Shin Sui suddenly slid off her stool. She took 2 steps after him, but did not pull. Her cousin only watched the door curtain fall back into place. Father, do you not want brother to go? I don't want him to think that being willing to die equals being capable of handling matters. Shin Hezhou pushed the wooden box of medicine residue toward Lu Jiwei, signaling her to take it back to the Lu family. In Hedong, someone was already watching the medicine route. This trip would not be as simple as delivering 3 packets of medicine. Will Ming Zhao be able to write them? If he cannot, then he ought not to go. That night the lamp in Shun Mingzhao's courtyard remained lit until the 4th watch. On the first sheet, he wrote about identity exposure. First he listed abandoning the cart, then crossed it out, changing it to Lu Jiwei would take the Lu family's medical credentials and travel openly, while he mingled with a merchant caravan and withdrew separately. If both were captured simultaneously, he would destroy all evidence linking to the Shun family and only admit to being an apothecary apprentice. The second sheet dealt with the courier station being intercepted. He pulled out an old map marking the official roads, the salt merchants' paths, and the river sections passable in winter one by one, and also asked the night watchman which places allowed horse changes. The third sheet was the hardest. Once the medicine packets were swapped, the patient could not be used for trial and error. He thought for half the night, then wrote down the medicine, numbering the folding creases of the paper and the wax seal marks, and prepared an additional packet of bitter herb powder that would not be used in the actual medicine. The bitter herb turned green when wet, used only to test the packet, never mixed with the real herbs. At the first light of dawn, the 3 sheets covered with annotations were sent to the outer study. Shin Mingzhao came along as well. The boy had dark circles under his eyes, wore coarse cotton clothes, and his waist was empty. He did not carry his ever-present longsword, and the green jade waist token that Shin family disciples used when going out was left on the tray. A medicine boy should not carry the Shun family's sword, nor a token that reveals his identity. Shin Hezhou examined each page thoroughly, showing no leniency despite the boy's sleepless night. After the river freezes, the salt merchant's path may not be passable. What if the 3rd route is also cut off? I won't enter Hedong City. I'll first stop at a pharmacy in an outer county. Aunt Lu will enter the city as usual, and I will pass the message to a traveling medicine merchant. If someone still pursues, I will return to the capital by the original route, not forcing a checkpoint to deliver the medicine. Shin Mingzhao answered slowly, each sentence corresponding to a marked note on the paper. Lu Jiwei stood by the window, took the 3rd sheet, and examined it for a moment. The bitter herb powder and the pulse-stabilizing medicine were stored in separate compartments. If the outer box was open, the binding cord would leave tiny abrasions, indeed, revealing whether it had been tampered with. There is one more matter. Whether the medicine reaches Qianlin's hands depends not only on our willingness. If we cannot confirm the patient's identity, I will not let Ming Zhao enter the Qian residence privately. On this trip, first identify the person, then identify the medicine. Do not enter the governor's rear courtyard, and do not accept any conditions privately offered by the Qian residents. Shin Mingzhao finished his reply and finally looked up at Shin Hezhou. The 3 sheets on the desk were turned to the last page. Every dangerous situation had a retreat route, but none mentioned sneaking into the water mill to seize the account books. Shin Hezhou refolded the paper. When you go to Hedong, what do you most want to do? Find the account books and investigate the water mill. Shin Mingzhao did not evade the true purpose. After his words fell, he first clenched his own fingers. But without backup, without a neutral witness, and before confirming the authenticity of the account books, I will not enter. A faint rustling of cloth came from near the door. Shin Sui walked in holding a newly sewn gray cloth rabbit. The rabbit's ears were uneven, one long and one short, and the stitches on its belly were crooked, clearly not made by the embroidery workshop. She walked up to her cousin and raised the cloth rabbit high. This is for brother to carry. Shin Mingzhao bent down to take it. When he pinched the rabbit's belly, he found it wasn't stuffed full of cotton. There was a very fine opening hidden at the back. Why is it empty here? It can hide papers and it can hide medicine. But you can only put things you have seen. You must not write down things you are guessing. Shin Sui reached out her small hand and earnestly tapped the rabbit's belly. She remembered what her father had taught her, and also how her cousin's eyes had lit up when he looked at the Hedong map last time, as if he wanted to dive into the water mill himself. What if I see a water wheel and a Buddhist shrine? First record it, then come back and tell us. Don't run in alone just because you saw it in a dream. Shin Mingzhao held the cloth rabbit silent for a long time. He had expected Sui Sui to ask him to bring back the account books at all costs or to rescue the child he had never met. But what she placed in his hands was not an order that must be fulfilled. It was merely a path home. Shen Hezhou pushed the medicine boy's travel permit back to the boy and replaced the Shun family token on the tray with an ordinary apothecary wooden plaque. Lu Jiwei will leave the capital with the medicine convoy tomorrow. You will go with her. After entering Hedong, you must not leave the convoy alone, must not contact the governor's office, and must not break into the water mill. Your nephew understands. Lu Qingyao will not travel with you. Shun Mingzhao's expression shifted slightly, but he suppressed the urge to question further. He lowered his head to tie the wooden plaque at his waist and stuffed the cloth rabbit into the bottom of the medicine box. Shen Hezhou watched him fasten the box, but did not explain that Lu Qingyao would set out earlier via another route. A visible guard is easily spotted, a hidden backup has a chance to bring people back when the roads are blocked. Lu Jiwei put away the 3-day supply of pulse-stabilizing medicine, keeping only ordinary tonics in the box. The real medicine would be split and hidden separately only to be reconstituted into a single dose after confirming the identity of the one seeking treatment. Shin Sui Sui followed her cousin to the hallway. The morning snow had stopped and the snow on the eaves corners gleamed white in the sunlight. As Shun Mingzhao shouldered the medicine box, she suddenly tugged at his coarse cotton sleeve, pushing the gray rabbit in a little tighter. Brother, if you find the account books, you must first bring yourself back alive. You must bring yourself back alive. Shun Sui Sui's voice pursued him under the eaves as Shin Mingzhao had already shouldered his medicine box. The youth did not turn back, only raised his hand to press the gray cloth rabbit at the bottom of the box. The rabbit's belly compartment was temporarily empty, but the crooked stitches pressed against his palm, like a line, he could not cross without permission. I remember. I'll bring you Hedong sugar cakes when I return. No sugar cakes. Just come back, brother. The morning wind poured through the mansion gate, making the medicine shop banners in front of the cart rustle loudly. Lu Jiwei had changed into a gray-blue cloth skirt and was checking the cargo list with her head bowed. The genuine pulse-stabilizing medicine was divided into 3 portions mixed among the herbs, and even Shin Mingzhao only knew the location of one portion. Shin Hexiao stood inside the gate. He was dressed in the regular attire of a Jinlin guard commander, his gaze sweeping over his son's waist. There was no Shin family jade token nor the sword he had practiced with for 7 years. Only an ordinary medicine shop wooden plaque hung there. Why didn't you bring the sword? A medicine boy carrying a sword would be more conspicuous than a medicine box. Shun Hexiao's expression remained grim, but his fingers paused for a moment on the scabbard. Shin Mingzhao expected his father to scold him for being reckless, as usual, so his back involuntarily tensed. Once you leave the capital, don't use the Shun family's name to pressure others. If you encounter a checkpoint, the official seal is more useful than your father's name. I understand, father. I won't bring trouble to the family. The wheels began to turn. Shin Hexiao did not see him off at the mansion gate. Instead, as the medicine cart drove down the street, he turned and summoned a personal guard, placing a worn copper button from his palm into the man's hand. By the time the medicine convoy reached the South City gate, the sun had just emerged halfway from behind the tower. Carts and horses waiting for inspection had already lined up for half a street. The guards, who usually only checked travel permits and cargo lists, had set up 2 long tables in front of the gate today. Every young man had to remove his hat, lift his face, and be compared with a scroll of portraits beside the table. Lu Jiwei glanced at the 3 youths stopped under the gate and gently pressed the reins. They're not searching for contraband herbs. They're all around 15 or 16, their collars turned over. It's like they're looking for a young master from some family in the capital. Shin Mingzhao shrank his shoulders and pulled the blue cloth strap lower. The portraits were too far away to make out the features, but the guards would first check the palms and tigers' mouths. The thin calluses of a martial artist could never be hidden. Just answer about the herbs later. Don't look up to identify anyone. If they ask my name, I'll answer according to the travel permit. Suddenly, the canvas cover of the cart ahead was lifted and several bamboo baskets of herbs tumbled to the ground. The guards used their scabbards to pry open each herb bundle one by one, even tapping the compartment boards twice. Shin Mingzhao hid his hands in his sleeves, his palms gradually sweating. This was no ordinary spot check. Someone knew the Shin family would send a youth out of the capital, but they didn't know which convoy he would accompany. If they retreated now, they would be admitting their identity. When it was the Lu family medicine carts, turn, a guard first took the travel permit. Lu's medicine shop going to Hedong to collect herbs. Why is there a young man from the capital on the cart? This is a new apprentice in the shop. His parents are herb farmers on the outskirts of the capital. He knows a few herbs, and is being taken along to learn how to inspect goods. The guard held the travel permit up to the sunlight, his gaze passing over Lu Jiwei and landing on Shun Mingzhao's face. Take off your hat. Extend your hands. Just as Shin Mingzhao was about to move, another guard had already pried open the topmost herb basket. Dried centipedes, scorpions, and snake skins were mixed in the hemp sack. A half-foot-long dried centipede was precisely lifted by the scabbard, and fell with a smack at his feet. The youth's face turned pale, and he stepped back abruptly. "Take it away. Take this thing away." He retreated too hastily, his lower back hitting the cart shaft, nearly knocking the medicine box off. The panic did not seem feigned, even a layer of moisture emerged at the corners of his eyes. The guard sneered and crushed the dried centipede with the toe of his boot. "A medicine boy afraid of this? I only know herbs, not these legged bugs. The shopkeeper said we were collecting astragalus in Hudong, not centipedes." The crowd waiting to enter the city let out low laughter. Shin Mingzhao clutched his sleeve, still unwilling to approach the dried insect. The guard had already reached for the portrait scroll, but stopped upon seeing this. The youth in the portrait was from a general's family. If he were truly Shun Huxiao's son, he would not be so frightened by a dead centipede as to hit the cart. "Extend your hands. Finish the check, and leave quickly. Kick it farther away first, then I can come over." Impatiently the guard kicked the centipede into the ditch. Only then did Shun Mingzhao slowly extend his hands. He had soaked his palms in medicinal juice last night, and rubbed them with fine sand, softening the edges of his sword calluses. The guard only pinched twice before being overwhelmed by the strong medicinal smell, and let go. Lu Jiwei handed over the cargo list and medical practice certificate. "If you're worried about contraband, you can open every bundle. But the herbs will get damp, and several clinics in the city won't get their supplies today. Don't try to pressure us with the clinics. Open the bottom of the cart." The guards searched around the cart for 3/4 of an hour, only finding a few old prescriptions for diarrhea in the corner. They found no Shin family mark and no weapons, so they could only stamp a heavy inspection seal on the back of the travel permit. As the medicine cart drove out of the gate, Shin Mingzhao's back was already soaked through. Only when the city wall was hidden by the withered forest did he release his tightly clenched hand. His nails had pressed into his palm, leaving 4 pale crescent marks. "That centipede. Did you deliberately put it on top last night? A medicine boy can be afraid of bugs who a general's son cannot. The portraits are about facial recognition. I might not have dodged it. So I had to make them think I couldn't possibly be Shin Mingzhao." Lu Jiwei did not praise him. She only handed him the water skin. If the guards had insisted on comparing every detail, that improvised reaction would have bought them at most a moment, not a real escape. "Getting past the first gate doesn't mean we're safe. 2 people were watching the cart tracks the whole time. I saw them. They weren't wearing official boots, but they had city defense copper tokens at their waists." The medicine convoy traveled 10 li out of the capital, then turned into a tea shed by the official road to change horses. While moving the medicine boxes, Shin Mingzhao looked toward the forest 3 times. There was no familiar figure, nor Lu Qingya's usual gray horse. By the time they reached the post station, just before sunset, the rear was still empty. He carried the last basket of herbs into the warehouse, his expression gradually darkening. "Uncle said that guard Lu wouldn't accompany us. Did he really not send him? You wrote before you left not to treat backup as something guaranteed." Lu Jiwei removed her soaked gloves and checked the medicine box straps one by one. The sealing wax was intact, and the bitter herb powder had not been disturbed, but the footprints outside the stable were 2 pairs more than the number in the convoy. "Don't take off your outer clothes tonight. Keep the medicine box in sight. If someone enters, we'll follow the second escape route. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. Aunt Lu, you rest first." In the third watch of the night, all lights in the post station were extinguished. Suddenly a short neigh came from the stable. Shin Mingzhao opened his eyes and reached for his pillow, only to remember he had not brought his sword. He grasped a copper pestle used for decocting medicine. He peered through the crack in the door. A black-clad scout was bending down to cut the reins, while another had already crept toward the backyard where the medicine cart was parked. Just as they took a few steps, a stone suddenly fell from the rooftop, hitting the oil lamp in front. The flame was extinguished abruptly. In the darkness, there was the rustle of cloth and the dull thud of bodies falling. Shin Mingzhao pushed the door open and chased after them, only to see a strange escort kick the scout over the courtyard wall. "Sir, who sent you?" A medicine boy not sleeping at night, yet meddling more than a night watchman. The man wore a bamboo hat and did not turn around. When the post station attendant came with a lantern at the noise, the man had already jumped over the low wall, leaving only a trampled copper button in the mud. Shin Mingzhao picked up the copper button, and his fingers instantly froze. The button's surface was engraved with half a crouching tiger, and there was an old knife mark on the edge. It was a button from the winter armor of the old troops when Shun Huxiao commanded the left division of the Jinlin Guard in his early years. All of them had been scrapped and replaced 12 years ago. An ordinary escort could never possess such a thing. Was it sent by Uncle? Father abhors unauthorized deployment of the Jinlin Guard. He wouldn't break the rules for me. Shin Mingzhao turned the copper button over. The back was worn smooth. Old armor, old buttons, retired soldiers. No Jinlin Guard rosters were used, and no evidence of soldiers crossing borders would be left. His father had not stopped him from leaving the capital, but he had not truly let him walk this road alone either. Just as Lu Jiwei was about to put away the copper button, urgent horse hooves sounded from outside the courtyard. A cart driver rushed into the post station, his shoulders still carrying the night snow, his face paler than the frost on the wall. "Young master, they're checking the medicine convoy ahead. They have a hand-signed warrant from Governor Qian." There's someone ahead with a warrant to inspect the medicine convoy. The messenger knelt in the main hall of the governor's office, mud from his journey dripping all the way into the cracks of the blue bricks. He had ridden a horse to death last night, and the edges of his official boots still bore fragments of ice from the post road. Qiantong did not look up. The Ministry of Revenue's official document lay flat on the desk, the bright red seal at the end still faintly exuding the scent of oil. The paper was only 2 pages long. It neither mentioned the embezzlement of relief, silver, nor ordered Hudong to hand over the accounts. It merely postponed the settlement of this season's grain transport pending the completion of the certification for the disaster victims from the 3 counties. Have all the checkpoints followed the warrant? They have. Any medicine convoy from the capital is being unloaded and inspected cart by cart. If Liu family credentials are found, they are to be sent directly to the governor's office. The messenger's voice lowered as he spoke the last sentence. The warrant stated it was to inspect and prohibit illegal medicines without a single mention of the character Liu. Who they were truly looking for could only be passed down through oral orders from layer to layer. Qiantong slowly rubbed his fingertip across the Ministry of Revenue's seal. Once the person is caught, do not throw them in the dungeon and do not use torture. If anyone dares to harm a single finger of the Liu family physician, I will flay them alive. I will go and relay the order immediately. The messenger kowtowed and withdrew from the main hall. The cold wind outside curled in through the cracks, stirring a banknote invoice on the corner of the desk. Su Bonian stepped forward and closed the door again. Master, since you want to intercept the Liu family, why not write it directly into the warrant? The subordinates will only check based on portraits, and they are bound to let some slip through. Putting the Liu family into the governor's warrant is equivalent to telling everyone that I fear a medicine shop in the capital. That official document arrived only today. If Shenhezhou's people are detained tomorrow, anyone can see that I am cutting off his medical supply line. Qiantong flipped the document to the first page. At the top were listed the amounts of grain transport silver owed to the 3 counties of Hudong. Not a single amount was reduced, but at the end were 4 additional words: settlement temporarily suspended. The silver was still there, but no one could get it. Su Bonian's gaze fell on those 4 words, his eyes growing dark. Shenhezhou did not impeach you, master, nor did he send anyone to seize the accounts. He is trying to stall, waiting for the grain merchants to come and pressure us first. He is not stalling, he is cutting off our loans. Qiantong picked up the invoice, sent by Wu Qing, the back of the paper, faintly revealing the watermarks of the Yin family bank. Wu Qing's words were polite, merely stating that if the payment for the previous batch of grain was not received within 3 days, the Southern Grain Depot would be unable to continue distributing supplies. Those words contained no threat, yet they were colder than a blade pressed against the throat. Once the grain transport settlement is halted, the banknotes in Wu Qing's hands become unexchangeable. If the bank refuses to extend credit, he will stop advancing grain. The disaster victims consume thousands of dan of grain daily. How long can the granaries last? If the counties open the ever-normal granaries, first we can hold out for at least half a month. Su Bonian answered quickly, but his hand instinctively pressed down on the account book hidden in his sleeve. The grain stored in the ever-normal granaries had long been diverted to cover the southern shortfall. Once the granary doors were opened, the deficit would be exposed. Qiantong looked up at him. You know exactly how much grain is in the granaries, yet you still try to fool me with half a month. I dare not, master. But Shenhezhou may not know that the granary bottom is already empty. If he truly wanted to force Hudong to the brink, he would not have sent only this one document. In the hall, the charcoal in the brazier crackled softly. Qiantong tossed the invoice into the fire basin. The edges of the paper curled rapidly, and the Yin family bank's watermark briefly glowed in the flames like a net that refused to open. Of course, he will send a second and a third. The first locks the money, then watches the grain merchants and county officials tear each other apart, waiting to see who shows the first crack. Then we must complete the disaster victim certification as quickly as possible. As long as the numbers from the 3 counties match, the Ministry of Revenue has no reason to continue withholding the settlement. No sooner had Su Bonian finished speaking than urgent footsteps sounded outside the main hall. Chen Youfu, still wearing his 7th rank official robe that he had not had time to change, was led in by 2 yamen runners. His face was ashen, his hat wings dusted with snow, yet he clutched a stack of blank household registries that had been returned. He did not kneel, stopping 3 steps before the desk. I am unable to complete this batch of certifications. Magistrate Chin, the disaster victims under your jurisdiction have swelled by 4,300 people. Now the Ministry of Revenue demands the original village registers, and you say you cannot produce them. It is not that there are 4,300 extra people, it is that someone has reported the death of those who already died once again. I have already affixed my seal to the previous records, which is a capital offense in itself. The true registers are no longer in my hands. If I were to forge another set, I would drag every village head in the entire county down with me. Chen Youfu placed the blank household registries on the desk. The paper struck the paperweight, causing it to tremble slightly. Every sheet had already been prepared with spaces for seals, waiting only for the county office village heads and the victims' families to fill in the names. Qian Tong stared at the stack of paper, but did not lose his temper immediately. Where did you send the true registers? If I knew who held the true registers, I would not be standing here today. If the governor wishes to kill me, you may arrest me now. But to forge 4,300 lives again, I dare not. Su Banian stepped half a pace forward, and a corner of a signed document was already visible in his sleeve. It was a grain requisition slip that Chun Yofu had handled in the past. Any one of those slips sent to the Ministry of Justice would be enough to have him dismissed and imprisoned. Chun Yofu saw it, and his Adam's apple bobbed heavily. Master Su, there is no need to intimidate me with old accounts. I have not suddenly grown a backbone of loyalty. But since the true registers are already lost, the more forgeries I produce, the sooner I will die when the truth comes out. Magistrate Chen, since you fear death, you should know who can protect you. Even the governor's grain transport silver has been frozen by the Ministry of Revenue. What can you use to protect me? A sudden silence fell over the main hall. The yamen runners waiting outside all lowered their heads, even their breathing became subdued. Qian Tong did not overturn the desk, nor did he order Chun Yofu arrested. He merely flipped through the blank household registries one by one. In the bottom right corner of the last page, there was a faint indentation left by the old seal of Chen's county office. Recall the granary seals from all counties to the governor's office. Without my warrant, no one is to open the granaries, reforge the village registers, or send any documents to the capital privately. Master, if you withhold the granary seals, the county offices will not even be able to distribute daily grain rations. If Wuqing stops supplying, people will soon die in the relief shelters. Better the dead than the living who can speak. If Shun Hezhou wants to investigate the certifications, I will make sure he cannot gather even a single county seal. After speaking, Qian Tong's gaze fell back on Chun Yofu's face. Chun Yofu's hands hanging at his sides were clenched white, but in the end he did not argue further. Su Banian signaled the yamen runners to take him to the side courtyard, but did not have him put in chains. Only after the sound of footsteps had completely faded did Qian Tong press his hand to his aching brow. Send men to guard the post roads of the 3 counties. Since Chun Yofu refuses to reforge the registers, he must still be hiding something else. All oil carts, grain carts, and medicine carts heading to the capital must be inspected. Should the medicine convoys be detained in accordance with the rules for inspecting relief documents, register the medicine convoys separately. If they do not bear the Liu family's mark, inspect them and let them pass. If they are Liu family people, do not alert the eyes and ears that the Su and Yin families have planted at the checkpoints. Su Bonian's expression shifted subtly. Qian Tong wanted to intercept the Liu family while keeping the Yin family in the dark. This was no longer just about destroying the medical supply line. But he did not press further, merely storing the 2 separate orders in his sleeve. Suddenly the sound of shattering porcelain came from the inner courtyard. Qian Tong rose abruptly, the chair legs scraping a harsh sound across the blue bricks. Qian Lin's personal attendant stumbled in, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Master, the young master has vomited blood again. Didn't the Yin family physician leave 3 pills? The last one was just taken, but the abdominal pain has not stopped. The young master's hands and feet are growing colder by the minute, and the physician has not yet returned from outside the city. Qian Lin stepped over the brazier, the hem of his robe sweeping up half a burned-in voice. When he reached the inner courtyard, Qian Lin was curled up on the bed. The 12-year-old boy was so thin he seemed nothing but a bundle of bones. The bloodstains around his lips had been wiped away, but his hands still clutched a white jade pendant tightly. It was a peace charm that Qian Tong had personally carved for his only son on his first birthday. Qian Lin opened his eyes, his pupils dilated by pain. Father, will that physician come today? He will be here soon. Close your eyes and rest. Qian Tong grasped his son's hand, his palm meeting an icy coldness. The empty medicine box on the table lay open, all 3 compartments empty, with the Yin family clinic's mark engraved on the lid. The Yin family had said these pills could prolong life. But after 3 days the medicine was gone, and the boy had not improved. He was vomiting even more than before. Qian Tong stared at the emptied box, his knuckles slowly tightening. Shun Hezhou's document, Wu Qing's invoice, and Chun Yofu's returned household registries pressed down on his mind layer by layer until all that remained were the yet unsearched medicine carts at the checkpoints. Su Banian stopped outside the door, not stepping into the sick room. Master, if someone from the Liu family really does enter Hedong, once we catch them, do we interrogate or kill? Qian Tong tucked the blanket around his son's shoulders, took the jade pendant from the cold fingers, and slowly placed it back. Stop the medicine convoy. If there is anyone from the Liu family in the capital, bring them to me in secret. Stop the medicine caravan. Qian Tong's personally signed order lay on the checkpoint desk, the ink still fresh. 2 rows of barricades blocked the post road with over a dozen carts waiting for inspection behind them. Displaced victims carrying empty grain sacks on their backs pressed against the roadside. The cold wind tore open their ragged cotton padding and made the willow leaf flag before the medicine cart snap loudly. Lu Jiwei merely glanced at the scene and lowered the carriage curtain. The medicine in the axle must not be touched. Let them search for the antidiarrheal pills. Save the ones in the rabbit for last. What if they tear apart the rabbit as well? Shen Mingzhao clutched the cloth rabbit tightly in his arms. That was what Sui Sui had pressed into his hands before she left. The stitching crooked a small packet of pulse-stabilizing medicine hidden inside the right ear. Lu Zhuwei removed a medicine pouch and slipped 3 ordinary pills into his sleeve pocket, then pressed the old Imperial Medical Bureau credential to the bottom of the crate. Then let them tear it apart. But remember this. No medicine is worth more than a person's life. If you find yourself truly cornered, hand over everything. I promised Sui Sui I'd never risk my life to protect objects. The wheels crunched over broken ice, slowly coming to rest before the barricades. 6 officers closed in. The one in front wore a copper plaque from the governor's office at his waist. He checked travel permits first, then the medicine team roster. Blue-black stains were lodged under his fingernails. He had clearly opened many sealed crates already. Everyone on the cart stepped down for inspection. Lu Zhiwei of the Lu family apothecary in the capital taking medicine to Hedong County for medical practice. The driver and medicine boy are both registered. You may verify one by one. Lu Zhiwei stepped down first with Shun Mingzhao trailing behind with his head bowed. He had changed into a dingy short tunic, his face smeared with medicinal ash, and deliberately left half of the rabbit's ear visible in his arms. 2 faded portraits were posted beside the checkpoint desk, depicting a capital youth of about 15 or 16. The lead officer pinched his chin. A medicine boy still clutching a cloth rabbit when traveling. I'm afraid of the dark at night. I can only sleep holding it. The shopkeeper finds it embarrassing, but I dare not throw it away. Lift your face higher, let me see clearly. Shin Mingzhao obediently raised his head, but his eyes darted nervously. The officer held the portrait next to his face for a moment, then rubbed his thumb hard across the end of his eyebrow. A layer of medicinal ash fell away, revealing skin without the black mole shown in the portrait. That mole had been a fabricated detail deliberately added by Shen Hezhou. Whoever produced this portrait to hunt for him held false information leaked from the Shen residence. The officer did not let go, but instead turned toward Lu Zhiwei. Has your Lu family recently prepared medicine for wounding syndrome? Wounding damages the heart meridians. In the capital, physicians capable of identifying this poison are not limited to the Lu family. If someone has mistakenly ingested it, I can examine their pulse first. Don't try to deceive me with medical talk. Open all the medicine chests. Not a single compartment may be missed. 2 officers climbed onto the medicine cart, first lifting the seat cushions, then dismantling the crate panels. Licorice root, astragalus, and dried centipedes were dumped in bundles onto felt cloths. The silver needle box was opened as well, its tips gleaming coldly in the sunlight. More and more citizens gathered while waiting to pass the checkpoint, but were held back 3 paces by guards wielding staffs. One officer suddenly palmed a wooden tag from the bottom of the crate. The willow leaf watermark was carved extremely fine. It was indeed the seal of the Lu family apothecary in the capital. Boss, we found the Lu family credential. Seize both the people and the cart. Come with us to the governor's office. The lead officer stowed the wooden tag while his other hand already rested on his sword hilt. The guards behind the barricades immediately closed ranks, separating the medicine cart from the displaced victims. Lu Zhiwei did not retreat, but merely withdrew a yellowed medical license from his sleeve. Lu Huaiji once served as director of the Imperial Medical Bureau, and this credential bears the joint seal of both the Imperial Medical Bureau and the capital prefecture. If the governor's office wishes to interrogate us, very well, but first state the reasons for detention in writing and send someone to register with the county office. Lord Qian's personally signed order is right here, and you think a single old credential can outweigh it? This order specifies the inspection of contraband medicinal materials. It mentions neither the Lu family nor the arrest of any persons. If you wish to add those 2 items publicly, please leave your names as well. The wind swept across the wooden desk, lifting one corner of the order. The officer's expression darkened, but he did not immediately order the arrests. Although Lu Huaiji had left the Imperial Medical Bureau, he had saved countless members of the Imperial clan and officials over the years. To forcibly detain a female physician from the Lu family before the common people today. If this escalated to the capital, the governor's office would have to make up the paperwork. The officers behind had already begun searching them. 3 pills were extracted from Shun Mingzhao's sleeve. What medicine is this? Why isn't it in the medicine chest? They're leftover antidiarrheal pills from last night. The latrines along the road are too far. I was afraid I couldn't hold it and would soil my pants. Some onlookers chuckled quietly. The officer broke open one pill, detecting the bitter aroma of coptis and dried tangerine peel. He scraped some powder into a water bowl. The powder dispersed quickly, its color indistinguishable from ordinary antidiarrheal pills. Yet he still did not return them. Take everything to the office for drug testing, and you will come with us as well. Then I cannot take my medicine today. My stomach is already aching. Shin Mingzhao reached out to snatch them back, but stumbled over the cart pole. The paper packets of medicine toppled, and dozens of brown pills rolled across the frozen ground. Some disappearing under the cart, others rolling straight to the feet of the displaced victims. The officers barked sharp commands, their staffs thrust horizontally. None of you touch them. Seize anyone who picks up the medicine. But diarrhea was most common among the displaced victims in the shelters. A single dose of antidiarrheal medicine could save half a bowl's worth of grain money. The oldest woman at the front bent down first, and those behind her pressed forward together. The guards dared not actually slash with their blades, so they could only push back with the butts of their staffs. The pills were snatched by countless frost-cracked hands, and one of the barricades immediately tilted. Shen Mingzhao was shoved against the wheel. The driver was bending over to protect the reins, half his face hidden in the shadow of his conical hat. A horizontal scar crossed that man's right tiger's mouth. It was Lu Qingya, who had never before revealed his face. Shen Mingzhao did not look up. With one hand, he steadied the axle, while the other slipped into the gap beside the wooden pin. He extracted the oil paper packet and passed it through the driver's hanging tattered sleeve. Lu Qingya's wrist paused for only an instant. The next moment a spooked horse pulled him staggering backward, and he merged into the group of porters rushing to steady the cart. The conical hat fell to the ground only to be trampled into the mud by scattered straw sandals. By the time the guards righted the barricade, the original driver had vanished. The lead officer grabbed Shen Mingzhao by the back of his collar. "Who bumped the cart just now? What did you hide under the axle?" "I only wanted to pick up the medicine." The driver was dragged away by the horse. "If I had hidden anything, sir, you may dismantle the axle to check." The officer stared into his eyes and ordered the left wheel removed. The wooden pins, iron bands, and braces were pried open one by one. Inside there was only thick sludge. The second small packet of medicine sewn in by Lu Jiwei beforehand remained in the right axle. The left had only ever been meant for display. The officer found nothing, but his gaze fell upon the cloth rabbit. "Hand over that rabbit as well. It was a gift from my younger sister. I cannot give it to you." For the first time, Shen Mingzhao showed genuine panic. He stepped back half a pace, pressing the rabbit tightly against his chest. The more he refused to yield it, the more it seemed as though something truly was hidden inside. The officer snatched the rabbit away and thrust the tip of his blade along the stitching of the right ear. The fine thread snapped, and cotton stuffing fell all over the ground. A narrow medicinal packet dropped from the inner layer onto the wooden desk. There was no writing on the paper, only the faintest trace of cassia fragrance. "You still dare to claim there is no private medicine on the cart? That is medicine for palpitations, not contraband. The prescription dosage and preparation method can all be verified right here." Lu Jiwei stepped forward to the desk and pushed the packet flatly toward them. It contained only a single day's supply. The actual 3-day pulse-stabilizing medicine had already passed through the checkpoint, with another reserve pack remaining in the right axle. The medicine in the cloth rabbit had been intended for the inspecting officers all along. The lead officer had clearly not received orders to kill on the spot. He had the packet sealed into an evidence bag and registered Lu Jiwei's name, residence, and destination one by one. When the brush tip reached the destination apothecary, it paused unusually long. "We need not detain you today, but after entering the city, you are not permitted to leave without authorization. If the governor's office summons you, you must appear immediately. Please also record in the register that no contraband was found in the Lu family's medicinal materials, and that the medicine team was permitted to pass due to the old Imperial Medical Bureau credential." The officer looked up and ultimately put pen to paper. The barricade was moved aside halfway. A newly appointed driver led the horses forward while Shen Mingzhao clutched the torn-open rabbit, picking up cotton stuffing all the way. Over 100 paces past the checkpoint, he felt out a short length of copper wire from the rabbit's left eye. It was a signal left by Lu Qingya. The medicine had been delivered, and the person had not been exposed. But behind them along the cart tracks, 2 gray horses kept following at a steady distance. The riders wore ordinary short jackets, yet the shape of a governor's office standard wooden plaque bulged at their waists. Shen Mingzhao stuffed the last wad of cotton back into the rabbit's ear, his voice barely above a whisper. "Since they recognize the Lu family mark, why would they still let us enter the city?" Lu Jiwei, pretending to organize the medicine chest, spotted the 2 figures behind through the bronze mirror. She carefully put away the old credential once more and closed the empty medicine compartments layer by layer. "They let us go not because they believe us, but because they want us to find their contact for them. They are looking for the contact." The urgent letter from Hudong lay under the lamp in the Ministry of Revenue's duty room, its corner still stained with mud from the checkpoint. Shen Hezhou finished reading and fed the letter into the charcoal brazier. The flames licked over the secret mark left by Lu Jiwei, quickly reducing it to a curled layer of ash. Du Wenhing stood guard at the desk, his eyes shadowed with the dark circles of a sleepless night. On the table lay the household registers of 3 counties in Hudong, with 4,300 repeated names already circled in red ink. Since someone is tailing them, Miss Lu and Ming Zhao cannot have any direct contact with anyone sent by the Qian family. Should we have Lu Qingya take them out of the city first? If we withdraw now, the tail will know that the medicine convoy had a purpose. Tell Lu Qingya only protect the people, no contact, and do not touch the runners from the provincial governor's office. Outside the window, the 3rd morning drum sounded. Shen Hezhou drew out a blank official document, the tip of his brush resting on the 2 characters "re-verify." The first document had frozen the silver. Qian Tong could still delay with old registers. If the second document were to be issued, the investigation could no longer be about paper. It had to examine living people. All affected households in the 3 counties of Hudong must re-register. The county office verifies the registers, the village heads identify the people, and the refugee representatives affix their seals. If any of the 3 parties is missing, the list shall not be entered into the accounts. The refugees are scattered and the village heads are mostly under the control of the county offices. If this regulation is actually implemented, it will take at least 10 days. Minister Han may not be willing to bear the reputation of delaying relief. Shen Hezhou did not stop writing. In the old registers, Zhou Deshang, aged 57, died in March of last year, yet had received relief grain twice in the first month of this year. Lu Xiaomon, aged 12, appeared simultaneously in both Heian and Pingjin counties, with even her parents' names unchanged. There were 4,300 such dead people. Each time one died again, the accounts gained an extra portion of grain, a sum of medicine money, and a shipment of transport silver. Relief grain will be distributed as usual. Medical tents will remain open. Only the settlement is suspended. Whoever uses the re-verification of registers to obstruct relief shall have their name appended to the document. Your subordinate understands. Your Excellency is not asking Minister Han to choose whether to investigate or not. You are forcing him to choose between bearing sole responsibility for oversight or agreeing to re-verification. Do Wenheng repack the 3 county registers into a box, sealing it with the current vermilion seal paste of the Ministry of Revenue. The record of the application for the old blue-black ink had not yet been made public. This card was not yet to be played. Just after the hour of the dragon, 6 senior officials of the Ministry of Revenue had gathered in the main hall. Han Pei finished reading the document, put it aside after only the 3rd page. By his hand lay the urgent reports urging grain from Hudong, the top one stamped with the governor's seal of Qiantong. Vice Minister Shen re-verifying household registers is not counting abacus beads in the capital. The disaster victims have no fixed abode, and the refugee representatives have no official status. Having them affix seals on official registers is without precedent. In the 3rd year of Jinming, during the snow disaster in Longxi, the Ministry of Revenue ordered village elders to verify alongside the disaster households. Refugee representatives do not sign official documents, they only affix seals on the duplicate pages of the registers they have recognized. This has precedent. Longxi had only 1 county, but Hudong has 3. If the re-verification delays the grain deadline, who will bear the blame? Han Pei pressed his finger on the urgent grain report, never touching the official seal at the edge of the desk. Shen Hezhou pushed another thin booklet across the table. As the pages turned, they were densely filled with names, birth years, villages, and dates of death. Beside each duplicate, the original page number was listed. Not a single entry was based on mere estimation. The grain deadline will not be delayed. During the re-verification, 70% of the rations will be issued based on the current population, and the remaining 30% will be supplemented by the neighboring county granaries. If anyone starves to death, the minister will bear the charge of negligence. If 4,300 dead people continue to receive grain, for whose crime will Your Excellency prepare to answer? If there is a single copying error in this list, the censors of the Yen faction will seize upon the entire re-verification process. If you submit it today, the court will not be quiet. Han Pei was silent for a long time, then finally picked up the official seal. The vermilion imprint fell at the end of the document, pressing down on the words Ministry of Revenue, and also pressing down the responsibility of the entire ministry. At the morning court session before noon, it was indeed not quiet. When the Yin faction censor Lu Zhang stepped forward, the memorial in his sleeve was already written. He did not first mention the duplicate registers, but seized upon the manpower, time, and silver required for re-verification, reciting each item clearly. Hudong is just recovering from disaster, yet Vice Minister Shun wants to halt the runners in 3 counties' search for people household by household and select so-called refugee representatives. I believe this measure wastes manpower, increases resentment, and smacks of seeking a reputation for incorruptibility under the guise of relief. Censor Lu says, I seek reputation. Do you mean these 4,300 names should not be investigated? I only say that relief work should prioritize saving people and cannot disturb the entire region's populace for the sake of a few discrepancies in the accounts. The Golden Hall fell silent for a moment. Shen Hezhou took the list from his sleeve, did not unfold it, nor send it to the imperial presence, but simply held it flat in his palm. The list was not thick, but in the eyes of the court officials it weighed heavier than a memorial of impeachment. These are not just a few discrepancies. 4,300 people each have names, each have household registrations, each have records of receiving grain multiple times. Since Censor Lu is worried about disturbing the people, why not choose 10 households at random from among them, and have the censorate and the Ministry of Revenue each send one person to verify together? Vice Minister Shun controls the old archives of the ministry. Naturally, the list was compiled by you. If I choose at random, wouldn't that fall right into the trap you have laid? Lu Zheng did not reach out. The eyes of the officials standing nearby fell upon his sleeve. Just moments ago he had said it was only a few discrepancies, yet now he refused to choose even 10 households. The wind in the hall had subtly shifted. Shen Hezhou looked up at him. Then let Censor Lu send his own men to select from the old registers of the 3 counties. If 10 is too many, 5 will do. If none of the 5 are duplicates, I will withdraw the document and voluntarily forfeit my salary. Local household registers are already verified by the county offices. Why should the court set up additional cumbersome procedures? In my opinion, it is enough to order Hedong to conduct its own investigation and report back within a time limit. Lu Zheng finally changed his tune. But Qiantong was precisely the governor of Hedong, and the old registers had been reported level by the Hedong offices. Ordering the local authorities to investigate themselves was equivalent to returning the forged paper to the forger's hands. Xia Linchuan stepped forward from the end of the censorate ranks without a memorial in his hand. He first bowed to the imperial throne, then let his gaze fall upon the list. I request that one supervisory censor be sent to Hedong to only observe the re-verification, not to take over county affairs, nor to handle relief grain. For each register, the county office, the village head, and the disaster victim representative shall affix seals together. The supervisory censor shall only record the time and the number of seals. Censor Xia's proposal seems fair, but it still tacitly assumes that the list compiled by Vice Minister Shun is true. If all local manpower is used to find people who will repair the dikes and open the granaries. Dike repair has river workers, granary opening has granary keepers, register verification uses the household clerks and village heads. If Censor Lu believes that the same group of people can repair dikes with one hand, distribute grain with the other, and simultaneously copy out 4,300 dead people, then I would like to ask how the Hedong offices manage to multitask. A faint rustle of fabric sounded in the hall. Lu Zheng's face turned pale, but he could no longer use the halt of relief work as a shield. From the beginning, Shen Hezhou's document had not stopped grain distribution, it only required that every account correspond to a living person. Above the imperial throne, Zhao Hong had not turned the pages of the memorials by his hand. The young emperor's gaze first fell on Shen Hezhou, then swept over the always empty seat of Yin Jingdao. Today the Grand Secretary had claimed illness and did not attend court, yet Lu Zheng had prepared too quickly, clearly knowing in advance that the Ministry of Revenue would re-verify the registers. Can it be completed within 10 days? I cannot guarantee that all refugees will return to their registers within 10 days, but I can guarantee that the 3 counties will first verify the existing population. The scattered will be placed on a separate pending list, not directly counted in the settlement, and daily grain distribution will not be affected. If the refugee representatives are coerced by local authorities and affix false seals, what should be done? Shen Hezhou raised the register to his forehead. Each county shall select 3 people, none from the same village. Before affixing the seal, the names shall be called out publicly. The duplicate register shall be posted at the porridge tent for 7 days. If the people recognize a dead person's name receiving grain, they may report it to the supervisory censor. Sunlight streamed through the hall doors, illuminating the row of red circles on the edge of the register. Zhao Hong did not offer praise, nor did he question Qiantong. He only ordered the eunuch to take away the Ministry of Revenue's document. The imperial brush added the character approved at the end of the last page, and the second verification then crossed the palace steps, heading toward Hedong. After the court adjourned as Han Pei descended the long steps, Fuan chased after him from the side gate. The young eunuch did not hand over a secret edict, but only delivered the imperial oral instruction to everyone's ears. His Majesty also sent a verbal instruction: if Hedong is truly clean, it should not be afraid to count the living. If Hedong were truly clean, there would be no fear in counting the living. Hardly half an hour had passed since the imperial edict left the Golden Hall, when a second batch of charcoal was added to the brazier in the study. Zhao Hong sat behind the imperial desk, his fingers pressing down on the document for reinvestigation. The ink on the final seal of approval was already dry, yet beside it rested the visitor's card just handed in by Yin Jingdao. The Grand Secretary had claimed illness and skipped court that morning, only to find himself cured once the session dispersed. Fuan stood with hands clasped behind his back beside the curtain, and upon hearing the announcement from outside the hall, he quietly shifted the duplicate household registers of Hedong's 3 counties to the very top of the imperial desk. When Yin Jingdao entered, he wore no court robes, only a dark gray and formal garment, with not even a jade pendant at his waist. A thin sheen of sweat dampened his graying temples, as though he had indeed rushed here while unwell. This old minister heard Your Majesty permitted a reinvestigation of Hedong, and anxiety took hold, so I ventured to enter the palace. What exactly troubles the Grand Secretary? Are you afraid the refugees cannot be counted, or that they might be counted too clearly? Yin Jingdao's bow halted for a fraction of a breath. There were no other ministers in the study, and Zhao Hong had not ordered a chair to be brought. The young emperor's tone was calm, yet his finger rested precisely upon those 4,300 names. What this minister fears is not the auditing of accounts, but Shen Hezhou using the investigation as cover to bypass the Minister of Revenue and meddle directly in county affairs. Today he can compel Han Pei to stamp a seal with the household records of the dead. Tomorrow, under the pretext of urgent relief operations, he can swap out the officials escorting the silver. That document bears Han Pei's official seal, and it also carries my seal of approval. Whom has he bypassed? Vice Minister Han was coerced by charges of negligence, not convinced in his heart. I have served across the 6 ministries for many years, and my greatest fear is that someone might corner a colleague into nothing but nodding, then pass off that forced assent as collective consensus. Yan Jingdao did not lift his gaze, yet his words fell with profound steadiness. He offered no defense for Qiantong, nor did he claim the 4,300 names were forged. He merely repositioned Shun Hezhou from an investigator into a man seizing power through fabricated cases. Zhao Hong turned to the second page of the document. Since the Grand Secretary finds the procedure improper, perhaps you can tell me. Who is to investigate those 4,300 dead? One could order Qiantong to investigate himself or dispatch a secret imperial envoy. In disaster relief, nothing is more dangerous than making a grand display. Should the refugees grow restless, grain merchants will hoard their stock, and local officials will shift blame upon one another. Qiantong is the one under scrutiny. Asking him to investigate himself is like placing a thief at the gate. As for a secret envoy, once the truth is uncovered, who will testify, who will authenticate the seal, or will it all rest on a single word from the envoy to decide a man's life or death? A wind swept past the window, rustling the glazed tiles as snow slid from the eaves. Yan Jingdao finally raised his eyes. He saw the household registers on the desk and the densely packed red circles along the margins of the ledger, yet he could not discern the emperor's true disposition. Does your majesty trust the evidence presented by Shun Hezhou? I trust no one, which is precisely why I had all 3 parties affix their seals and invited the censorate to observe. If Shun Hezhou were falsifying records, the duplicate ledger posted at the porridge sheds would be the first to condemn him. If Qiantong were fabricating data, the living refugees would speak out. This minister only fears that in the end Hedong may remain calm, while the Ministry of Revenue becomes Shun Hezhou's personal fiefdom. Zhao Hong closed the document. The vermilion seal of approval was hidden beneath the pages, yet Yan Jingdao's shadow fell squarely across the cover. Fu Wen kept his head bowed, his breathing so faint it barely stirred the air. Did the Grand Secretary come today to worry over the Revenue Ministry, or to worry over his own disciples? This old man's disciples are scattered throughout the 6 ministries. If I remain silent out of fear of appearing partial, that would be the true failure to serve your majesty. Shun Hezhou may investigate Qiantong, but he must not use the case to purge dissenters. I implore your majesty to appoint another to oversee this matter. A censor has already been dispatched. If the Grand Secretary deems this insufficient, I could also send officials from the Court of Judicature and Rehabilitation. But each additional agency brings another pair of eyes. Do you truly wish for this, Lord Yan? Yan Jingdao's fingers slowly tightened within his sleeves. If the Court of Judicature entered Hedong, the investigation would extend far beyond duplicate household registers. Silver escort routes, warehouse seals, and grain merchant receipts would all face public scrutiny. By then, if Qiantong wished to burn any ledger, he would first have to slip past the ears and eyes of all 3 judicial organs. He fell silent for a moment, then bowed once more. Your majesty is wise. This old minister merely offers a warning. Shun Hezhou's methods are sharp and cannot be left unguarded. I have noted your words. Tell your disciples who fear counting the living as well, if their hands are clean, let them show them to me. When Yan Jingdao exited the study, the sky had grown overcast and heavy. Once the hall doors closed, Zhao Hong did not immediately turn to the memorials. He drew a single page from the duplicate ledger, his gaze settling on the 3 characters, Zhou Desheng. A peasant farmer dead for nearly a year had collected grain from 2 counties, received medicine on 3 separate occasions, and somehow managed to rack up 40 extra li in transport fees. Fu Wen, do you think Shun Hezhou wishes to investigate Qiantong or the entire Ministry of Revenue? This servant lacks understanding of court politics, but he observed that Vice Minister Shen today did not ask your majesty to punish anyone. He merely requested permission to conduct the count. Zhao Hong cast him a sidelong glance. Fu Wen immediately lowered his head further, his shoe tips subtly shifting backward by half an inch. In the imperial presence, one must avoid seeming too clever, yet since the emperor had asked, being too dull would not ensure longevity either. Counting people alone could pull half the revenue ministry into the reckoning. If he uncovers that others stand behind Qiantong, I do not believe he will cease his efforts. Then does your majesty intend to restrain Vice Minister Shun? Why would I restrain him? Since the blade has been sharpened, one ought to see which direction it falls. On the right side of the imperial desk sat a newly delivered food container. Inside were 8 pieces of pine nut cloud slice cake, made by the imperial kitchen, their silvery white sugar icing embossed with delicate dragon patterns. Zhao Hong took up his brush and wrote a single line. There was no signature, no seal. Only the slip of paper pressed into the hidden compartment at the box's base. Take this box to the Shun residence. Tell him I reward him for his hard service in court today, so he may taste it. Fu Wen embraced the food container and had scarcely taken 2 steps when the sound of rustling memorials came from behind him. If he discovers the words at the bottom of the box, bring his reply back exactly as given. Not a single character added or altered. Outside the Shun residence, the study still glowed with lamplight. By the time Fu Wen arrived, Shin Hezhou had just changed out of his court robes. Du Wenheng was copying the Imperial-approved documents into boxes for safekeeping, and beside the desk lay the supervisory guidelines prepared for shipment to Hedong. The Imperial gift was placed on the table, yet no one moved to open it. Your Majesty rewards Master Shun with pine nut cloud slice cakes, and says you have labored hard in court today. I thank your Majesty for his bounty. Master Fu has endured a long journey. Would you care for some tea? Fu Wen profusely declined, yet his eyes remained fixed on the bronze latch of the container. Shin Hezhou lifted the lid. He did not test for poison, nor did he immediately take a cake. Instead, he first noted the arrangement of the 8 pieces. The paper lining at the bottom was thicker than usual, bearing a barely perceptible new crease along its edge. He drew out the lining paper, revealing a short note at the base of the box. It posed a single question: is the investigation concerning Qiantong or the Ministry of Revenue? Du Wenheng stood 3 paces away. Having already read the handwriting, his expression remained unchanged. The question appeared to inquire about the case, but in truth it was asking Shin Hezhou to choose which blade to wield. Your Majesty is asking whether you are willing to use the Hedong case to purge the Revenue Ministry. If you answer, Qiantong, you bind your own hands and feet. If you answer, the Ministry, Lord Yan's faction will seize upon it tomorrow as proof of your usurpation of authority. There is a third way to answer. Shin Hezhou selected 1 piece of cloud slice cake and placed it onto an empty saucer nearby. The remaining 7 stayed untouched, and the note from the box's base was carefully returned to its original position. He did not write a single word on paper. Instead, he pushed the container back toward Fu Wen. I shall take only 1 piece to thank your Majesty for his kindness. I beg you to return the rest, lest the children at home grow greedy for sweets and suffer indigestion. Fu Wen regarded the nearly untouched container and made no move to take it. Master Shun returning an imperial gift puts this servant in a difficult position. I cannot account for this before His Majesty. Your Majesty awaits your words on the flavor after you have tasted it. The cake is sweet, but the blade hidden at the bottom of the box is too sharp. This minister dares not eat it. Du Wenheng's hand freezing the lid of the chest paused for an instant. From outside came the deep resonant tolling of the evening drum, causing the window paper to tremble faintly. Shin Hezhou broke the cake in 2 but did not bring it to his lips, his eyes merely following the crumbled pine nuts as they settled onto the white porcelain saucer. Please convey to your Majesty that my investigation concerns solely the Hedong relief case. If Qiantong is guilty, try Qiantong. If someone in the Revenue Ministry is implicated, try them. All evidence shall be recorded in the archives, and all testimonies will stand in open court. If your Majesty asks whether you are willing to dig out the hidden figures in the Revenue Ministry for him, how should this servant reply? I can balance the accounts for your Majesty, but I cannot conceal the dagger on his behalf. Accounts are to be judged in public. I implore your Majesty to keep his dagger safely stored. Fu Wen departed the Shun residence, clutching the container, returning to the study only just before the palace gates were locked for the night. Zhao Heng remained seated in his original position. The visitor's plaque Yin Jingdao had left was now discarded into the brazier, reduced to a charred fragment. The container was set back on the desk, 7 cakes sat perfectly arranged, and the note from the base contained not a single extra word. The young emperor lifted the short note, his fingertips slowly tracing the blank reverse side. There was no pledge of loyalty, no plea for clemency, and certainly no opportunistic submission of Lord Yan's faction register. Fu Wen knelt before the imperial desk and recounted Shin Hezhou's words verbatim. Zhao Heng, having listened, did not fly into a rage. Instead, he picked up the empty cake compartment Shin Hezhou had removed and gazed at it for a moment. To take 1 piece from 8 was to accept the imperial favor, yet also to make clear to the throne that he recognized the bond between ruler and minister, but would not partake in covert conspiracies. A spark cracked from the brazier. Your Majesty, Vice Minister Shun has returned the cakes and said that accounts must be judged openly, and that the dagger should be kept safely by your Majesty himself. The accounts must be audited publicly, but please keep the blade yourself. Within the imperial study, Fu Wen repeated the final words and prostrated himself upon the floor, falling silent. Zhao Heng lowered his gaze to the empty compartment of the food box, and after a long silence cast the short note into the charcoal brazier. The flames curled through the ink marks, consuming Qiantong and the Ministry of Revenue alike until only a thin layer of ash remained. Since he refuses to conceal the blade from me, let us see whether he can follow the accounts to their end. The following morning at Chen hour, an additional document awaiting the official seal appeared in the Ministry of Revenue's duty office. Shin Hezhou stood before the long desk, his fingertip resting upon the roster of Hedong's silver escort officials. Du Wenheng laid out 5 years' worth of verification documents, warehouse seal specimens, and escort routes in succession. The topmost sheet still bore no seal. The first 2 documents have already frozen the canal transport settlement and require reinspection of the disaster victims. If the third calls for replacing the silver escort officials, Minister Han is unlikely to give his consent lightly. He will consent, for this is not about investigating old accounts. It is about safeguarding the next batch of silver. Du Wonhung raised his eyes to the end of the document. The newly appointed silver escort officials would be nominated one each by the Ministry of Revenue and the Court of Judicature and Public Reform, with the postal station master and escort officials jointly sealing and inspecting the convoy at every relay station along the route. For the old batch of relief silver to merge with the new convoy, it must first verify the warehouse seal, inspect the sealed strips, and cross-check the verification documents. If any item was missing, the settlement could not be finalized. The original Hedong silver escort route was thus barred from the new convoy. If Qiantong cannot produce the old warehouse seal, Wu Qing's advanced grain funds cannot be written off. Yet the seal remains detained at the governor's office. He could forge a replacement without difficulty. Therefore, what we verify is not merely a seal, but every mark of wear upon it. Shen Hezhou opened the warehouse seal archive, revealing 3 rubbing specimens. The copper seal of Hedong's southern warehouse had been dropped 2 years prior, leaving a fine crack at its upper left corner. The northern warehouse seal bore dark scorch marks along its edge, and the central warehouse seal, damaged by dampness, always showed the character for relief fainter on its right side by half a stroke. A newly carved seal could replicate the characters, but could not reproduce the accumulated wear from every opening. Direct that all regions produce rubbings on the spot during seal inspections, and that old archives must not be lent out. For any rubbing that appears too intact, deduct the account first. Do not detain the person. Only blocking the accounts without making arrests. Will Qiantong not seize the opportunity to destroy the warehouse seals? Shen Hezhou pushed the document into the waiting seal box. If he destroys the seals, the old silver can never be settled. Wu Qing would be the first to object. If he keeps them, he must explain why the silver escort convoy lingered 2 extra days at the southern route granary. Sunlight crossed the window lattice and fell upon the 3 copies of documents laid side by side. The first delayed the canal transport settlement, choking off the grain merchant's funds. The second required reinspection of living persons, plugging the loophole of duplicate household registrations. The third replaced the silver escort officials completely, separating the old silver from the new. Each sheet alone was merely routine ministry business. Stacked together, they resembled 3 knots slowly tightening. That afternoon, Su Wanjin, a grain merchant from Jiangnan, presented his visiting card. He wore a half-new silk robe with unremarkable cuffs, but the jade at his waist alone was worth 2 shops in the capital. After entering and performing the official greeting, he placed a bundle of Hedong grain receipts upon the desk. My Lord Shun, with those 3 documents now in effect, the grain routes through Hedong are nearly strangled. Wu Qing cannot collect the canal transport settlement, cannot write off accounts with false registrations, and now cannot even insert the old silver into the new escort convoy. Master Su is not one to plead for Wu Qing. Su Wanjin did not sit pressing his fingertips instead against the top grain receipt. The receipt declared 3,000 shur of millet destined for Hedong's southern granary. Yet the grain collection date coincided precisely with the 2 days the silver escort convoy had diverted and paused. Once the warehouse seal underwent reinspection, Wu Qing's deception could no longer be concealed. Naturally, I do not come to beg for his mercy. If Wu Qing falls, at least 7 grain warehouses will open in Hedong. But if driven to desperation, he cuts off the grain supply, the disaster victims starve first, and whoever takes over gains nothing. Then Master Su comes today to take over his grain route. Merchants pursue profit. I dare not pretend to be virtuous before Lord Shun. I can mobilize grain and advance 30% of the freight costs myself. I only ask the Ministry of Revenue to permit me to handle Hedong's disaster grain. Shen Hezhou did not glance at the bundle of grain receipts, but simply instructed Du Wonhung to bring a blank distribution register. The pages were already divided into 5 columns: county, township, porridge station, handler, and actual quantity received, with space at the end for disaster victims to press their seals. You may take it at market price, no undercutting and no inflating prices on account of the disaster. Every sack of grain must be recorded, from which granary it leaves, which county it enters, who receives it, and how many have claimed it. Even if the displaced have no household registration, each must be named individually. Without registration, record their stated native village, age, and accompanying relatives. For children whose names cannot be recalled, note physical features first. No one shall receive less grain on that account. The smile between Su Wanjin's brows faded slightly. Recording each sack individually meant higher transport costs, and also meant he could no longer exploit the dead and displaced to extract silver, as he had under Wu Qing. What Shen Hezhou offered was not an unclaimed fat prize, but a narrow path, where only transparent profit could be made. Since my Lord Shen does not compel me to take sides, why regulate the accounts so strictly? You need not align with the Shun family, nor identify Wu Qing for me. But you are transporting disaster relief grain and earning imperial silver. The accounts must be visible to both the court and the afflicted. What if Wu Qing cuts his prices in half to compete for this grain route? Shen Hezhou reached out and placed the old rubbing of the Southern Line granary seal upon the grain receipts. He cannot even collect his payment. What leverage does he have against you? What Master Su truly should fear is that he burns the granaries. A silence fell within the room. Su Wanjin stared at the cracked warehouse seal and finally understood why this transaction had fallen to him. Shen Hezhou needed a new grain merchant to ensure the disaster relief continued uninterrupted, while he himself needed official procedures to block Wu Qing's desperate last stand. Neither party was doing the other a favor. Their interests were simply bound together by the same rope. I can dispatch 5,000 sure first, but if the granary catches fire, the Ministry of Revenue must not use me as a scapegoat. Each shipment must be counted by the county yamen, the village head, and the merchant caravan before entering the granary. The warehouse sealed strips are made in triplicate, one held by each party. Whoever burns the granary must first explain why a sealed strip does not match. My Lord Shen has accounted for fire as well. It seems Wu Qing has no escape this time. He has ways out, but each comes at a price. Su Wanjin took back the grain receipts and left behind a supply agreement stamped with his trading house seal. At the doorway, he glanced back at the 3 documents on the desk. In 20 years of grain trade, I have never seen anyone sever a silver route into 3 segments without drawing a blade. A blade cuts only once, regulations can make it bleed at every gate. At dusk, Shen Sui entered the outer study carrying a bean counting board. Her cold had fully recovered her cheeks, regaining a soft rosy hue, though Lu Yingxue had still insisted she wear thick fleece-lined slippers. The desk was too high, as she climbed onto the footstool twice before resting her chin on the edge. 3 copies lay before her. She recognized the blue tags along the first document's margin and the dense rows of names on the second, but the third was filled with warehouse seals and escort officials, looking from any angle like a swarm of tiny black insects. Father is the third document about arresting Qian Tong. Not arresting him, but replacing those who transport the silver for him. Shen Hezhou arranged 3 empty teacups in a line and pushed a copper coin from beside the first toward the second. Sui reached out to push the coin into the final cup, but a piece of paper blocked her way. The first prevents Wu Qing from collecting money, the second stops corpses from claiming grain on his behalf, the third keeps the old silver from slipping away with the new. Then he cannot go anywhere, can he? Shen Sui looked down and counted, pressing the 3 documents with 3 short fingers. The fingers were too short and the rightmost document kept sliding out, so she simply took 3 thin strings from the account tray and laid them across the papers one by one. This one secures the money bags, this one secures the false names, and the last one secures the carts carrying the silver. Du Wenhing stood nearby, his gaze shifting from the 3 thin strings to Shen Hezhou. The young miss speaks well. Wu Qing cannot cut off the grain, Qian Tong cannot cover the accounts, and the old silver cannot blend with the new convoy. But what if they would rather abandon the silver and destroy the evidence outright? The grain merchants cannot bear to lose silver, and Qian Tong cannot bear to lose his son. They will first fight over who bears this cost. Sui tied the final string into a crooked knot. She still did not understand the knives of the imperial court, nor could she read the verification documents and warehouse seals. But she finally grasped that her father had not sent anyone to storm into Hedong and arrest anyone, nor had he touched the blue-black forged accounts about to arrive. He was simply closing one door after another, waiting for those inside to choose which wall to crash against. Father, which path can Qian Tong still take now? Shen Hezhou looked down at the 3 strings, his fingertip resting upon the old silver escort route leading to the southern granary. Qian Tong now has only 2 paths: burn the entire granary or seek out those who can save his son. Qian Tong now has only 2 paths. 3 official documents from the capital were still on the courier road, while the lamps of the Hedong governor's office had burned all night. Su Banian spread the southern route map on the table, his fingertip tracing from the water mill all the way to the granary. The old granary seal, the horse relay logbook, and Wu Qing's private accounts, all were pinned on this line. If even one of them fell into the capital's hands, Qian Tong's forgery of the silver transport route could no longer be concealed. Qian Tong sat behind the lamplight with a copy of the 3rd document from the Ministry of Revenue beside him. Shen Hezhou thinks that by blocking the silver route, I would have no choice but to burn the granary or beg him with Linner's illness. He overlooked one thing: if all who knew the old accounts were dead, the papers could not speak for themselves. The granary holds not only accounts, but also relief grain that has yet to be distributed. If a fire starts now, Shen Hezhou will surely send men to investigate the arsonist. Su Banian did not dissuade him. He simply placed another list beside the map. The paper originally bore 3 names. The craftsman who supplied the blue-black sealing clay had fallen into the water the night before, and the courier, who had altered the silver transport route, died on his way home. The last one left was Jiang De, who had once bought medicine for Qian Lin, and also knew that the real accounts were hidden in the watermill shrine. Then make the fire look like an accident. Burn the watermill shrine first, then let it spread to the southern granary. The water wheel is old and poorly maintained. A wooden axle overheating and catching fire. No one can claim it was definitely arson. Should the granary seal and Wu Qing's private accounts also be burned? Qian Tong lowered his gaze to Su Bonian's hand. That finger was pressing on Wu Qing's name. The southern granary was nominally under Wu Qing's management, but once the fire started, the traces of Wu Qing's years of smuggling relief silver for the governor's office would vanish as well. What would also vanish was the next day's ration for thousands of disaster victims. Burn it. Have them move the grain that can be transported to the northern granary. First, leave what cannot be moved inside. If not a single grain remains, it would look like someone deliberately destroyed evidence. Wu Qing will not watch his own accounts burn. His men still guard 2 granaries. Su Banian picked up the candle snuffer and trimmed the charred end of the wick. The flame flickered, and the river on the southern route map seemed to be soaked in blood. Tell him that the Ministry of Revenue has frozen the funds. Keeping the old accounts will only drag him into death. If he refuses to yield, then let him remain in the fire as well. As Qian Tong finished speaking, a sudden tightness gripped his chest. From the direction of the inner courtyard, the faint sound of a copper basin falling reached his ears. He lifted his gaze for a moment, but did not rise. He merely tore Jiang's name off the list. This man cannot wait any longer. Since the Shun family has sent the Liu family's medical team into Hedong, Jiang De will eventually find them. I have discovered that he is hiding south of the city. He has been treating the disaster victims these days, moving by night and resting by day with no guards around him. Alive or dead, I want to see proof. If he carries the prescription, retrieve it first. Su Banian brought the slip of paper near the candle flame. The blue ink curled into a small blackened ball. The last character "de" tightened in the fire and fell into the teacup beside the inkstone. Outside the disaster victims' shelter south of the city, the wind carried grass, ash into the torn curtain. Jiang De, carrying his medicine box, emerged from behind the porridge shed. As his left leg stepped over the sewage ditch, he heard the extremely faint sound of a bowstring behind him. The first crossbow bolt grazed the medicine box and embedded itself in a wooden post ahead. Shopkeeper Jiang, the governor's office invites you back for a few questions. If you are willing to stop, there need be no bloodshed today. If the governor's office truly wanted to question me, they would have sent official runners, not masked assassins with crossbows. Jiang De abruptly overturned the porridge bucket by the roadside. The scalding rice porridge splashed toward the alley entrance, and the pursuers sidestepped to avoid it. He seized the chance to dive into the disaster shelter, knocking over 2 straw mats and squeezed through a group of children scrambling for steamed buns. The medicine box was too heavy. After running a dozen paces, he abandoned it, stuffing only the prescription he kept close into his shirt. The footsteps behind him did not stop. Catch him. The prescription must be on him. This place is full of disaster victims. We can't let him blend in. The shelter area was full of drafts with narrow alleys formed by torn cloth planks and thatch. Jiang De knew every sick tent well. He dodged 2 cooking stoves in succession, but suddenly a row of governor's office runners appeared before him. Those men did not attempt to catch him. They merely herded the disaster victims to both sides. The escape route was gradually cleared. Jiang De turned and plunged into a half-collapsed earth god temple. There was no door at the back of the temple, only a mud wall softened by rain. Shopkeeper Jiang, hand over the item, and we might still leave you a whole corpse. What do you want? The prescription or evidence of Governor Qian's poisoning? For a brief moment, silence fell outside the door. Jiang De slammed his shoulder into the mud wall. Damp plaster pattered down. The second impact cracked it open, and the third finally collapsed a whole half a man's height. He had just crawled out when a crossbow bolt pierced through his back. The force hurled him violently into the muddy water. A woman's scream came from outside the shelter. An old woman clutching an empty earthenware bowl shrank by the woodpile, trying to flee, but Jiang De grasped her skirt hem. It was Grandma Zhou, who had once looked after his medicine box. Grandma, hide this half sheet of paper well. If you see someone with a willow leaf embroidered on their chest, give it to her in person. Trust no one else. Shopkeeper Jiang, don't speak now. I'll go to the porridge shed and find a doctor. A female physician who can treat wounds came today. She might be able to save you. Blood surged from Jiang De's throat, staining his chin red. The complete prescription had long been torn in half by him. One half recorded the dosage of Wuding and Suoxin sand, and the other half contained the formula for reducing poison and stabilizing the pulse. He pressed the first half into Grandma Zhou's palm, his fingers clenching with all his strength. It's too late. Tell the Liu family that there is a hidden compartment under the watermill shrine. The real accounts are not stored in the granary. The shadows of the pursuers had already passed the collapsed wall. Grandma Zhou stuffed the paper into the thickest patched part of her sleeve, then grabbed some grass ash from the ground and smeared it on Jiang De's robe. The remaining half of the prescription was covered by blood and mud, only revealing a corner with the name of an ordinary herb. He only has half a useless prescription on him, no letter from the Shin family. Search again, don't miss his soles and hair. The masked men searched Jiang De's sleeves, thoroughly tore open his medicine pouch, and found only a few cheap herbs for treating diarrhea among the disaster victims. Grandma Zhou lay beside him, weeping like any old woman terrified by a corpse. Only after those men dragged away the body did she slowly release her clenched hand. The corner of the paper in her sleeve had been soaked through with cold sweat. As night fell, 3 empty carts appeared outside the southern granary. Lamp oil was hidden at the bottom of the grain transport barrels. The arsonist changed into the short jacket of Wu Qing's workers and sneaked in through the back door of the watermill. As the first tongues of flame licked the shrine, the water wheel behind the temple continued turning round and round. The creaking sound masked the cracking of wood and also the noise of the hidden compartment containing the real accounts being pried open. Inside the governor's office, Su Banian received 2 brief reports. Jiang has been struck by an arrow. His body was thrown into the public pit south of the city. Only half an ordinary prescription was found on him. The other half was most likely burned by him earlier. What about the granary? The men have already entered. The fire will start before midnight. If Wu Qing sends men to stop it, we can just detain his people as arsonists. Qian Tong took the report, but felt no relief at all. Jiang Ge was dead, yet only half the prescription had been found. The watermill had not yet caught fire, but Su Banian had already declared that the real accounts would be destroyed. Every matter seemed settled, yet each was missing a piece. Suddenly hurried footsteps sounded in the inner courtyard. When Qianzhong burst through the door, his robe hem was stained with large patches of medicinal juice, and the last trace of color had drained from his face. Master, the young master has suddenly fainted. His hands and feet are icy cold, his pulse is barely perceptible, and he just vomited a mouthful of black blood. Qian Tong abruptly stood up, knocking the corner of the desk with a jolt. He strode straight into the inner courtyard. Qian Lin lay curled on the bed, his 12-year-old body sunk into the brocade quilt, his lips pale and bluish, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The new medicine, just delivered by the Yen family's physician, was placed by the bedside. The pill was larger than the old one, and its color was deeper, a dark red hue within the black. Qianzhong had already poured warm water, waiting only for his nod. Dr. Yin said this is the last dose. Taking it will get him through tonight. If we delay another moment, it might damage his heart meridian. Is there any old medicine left? The dregs were taken away by the Yin family. Oh, we only found half a pill in the corner of the cabinet. Placing the old and new pills together, the new one is unnaturally dark. Qian Tong picked up the new pill. A pungent, bitter odor clung to his fingertip, identical to the smell of wuding that Jiang De had once mentioned, but more than twice as strong. On the bed, Qian Lin suddenly began to convulse, a faint moan of pain escaping his throat. Qian Tong's hand had already reached his son's lips, but hesitated, refusing to lower it. The Yin family demanded he complete the forged accounts in 7 days, while Shun Hezhou used 3 documents to strangle the silver route. Now that the witness had just died and the granary was about to burn, the medicine delivered by the Yin family happened to worsen his condition. Whether this pill was meant to save a life or to force him to hand over his final pledge of allegiance was no longer difficult to guess. Qian Tong slowly withdrew his hand and closed the pill into his palm. Outside the window, the night watch sounded the 3rd drum, and a faint line of firelight reflected on the southern horizon. Master, the granary can be burned, but if the young master waits another night, he may not wake again. Young master, if we wait another night, he may not wake again. These words were pressed into the night by the firelight to the south as Shun Mingzhao shed the blue cotton short coat of the Liu family's medical team. He changed into a stiff, worn-out cotton coat, then grabbed soot from the stove bottom and smeared it from his forehead down to his neck. The 15-year-old boy had already grown tall, so he deliberately hunched his shoulders and tied his trouser legs tight with hemp rope. In the mirror, the face belonging to the young master of the Shun family quickly turned into that of an ordinary half-grown child seen everywhere in the refugee shelters. Lu Jiwei ruffled his hair, her fingertip pausing on the small patch of clean skin behind his ear. You need to smear ash here too. The constables of the Qian mansion have seen the medical team's members. The more inconspicuous the spot, the easier it is for them to remember. They're looking for a female physician from the Liu family. They won't stare at a refugee grabbing porridge for long. You knocked over a pill at the checkpoint. If the constable has a good memory, he might recognize your eyes. Today only look for Jiang De, don't investigate the watermill, and don't leave the shed area. Shun Mingzhao lowered his head, letting her smear the last bit of ash on. Someone had died south of the city last night. The corpse was dragged away by the governor's office, but the medicine box remained near the ruined temple. Some said the deceased was surnamed Jiang, others said it was just a wandering doctor treating refugees. They hadn't seen the body and couldn't confirm. But Lu Jiwei recognized the 2 characters Deiji on the copper clasp of the medicine box. If shopkeeper Jiang is still alive, we'll take him away. If he's dead, I'll only ask the last person who saw him. I won't rush him blindly. You promised Sui Sui you'd bring yourself back alive first. Don't forget what you promised her, just to prove a point. Shun Mingzhao touched the cloth rabbit in his bosom. The rabbit's ears had already been opened, the pulse-stabilizing medicine was hidden in the innermost layer. There was no Shun family waste token in his sleeve, no sword, and even the dagger he usually used had been handed over to Lu Qingya. Today he was not the young master of the Shun family. He was just a starving refugee queuing for porridge. As dawn broke, the shed area south of the city was already packed with people. The south granary had burned for half the night, and the ashes drifted with the wind, landing on the porridge shed roof. Several constables of the Qian mansion stood guard outside the wooden fence, interrogating one by one those who had entered the Earth God Temple last night. Shin Mingzhao was squeezed in the crowd holding a chipped clay bowl. The child in front got half a ladle of thin porridge, but when he turned around someone knocked it over. The hot steam mingled with crying as it scattered. A constable raised his whip and struck the man, and only then did the line start moving again. The person who died last night. Who among you collected his medicine box? Speak up voluntarily, and you'll only be questioned. If the officials find out on their own, you'll be charged with harboring an assassin. Shopkeeper Jiang treated us. He's not an assassin. If you even kill a doctor who saves lives, who will dare come here in the future? The old man who spoke had just lifted his head when the porridge shed manager covered his mouth. She was holding an empty clay bowl, and the right sleeve of her coat had 3 layers of patches, the thickest one bulging slightly. Lu Jiwei had already set up a low table inside the shed. She was holding an empty clay bowl, and the right sleeve of her coat had 3 layers of patches, the thickest one bulging slightly. Lu Jiwei had already set up a low table inside the shed. She wasn't wearing the usual blue clothes of the Lu family, but had left a small embroidered willow leaf on the back of her medicine pouch. The old woman lined up twice, but each time she got close to the table, she was scared back by the constables outside the fence. The third time she finally looked up and saw the embroidered pattern. The clay bowl slipped from her hand and fell into the mud. Lu Jiwei bent down to pick it up, but the old woman knelt first and grabbed her wrist. Female physician, save me. My chest has been aching all night, and there's a fire in my sleeve that I can't suppress no matter what. Granny, let go first. Let me feel your pulse. There are too many people here. Don't touch your sleeve carelessly, or you might bring dirt into the medicine. Granny Zhou understood. She didn't take out the paper immediately, but hid her right hand back in her sleeve. 2 constables had already pushed through the crowd, and were walking straight toward the low table. Shun Mingzhao, holding his empty bowl, suddenly pushed his way to the porridge bucket. The manager was scraping the last ladle of thin porridge from the bottom. Shun Mingzhao reached out and grabbed the wooden ladle. The clay bowl hit the bucket rim, and half the porridge spilled onto one constable's boot. You said there would be porridge today. Why is it gone when it's my turn? The south granary burned like that last night. Did the officials steal all the grain? Where did this little bastard come from daring to spout nonsense here? Lift your face and let the officials see whose family you belong to. The constable grabbed him by the collar. Shin Mingzhao took the opportunity to knock over a bench and hooked his foot around the porridge bucket. The wooden bucket rolled across the mud, and the people in line immediately pounced to grab the remaining porridge at the bottom. Cries, curses, and the sound of shattering clay bowls instantly filled the shed entrance. The other constable, afraid the refugees would break through the wooden fence, had to turn around and help restrain the crowd. Granny Zhou took advantage of the chaos to move behind Shin Mingzhao. She seemed to have been knocked down, and her withered fingers slid along his trouser leg and stuffed a blood-stained piece of paper into the inside of his straw sandal. The corner of the paper touched his sole, cold and wet like a shard of ice. Granny, don't touch me randomly. I haven't washed these shoes in 3 months. Even stray dogs would take a detour after smelling them. You little brat, you've broken my back. Even in your next life, you won't get a mouthful of hot food. The 2 of them cursed and cried, not looking at each other again. The constable had already grabbed Shun Mingzhao's chin, his rough thumb rubbing over the corner of his eye. The boy who had deliberately knocked over the pill at the checkpoint gradually overlapped with the ash-covered refugee in front of him. I've seen you before. Yesterday in the Lu family's medical team, wasn't there a young medicine boy about your age? If you'd seen me, sir, you should have given me a meal yesterday. I've been living here since winter started, sleeping in a ruined temple at night, scrambling for thin porridge during the day. How could I have the luck to serve in a medical team? The constable didn't let go. He ordered a body search. The torn cotton coat was pulled open, and the hemp rope at his waist, his sleeves, and his hair were all checked. The cloth rabbit was also turned out. The medicine hidden in the ear had already been removed, leaving only a ball of blackened cotton. Lu Jiwei's medicine box was also emptied onto the ground. The medicine pestle, silver needles, and cloth pouches rolled into the mud. The constable opened the hidden compartment, pinched her sleeves, but still didn't find what Jiang had left behind. Who gave you this broken rabbit? Refugees can't even get food. Who would sew a toy for you? I picked it up from a pile of corpses. If you like it, sir, take it. Sleep with it at night. It might ward off vengeful spirits for you. The constable's face darkened, and his hand was already raised for a slap. Suddenly someone outside the shed shouted that the south granary had caught fire again, and the companion guarding the wooden fence hurried back to report. The hand stopped in midair and finally only gave Shun Mingzhao a heavy shove. He fell into the mud, not protecting his face nor touching the straw sandal. The constable turned back twice before leaving. That gaze was firmly fixed on his features. Clearly he had already remembered that face. Only after the man had gone far did Lu Jiwei gather the scattered medicinal herbs. Granny Zhou didn't approach again, as she just crouched by the firewood pile, picking up broken pieces of the bowl, her back trembling violently. Shin Mingzhao left the shed area with a group of refugees. After going around 2 sewage ditches and making sure no one was following, he slipped into the abandoned dye workshop. Lu Jiwei followed him in and sealed the half-broken window with a plank. The straw sandal was slowly removed. Half a sheet of paper had been soaked soft by the mud. On the front were written black vine locking heart sand, and several herbs for reducing toxicity and stabilizing the pulse. The latter half of the prescription had been torn off, leaving only a dark red line at the torn edge. This is the prescription shopkeeper Jiang left behind. With just this half we can't detoxify Qianlin. Granny Zhou risked her life to give this to us. Shopkeeper Jiang must have left other words before he died. There's blood on the back of the paper. It doesn't look like it just got smeared on. Shen Mingzhao turned the paper over. The back was originally blank, but after the blood was smeared by the mud, 4 crooked small characters emerged first. Watermill Buddha Shrine. Below that was another line worn very faint by the sandal sole. He held the paper close to the window crack, letting the slanting daylight shine through the fibers. The last 4 characters finally took shape. True accounts not burned. In the distance the water wheel still creaked as it turned. One beat, then another overlapping with the sound sway sway had described hundreds of miles away. Shen Mingzhao gripped the paper corner, his first instinct to rush to that mill. But Lu Jiwei pressed the door panel. The constables of the Qian mansion have already remembered your face. Going to the water mill now isn't looking for the accounts. It's leading the pursuers there yourself. I know I can't go now. Let's send the prescription away first, then find out why the constables are guarding the refugee shed. As for the water mill, we'll find a path no one sees. The boy folded the half prescription and didn't tuck it back into his clothes. He tore open the hidden stitches on the cloth rabbit's belly and pressed the paper into the empty compartment Sui Sui had sewn. As the stitches were tightened again, 2 figures suddenly flashed past outside the shed. The constable who had just left had returned. Lu Jiwei shouldered her medicine box, and Shen Mingzhao put on the straw sandal that had hidden the evidence. On the mud floor, a trail of footprints stopped right outside the dye workshop door. Aunt Lu's shopkeeper Jiang knew where the accounts were hidden before he died. Aunt Lu's shopkeeper Jiang knew where the accounts were hidden before he died. The footsteps outside the dye house stopped. The tip of a boot emerged from under the door crack stained with wet mud and broken grass. The wooden bolt behind the door was pushed lightly, and the aged mortise and tenon joints creaked in response. Shen Mingzhao pressed half of the prescription into his palm. Lu Jiwei had already extinguished the lamp by the window, leaving only a faint red glow from the stove. She raised a hand to press the young man's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. A low cough came from outside the door. Is this the Lu family's medical team within? By order of the Qian mansion, I am here to invite the young lady to the provincial governor's office for questioning. The voice was not loud, but its tone was steady and prolonged. It did not sound like someone who had just pursued them from the shantytown, but rather like someone who had long known they were hiding here. Shen Mingzhao's fingers tightened. Apart from the 2 of them, there were only a few broken wooden buckets in the dye house. The back window was missing half its pane, and outside lay a dark stagnant ditch with a rotten plank bridging it. One wrong step would sink them into the mire. Lu Jiwei stooped to pick up the medicine box, stuffing the scattered herbs back inside. If you wish to question me, you should bring an official document. Breaking into a private residence at night, aren't you afraid someone will report this to the censor-in-chief by tomorrow? Silence lingered outside the door. Miss Lu has rendered meritorious service in treating the disaster victims, so naturally, we will not make things difficult. But someone in the governor's mansion is gravely ill and cannot be delayed. Lu Jiwei did not answer. She tucked a pouch of ordinary antidiarrheal pills into the top layer of the medicine box, then tore down a piece of old cloth stained with indigo mud from the corner of the wall, wrapping half of the prescription inside. Shen Mingzhao watched her movements, lowering his voice. They are not here to invite you. They are looking for the prescription. So you must not carry the prescription out with you now. The watermill is just south of the city. If we don't go, the accounts inside might be gone by tonight. Lu Jiwei looked at him. The firelight flickered on her face, light and shadow interwoven, rendering her usually gentle eyes exceptionally calm. If the accounts have already been hidden by Qian Tong, going there will only get you killed. If he hasn't discovered them, yet you will simply point him to the location. The wooden bolt outside the door suddenly shook with a violent thud. Rotten wood chips fell in a shower. Shen Mingzhao did not argue further. He pulled a thin needle from his waist, crouched beneath the back window, and first used the needle tip to brush away the cobwebs tangled on the window frame, then gently inserted a broken piece of wood into the mud to test the depth of the ditch bottom. 2 paths led from the back window. One went to the riverside temple, its road wide and often traversed by donkey carts carrying incense pilgrims at night. The other wound around the abandoned salt field filled with puddles and nearly deserted, but closer to the water mill. Just as they were about to climb through the window, the dye house door suddenly split open with a crack. A short blade thrust through the gap, its tip scraping past the edge of the medicine box, sending a spray of wood chips flying. Shen Mingzhao dodged sideways and kicked the door bolt. The man outside grunted, stepping back half a pace. Go out the back window. Lu Jiwei grabbed the medicine box and pushed Shen Mingzhao out first. The young man stepped onto the rotten plank, which immediately sank under his weight. He gritted his teeth, used the window frame to scramble onto the opposite bank of the ditch, then turned back to reach for Lu Jiwei. No sooner had they left the dye house than the sound of the door shattering completely echoed from within. Someone had broken in. Lu Jiwei did not follow the abandoned salt field. Instead, she pulled Xin Mingzhao into a patch of collapsed reeds. Raindrops pelted down from the leaf tips cold and seeping into their collars. Torchlight flickered in the distance. 3 constables rushed out of the dye house and stood by the ditch examining footprints. The footprints lead toward the salt field. That's a dead end. Split into 2 to pursue. The Lu family's female physician must not die. The Qian mansion wants her alive. The words were carried away by the wind. Xin Mingzhao lay prone in the mud, his chest heaving heavily. He looked down at his straw sandals. The soles had been softened by the water, and the mud traces remaining inside could leave a trail at any moment. Lu Jiwei waited until the torches had moved away, then took out the half of the prescription from her sleeve. The blood characters were faintly visible in the dim light. Watermill Shrine. Real accounts not burned. Xin Mingzhao stared at the last 4 words, the urgency in his eyes almost unbearable. They haven't found the accounts yet. If we hurry now, we might retrieve them before the fire starts. You heard what they said. The Qian mansion already knows someone took something from shopkeeper Jiang. The watermill is likely their next target. Then we must go even more. Then we must not go even more. Lu Jiwei refolded the prescription, her knuckles white from the strain. You showed your face at the checkpoint yesterday, and the constables saw you clearly today. As soon as you appear near the water mill, the pursuers will connect the place to the Xin family. That's not gathering evidence, it's putting a noose around your own neck. Xin Mingzhao pressed his lips together. Muddy water dripped from his chin, landing beside the bloodstains on the prescription, blurring a small dark patch. Before leaving the city, Sui Sui had only said one thing when she handed him the cloth rabbit. Bring yourself back alive first. He had thought that not going to the watermill was cowardice, that it was giving up the clues shopkeeper Jiang had risked his life to leave behind. But now, looking at Lu Jiwei's composed face, he suddenly understood that bringing back evidence alive and proving oneself brave were not the same thing at all. A very soft bird call came from beyond the reeds. 2 short notes and 1 long. Xin Mingzhao looked up. On the riverbank, a cart driver with an empty medicine basket stood with his back to them. A piece of old blue cloth hung from the shaft with a tiny willow leaf embroidered on the corner. Lu Qingya stepped out from the shadows, his boots barely stained with mud, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Why are you here, uncle? You stayed too long at the dye house. If I had been any later, the Qian mansion's men would have taken you back. Lu Qingya glanced at the prescription but did not reach for it. The water mill cannot be visited now. Xin Mingzhao frowned immediately. Even you say that. It's not me saying it. It's the mud on your feet and the pursuers behind you. Lu Qingya pointed toward the bottom of the riverbank. In the distance, 2 constables were searching along the edge of the salt field, while another group had already ridden around to the south of the city. If they went to the water mill now, they would inevitably run into one of the groups. Xin Mingzhao watched the approaching torches and finally withdrew his forward step. Lu Qingya took out 2 small porcelain bottles from the bottom of the empty medicine basket. Send the prescription to the capital and the medicine samples as well. Qian Lin's illness cannot be delayed, but the account books cannot rely on only one clue. Lu Jiwei took the bottles, opened one, and sniffed it. Inside was powder scraped from the Qian mansion's pills with a bitter aroma and a distinctive astringent taste of heart-locking sand at the end. The medicine samples must not travel the same route as the prescription. So I have prepared 2 routes. Lu Qingya pointed to the salt cart parked by the riverbank. The salt bags had been emptied, and the bottom of the cart was covered with a thick layer of coarse salt. On the other side was a group of medicinal herb merchants about to head to the capital, their carts piled high with dried tangerine peel and atractalodes. Lu Jiwei tore the prescription into 2 pieces. One piece she hid in the empty lining of the cloth rabbit's belly, sewing the stitches tightly with medicinal thread. The other piece she wrapped in oil paper and stuffed into the mortise hole at the bottom of the salt cart. The medicine samples were not placed with the salt cart, but were packed into a loosely sealed salt jar and mixed in with the merchant's goods. Xin Mingzhao watched the 2 different destinations and slowly nodded. If one side is intercepted, the other can still reach the capital. If both sides are intercepted, you must not come back to retrieve anything. Lu Qingya handed him a copper coin. The front of the coin bore the old mark of the Hedong post station, while the back had been smooth flat, leaving only 3 shallow scratches. When you meet the contact, only show the coin with 3 scratches. Without this coin, don't trust anyone who claims to be from the Xin family. Xin Mingzhao tucked the coin into his sock. What about the watermill? We'll go to another temple. Lu Jiwei looked toward the southeast of the river. There stood a small riverside temple with a water wheel outside the gate, though it was old and turned with a dull rumble. According to the location Xin Mingzhao had noted on the map, that place was a full 2 li from the real watermill. They deliberately pulled the medicine cart along the riverbank toward the small temple. The 2 constables following behind took the bait. Lu Qingya had the driver press the wheels through the wettest mud, leaving 3 deep cart tracks. Lu Jiwei even paused at the temple gate, bandaging a water-carrying monk's wrist, allowing the tail to clearly see the medicine box and the willow leaf embroidery. After nightfall, they climbed out over the temple's back wall and circled to the barren slope to the north. The real water mill lay at the end of the river bend with only the dark silhouette of its roof visible. The sound of the water wheel, which should have been steadily turning, had stopped at some point. A smell of burning came on the wind. Then a glow of fire appeared inside the water mill. Flames leaped from the shrine area onto the roof beams, illuminating a half-broken clay bodhisattva with a severed arm. Several figures dashed out from the back door, one carrying a wooden chest on his shoulder, while another turned to look back at the river. Shin Mingzhao instinctively took a step forward. Lu Qingya's arm pressed across his chest, stopping him firmly. The firelight illuminated the waist badge of the man. It was a constable of the Qian mansion. Lu Jiwei watched the flames that quickly consumed the window paper, her voice as heavy as the river bottom. It wasn't us who leaked the route. Qian Tong intended to burn the water mill from the very beginning. It wasn't us who leaked the path. It was Qian Tong who wanted to burn the water mill all along. At the end of the river bend, flames had already licked the roof ridge. The rain-soaked wooden beams groaned dully, and a burning rafter crashed into the river, sending up a massive cloud of white steam. Shin Mingzhao lay prone behind the barren slope, his nails digging deep into the wet mud. Second uncle, if there really are accounts behind the Buddhist shrine, waiting any longer will leave us with nothing. If we charge in now, all that's left will be one more Shin family corpse. Lu Qingya pressed down on the back of his neck, forcing the face illuminated by firelight back into the grass. No one was fighting the fire in front of the water mill. Instead, several attendants from the Qian mansion guarded the narrow paths on both sides, their scabbards already unfastened. Lu Jiwei stared at the rolling smoke under the eastern eaves, then suddenly raised his hand to test the wind. The northwest wind is blowing tonight, but the fire started from the southeast corner, exactly where the Buddhist shrine is. This wasn't an accident. Someone went in to search for something, then lit a fire from inside. Shin Mingzhao wiped the rain from his eyelashes and no longer mentioned rushing in. He slowly surveyed the periphery of the fire scene. The water wheel sat in the river channel, its paddles hung with a broken rope. Near the back door, however, there were 3 fresh wool tracks of varying depths, not like a heavy grain cart, but more like something that had just unloaded wooden barrels. That cart didn't come to bring water to put out the fire. The edges of the cart planks are blackened. It carried fire oil. Remember the wheelbase and don't get close. Lu Qingya pulled out a length of thin hemp rope and marked 2 notches in the mud. Shin Mingzhao, taking advantage of the firelight, fixed his gaze on 2 attendants coming out the back door. One had a waist tag engraved with the character River in the upper right corner, number 27. The other attendant's tag was mostly hidden by his robe, only revealing a final 6 character. Inside the water mill, Su Banian covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief, standing before the still smoldering account room door. At his feet lay several old account books doused with oil, their covers already curled. The broken-handled clay bodhisattva had fallen from the shrine, its cracked chest and abdomen completely empty. The hidden compartment has been searched. The real accounts aren't here. Jiang De saw the shrine before he died. If he wasn't lying, the item must have been taken by someone else beforehand. The leading attendant carried an iron hook, his sleeves stained with blue-black ash. All the brick joints behind the shrine had been pried open, leaving nothing but a few pieces of oil paper. Su Banian glanced at the fire, now burning ever more fiercely. Whether the real accounts exist no longer matters. What matters is who came here and who feared those accounts reaching the capital. But the Shen family members never entered the fire scene. We have no proof in the act. Su Banian withdrew a stack of banknotes from his sleeve. The edges of the notes were softened by water, but the center bore the old relief pattern used by the Shun mansion for disaster relief. The banknote numbers formed a consecutive series, each one traceable to the exchange. If we can't catch them in the act, we'll leave behind something they brought. These notes are all genuine. It would be a pity to burn too many. Su Banian's gaze fell on the attendant's face, cold as ice. The attendant's Adam's apple bobbed, and he immediately scattered the banknotes between the account room and the shrine. Another man stamped on a few notes with his boot, letting the mud cover the fresh ink marks. Real things make the best evidence. After the fire is out, the provincial governor's office will find Shen family banknotes here, and also a witness who saw the Shun family commit arson. Cries came from outside the mill. A clerk of Wuqing was dragged off a cart by 2 attendants, struck on the back of the knee and forced to kneel heavily in the mud. He had only come to deliver the grain deed and hadn't even approached the fire. Think carefully about what you saw tonight. I only saw the mill burning. I didn't see any Shen family members. The attendant grabbed his hair and dragged him to a freshly laid confession paper. Sparks fell on the paper's edge, quickly extinguished by Su Banian's shoe tip. You saw a young man from the capital break into the mill, and you saw him splash fire oil into the shrine. What is that young man's name? I don't know him at all. Su Banian leaned down and placed a blood-stained private seal beside the confession paper. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. The provincial governor's office will recognize him. His name is Shun Mingzhao, the nephew of Shun Hezhou, and the man who came to Hedong to destroy the accounts. The clerk's face instantly turned deathly pale. On the west side of the mill, Wuqing hid behind an overturned grain cart, watching the scene clearly. He still carried the watermill's lease deed in his bosom, originally intending to retrieve his own private accounts before the Qian mansion destroyed the evidence. But the fire had started from the shrine. The wooden boxes in the account room had also been emptied. Boss, our private accounts are still inside. If we don't grab them now, the silver routes and warehouse deeds will all be burned away. If you go in now, Su Banian will burn you together with the accounts. Wu Qing stared hard at the back door. A man in black slipped out in the chaos, carrying a wooden box, but without the waist tag of the Qian mansion attendants. He walked to the oil cart, pushed an empty barrel into the river, and prepared to leave along the embankment. That man carrying the box saw the shrine and handled the fire oil. Boss wants to take him to accuse Governor Qian. Wu Qing tore off the rough rope from the cart, the last shred of hope in his eyes consumed by the fire. Qian Tong wanted not only to destroy the Shun family's evidence, but also to burn all traces of Wu Qing's transfer of silver storage of grain in exchange of notes. Since Qian Tong dares to burn my accounts, he doesn't intend to let me live. Circle around to the riverbank and cut him off. Don't alert the attendants. I want him alive, and I want the wooden box he's carrying. Two clerks crept along the embankment. The man in black had just crossed a ditch when his ankle was snared by the rough rope. Before he could draw his blade, the back of his head took a wooden club, and he pitched headlong into the reeds. The wooden box fell from his hands, and a corner of its lid cracked open. Inside there were no real accounts, only fire oil-soaked cloth, several Shun family secret pattern stamp imprints, and a stack of blank confession papers. Boss, is this enough to prove they were framing us? It only proves that this man brought these items, not who ordered him to. Wu Qing crouched down and turned over the man's collar. Inside was sewn the characters, Su Mansion, with extremely fine stitching, and beside it a copper token for access to the rear courtyard of the provincial governor's office. First gag him, so he can't bite his tongue. Su Banian dares to treat me as a dead man, so I'll let him know that a dead man can still turn over the accounts. On the barren slope, Shen Mingzhao saw the reeds in the distance tremble once. The distance was too great for him to see who had caught the arsonist, but he could confirm that the man carrying the box had not returned along the same path. The fire had already spread beyond the account room. The rope beside the water wheel suddenly snapped, and the paddles pushed by the river turned a dull half-circle. That sound pierced through the curtain of rain, faintly overlapping with the remnants of the execution ground that Sui Sui had once recounted. A chill ran down Shen Mingzhao's spine. The sound of the water wheel isn't that there was actually a water wheel at the execution ground. It's that when she saw the accounts, the sounds of the fire scene mixed in too. This is only speculation. When we return to the capital, record it as speculation, not as something we saw with our own eyes. Lu Qingya carefully stored the hemp rope with the wheelbase marks, then gestured for him to look at the two attendants who were now withdrawing. Shen Mingzhao took out a charcoal stick and rapidly wrote on the bottom of the medicine chest, river character 27, last digit 6, and the left wheel of the oil cart missing a wooden wedge. The fire started inside the shrine. First the oil cart came and the attendants guarded the roads, but didn't extinguish the fire. These are what we saw. Also the things they threw into the fire, the few sheets of paper that landed didn't immediately catch fire. Lu Jue narrowed his eyes. In the firelight, a banknote was carried out of the window by a wave of heat and drifted to the edge of the mud. The crane pattern at the center of the paper flashed for only an instant before an attendant rushed over and flicked it back into the flames. Shen Mingzhao's breath caught in his throat. He recognized that pattern. Before leaving the capital, the old banknotes on the back of which Shun Hezhou had prepared the medical team's travel expenses also bore the same crane-tail secret pattern. But the Shun family's banknotes should never have appeared in a Hedong fire scene. Lu Qingya grabbed the young man's wrist, stopping his instinctively forward-leaning body. Don't go over there. That note is just waiting for you to pick it up. I know. Since they couldn't catch a Shun family member, they decided to fabricate one. In front of the fire, the Qian mansion attendants had already pressed Wu Qing's clerk's fingers into the ink pad. The man struggled desperately, but his thumb was still forced onto the end of the confession paper. Su Banian put away the confession and turned to look at the burning watermill. Tomorrow send the banknotes, the testimony, and the remaining accounts from the fire to the capital. If someone asks why all the account books were destroyed, what should we say? Su Banian tossed his handkerchief into the fire. Say that Shun Hezhou, fearing the exposure of his embezzlement of relief silver, ordered his nephew to sneak into Hedong and set fire to destroy the evidence. The three men on the barren slope slowly retreated into the darkness. Shen Mingzhao did not rush toward the fire, nor did he try to grab the banknote that could drag the Shun family into prison. He committed the waist tag numbers and the wheel tracks to memory until the last pane of the mill's window paper was consumed by the flames. A retired soldier who had been secretly aiding them hurried over from behind the slope, his face darker than the rainy night. Young master, the banknotes they threw into the fire bear the Shun family's seal. Young master, the banknotes they threw into the fire bear the Shun family's seal. The rain drowned out the river bend, but Shen Mingzhao felt those words like a nail piercing through the night, driving straight into his chest. Below the barren slope, the water mill had already collapsed on one side. The firelight flickered over the scurrying figures, the bailiffs carrying buckets in a messy and perfunctory manner. Someone dragged charred planks from the fire, someone crouched in the mud to sift through scraps of paper, and someone deliberately spread a few incompletely burned banknotes near the flames so that everyone passing by could see them. Lu Qingya grabbed Shen Mingzhao's shoulder. Look clearly before you speak, don't just see the Shun family's crane pattern. Shen Mingzhao lowered himself, his gaze crossing the wet grass to fall on the banknotes. The surface of the notes was curled from smoke, yet the edges bore no wrinkles from water soaking. The topmost one happened to be turned over the back, covered in black ash, but still showing a faint pale covert pattern. That was the ticket pattern used by the Shun family during their old relief efforts. The crane's head faced left with 7-tail feathers. Before he left the capital, he had seen old tickets in the Shun mansion's account archives, and also the seal samples his father used for auditing. The fire was too far away, it was impossible to tell 7 feathers from 8. That ticket is genuine. How do you know? I've seen the serial number sequence. The batch of banknotes the Shun family allocated to the Hushi grain merchant 2 years ago is exactly this series. Shen Mingzhao's fingers tightened, mud seeping slowly through his clenched fist. Lu Qingya did not argue, only handed him a piece of oilcloth. On the oilcloth was a rubbing of half a ticket fragment picked up from the fire scene. The serial number had only the last 5 digits left, and the crane tail covert pattern had been singed away at one corner. Why would the ticket that Wu Qing cashed reappear in the Qian family's hands? Because they want everyone to first believe the ticket is genuine. Shen Mingzhao stared at the half piece of paper, his voice so low it was almost swallowed by the rain curtain. As long as the ticket is real, no one will bother to investigate who stamped the seal on it. On the other side of the barren slope, the clerk Wu Qing brought along had already been escorted away by the bailiffs. The leader deliberately held the statement paper up to the firelight, revealing a few large characters. Shun Hezhou ordered his own nephew to set fire and destroy the accounts. A layer of coldness rose in Shun Mingzhao's eyes. They even have the confession ready. Confessions can be changed, but the ticket numbers cannot. Go back first, send the rubbing out. I still want to see the arsonist that Wu Qing detained. You can't see him now. If he's alive, Qiantong will rush to make him a dead man. Rainwater dripped from Shun Mingzhao's jaw. He did not argue further, took the oilcloth and tucked the rubbing into his inner fold. Suddenly a commotion broke out in the fire scene. Bailiffs from the Qian mansion carried a black-clad man with his hands tied behind his back, staggering from the direction of the back door. The man had abrasions on his face, his clothes soaked, and he clutched tightly to a cracked wooden box against his chest. Wu Qing followed behind, holding a thick rope, his face grayer than soot. Su Banian stood outside the fire scene, turned his head to see the black-clad man, paused his gaze for only a moment, then raised a hand to the person beside him. 2 bailiffs immediately stepped forward. Lu Qingya pressed Shen Mingzhao's wrist, signaling him to look at the waist tokens of the 2 men. One token had the character he engraved on the upper right with the number 27. The other token was wet from the rain, revealing the character 6 at the corner. They were exactly the 2 men they had noted earlier. Remembered. Don't just remember the people, oh, remember where they stood. Shen Mingzhao looked up. The 2 bailiffs did not approach Wu Qing. Instead, they first blocked the black-clad man's escape route. Besides Su Bonian, another man held an umbrella. He had no waist token, but his boot tips were stained with the same black oil mud as the oil transport cart. The black-clad man struggled to lift his head, his gaze sweeping over the fire scene as if searching for something. The next moment, the bailiff behind Su Bonian suddenly covered his mouth. Wu Qing picked up a wooden club and struck the man's knee, forcing him to kneel in the mud. Shen Mingzhao saw several blank confession papers through the cracks in the wooden box, with a Shun family covert pattern seal sample pressed at the corner. That was not a seal from a banknote. The edge of the seal sample had an extra fine trailing hook, like the last tail feather of the crane being deliberately elongated. They brought more than just banknotes. They want to make everything look like it belongs to the Shun family. Lu Qingyao pulled him back a step. So you can't go down there. Shen Mingzhao gritted his teeth, took charcoal from his sleeve, and bent over to record the waist token's boot mud and seal shape on the back of the oilcloth. The charcoal softened from the rain, and the written words scattered at the slightest touch, so he had to use his fingernail to scratch marks into the paper. The fire suddenly flared up. The window frame of the Watermill's accounting room collapsed inward, sending a shower of sparks into the black clouds. Amidst the chaos, someone kicked the wooden box against the half-collapsed wall, spilling its contents all over the ground. Wu Qing pounced to pick up a receipt. But Su Banian was faster, his sleeve knife sliced across the paper, cutting the receipt in 2. Wu Qing looked up at him. What does Mr. Su mean by this? It's better for proprietor Wu to keep his hands off things from the fire scene. If the Shun family seal gets on it, it'll be hard to explain. The ones who can't explain are you, not me. If proprietor Wu wants to clear things up, come with me to the provincial governor's office tomorrow to testify. Su Banian reached out to brush the ash off his shoulder, his gesture polite, but his fingertips stopped beside his Adam's apple. As long as you're willing to prove that the Shun family was here, the past accounts will naturally be burned clean for you. Wu Qing stared at him, then suddenly laughed. My accounts are already in the fire. What else does Mr. Su want to burn? Su Banian did not answer. Shen Mingzhao saw Wu Qing's hand hidden in his sleeve slowly clench the blood-stained private seal whitening under his grip. Lu Qingyao spoke in a low voice. Let's go. If we delay another moment, they'll seal the riverbank. The three retreated along the back of the barren slope. After walking a dozen steps, Shen Mingzhao couldn't help but look back. In the firelight, Su Banian had already ordered the black-clad man dragged into a side room, while Wu Qing stood in the rain staring at the half-cut receipt. He did not pick up the remaining paper scraps for the Qin family, nor did he cry out for justice for the Shen family. He only hid the private seal deeper. Back at the Shun mansion in the capital, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Shen placed a well-sealed wooden box on the desk, his clothes still bearing the mud stains from traveling overnight. Shen Hezhou opened the lid to find neatly arranged records of the Shun family's cash disbursements from 2 years ago, ticket serial numbers, and the redemption records under Wu Qing's name. Du Wenheng stood by the desk first, taking out the fire scene rubbing, then moving a bronze fine lamp closer. The banknote serial numbers are genuine and the issuance date matches. The redeemer was Wu Qing and the redemption location was the Lu's money house in the capital. Since the tickets are real, we can't say those at the fire scene are forgeries. Shen Hezhou flipped through the rubbing, his gaze settling on the charred covert pattern. The ticket being real doesn't mean the seal is real. Shen took out an old Shen family seal and pressed it on a wet paper. The crane's head and tail feathers appeared clearly with exactly 7 feathers at the tail, the last one ending inside the crane's tail, without an outward hook. Shen Mingzhu walked out from the inner room holding a needlework box. She did not touch the banknotes, only bent over to examine the pattern on the rubbing. After a moment, she took out a fine needle and compared it bit by bit along the edge of the covert pattern. This trailing hook is not caused by the seal ink spreading. Can you be sure? Seal ink spreading would thicken the edge, the needle tip wouldn't create such a clean crease line. Someone added a stitch to the old pattern, then pressed it with the money house's usual embossing plate. She turned the rubbing under the lamp. The Shen family's old seal has 7 feathers, while the Lu's money house returning tail pattern has 8. The two patterns overlapped, and from a distance, it looks like a complete Shen seal. Shen Hezhou's knuckles tapped lightly on the desk. They took the genuine redeemed tickets and added a fake seal of ownership. But if they only wanted to frame us, why not use fake tickets? Du Wenheng frowned. Fake tickets wouldn't pass the serial number verification, but genuine tickets create a preconceived impression. Once they submit it together with the arson confession, the investigators will first ask why the Shun family brought redeemed banknotes to Hushi, not who tampered with the money house's embossing plate. Shin Sui sat on the soft couch holding an unpeeled osmanthus candy. She didn't understand the embossing plate, but she understood the words, genuine ticket. The color drained from her little face. Father, can genuine things also deceive? Shin Hezhou turned around. Things don't deceive, the people who use them do. Then how do we know who used them? First see who it originally belonged to, then see whose hands it passed through. Every step must have evidence, not just rely on how it looks. Sui looked down at her own palm. The ink stains there had long been washed clean, but she still remembered the blood account in the execution ground remnants, the paper flying by the fire, and the forbidden covert pattern that shouldn't have been at her father's feet. The account book I saw had a blue-black seal. Shin Hezhou did not question the dream account book, nor did he ask her to recall again. Write this down first, don't speculate yet. Shin spread out a redemption slip obtained from the money house. Second master, after Wu Qing redeemed the tickets, the money house kept a return receipt. According to procedure, the original tickets should have been clipped and cancelled, then sealed with the monthly records. But in the Lu's money house's monthly records, 3 entire clipped tickets are missing. Which 3, Exactly the 3 serial numbers that appeared at the fire scene. The study fell silent. Outside the window someone passed by, carrying water, the carrying pole pressing on the wooden buckets, the water surface gently swaying. Shin Sui suddenly lifted her head, her expression turning extremely grim. The sound of water overlapped in that moment with the continuous sound of a water wheel from the remnants. She grabbed the edge of the couch, her fingertips turning white. It's not a water wheel. Lu Yingxue hurried in from outside the door just in time to hear this. Sui took a couple of breaths, struggling to speak clearly. Beside that sound, someone was pressing paper. Thump thump. Not a water wheel, it's the money house's embossing plate. Shin Hezhou's gaze darkened. Du Wenheng immediately picked up the redemption slip. If she remembers the pressing sound, then the blue-black seal and the money house's returning tail pattern might come from the same line. Just a possibility. Shin Hezhou reached out and pressed the edge of the account book. First investigate the Lu's money house's embossing plate, then find out who could access the clipped tickets. Until we've found something, don't write the connection between the money house and the arson case as a conclusion. Shin Mingzhu put away her needlework box, then suddenly looked at the back of the rubbing. There were only a few scratch marks made by Shun Mingzhao's charcoal, but because the rain had soaked through, a small piece of unburned red paper was revealed underneath. She used tweezers to lift the red paper and slowly unfolded it. On the paper was only half a seal character Lu. Shun's breath caught. But Shun Hezhou did not take it immediately, only had Du Wenheng seal the paper, the rubbing and the redemption slip separately. First, record the time source and handler. Still need to record now. The more the evidence points to a certain conclusion, the more we must guard against it being a conclusion deliberately handed to us by others. Sui Sui watched her father calmly collect those items, but her heart still felt as if it were being roasted by fire. At the execution ground before the guillotine fell the banknote at her father's feet, was clearly already charred. Yet the 8-feather returning tail was clearly left on the back of the paper. She didn't know who left it nor who stood behind the money house. She only knew that this time someone wanted to use the Shun family's genuine banknotes to make the Shun family confess to a false crime. Shun Hezhou pressed the last inspection slip into the box and looked up at Shunin. Investigate the Lu's money house. Don't look into the manager's private residence, only check the clipped tickets, the embossing plate, and the handler register. What if someone obstructs? Let them leave the interfering official documents behind. Shunin accepted the order and left. Shin Sui Sui crushed the osmanthus candy in her hand, the sugar powder falling onto her skirt. Father, will they come to arrest you first? Shun Hezhou walked over to her, bent down to brush the sugar crumbs from her fingertips. They are already handing over the knife. Then will you dodge? First see who holds the handle. His voice remained calm, but his palm paused on his daughter's forehead for a moment, confirming no fever before slowly withdrawing. Outside the study, the morning bell sounded from afar. At the same time, in the backyard of the Lu's money house south of the city, a black wooden box that had been sealed for years was taken out from the cellar. The lid was lifted, revealing an embossing plate with worn edges, its tail end bearing an extra 8th returning stitch. This 8th stitch isn't a mistake in embroidery, it's from the Lu's money house's exclusive returning tail pattern. This 8th stitch is not an error, it is the signature backtail pattern exclusive to the Lu family money house. Shin Mingzhu's voice still seemed to linger in the study. But Shin Sui Sui could no longer catch the scent of ink. All she smelled was a thick, briny odor, mingled with greased medicinal herbs, and the sour tang of contents fermented through a long, bumpy journey, colliding into the room from beyond the door. When Shunin carried the sesame oil jar through the courtyard gate, the sky hung heavy with rain that had not yet fallen. The clay seal on the jar's mouth remained intact, and the vessel was wrapped in 3 layers of coarse cloth, its edges spotted with the distinctive yellow-brown mud of Hedong. Lu Yingxue glanced at it once, and immediately had the small medicine testing room beside the study cleared out. Which cart was this jar taken from? The merchant cart selected at the city gate inspection registered under Su Wanjing's name. The horses were changed twice en route, and it never passed through the Shin mansion or entered the Ministry of Revenue. Shunin placed the inspection documents on the desk. The examination process was witnessed and sealed with fingerprints by the deputy gate official, 2 inspection clerks, and the cart owner. The inner compartment at the jar's base had already been sealed, no one had touched it individually. Lu Yingxue nodded. She did not immediately open the jar, but instead instructed Shun to lay out the sealing clay coarse cloth wooden stopper and inspection documents separately. Each item was recorded with its time, origin, and handler. Shun Sui Sui stood beside her mother and noticed an extremely fine wooden seam concealed at the bottom of the jar. After the wooden panel was pried open, a palm-sized celadone medicine bottle emerged from within. The bottle bore no label, only a willow leaf pattern that had been worn away more than half. Lu Jiwei's letter lay beneath the bottle. Lu Yingxue retrieved the letter first, then the medicine. The letter paper had been wrapped in oilcloth in 2 layers, and even now it carried the damp, chill scent of Hedong. After reading the first line, her fingertips froze midair. Jiwei said Jiangda is already dead. Who killed him? The letter does not state the cause of death, only that his pursuers bore the insignia of the Qian household. Before dying, Jiangda entrusted half the prescription to the disaster refugees, and on the reverse side, he left a message in blood. Shin Sui Sui raised her head. Could it be? The water-milled Buddha niche, the true ledger, was not burned. Lu Yingxue offered the letter to Shun Hezhou without answering, then opened the celadone bottle and tipped out a darkened pill. The pill settled into the white porcelain dish and rolled twice before coming to rest. Lu Huaiji arrived half an hour later. The old man entered without an assistant, carrying only a heavy rosewood medicine chest. Though the corners of the chest showed heavy where its interior was divided into 7 compartments by medicinal properties, each lined with dry mulberry paper. After examining the pill, he did not reach out to touch it. He scraped a small amount of powder with a blade and placed it separately into clear water, vinegar, and warm wine. In the water, the powder dispersed slowly, its hue resembling old blood dissolved by rain. But in the wine, several minute silver-white specks surfaced. Suddenly a tightening seized Shin Sui Sui's stomach. She recalled the hands pressing against the chest in her dream, Qian Lin's pale face, and that black pill forced down her throat. Lu Huaiji pushed the 3 bowls away one by one. Do not approach the medicinal vapor, child, leave. Grandfather, I will not touch it. The fumes can enter the body as well, particularly for someone whose spirit has already been depleted. The old man's tone was gentle, yet left no room for negotiation. Shin Suisui was led to the doorway by Lu Yingxue, though she could not resist casting a glance back. Lu Huaiji bent over to scoop the powder into paper troughs with deliberate slowness, his expression growing increasingly grave. Shin Hezhou stood nearby, without pressing for answers. Only the rain tapping against the eaves broke the silence, falling in intermittent bursts. 2 hours later, Lu Huaiji finally gathered the 3 testing papers. Lockhart powder. What is the dosage? Twice the amount found in the earlier samples. His fingers pressed along the edge of the top sheet, creasing it slightly. If taken sporadically, it need not kill immediately. But administered continuously every 3 days as prescribed, the child's heart meridians would weaken progressively, until collapse appeared to stem from congenital frailty or an intractable chronic illness. Shin Hezhou's expression remained unchanged, though the charcoal fire in the study crackled suddenly. The presence of Lockhart powder in the pill confirmed that Lu Yingshue's earlier assessment had been correct. Qian Lin had not fallen ill with some strange affliction, rather someone had systematically poisoned him into compliance, molding him into a docile patient. Can it be reversed? A single antidote cannot simply purge it. Lockhart powder lodges in the heart meridians, and wounding slows the circulation of qi and blood. If the medication is stopped abruptly, the child may not survive the shock. Lu Huaiji produced a blank prescription sheet. We must stabilize the pulse for 3 days first, then gradually reduce the wounding. The dosage, timing, and diet must all be carefully regulated. Neglect any one element, and all prior efforts may be undone. Shin Suisui listened from the doorway, her fingers slowly clenching the hem of her robe. She did not understand what heart meridians were, nor how grave a doubling could be. Yet she knew that if Qian Lin consumed such medicine 3 more times, he would die. And the one wielding the poison to control him was forcing Qian Tong to continue forging accounts and committing murders. Grandfather, can the 3-day pulse stabilizing medicine reach the Qian residence? Lu Huaiji turned to look at her. It can be delivered, though whether it reaches the child's lips is another matter. Lu Yingxue resealed the pill in its porcelain bottle. The Qian household will suspect the medicine has been tampered with, and the Yin family will accuse the Lu family of poisoning. As long as the remedy passes through the Shun family's hands, it could become another piece of incriminating evidence. Shin Hezhou gazed at the medicine bottle on the desk. The willow leaf pattern on its surface had been largely rubbed away, as though someone had hastily tried to erase its origin, but failed to do so completely. We cannot allow Qian Tong to choose between only the Shun and Yin families. Then we show the prescription to everyone. Shin Suisui's voice was quiet. Several pairs of eyes turned toward her. She walked to the desk, rose on her tiptoes, and pointed at the blank prescription sheet. Write out the 3-day formula and post it at the apothecaries throughout Hedong. Anyone can obtain it and consult a physician. This way the medicine is not secretly provided by the Shin family, and the Qian household need not rely solely on us. Lu Huaiji's brow twitched slightly. Making the prescription public only stabilizes the illness. It does not cure the poison. If someone exploits the formula to harm others, the blame will still fall on the Lu family. Then we include what it cannot treat as well. Shin Suisui looked at him earnestly. State clearly that it can only steady the pulse and cannot neutralize the toxin. Specify the quantity of each herb and when it must not be taken, leaving nothing ambiguous. If someone alters the prescription, then the fault lies elsewhere. A moment of silence fell within the room. Lu Yingxue reached out and rested her hand on her daughter's head. You are not trying to save Qian Tong. I simply do not want Qian Lin to consume worse medicine. Shin Suisui lowered her face. His father committed wrongs, but Qian Lin has done nothing wrong. As the words left her lips, Lu Huaiji had already lifted his brush. Shin Hezhou did not stop him. He merely instructed Shun to retrieve official stationery from the Ministry of Revenue, then copy Lu Huaiji's prescription into 2 sets. One to be archived among the Lu family medical records, the other dispatched to 17 apothecaries across Hedong. Attached to each prescription was a record of the testing methods and contraindications. There was no mention of the Shan residence, the Qian residence, nor Qian Lin's name. Only the condition, wounding Lockhart syndrome, and the 3-day pulse stabilizing formula were stated. Distributing to the apothecaries is acceptable, but the Shin family must not send anyone to post them. Have the Lu family's merchants deliver them through proper commercial routes, keeping a registry of each apothecary along the way. Record when each establishment receives the prescriptions and who inspects them. Shin Hezhou closed the document. Should anyone attempt to intercept the shipment, documentation of the obstruction must be preserved. If someone tampers with the prescription, the altered medicine packets must not be discarded. Lu Yingxue glanced at him. Are you saving a child or constructing evidence? Save the child first. He paused. If the evidence can find its own way, let it travel alongside the life-saving prescription. Shin Suisui did not grasp the meaning of these words, as she only watched as her father sealed both copies of the prescription and impressed upon each the official seal of the Shun residence. She reached out to press her hand against the paper. Father, do not use the Shun family seal. Shin Hezhou's hand halted. Why, oi? They will claim the medicine was prepared by the Shin family. She pointed to Qian Lin's medicine bottle, her complexion still pale. This time let no one see the Shin family. Let everyone see only the prescription. Shin Hezhou looked down at her. After a moment he withdrew the seal and replaced it with the Ministry of Revenue's registered herb verification mark, stamping it in the lower right corner of the prescription. Lu Huaiji examined the seal and nodded. This is proper. The physicians authenticate the prescription, the apothecaries record the herbs, and the Shun family's sole responsibility is delivery. At that moment the rain intensified sharply. A low rumble of thunder echoed from the southern district, sounding like someone dragging heavy iron chains beneath the clouds. Yet suddenly a different sound reached Shun Suisui's ears. Once, then again. The dull friction of paper being pressed flat merged with the rhythmic turning of a water wheel in the distance. Her fingers gripped the edge of the table as color drained from her face. Lu Yingxue immediately steadied her. Suisui, look at me first. Do not slip back into the dream. I am not looking. She gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The medicine bottle struck the table. The sound resembled the water wheel from that place. Shin Hezhou moved the bottle away and signaled for everyone to cease their movements. The study fell silent once more. The sound had indeed vanished. Shin Suisui closed her eyes, waiting until the discomfort in her chest subsided before slowly releasing her grip on the table edge. I only heard something like a water wheel. I do not know where it was. It was not a new vision. Remember it, but do not fill in the location. Shin Hezhou lifted her onto the soft couch. Your duty is to speak what you hear, the rest is for adults to investigate. Then can Qianlin wait 3 days? He must first wait for the prescription to arrive, and Qiantong must decide whether he dares administer it. Shin Hezhou tucked the blanket around her, his voice calm as ever. We have done what we can. We cannot reach into the medicine bowl on behalf of his father. Lu Jiwei's secret letter remained spread upon the desk. The line of blood at the letter's end glowed dimly in the lamplight. A slender thread stretching from Hudong, weaving past the fire, the account books, and the money house, until it finally coiled around the throat of a sick child. Lu Huaiji gathered the testing papers. I will prepare the pulse-stabilizing formula tonight, and tomorrow I shall have Jiwei's merchants deliver it. If anyone in the Qian household truly wishes to save the child, they will test the prescription within 3 days. Shin Hezhou gazed out the window. And if they do not? But before giving it to Qianlin, Qiantong would surely have someone else try it first. Lu Jiwei folded the urgent letter, pressing the corner with his fingertip. 17 pharmacies in Hudong had already received the prescription simultaneously. There was no seal of the Shun Manor, no name of the Qian mansion, and even the Lu family's pharmacy had only left the name of the verifying physician at the end. At the top of the prescription was written Black Vine Heartlock Syndrome, below which the 3-day pulse-stabilizing medication was listed with each ingredient, dosage, and decoction time clearly recorded. The last line, however, was deliberately marked in red. Only alleviates symptoms, does not neutralize the poison. Those who abruptly stop the old medication must have their pulse examined by a physician. Such prescriptions posted all over Hudong. Qiantong can no longer hide. Qianzhong spread the copied prescription on the desk of the governor's study. He had run to 17 pharmacies. The soles of his shoes, stained with mud and water, and his cuffs still bore the white marks of dried paste. Every pharmacy entrance was surrounded by people. There were refugees, medicine merchants, commoners seeking the prescription for their sick family members, and official runners ordered to tear down the papers. But as soon as a paper was torn down, someone would immediately paste a new one beside it. Some were filling prescriptions, some were holding medicine packets for physicians to verify, and others stood at the pharmacy doors loudly chanting the 3 characters, Lockhart Sand. Once those 3 characters spread, they were like sparks falling into a pan of oil. Who allowed them to post such a prescription on the streets? Subanian sat in the lower seat, his face dark enough to wring water. He had originally thought that the Lu family would send the pulse-stabilizing medicine to the Qian mansion and then use the delivery as an opportunity to force Qiantong to hand over the old accounts. Unexpectedly, they had bypassed the Qian mansion. Once the prescription was made public, it no longer belonged only to the Shun family or the Lu family. If Qianlin survived, because of it Qiantong would have one less excuse to refuse. If Qianlin died as a result, the 17 pharmacies and dozens of verifying physicians would all investigate who had tampered with the prescription. It was sent by the Lu family's medicine merchant, claiming it was a life-saving prescription jointly agreed upon by physicians in the capital. Qianzhong answered in a low voice. The prescription is not poisonous. 3 resident physicians have all verified it. Subanian looked up at him. Just because it's not poisonous, does that mean it's safe to give to the young master? Qianzhong did not answer immediately. The prescription paper on the desk had grown slightly soft from the damp air, and a faint ink shadow showed through the back. That was not the medicine sent by the Shin family, nor was it the medicine sent by the Yin family. It was a prescription that anyone in the entire city could follow. The more this was the case, the harder it was to tamper with. First, prepare 3 portions. Qiantong finally spoke. Give the first to the oldest medical hall in the city for verification, have the second administered to a death row inmate, and send the third to the Qian Mansion pharmacy. Record the time at each location separately. Qianzhong acknowledged, but did not immediately move. Master, if something happens to the death row inmate after taking the medicine, the outside world will say the Qian mansion is using people for drug testing. Qiantong looked out the window. A curtain of rain shrouded the high walls of the governor's yamen, and voices from outside came intermittently. Someone was asking what Lockhart sand really was. Some were arguing whether Blackvine could treat heart channels. Children were running under the eaves holding the prescription, raising the paper high. Such momentum could not be suppressed by the Qian mansion just because they wished it. Then let the 3 physicians verify the medicine first, then let the death row inmate test it. Qiantong's voice was very soft. Record every step in the files, and no private alterations are allowed. Qianzhong then accepted the order and withdrew. Su Bonian stared at his back, his lips pressed into a cold line. Master, the Liu family made the prescription public to force you to publicly acknowledge that the young master is poisoned. As long as the young master recovers after taking the medicine, the previous medicines will be investigated. I know. Then the young master must not take it. A corner of the charcoal brazier in the study suddenly collapsed. Sparks rolled out from the ash, fell onto the blue bricks, and quickly died out. Qiantong lowered his eyes and saw a small piece of herbal residue stuck to his sleeve. It was the medicine left by the Yin family physician last night. The color was darker than before, and the smell more bitter. After Qianlin took it, his abdominal pain did not ease. Instead, he fell into a deep sleep for 2 hours. He dared not ask the Yin family physician what had been added to the medicine, because before leaving the man left only one sentence: if the account books were not sent to the capital on time, the subsequent medicine would not come. Bring the medicine in. Qiantong tapped his finger on the desk. Verify first, then test. Su Bonian seemed about to advise further, but hurried footsteps were heard from outside the door. Qianzhong returned holding 3 sealed medicine packets in his hands. On each packet were written the time of dispensing, the pharmacy name, and the fingerprint of the physician who handled it. One of the packets had a small wooden tag pressed under its seal, engraved with the common verification mark of the Hedong pharmacies. Qianzhong laid them out one by one. The first packet was verified by Jiren Hall in the south of the city. The medicinal properties are stable. The second packet has been sent to the prison. The third packet was reweighed by the mansion's pharmacy, and the amounts are correct. And the death row inmate. 1 hour after taking the medicine, no abnormalities have been observed yet. Su Bonian reached out to take the medicine packet. Qiantong suddenly looked up. Don't touch it with your hand. Su Bonian's movement froze in midair. Master, you don't trust me. It's not that I don't trust you. Qiantong looked at him, his gaze dark and devoid of warmth. It's that whoever touches the medicine now could become a hand in the testimony. Su Bonian slowly withdrew his hand. Qianzhong lowered his head and resealed the medicine packet. Half an hour later, news came from the prison. After the death row inmate took the medicine, his abdominal pain gradually eased, his pulse was not disordered, and his limbs did not become numb. The 3 physicians examined the herbal residue again, confirming that there were no ingredients in the prescription that conflicted with the old medicine. 2 other physicians in the city, upon hearing the news, voluntarily came to the pharmacy to testify. They did not know the Shin family nor the Qian mansion, and only said that the composition of this prescription had no immediate harmful effects. Someone asked if they would dare to give it to their own children. One of them was silent for a long time, then said that if the child really had black vine heartlock syndrome, it was at least better than continuing to take unknown pills. This remark was heard by the official runners standing outside the door and was relayed to the governor's yamen. After hearing this, Su Bonian's face turned even uglier. Master, people outside have already linked the young master's illness with this prescription. If we feed the medicine today, it will amount to admitting that the Qian mansion indeed has a sick child. Whether the Qian mansion has a sick child is not decided by a bowl of medicine. Qiantong rose and walked to the door of the inner chamber. A dim yellow light seeped through the crack of the door. Qianlin lay on the bed, his face even whiter than the bedding. He was only 12 years old, his wrist as thin as a dry twig. Beside the bed lay that jade pendant, its cord darkened by sweat. Qiantong stood for a long time before telling Qianzhong to bring the pulse-stabilizing medicine. First, show me the herbal residue. Qianzhong placed the 3 portions of residue in white porcelain bowls. The color, smell, and remnants of the herbs were all recorded in the register. Qiantong personally checked 3 times, confirming that no one had mixed in Lockhart sand, and that no one had swapped the medicine packets before he took the bowl. Su Bonian stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the bowl of medicine. Master, the Yin family physician will arrive soon. If we change the medicine now, it may cause misunderstandings. If he has a better prescription, let him produce it. Qiantong raised his eyes. If he only says it cannot be changed, but cannot explain why, then let him wait outside. The medicinal juice was slowly fed into Qianlin's mouth. Qianlin coughed in his dullness, and Qiantong immediately supported the back of his neck. After the last mouthful was swallowed, only the sound of the water clock remained in the room. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. Qianlin's brows were still tightly furrowed, and cold sweat on his forehead did not stop. Su Bonian glanced at the hourglass and was about to speak when the child on the bed suddenly moved his fingers slightly. Qiantong leaned closer. Father, my stomach doesn't hurt as much. Qianlin's voice was very soft, as if drifting out of a dream. Qiantong did not answer. He only tucked the corner of the blanket a little higher, his palm resting on his son's shoulder for a moment. Qianzhong picked up another empty bowl and found a layer of extremely fine black ash at the bottom. That was a sediment that had never appeared in the Yin family's old medicine. Master, the medicine the Yin family sent is not getting more expensive. It's that the poison is getting stronger. Su Bonian spun around abruptly. At the same time, a knocking sound came from outside the door. The Yin family physician stood under the corridor with two attendants, his voice coming through the door panel. Governor Qian, who allowed you to arbitrarily change the young master's medicine. The medicine delivered by the Yin family isn't merely growing. It's growing more poisonous. Qianzhong knelt beside the bed, holding the white porcelain bowl of medicinal dregs with both hands. A thin layer of black ash had settled at the bottom of the bowl, with fine sand still clinging to the rim. Under the lamplight, a faint dark red shimmered through the ash like charcoal fully burned through yet doused with water. Qiantong did not respond immediately. On the bed, Qianlin lay with his eyes closed, his lips tinged blue, his chest rising and falling more slowly than the night before. The jade pendant was clenched in his palm, the cord carving two pale red marks into his flesh. Are you certain it isn't merely dampened herbs changing color? Qianzhong lowered his head and set another medicine bowl on the desk. This old servant consulted 3 physicians from the manor and had the old dregs examined as well. The dosage of Suashin sand is at least double what it was the past few days. The room was left with only the soft crackling of charcoal. Qiantong dipped a finger into the black ash and gently rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger. The fine sand carried none of the astringent scent of medicinal herbs. Instead, it bore a cold, sharp, fishy odor. He recalled the expression on the Yin family physician's face when he departed the day before. That man had said the more expensive the pill, the more stable the efficacy. Yet after Qianlin took them, the abdominal pain intensified each time, and the intervals of clarity grew shorter with every dose. The Yin family was not saving his son. They were merely binding Qianlin to him with one pill after another. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Su Bonyan lifted the curtain and entered a neatly folded letter concealed within his sleeve. Upon seeing Qianzhong kneeling beside the bed, his steps paused imperceptibly. Master, the Yin family physician has arrived and awaits in the front hall. Qiantong wiped the black ash from his fingertip with a cloth. Let him come in. Su Bonyan did not move. Physician, Yin stated that if you have already switched the young master's medicine, there is no need for him to examine further. However, the medication for 3 days hence will likely require reconsideration. Qiantong raised his gaze to meet his. He is telling me that how many days Qianlin has left depends entirely on whether I obey today. Su Bonyan lowered his eyes, showing no surprise whatsoever. The Yin family only fears for the young master's condition. Switching medicine is inherently perilous, and if anything goes awry, no one could bear the responsibility. No one could bear it, or he refuses to. Qiantong pressed his palm flat against the desk. At the corner lay an official document recently delivered from the Ministry of Revenue, demanding a thorough re-examination of famine victims' registration across 3 counties in Hedo. The previous batch of relief silver could not be settled without verified warehouse seals. On the other side was a prescription delivered by the Shin family. It bore no Shin family seal, demanded no testimony. Only instructions to stabilize the pulse over 3 days and administer the decoction on schedule. That piece of paper resembled a dagger without a blade, yet it was far more difficult to evade than any overt threat. Finally, the Yin family physician's voice rang out from beyond the curtain. Governor Qian, the young master's medicine must not be abruptly discontinued. That the Shin family sends a prescription at this moment does not necessarily signify good intent. The Yin family physician entered first, casting a glance at Qianlin on the bed, then at the medicinal dregs by the desk. His expression changed in that instant. Yet soon enough it returned to composure. Where did these medicinal dregs come from? Qiantong did not answer. Lord Qian, the precise dosage of Suashin sand in decoctions is exceedingly difficult to master. Having consumed it for years, the young master's body has grown accustomed. Should it be abruptly reduced, his heart vessels may not withstand it. The Shun and Lu families have long enjoyed close ties. Who knows whether they seek to harm under the guise of saving lives? Qianlin suddenly coughed from the bed. The sound was faint, yet it drew every gaze in the room. He opened his eyes, his lips cracked, his vision slowly traversing each face present. Father, I do not wish to take that black medicine anymore. Qiantong's shoulders tightened imperceptibly. The Yin family physician stepped forward at once. Young master, these are but words spoken in delirium. Once the pill is taken, the pain will soon pass. They said the same before, yet every time I awaken my stomach hurts more. Qianlin raised his hand, his fingertips weakly grasping his father's sleeve. Father, am I about to die? Qiantong gazed upon his son's pallid face and offered no reply. The Yin family physician's eyes fell upon that tightly clenched hand, his tone deepening. Lord Qian, the young master must not be disturbed or frightened at this juncture. If you persist in allowing outsiders to disrupt his treatment, there will be no need to collect the medicine after 3 days. Su Bonyan quickly interjected. Physician, Yin the master merely wished to verify the nature of the medicine. He does not intend to estrange us from the Yin family. Qian Tong turned his face away. See him out. Su Bon Yin froze. Master physician, Yin is still to take the young master's pulse. Since the medicine cannot be changed, neither need the pulse be examined. Qian Tong raised his hand toward the doorway. Show him the way out. The Yin family physician remained where he stood, a layer of coldness welling in his eyes. Governor Qian Lord, Yin has expended immense effort securing medicine for the young master. Should you dismiss me this day, you would deny face to the Yin family. How much is face worth? Half a tael. Qian Tong rose slowly. Could it purchase my son's life? A soft sound of curling paper came from the brazier. Su Bon Yin's gaze followed the noise. The sealed envelope Qian Tong had placed beside the desk moments before was now held in his hand. It bore no name on the cover, yet within lay a draft of testimony, marked with a fingerprint. It stated that Shun Hezhou had accepted silver notes from Wu Qing and ordered someone to burn the accounts of the watermill. Yin Qingbi did not want 3 days' medicine for Qian Lin. He wanted Qian Tong to press his thumbprint to declare this testimony true. Qian Tong gripped the letter, his knuckles gradually turning white. The Yin family physician still waited at the door, while Su Bon Yin kept his head bowed, as though he had not seen the letter. Master, you should know Lord Yin dislikes being made to wait. He waits for my fingerprint, not for Linner's illness. Qian Tong raised his eyes. Go back and tell Lord Yin that I shall write the testimony as requested, and I will arrange the charges for him properly. The Yin family physician's expression softened, only to freeze at the next words. Yet this sworn statement bearing my thumbprint I cannot deliver today. All sound in the room ceased. The Yin family physician stared at him. Are you seeking to renege Lord Qian? I merely have not yet decided upon which side I should place my own name. Qian Tong held the letter above the brazier. The paper's edge was first consumed by flame, curling into a ring of scorched yellow, the ink slowly contracting in the heat. That half-impressed fingerprint, like a black insect, was swallowed whole by fire in an instant. Su Bon Yin raised his head sharply. Master, this will enrage the Yin family. I am aware. The young master's medicine remains in the Yin family's hands. I am also aware. Qian Tong released his grip. The sealed testimony fell into the brazier, curling into a ball, revealing densely annotated characters on its reverse side. The flames passed through those words, consuming Shun Hezhou's name first, then the position designated for Qian Tong's official seal. Qian Lin gazed at the firelight, his eyes slowly widening. Father, did you commit some wrongdoing, which is why you must burn it? Qian Tong approached the bed, bent down, and took the jade pendant from his son's hand, pressing it back into his palm. Rest for a while. Will you still give me that medicine? Qian Tong looked at him, his Adam's apple bobbing once. Not tonight. Qian Lin seemed not to understand, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Then will I die, eh? No. Those two words fell heavily. Qian Tong tucked the quilt around his son, and as he turned away, the last fragment of paper in the brazier collapsed. Black embers were lifted by rising heat, then drifted back to rest upon the charcoal below. Su Bon Yin followed him to the outer chamber. Master, if no medicine is given, the young master may suffer another palpitation episode tonight. The pulse-stabilizing prescription has been posted throughout Hedong. A death row inmate has consumed it, and 3 physicians have verified it. Copy the prescription and bring it in. The Shin family will trace the young master's illness from this. They already know. Qian Tong paused before the window. Rain slanted against the eaves. The distant streets were obscured by mist, save for the sound of cart wheels grinding over bluestone. They know Qian Lin has been poisoned, yet they did not wield the antidote to force my confession. This may very well be an even deeper scheme, which is precisely why I must ascertain the truth. Qian Tong withdrew a thin slip of paper from his sleeve. It was a brief note sent by Shun Hezhou alongside the prescription, containing only a handful of lines. 3 days medicine. Save the child first. After 3 days, Qian Tong would decide for himself whether to confess. No threats, no conditions, not a single word offering to shield him. And precisely for that reason, it could not be ignored. Send someone to find Lu Jiwei. Su Bon Yin's brow twitched. Master intends to trade her for the prescription. Find her. Do not harm her. Qian Tong refolded the slip, his fingertip pressing firmly against the edge. I will ask her myself what the Shun family truly seeks from me. And if she refuses to speak. Qian Tong looked toward the brazier. Among the ashes a faint glow remained, like an eye that had not fully closed. Then let her witness my son surviving, and then watch as I confess every guilt I deserve to bear item by item. Su Bon Yin fell silent for a moment before turning to depart. Qian Tong suddenly called after him. Add an extra lock to the abandoned well tonight. Only old belongings are stored there. I set out a lock. Su Bon Yin acknowledged and withdrew. Within the inner chamber, Qian Lin had fallen asleep again, his breathing still weak, yet steadier than before. Qian Tong stood alone by the doorway. He did not see Qian Zhong quietly collecting both bowls of medicinal dregs into a cabinet, wrapping each in oil paper and recording the hour upon the seal. Nor did he see a figure in cyan garments turning away beyond the eaves, departing with a footprint of wet black mud. Only the faintest fragrance of cassia leaves remained dissipating into the night rain. Find the Liu family's female physician. Spare her life. I wish to question her myself regarding the Shun family's true intentions. Find the Liu family's female physician. Do not kill her. I will question her myself about what the Shun family truly wants. Night pressed against the outskirts of Hedong, and the rain-dampened muddy road gleamed with cold light. Qian Mansion runners brandished torches as they pursued from the refugee tents to the abandoned medicinal herbs warehouse, the soaked lamp paper crackling in the wind. Behind the warehouse door, Lu Jiwei was packing her medicine chest. Shen Mingzhao spread the final fake identity registry beside the brazier, its edges already curling. He did not rush to ignite it, but only looked up at the shadows beyond the wall crack. Lu Qingya leaned against the doorframe, fingers resting on his sword hilt, his gaze passing through the broken window to fix on the figures converging in the distance. They are not here to search for medicine, but to identify people. Shen Mingzhao glanced down at the coarse cloth tunic he wore. The young boy who had argued with the porridge tent overseer in the refugee camp had already had his face memorized. Lu Jiwei slipped a bundle of herbs into the bottom of the chest without pausing her movements. Those who recognize me are Qian Mansion runners, but those who recognize you are a different crowd. Rough footsteps echoed outside the warehouse. Someone kicked the wooden door, making the bolt vibrate and dust fall in clusters. Those inside, listen up. The governor's office is inspecting medicinal herbs. Open the door immediately for inspection. The red glow of torches squeezed through the door crack, illuminating rows of bamboo baskets inside the warehouse. The baskets were piled with dried tangerine peel, attractalodes, and herbal packets, their bitter fragrance mingling with the musty smell of damp wood pressing heavily against the nostrils. Lu Qingya glanced at the back wall. Those bricks there were newer than the rest, and beneath the mortar joints ran an abandoned drainage ditch, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through bending over. From the rear. But Shen Mingzhao remained still, his gaze fixed on the registry beside the brazier. The registry contained 37 false names of Hedong's herbal merchants. If left here, the Qian Mansion would soon trace these names back to the capital's drug network. Yet if he burned them, all the elaborate disguises Lu Jiwei had painstakingly constructed over these days would vanish. From outside the door came another shout, and the wooden door bowed inward an inch from the impact. If you do not open the door immediately, you will be charged with harboring fugitives. Lu Jiwei reached out and pressed her hand on the registry. Young master, the registry cannot be taken. Shen Mingzhao looked at her, a moment of hesitation flashing across his eyes before he began tearing the pages one by one. The tearing sound echoed particularly clearly within the warehouse. He cast the shredded paper into the brazier where flames curled over the ink marks, first consuming the merchants' false names, then burning away the appointed delivery times. If it cannot be taken, it cannot be kept. Firelight reflected on the young man's face, sharpening the lingering traces of boyish softness. The warehouse door was finally burst open. Two runners charged in with drawn swords, followed by several men in short brown coats. They did not resemble official constables. No badges hung at their waists, yet all kept their hands concealed within their sleeves. Lu Qingya raised his hand and seized the nearest man's wrist bone. Joints collided with a dull thud that rippled along the wall. The man dropped to his knees in pain, and a short crossbow fell from his sleeve into the herb basket, the bolt grazing the bamboo edge before embedding itself in the ground. Official officers are conducting a search. By whose authority did you bring crossbows inside? The runner's expression shifted instantly, and he drew his blade without hesitation. Lu Qingya did not draw his own sword, instead using the scabbard to deflect the descending strike and flipping the man toward the doorway with a reverse grip. The narrow passage descended into chaos. Lu Jiwei seized the medicine chest and retreated to the back wall, while Shen Mingzhao bent down to retrieve a half-burned paper fragment from the brazier, tucking it beneath his sole before kicking over the bamboo basket filled with medicinal herbs. Dry herbs scattered across the floor, their pungent aroma spreading through the air and forcing several runners into fits of coughing. Uncle Lu, the back wall. Lu Qingya held the entrance, forcing two men back through sheer determination, yet never drawing his blade. Each strike targeted only the wrists, elbows, or knees. Enough force to disable pursuit, but never enough to cause fatal wounds. A man in a short brown coat lunged toward Lu Jiwei from the flank. Shen Mingzhao reached out to intercept him, but his shoulder slammed against the brick wall, sending numbness cascading down half his arm. He gritted his teeth and diverted the attacker to one side, only to find his collar seized by another runner. Young Master Shun of the Shen family, it is indeed you. Rough fingers tightened around his throat, the stench of wine and mud washing over him. Shen Mingzhao did not struggle. Instead, he raised his foot and stomped hard down onto the man's instep. The man released his grip in pain, and Shen Mingzhao rolled behind the herb basket. At that exact moment, a sharp whistle echoed from beyond the back wall, and three dark figures vaulted over the low wall. The leader wore a faded old military uniform with graying temples, carrying no official blade, only a worn iron ruler in hand. After landing, he quickly assessed the injuries inside the warehouse, then sidestepped to shove aside the pursuing runners, clearing an opening near the back wall. Young master, go through the ditch. Do not stop. Shen Mingzhao recognized the aged button hanging from the old man's waist. It matched exactly the Imperial Guard button left behind by the post-station escort master. Are you Hidong? The old man offered no reply, simply pressing his iron ruler against a runner's blade. The other two retired soldiers held their positions by the wall, never crossing the threshold even an inch. They merely drove the attackers back and sealed off any angles that could cause harm, refusing even to pick up the fallen runner's badge. Lu Qingya recognized their approach and furrowed his brows. Did Shen Hexiao send you? Hidong finally glanced at him. General Shen only ordered rescues, forbidding any claim to credit. Outside the warehouse, torches suddenly multiplied. Qian Mansion runners had already circled around the front entrance, completely surrounding the herb warehouse. Some shouted accusations of harboring fugitives, while others began smashing windows, sending wood chips flying through the frames to land among the medicinal herbs. Lu Jiwei handed the medicine chest to Shen Mingzhao. The prescription is concealed in the cloth rabbit's lining, and the sample has already been sent away. Do not take this chest outside. Shen Mingzhao immediately understood. If the medicine chest were discovered, the Qian Mansion could accuse both the Lu and Shun families of smuggling poisonous substances. He pushed the chest back to the corner and seized Lu Jiwei's wrist, guiding her backward toward the drainage ditch entrance. Aunt Lu, survive and leave first. A crossbow bolt shot through the broken window and embedded itself near his feet. Hidong raised his iron ruler to deflect the second arrow, his voice deep and commanding as he halted the men behind him. Only clear the path, do not kill. Both soldiers simultaneously retracted their drawn blades. One man's sword, tip merely half an inch from a runner's throat, was forced to change trajectory upward, pinning the man to the door plank instead. In that brief opening, Lu Qingya yanked away the wooden boards covering the back wall. A foul sulfurous stench rose from the ditch below. Shen Mingzhao helped Lu Jiwei descend first, then followed close behind. Footsteps pursued from behind. Glancing back, he saw Hidong holding the wall opening with his men, their old uniforms torn by blade strikes, blood seeping from his shoulder. Yet he had not advanced a single step forward. He suddenly understood why his uncle had sent these people. They were not here to reclaim Hedong for the Shen family. Their duty was only to ensure the living escaped. No matter who captured whom or claimed credit, none of it justified them killing outside the law. The drainage ditch was narrow and slick. Shen Mingzhao's knee struck exposed rocks, the pain momentarily darkening his vision. Yet he kept the prescription lining pressed against his chest until a faint gray-white light appeared ahead. The three climbed out of the ditch and took cover in a wasteland of dry reeds. In the distance, flames had already engulfed the herb warehouse. The fire climbed along the eaves, illuminating runners fleeing alongside the walls, and Hidong's group scaling the opposite side to escape. Lu Jiwei gasped for breath, turning to gaze back at the warehouse. Why didn't they kill those men? Lu Qingya wiped mud and water from his scabbard. Because if even one Qian Mansion runner died at their hands, Qian Tong could accuse the Shun family of secretly mobilizing soldiers and assassinating officials to silence witnesses. Shen Mingzhao retrieved the torn paper from his soul. The fire had consumed most of it, leaving only a scorched corner with faint ink marks where two badge numbers could barely be made out. He looked up at Lu Qingya. I did not send word back about Aunt Lu before she was brought here. Send it now. But Aunt Lu is still here. The Qian Mansion will certainly seal the city and search for her by morning. Lu Qingya regarded him with a cold, hardened expression. That is precisely why the evidence must be sent first. If you flee with both the proof and the person, Qian Tong need only capture one of you to trap us all in Hedong. Shen Mingzhao clenched the torn paper tightly. He thought of the cloth rabbit Sui had given him and of the 3 escape routes his father had written before they departed. None of those paths guaranteed safe passage. They only specified when each plan had to be abandoned. Lu Jiwei studied the boy's pale face and reached out to press against his scraped knee. Mingzhao, you have already done well. Shen Mingzhao lowered his head. But I still failed to bring you with me. You sent the prescription away and let us out of the warehouse. She lifted her gaze toward the blazing sight. Rescuing someone is not merely about pulling them from beneath blades. Sometimes the truth must survive first. Horseshoes pounded against the earth beyond the reeds. Lu Qingya immediately raised his hand, and all 3 crouched low together. 2 Qian Mansion runners on horseback rode past the ditch opening, one clutching a portrait. The boy's features in the drawing were rendered clearly by the firelight. Only when the hoofbeats faded into the distance did Lu Qingya lower his hand. Shen Mingzhao folded the torn paper carefully and tucked it into the cloth rabbit's inner pocket. I am going to deliver the rubbing of the badges now. You will not go. Lu Qingya pressed a hand on his shoulder. Take Miss Lu via the north slope. I will find the messenger who carries the evidence. Shen Mingzhao shook his head. The north slope is guarded by Qian Mansion patrols. Then you must take the south ditch. The south ditch connects to the old grain route toward Wuqing. There will be people waiting there as well. Lu Qingya studied him for a moment, and for the first time something like approval flickered in his eyes. Which route will you choose? Shin Mingzhao gazed at the sky stained crimson by the firelight and exhaled slowly. Neither alone. He divided the torn paper in two, handing one half to Lu Qingya and keeping the other. Send the evidence separately, and we will part ways as well. If one side is intercepted, the other can still make it back to the capital. A second whistle sounded from somewhere in the distance, closer this time. Lu Jiwei gripped her medicine pouch tightly as Lu Qingya turned and disappeared into the reeds. Shin Mingzhao supported her and moved southward toward the slope in a crouch. Before they had gone more than a few dozen paces, the neighing of horses and the clatter of hurried footsteps rose behind them. He did not look back. Yet at the crest of the earthen slope ahead, a line of torch-bearing figures stood waiting. Their leader wore the black robe of the governor's office and held in his hand a warrant for arrest personally signed by Qiantong. Lu Jiwei's breath caught suddenly. Shin Mingzhao shielded her behind him, his palm already pressing against the cloth rabbit's inner lining. Aunt Lu, I did not bring you back, but I know who took you. Uncle, I didn't bring Aunt Lu back, but I know who took her. Outside the old salt warehouse, the wind carried the damp chill and briny scent of salt. Shin Mingzhao knelt in the mud, reed fragments from their flight still clinging to his shoulder. He said neither Qiantong nor the governor's office. His eyes red-rimmed from the long night's vigil, fixed solely on the half-burned identification token clutched in Lu Qingya's hand. Lu Qingya tucked away the token and glanced over his shoulder at the youth. Wu Qing's men had already scattered and withdrawn, while the genuine accounting records bound for the capital had taken the river route. Yet the torches of Qian Residence's constables still moved in the distance like a pack of wolves refusing to scatter from the scent of blood. He reached out and hauled Shin Mingzhao up from the ground. First, tell me clearly what you know. Who took Miss Lu, and on what basis do you judge? Shin Mingzhao's Adam's apple bobbed. He recounted in detail the pursuit through the reed fields, the diverging paths behind the medicinal herbs warehouse, and the manner in which that group had taken Lu Jiwei away item by item. They wore the short coats of Qian Residence constables and carried arrest warrants from the governor's office, yet they neither loosed arrows within the warehouse nor slit Lu Jiwei's throat. The leader had even ordered her medicine chest to be taken away when she was let off, carefully preserving the herbs within. This was not a silencing. It seemed more like someone was eager to see her. After finishing his account, Shin Mingzhao produced from the lining of his cloth rabbit a short length of mud-stained hemp rope. A thread of faint blue remained visible within the knot. When Lu Jiwei was taken away, her guards had bound her wrists with this very rope. It was not the hemp rope customary to the Qian residence, nor was the knot style used by constables. He had seen identical knots in the medicine warehouse. Qianzhong himself had tied them when delivering medicine chests to the Qian residence's rear courtyard. Qianzhong is the steward of the Qian residence, not Qiantong himself. Lu Qingya spoke in a low, grave tone. Therefore you can only say Qian residence people took her, not that Qiantong gave the order. Shin Mingzhao gripped the hemp rope tightly. But they sent her into the governor's residence courtyard. Did you see it? No. Then it cannot be written into the testimony. Lu Qingya's gaze fell upon his face. The boy had just witnessed Shin family silver notes falling into the ashes outside the fire site, and now he had personally seen the female doctor who traveled with them being taken away. Had he been an ordinary 15-year-old boy, he would have drawn his blade and pursued them without hesitation. But he did not. He kept only what he saw and pushed down his guesses. Shin Mingzhao looked down at the hemp rope in his hand, his knuckles widening. I understand, but in tomorrow's court session they will not care whether I saw it or not. They will only care which words can be used to execute your father. Lu Qingya took the hemp rope and wrapped it together with the token in oil paper. So we return to the capital, now delivering testimony that will hold up. The capital. Daybreak had just begun to tint the sky. The bronze bell outside the Shun residence was rung frantically. Shunin hurried along the corridor, still clutching the newly opened urgent dispatch from Hedong. Shin Hezhou was already seated in his study. Spread across the desk were 3 documents from different sources. The topmost came from the censorate with thick dark ink and a fresh red seal on its closure. Du Wenhing stood by the window, his expression darker than the overcast sky outside. Shin Suisui sat on the soft couch, clutching her cloth tiger, lifting her head immediately at the sound of footsteps outside the door. Shunin entered without bowing first. Second Master, an urgent letter has arrived from young Master Mingzhao. He placed the letter on the desk. The young master remains in Hedong, and escort Lu has already departed via separate routes back to the capital with the accounting records. Dr. Lu was taken by men from the Qian residence, and her whereabouts remain unknown for now. Shin Suisui's small hands tightened around the ears of her cloth tiger. Lu Yingxue sat beside her daughter, her palm gently resting atop Suisui's head. Shin Hezhou did not open the letter. He merely looked toward Du Wenhing. Du Wenhing slid the censorate document forward on the desk. Lu Zheng submitted this first this morning. The envelope was opened, revealing 2 sheets of paper. One contained the testimony of Wu Qing's shop assistant, while the other listed the items recovered from the fire at the water mill. The Shun family silver note lay separate among them, its corners smoldered by smoke, yet still bearing the Shun residence's hidden pattern. The testimony was written with extraordinary precision. It specified the exact moments. The arsonist's entry when he spotted the Shun carriage, when he heard someone issue orders in Shun Hezhou's name to burn the accounts, all with precise timestamps. The detail far exceeded what one would expect from a frightened servant's account. Staring at those two documents, Shun Sui could almost smell the blood on the execution ground again. Amidst the blood-stained snow, and memorial had fluttered from her father's side. That paper mentioned neither Wu Qing's servant nor the watermill. It held only a blue-black ledger, a broken seal mark, and the ceaseless sound of turning water wheels. She buried her face into the cloth tiger, forcing herself not to touch that charred, blood-soaked volume buried deep within her consciousness. Shun Hezhou picked up the testimony and pressed his fingertip lightly against the paper. The paper's edges held moisture, yet the ink had already sunk deep and dried. When was this testimony recorded? According to Lu Jing's documentation, on the night the water mill caught fire. Du Wenheng replied swiftly. Who transcribed it and who witnessed it? A criminal justice clerk from the governor's office, a Qian residence constable, and 2 local runners. No county deputy, no village head, no censor. Shun Hezhou lifted his gaze. Not a single person from outside Qiantong's office. Silence fell over the study. Wind buffeted the window paper, causing it to bulge slightly, while the candle flame flickered against its wick. Shannon broke the quiet in a low voice. They claimed the fire site demanded urgency, leaving no time to summon others. The fire demanded urgency, yet the recording did not. Shun Hezhou refolded the testimony to its original position. Qiantong is both the subject under investigation and the one collecting evidence. His men burned the scene, his men seized the assistant, his men recorded the testimony, and finally Lu Zheng delivered it all to the imperial court. Shun Sui lifted her face. Shun Hezhou saw the alarm in her eyes and reached out to push the cloth tiger back into her arms. Let us first examine whether the silver note is genuine or not. His voice was not harsh, yet it struck like a nail driven into the desk. We must determine whether this material has the qualification to serve as evidence. At that moment, 3 long bells rang out from the direction of the palace gates. The morning court session had begun. Within the Golden Throne Hall, officials stood arranged in orderly ranks on both sides. Lu Zheng stood at the base of the imperial steps, holding the testimony. Before him, his voice projecting with deliberate resonance. The watermill in Hedong has caught fire, and all disaster relief records have been destroyed. A silver note from the Shun residence was recovered from the ashes, and Wu Qing's assistant has confessed that the arson was instigated by Shun Hezhou. I beg your majesty to immediately deliver Shun Hezhou to the court of judicature and revision for interrogation to prevent him from destroying evidence and silencing witnesses. A low gasp rippled through the hall. Shun Hezhou stepped from his rank, his robe hem sweeping across the blue bricks, and did not immediately glance at the silver note. I would ask Censor Lu when this testimony was recorded. Lu Zheng was prepared. At the 3rd watch of the night. Under whose supervision? By the criminal clerk serving under Qiantong. Was Qiantong present? The governor's duties were too demanding for him to go in person. Shun Hezhou raised his eyes. If he did not go in person, how can Censor Lu confirm that the Qian residence's evidence gathering was not directed by him? Lu Zheng's expression darkened. Qiantong is the local chief magistrate. Constables enforce the law in their cases. Does Vice Minister Shin doubt the local offices entirely? I do not lack faith in local offices. Shun Hezhou's voice echoed through the hall. I simply cannot accept that the person under investigation could simultaneously serve as the reporter, the apprehender, the evidence collector, and the custodian of materials. Several officials exchanged glances. Lu Zheng immediately raised the silver note high. Yet the silver note is genuine, and the Shun residence's hidden pattern is also genuine. Could a genuine silver note, once it reaches the fire site, somehow generate a fabricated case on its own? Shun Hezhou finally turned his gaze to the silver note. The serial number on the note remained clear, and the Shun residence's hidden pattern had not been scorched by smoke or flame. But this was precisely the most dangerous aspect. A genuine note was far more likely to make one cease questioning than a counterfeit would. The authenticity of the silver note must be verified through payment and redemption records. He paused briefly. The hidden pattern must also be examined to determine whether it originates from the Shun residence's original seal and when the seal was impressed. Censor Lu, by presenting only a single silver note today and seeking to convict me of burning accounts and destroying evidence before the investigation has concluded, you are effectively turning the investigative process into a verdict. Lu Zheng let out a cold sneer. Vice Minister Shun delays and obstructs because all evidence has already been incinerated in Hedong, leaving him unable to defend himself. Suddenly a palace attendant hurried into the hall from outside. He knelt at the foot of the vermilion dais and presented with both hands a sealed urgent dispatch damp with traces of water. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Hedong has arrived at the capital. Zhao Heng raised his hand. Fuan received the dispatch, unfolded it, and quickly scanned its contents. His expression shifted subtly before he immediately forwarded it to the throne. All eyes in the hall fell upon that letter. Shen Hezhou did not turn around, yet he knew this letter must contain something returned by Shen Mingzhao. Nevertheless, he did not speak first. After reading the urgent report, Zhao Heng tapped his fingertip once against the desk surface. Censor Lu Yu just stated that this testimony can establish guilt. Lu Jing bowed. Everything I have said is supported by material evidence. Then deliver the testimony to the Court of Judicature and Revision for review. Zhao Heng set down the urgent dispatch. The clerk who recorded the testimony, the constables present at the scene, and those who inspected the fire site, all are to be summoned to the capital. Before the review is complete, no one may publicly disclose the witnesses' names, nor may this case be used as grounds to detain any members of Shun family's household in advance. A crack finally appeared in Lu Zhang's triumphant expression. Your Majesty, if Shen Hezhou is given time, he will likely destroy the true evidence first. Xia Linchuan stepped forward from among the ranks of officials. I request the Court of Judicature and Revision to seal the original testimony and dispatch officials to Hedong to inspect the fire site. Since Qian Tong is implicated in this case, it would be inappropriate for him to continue safeguarding related physical evidence. He did not argue in Shen Hezhou's defense, he merely exposed the procedural gaps layer by layer. Zhao Heng turned to Shen Hezhou. Vice Minister Shen, do you have any objections? Shen Hezhou clasped his hands in salute. None, he answered calmly. I only asked the Court of Judicature and Revision to verify one matter precisely. When did the silver note from the fire site enter the Qian residence's accounts, and who brought it to the water mill? At these words, Lu Zhang's fingers tightened abruptly. Shen Hezhou knew that he could not yet produce the 8th stitch of the hidden pattern. That was the blade capable of dismantling the silver note's provenance, but not the moment to wield it today. First, let the testimony enter the Court of Judicature and Revision. First, let Qian Tong's men be removed from custody of the evidence. First, let everyone acknowledge that this testimony cannot be used to execute someone directly in the imperial court. After the court adjourned, Xia Linchuan caught up with Shen Hezhou outside the palace gates. Vice Minister Shen, procedure may protect you today, but if the silver note is genuine, can you still hold firm tomorrow? Shen Hezhou halted within the palace wall's shadow. In the distant snow on the palace eaves was melting water droplets falling one by one into the crevices between blue bricks. He gazed at Xia Linchuan, his eyes calm and still. For tomorrow's matters, let us wait until the silver note learns to speak for itself. Silver notes always speak for themselves. When the melting snow beneath the palace walls seeped into the crevices of the blue bricks, the back door of the Hedong governor's mansion also closed without a sound. Lu Jiwei's eyes were shrouded by 3 layers of black cloth. The carriage made several turns. She lost count of how many gates they passed, only able to hear the wheels first grinding over gravel, then pressing onto smooth bricks. The saltiness in the air gradually faded, replaced by the scent of agarwood and a heavy medicinal odor. Someone helped her out of the carriage. The hand was steady, but the base of the thumb bore thick calluses, not like an ordinary servant. Miss Lu, there are steps ahead, 7 in total. If you do not wander, we will not harm you. If you truly did not wish to harm me, you would not have brought me here blindfolded. I am a physician, not a fugitive. If I stumble and break a leg, the one in the bed will have no one to diagnose him. The person holding her paused. Lu Jiwei stepped onto the last stone step, and soon the soft creak of a door hinge reached her ears. The room was heated by a hypocaust, the warmth wrapping around her damp, cold clothes, and the smell of medicine suddenly intensified several times. Wooding astragalus salvia, and the lingering scent of blood not yet dissipated. The black cloth finally removed from her eyes. The lamplight made her squint, and when her vision cleared, she first saw a long table covered with medicine bowls. All the bowls were covered with silver lids, and 2 guards stood nearby, while others were stationed outside the windows and doors. Qianzhong personally took her medicine chest. He removed the silver needles, medicine bottles, and sachets one by one, not even leaving the peppermint candy in her sleeve pocket. 2 matrons then examined her collar and the soles of her shoes, and finally, from the inner lining of her garment, they retrieved a short note folded into a thin strip. Qian Tong sat by the sickbed, dark circles under his eyes, the sleeves of his official robe already creased with several folds. These items will be kept by the Qian residents for now. Today you are not allowed to use needles or medicine or diagnose solely by the pulse. If you make a single mistake, I will take it as the Shen family using the guise of healing to harm others. With only an inch of pulse, I can see the illness, but I cannot fabricate the answer you wish to hear. I need to see the color of his tongue, his nails, and the whites of his eyes, and also know what he has taken in the past half-month. Qian Tong did not agree immediately. He stared at Lu Jiwei for a long time, as if judging whether this female physician, barely 20 years old, truly possessed any real skill. Qian Lin on the sickbed suddenly curled up. The 12-year-old boy was so thin that his wrist bones protruded, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his lips were an unnatural dark red. He seemed to try to suppress it, but a short muffled groan still escaped his throat. Qian Tong's hand immediately pressed down on the corner of the blanket. Linner hasn't taken any new medicine today. If you can tell why he is in pain, I will show you the herbal residue. I need to take his pulse first, and I need all of you to move away from the bed. There are too many people in the room. When he is nervous, his pulse becomes more chaotic. Qianzhong looked at Qiantong. Qiantong raised his hand, and the guards withdrew behind the screen, while the matrons also left the inner chamber with the confiscated items. Only Qianzhong remained by the long table, his gaze never leaving Lu Jiwei. Lu Jiwei sat down by the bedside, but did not immediately place her fingers on his pulse. She first examined Qianlin's pupils, then asked him to stick out his tongue. The boy's tongue root was cyan, but the tip was red to the point of purple, and several faint white horizontal marks were visible on his left fingernails. Only then did she press 3 fingers onto his wrist. The pulse was weak and thin, but the interruptions were extremely regular. Every 7 or 8 breaths, there was a sudden jump as if someone was tightening a thin thread around the heart meridian and then suddenly releasing it. Lately, do you have abdominal pain around midnight each day, first feeling cold in your hands and feet, then a tightness in your chest? The old medicine would ease it within half an hour, but after taking the new medicine the pain comes faster and you wake up more exhausted. Qianlin opened his eyes and nodded with difficulty. Qiantong's hand on his knee suddenly tightened. These matters were known only to the close attendants of the inner courtyard. Every time physician Yin came, he said it was a deterioration of a congenital weakness, never explaining why the attacks occurred at increasingly precise times. Lu Jiwei took the pulse of the other hand. This is not a terminal illness, nor a congenital defect of the heart meridian. Someone has been using long-term medication to create the illusion of weakness, making each attack seem like an old disease. The earlier medicine was meant to make him dependent, the later one is increasing the dose of poison. What makes you so sure it is poison and not an old ailment? If you have only heard rumors of the Qian family's young master's long illness, anyone could say such things. A person with a congenital weak heart would not have a pulse that jumps at the same hour, nor would their nails leave such marks of drug toxicity. His tongue root is cyan and tip purple, which is blood stasis caused by the combined use of wuding and suashin sand. If you still do not believe me, you can take 3 portions of the herbal residue and have 3 unrelated physicians examine them separately. Qiantong's expression did not change, but his breathing became heavier. Qianzhong took out 2 small porcelain jars from a hidden compartment. One contained the old herbal residue, the other the pills that physician Yin had sent just yesterday. The pills were brownish, a shade darker than the old ones. Lu Jiwei did not touch them. She only leaned in to smell, then asked Qianzhong to scrape a bit of the pill into clear water. As the powder dispersed, a faint grayish-white, oily film formed on the surface of the water. The suashin sand in the new pill is at least doubled. If he takes it 3 more times, he may not just suffer abdominal pain. Mild cases could lead to fainting, severe ones cardiac arrest. If we stop the medication now, can he survive? The old medicine cannot be stopped abruptly. The new one must be halted. Use a pulse-stabilizing formula to support him for 3 days, then gradually reduce the wuding. As for whether the poison can be completely eliminated, it depends on how long he has been taking it and the extent of organ damage. Qiantong stood up and walked to the long table. With his back to the sickbed, his palm pressed against the corner of the table, his spine still held straight. Yet the lamplight cast his shadow on the wall, and that hand was clearly trembling. Qianlin did not see it, but Lu Jiwei saw it clearly. What does Shin Hezhou want? Are you asking about the consultation fee for saving a life, or the price for the Shun family to keep your secret? Do not speak in riddles. You first made the prescription public, then sent someone to Hedong. Surely not just for charity. Shin Hezhou investigated the relief funds, the water mills, and also traced it to my son. He is willing to save Liner, so he must have an ulterior motive. Qiantong turned around, the fatigue in his eyes, already suppressed by coldness. He was a father who loved his son, but also the Hedong governor who had ordered the burning of granaries, pursued witnesses, and tacitly allowed Jiangda's death. One life cannot cleanse another life. Lu Jiwei placed her hands on her knees, not looking at the confiscated short note. What the Shun family wants has already been written on the paper by Vice Minister Shun. Since you have found it, open it and read it yourself. As for my condition, it is only one: let Qianzhong stay and have everyone else withdraw. I need to stabilize the patient's heart meridian first. You have no medicine or needles on you. What will you use to save him? Your mansion has astragalus, salvia, licorice, and lotus seed heart. The pulse stabilizing formula has been posted in every pharmacy in Hedong. It is not a secret recipe unique to the Shin family. You can have 3 physicians verify it together, or you can test it on a death row inmate first, but do not feed him any more of the toxic new medicine. Qiantong looked at Qianzhong. Qianzhong immediately fetched a copper basin, placed the short note on the table, and tore open the seal in front of everyone. The paper contained only a few lines. There was no demand for Qiantong's confession, no coercion to hand over fraudulent accounts, no mention of Shin Mingzhao or Lu Jiwei's safety. At the very bottom, it even listed the dosage of the 3-day pulse-stabilizing medicine, each ingredient matching the prescription publicly available in Hedong. Qiantong read it twice. First, give the 3-day medicine, no confession. Does Shin Hezhou think that by not pressuring me, I will be grateful to him? Vice Minister Shun does not seek your gratitude. He simply will not use a child's life to force another father to testify for him. But if he truly wants nothing in return, why did he write these latter words? Lu Jiwei raised her eyes to the short note. Qian Tong's fingertip was pressing on the last 2 lines of ink, leaving a deep crease on the paper. It stated that after Qian Lin's condition stabilized, the medicine would continue to be provided. As for whether Qian Tong would continue to falsify accounts for the poisoner or admit to the granaries he had burned the people he had killed and the evidence he had withheld, the Shin family would not choose for him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. A servant reported through the door that the edge of the silver spoon used to brew Qian Lin's medicine had turned black. Physician Yin had sent 2 more pills, urging that they be taken tonight. Qian Tong closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he locked the 2 pills together with the old herbal residue in a wooden box, handing the key to Qian Zhong. Decoct the medicine according to the public prescription and have 3 people prepare it separately. Miss Lu will stay here to supervise, but she is not to touch any of the items she brought. This is the way to truly save your son. As for whether I have any other intentions, you can interrogate me slowly after he wakes up tonight. Qian Tong walked back to the sickbed and gathered Qian Lin's cold hands into his palms. The boy in his stupor called out, "Father." The voice was very soft, yet it silenced the clinking of all the medicine bowls in the room. Qian Tong bent down to tuck in the corner of his blanket, and for a long time said nothing. On his hands were the blood of disaster relief funds, the blood of Jiang Da, and the lives of those burned to death in the granaries. The Yin family had used his son to leash him, and he in turn had leashed the throats of many others. The 3-day medicine offered by the Shin family could not save those dead, nor would it absolve him of his crimes. Lu Jiwei took the new prescription from Qian Zhong, checked each ingredient, and crossed out all the herbs that might conflict with Suashin sand. Qian Tong watched the brush fall, then finally folded the short note and tucked it into his sleeve. Miss Lu, after 3 days, if the Shun family still provides the medicine, I will personally escort you out of the mansion. You do not need to trade my release for medicine. The medicine will be given as promised, and the lies will be investigated as they should. What you truly need to consider is how long you can keep the truth from Qian Lin when he wakes up and asks what you have done. A spark crackled from the lampwick. The last trace of color drained from Qian Tong's face. He did not rage, he only slowly looked out the window. The high walls of the back courtyard blocked the night, and also blocked all paths of retreat. Qian Lin's medicine had already been sent in. But the burned accounts, the murdered witnesses, and the medicine merchants who had fallen in the disaster relief tents would never wake again. Governor Qian, the Shin family will save your son, but they will not wash the blood from your hands. Governor Qian, the Shin family will save your son, but we will not wash the blood from your hands. His words fell into the medicinal fragrance like an unsheathed needle. Qian Tong did not answer. When Lu Jiwei was blindfolded once more and led away from the sickbed, Qian Lin had already swallowed half a bowl of pulse-stabilizing medicine. The boy's chest still rose weakly, but his fingertips no longer turned blue inch by inch. The prescription she left belonged to no one. If Qian Tong wished to save his son, he could only obtain the herbs according to her formula. As for those refugees he had personally pushed into the flames, the witnesses whose silencing he had tacitly approved, and Shin Mingzhao now confined in the old salt warehouse, all would be settled account by account in 3 days' time. The night deepened over the Shun estate, it deeper still than Hedong's. It was not the snow and wind that weighed heavier, but every tightly shut door behind which words remained unspoken. When Shun Sui startled awake from her dream, fine snow was falling beyond the window paper. She had not seen the execution ground, nor had she seen the prison cart or the ghost head blade. This time her dream held only a long corridor. The bluestone tiles glistened with moisture, and 2 white paper lanterns hung at the corner. The flames tilted steadily toward one direction, though no wind stirred. The rear gate. Shin Sui sat on her bed, a sheen of cold sweat upon her forehead. The blood register did not turn its pages, its charred cover did not tremble. This was no vision granted by the fragment. It was merely an ordinary dream. She reached for the small brass bell beside her bed, but did not ring it. The night watch maid in the outer room slept deeply, her breathing punctuating the screen one after another, like wooden piles pressed beneath water. Shin Sui lifted the quilt corner, slid her feet into embroidered shoes, and draped the small cloak from the chair back over her shoulders. A sliver of cold light seeped through the door crack. She had intended to fetch water, but upon reaching the corridor caught a trace of unfamiliar fragrance. It was not the sandalwood scent customary to the Shun estate. Clear and bitter, with a whisper of sweetness like sun-dried osmanthus leaves warmed by fire, the aroma drifted along the wall base, present and absent. Shin Sui stopped in her tracks. From the direction of the rear gate came the faintest sound of a wooden bolt shifting. Someone was still awake. She did not advance immediately, only crouched and drew the cloak's edges to her knees. Nearby in the corridor stood a wooden bucket, its rim beaded with a thin layer of moisture. The rear gate sounded again. Nanny Sun emerged from the shadows. She wore an old teal cotton jacket, her hair gathered lower than usual, and held a slender sealed envelope in her hand. The envelope bore no wax seal, wrapped only in a coil of gray thread, the knot concealed within her palm. A figure in teal robes stood outside the gate. Backlit by the lantern's glow, his hat brim, cast low upon his face, fine snow dusting his shoulders. His hem bore no mud, yet his boot soles carried a coating of pale golden ash. Nanny's son offered the envelope. The teal-clad figure did not take it. Instead, he first raised his gaze to survey the Shun estate's high walls, then tilted his head, ensuring neither side harbored witnesses. Nanny's son's hand hovered in midair. The letter contains only matters of the household. It will not implicate the young miss. At last the figure reached out, his fingertips brushed the envelope, but did not immediately claim it. The estate has grown too tightly guarded lately. Who knows whether you have written all that should be written? Nanny's son's thumb gently rubbed the envelope's edge. The motion was delicate, as though brushing dust from paper. After the young miss's fever, she has spoken nothing but delirium. The master has forbidden further questioning. Regarding the rear gate, I wrote only that a shadow passed. I did not write that she saw clearly. Did she see you pass the letter? No. As those two sentences fell, the sound of snow beyond the rear gate suddenly sharpened. Shin Suisue, shrunken into the shadow behind the wooden bucket, slowly clenched her cloak's tie. She could not discern the figure's breathing, but heard the papers whisper as the envelope was tucked inside his robe. Nanny's son did not turn. If you hesitate further, dawn will break. What the Empress Dowager desires is not for you to conceal the Shun family's sins. The teal figure's voice was lowered, yet its tale carried a cold hardness. She wishes to know why that child has always cried before the moment arrived. Nanny's son's shoulders stiffened momentarily. The osmanthus fragrance drifted from her, mingling with the damp cold night air, entering Shun Suisue's nostrils. She suddenly recalled words spoken by Lu Yingxue during her daytime dressing change. Speak only of what you have seen, do not guess at what you have not. She had seen Nanny's son pass the envelope. She had seen the golden dust upon the teal figure's boots. She had heard the words, Empress Dowager. But she had not seen what the letter contained, nor knew to whom Nanny's son truly served. Shin Suisue did not move. As the figure turned, his boots pressed two shallow impressions beyond the threshold. The golden dust, soaked by melting snow, resembled two pieces of old copper, not yet dry. Nanny's son closed the rear gate and reinserted the bolt. She stood at the doorway for a long while before turning about. No one lingered in the corridor. Beside the bucket remained only a small patch of snow scuffed by shoe tips. She loosened her palm, now slick with cold sweat. Young miss, why have you awakened in the dead of night? As that voice fell from above, Shin Suisue had already embraced the rim of the wooden bucket. Nanny's son's footsteps halted 3 paces away. She carried the lantern low. Its warm yellow light could not reach the face hidden behind the bucket, revealing only a tip of embroidered shoe peeking from the cloak. Shin Suisue slowly raised her head, rubbing her eyes. Suisue wishes for water, and also a piece of osmanthus candy. Nanny's son studied her for a moment. That gaze carried no weight, yet lingered too long upon her face, as though seeking traces left by dreams within newly awakened eyes. Candy at night will cause toothaches. Let Nanny take you back to your room for water first. But Suisue dreamed someone was stealing osmanthus cakes, and her mouth was full of bitterness. Nanny's son bent down and lifted her from behind the bucket. Her palms were cold, the chill penetrating through the cloak. Only a dream, young miss. Do not cling to it. Was there osmanthus fragrance within the dream? Shin Suisue's voice was soft, her head resting upon Nanny's son's shoulder. Nanny's son's arms tightened abruptly. The lantern flame shivered twice. The shadow on the wall stretched, then swiftly retreated. Nanny did not smell any osmanthus fragrance. Then what of the teal-clad figure? What teal-clad figure? Nanny's son asked swiftly. Immediately after speaking, she slowed her pace, as though her earlier urgency had been imagined by a child. Shin Suisue buried her face against Nanny's son's neck and ceased her questioning. Osmanthus incense clung to Nanny's son's sleeves, revealing a hint of bitter sweetness within the cold, closer and clearer than beyond the rear gate. She also detected the scent of meltwater, old cotton, and an almost imperceptible trace of ink. The letter had already been delivered. The teal-clad figure had already departed. As Nanny's son carried her through the corridor past the second moon gate, her fingertips gave 2 gentle taps upon the back of Shun Suisue's neck. It was the usual gesture to lull her to sleep. Once. Again. Has the young miss again dreamed of things she ought not to have dreamed? Shin Suisue closed her eyes without answering. Feigning drowsiness, she pressed her lips close to Nanny's son's ear and began murmuring softly about the making of osmanthus cakes. First add sugar, then glutinous rice flour, and ensure the osmanthus blossoms are thoroughly washed lest a single dark leaf fall within. Nanny's son's steps gradually steadied. Listening to the child's chatter, her palm softened from stiffness. The young miss remembers quite clearly, even knowing whether osmanthus should be washed. Mother said that unwashed osmanthus will taste bitter. Madam speaks rightly, matters entering the mouth must surely be handled with care. Must letters be handled with care as well? Nanny's son did not answer immediately. Carrying Shin Suisue into the sleeping chamber, she laid her upon the bed and brought warm water. When the cup's rim touched her lips, Suisue deliberately spilled a drop. The water bead rolled down her chin and into her collar. Nanny's son took a handkerchief to wipe her movements unchanged from usual. Tonight the young miss saw nothing and heard nothing. Upon waking it shall all be forgotten. Shin Sui Sui held the cup, her eyelashes lowered deeply. Then will Nanny forget as well? Nanny Sun's hand stilled at her temple. It was long before she tucked the quilt around the child. Nanny is old, and my forgetting exceeds yours, young miss. She extinguished one lamp beside the bed, leaving only the faint glow behind the screen. Shin Sui Sui closed her eyes, awaiting the fading of those footsteps before drawing her hand from beneath the covers. Upon her fingertip rested a trace of damp ash from the wooden bucket. She smudged that ash upon the bed's edge, then scratched 3 shallow marks beside it with her nail. Rear gate. Slender envelope. Osmanthus fragrance. She had not pursued them into the night. Nor had she awakened the entire household. And because Nanny Sun had held her, she did not deem the woman inherently good. Yet neither did she brand her entirely evil. Some acted from fear, some from hesitation, some committed words to paper, others concealed their most vital thoughts within their hearts. Shin Sui Sui turned upon her side, drawing the cloth tiger into her embrace. The blood register lay still as a dead ember. Only when dawn approached did a faint droplet sound reach from the rear gate direction. Shin Sui Sui opened her eyes. She rose not again, but etched that osmanthus fragrance firmly within her memory. Then again and again within her heart, she told herself, this is what I have seen, not what I have guessed. The old nanny is advanced in years, her memory is worse than yours. Sun Mama's palm hovered for a moment at Shun Susue's temple, then withdrew. She blew out the lamp behind the screen, carried the empty cup out of the bedchamber, her steps lighter than when she had come. After the door closed, Shin Sui Sui still kept her eyes shut. She did not go to her father immediately. The person outside the back gate might not have gone far, and Sun Mama could still be waiting in the corridor. If she ran out now, the drowsiness she had feigned earlier would all be exposed as pretense. The cloth tiger in her arms was crushed and deformed from being clenched so tightly. Shin Sui Sui counted the stitches on its tail over and over again, and when she reached the 7th time, the sound of the old woman turning over in the outer room finally came. The sky had not yet lightened, nor had she fallen asleep. The bittersweet scent of osmanthus leaves lingered at the back of her throat, impossible to dispel. The 2 boot prints soaked in snow water, and those pale gold ashes resurfaced the moment she closed her eyes. But she could not recall the face of the person in green robes. She did not know what the letter contained, nor did she understand why Sun Mama had insisted the letter would not implicate her. None of that could be added. The next morning at Chun hour, the fine snow ceased. Sun Mama combed her hair, as usual, choosing a pair of small hair ribbons adorned with red pom-poms. In the bronze mirror, the old woman's expression remained composed, only a faint shadow of exhaustion beneath her eyes. Did the young miss sleep well last night? Shin Sui Sui lowered her head, playing with her sleeve cuffs, letting only the 2 pom-poms sway gently before the mirror. Later I dreamed of osmanthus cake. Was the osmanthus cake in your dreams sweet? Sun Mama picked up the wooden comb and slowly worked it from her daughter's hair tips to the roots, her right thumb no longer rubbing. The first piece was sweet, but the second had a hint of bitterness. The wooden comb paused briefly among her hair, then continued its steady descent. Sun Mama fastened her cloak, and as she always had bent to check that her shoes and socks were secure, Shin Sui Sui did not pull away. She even reached out her hands, allowing Sun Mama to lift her down from the embroidered stool. After the morning meal, the outer study delivered 3 trays of beans. These were the same beans Shun Huzhou had used days earlier when teaching her to count the disaster relief registries. 1 tray of yellow beans, another of red, and a third mixed with several darkened aged beans. Shin Sui Sui gathered the lightest tray and walked toward the door, then glanced back. Nanny, I need to return these beans to father. This servant will accompany you, miss. Sun Mama reached out to take the tray, but Shin Sui Sui pressed it against her chest, deliberately adopting a petulant expression as if reluctant to part with it. I have counted these myself. No one else should touch them and mess up the order. Then this servant will escort you to the moon gate. The snow along the corridor had been swept clean, though damp traces remained in the cracks of the bluestone. Sun Mama walked with her all the way to the second moon gate. After stepping a few paces forward, Shin Sui Sui turned back and pressed an osmanthus candy from her purse into Sun Mama's palm. You did not get to taste any last night. Here, have one today to make up for it. Sun Mama gazed at the candy in her palm for a long while without speaking. Shin Sui Sui made no attempt to await her response, instead cradling the bean tray and heading toward the study. Only when she rounded the corner did she gradually unclench her jaws. She did not wish to believe Sun Mama was someone wicked, but wishing was not proof. Outside the study, Shun and was verifying last night's duty roster. Seeing her approach alone, he first glanced behind her, then bent to catch the bean tray before it could tilt. Why are you delivering the beans yourself today, miss? I am returning the beans, and I have something to tell father. Shin'an asked no further questions, simply opening the study door for her. Shin Huzhou sat behind the long desk with statements from the fire scene in Hudong spread before him. The ink was only halfway through, and the bronze stove beneath the window burned brightly. He raised his eyes to see his daughter, first studying her expression, then the tray of beans in her arms. Did you not sleep well last night? Shin Sui Sui climbed onto the footstool and set the bean tray at the corner of the desk. She had separately selected 3 red beans and arranged them in a straight line. Last night I witnessed something. Shin Huzhou set down his brush, not pressing for details immediately. He signaled Shun and to close the door and gathered all the Hudong documents from the desk into a box. Only after the footsteps outside faded did he lift his daughter onto the nearby chair. Tell me what you saw with your own eyes. Shin Sui gazed at the 3 red beans. The first represented the back gate, the second the letter, and the third the person in green robes. Her small hands rested on her lap, fingers pressing against the edge of her cloak. Sun Mama went to the back gate last night. What did she do there? Shin Huzhou's tone remained unchanged, as though merely asking why one bean was missing. She handed someone a narrow envelope. Could you see that person's face clearly? I could not make out his face, only his green robe and boots. Shin Sui spoke slowly, pausing after each sentence to gather her thoughts. She dared not conflate the white lantern from her dreams, the wind at the execution ground, and the events of last night. Shin Huzhou took out a sheet of white paper and personally recorded the time and location. His brush moved across the paper, recording only the 4 characters for handing over a letter at the back gate. No mention of Sun Mama's betrayal, nor of Imperial spies. What was different about those boots? The soles were covered in pale golden dust. When soaked in snow water, it resembled tarnished copper. Anything else? Shin Sui raised her sleeve and inhaled gently. The fragrance from last night had faded. Sun Mama had changed her padded jacket that morning, and her cuffs carried only the familiar scent of soap nuts used in the Shun household. The person in green carried the scent of osmanthus leaves, and so did Unani. Shin Huzhou's brush paused slightly, adding notes of osmanthus incense beside the golden sand dust. 2 details were placed side by side on the paper. They could not yet point to anyone, but they could already be traced through the procurement registers, palace gates, maintenance records, and perfumed garments inventory. What did you hear them say? The person in green mentioned the Empress Dowager and also asked whether Sun Mama had written everything that needed to be written. Did you hear the words Sinang Palace? Shin Sui thought carefully. Outside the back gate there was only the Empress Dowager, no mention of the palace name. She almost nodded, for everyone in the mansion knew the Empress Dowager resided in Sinang Palace. But knowing a fact was not the same as hearing it the previous night. I did not hear Sinang Palace. Then what was written in that letter? I did not see it, so I cannot say. Shin Huzhou looked at her for a long time. The child's eyes bore the same faint shadows, evidence she had not slept peacefully throughout the night. Yet she had not cried out that her nanny was harming her, nor had she filled in the contents of that unseen letter simply because the Empress Dowager was mentioned. He folded the paper and placed it in an empty box nearby. You did well not filling in answers for others. Shin Sui's fingers curled slightly, and she finally voiced the question she had feared to ask all along. Father, is Sun Mama a bad person? Outside the window, snow fell from the eaves, striking the bluestone tiles and shattering into a small cluster of white foam. Shin Huzhou offered neither the comfort she sought nor a premature condemnation. She did something she should not have, but we do not yet know how many letters she has delivered nor what each contained. Should we arrest the nanny then? Arresting her now would only scare off the recipient. Shin Sui lowered her eyes, gazing at the small pom-pom on her boot tip. She understood her father's meaning. Sun Mama would still comb her hair today and might still tuck her blanket at night. She would continue drinking water poured by the nanny while pretending that last night she had only dreamed of a bitter osmanthus cake. This was harder than bursting into tears. Shin Huzhou pushed the tray of beans toward her, returning each red bean one by one. Can you manage to stop asking questions and cease following her alone? Sui can manage that, but father must not allow her to harm mother. The mansion's entrances, medicines, food, and night duties will all be secretly re-verified with different personnel, while her official duties remain unchanged on the surface. Shin Huzhou lifted his gaze toward the doorway. Shin immediately entered and awaited instructions. Investigate which fragrances were used for winter-scented garments throughout the palace, and determine which sections of the palace walls recently had gold sand ash applied. Only verify the procurement and maintenance ledgers. Do not disturb Sun Mama. This subordinate will begin the inquiry from the external registries. Her monthly stipend access and duties within the mansion shall remain exactly as before. Her quarters must not be searched. Shin An's expression tightened slightly as he bowed to receive the order. If Sun Mama truly had connections to the palace behind her, searching her room would amount to revealing that the Shun residents had already grown suspicious. Only by maintaining appearances could that letter continue its delivery to the outside. The door closed once more. Shin Sui slipped from her chair and approached Shin Huzhou, picking out a single black bean hidden among the red ones. Father, cannot this bean be discarded yet? Neither can it be thrown away nor consumed. We can only watch where it rolls. Shin Huzhou took her cold, frost-numbed hand and returned the black bean to the tray. The calluses on his palm from years of holding a brush pressed gently against her trembling fingertips. Sui, from today onward you must pretend you have never seen that letter. From today onwards pretend you never saw that letter. Shin Sui stared at the black bean in the porcelain dish and slowly nodded. She did not ask how long she should keep up the pretense, nor did she ask whether Aunt Sun would visit the back door again that night. Lord Shin had already made it clear the letter could not be thrown away nor eaten. It could only be watched to see where it would roll. But the journey back to the sleeping courtyard seemed far longer than the way there. Outside the second moon gate, Aunt Sun was still waiting for her beneath the corridor eaves. The osmanthus candy in her palm had long vanished, yet her expression remained the same gentle look Sui knew so well. Has the young miss finished speaking with the second master? Yes. Father says Sui counted the beans correctly. Aunt Sun bent down to tighten the cloak around her shoulders. As her fingertip brushed past the red wool tassel, her right thumb twitched slightly. Sui saw it, but merely handed over the empty bean dish. Auntie Sui's legs are tired. Please carry me back. You know to complain of fatigue today, but when you secretly slipped out of bed last night, did you not consider that your feet would grow cold? Though her lips curled in mild reprimand, Aunt Sun still lifted her firmly into her arms. Shin Sui buried her face against Aunt Sun's shoulder and deliberately avoided breathing in the lingering fragrance from the robe. She closed her eyes, and just as she used to grip the small fold of fabric at Aunt Sun's collar. This time, however, she did not fall asleep. That afternoon Shun returned from the palace. He did not head directly to the outer study. Instead, he first detoured to the east side duty room to exchange his snow-dampened boots, then under the pretense of verifying the charcoal records delivered several purchase ledgers to Lord Shun's desk. The study door closed behind him, leaving 3 sheets of extremely thin paper on the desk. The fragrances used by the palace for scenting clothes during winter have already been verified. Most departments of the Imperial Clothing Bureau primarily use plum branches, cypress leaves, and agarwood. Only the Sinang Palace has added osmanthus leaves this year. Are these ordinary osmanthus leaves, or the same kind of scent from last night? Lord Shin did not touch the papers. He simply gazed at the quantities of fragrances listed at the top. Shin withdrew a small wax-sealed paper packet and set it at the farthest corner of the desk from the brazier. Before the packet was even opened, a faintly bittersweet fragrance began to seep out, exactly as Sui had described the previous night. The Sinang Palace uses green osmanthus leaves sun-dried from the southern ridge. After being scented, they first emit sweetness, then turn slightly bitter. Among all the palace departments, only the Sinang Palace has requisitioned this particular batch. The most recent delivery was 5 days ago. What progress has been made tracing the gold sand ash? A shadow flitted past the window paper. Shannon waited until the footsteps had completely faded before sliding the second sheet of paper toward the desk. The west side narrow corridor had cracked from the winter frost, and the Directorate of Palace Servants had been repairing the walls since last month. The mortar mixture was blended with crushed golden mica. When dampened, it took on the color of aged bronze, a substance the palace servants called gold sand ash. The site of the wall repair lay merely half a corridor away from the side entrance of the Sinang Palace. If that person left the Shun residence through the back door last night, how did he bypass the inspection at the palace gates? He did not evade the checkpoints at all. Instead, he entered covertly by concealing himself within a charcoal delivery cart. This morning my men discovered that the Sinang Palace typically receives shipments of silverfrost charcoal once every odd-numbered day. However, 2 extra carts were urgently requisitioned last night. Lord Shin finally picked up the 3rd sheet of paper. The charcoal delivery roster listed 4 laborers, yet the native place and age of one of them did not match the records held by the palace. When that man pushed the cart through the west side narrow corridor, he had changed out of his coarse cloth short jacket, revealing the distinctive blue-green robes of a palace attendant. Through which gate did the cart exit? The charcoal cart retraced its route back through the West Blossom Gate, but that man in the blue-green robe did not return with it. The last time he was sighted, he was at the side door of the Sinang Palace. A soft crackling sound erupted from the brazier. Lord Shin neatly stacked the 3 sheets of paper in order. He wrote nothing upon them. Not that Aunt Sun was colluding with the Empress Dowager, nor that the Sinang Palace had commanded the Shun residence's insider. The osmanthus leaves, the gold sand ash, and the charcoal cart. These could only prove that the man in the blue-green robe had entered the Sinang Palace. As for who received the letter, and what it contained, the final piece of evidence was still missing. Do not investigate the side door guards, and do not touch anyone on the charcoal delivery roster. If we leave things as they are, Aunt Sun will send another letter in again. Lord Shin's brows furrowed slightly. Lord Shin placed the 3 sheets into an empty wooden box and fastened the brass lock. The sound of the latch clicking shut was exceedingly faint, yet it sealed away all the clues uncovered thus far, plunging them back into the shadows. Exactly, because she will continue sending letters, we must not sever the connection now. Go and fetch a map of the Hedong granaries. Age it slightly, and on the map relocate the Southern Watermill to White Heron Granary. White Heron Granary has long been abandoned. If the Sinang Palace obtains the map, they will quickly discern its falsity. It is not intended for the Sinang Palace to examine. Rather, we wish to observe who is desperate enough to forward it outward. Understanding dawned upon Shun, and he bowed to accept the order. Half an hour later, a granary map with yellowed edges was spread out on a side table in the outer study. Several annotations upon the map were genuine, with the sole exception of an additional ink line drawn beside the water mill pointing directly toward the White Heron granary, abandoned for 2 full years. Lord Shinhajo neither locked the study door nor deliberately dismissed those standing outside. He only had Sui Sui summoned. When Shin Sui Sui entered the room, Aunt Sun still accompanied her from behind. Clutching a cloth tiger against her chest, she walked more slowly than usual. Upon reaching the desk, she did not lift her gaze to examine the rolled-up, false map. Sui Sui, father mentioned yesterday that the water mill has been burned down. There is no need to investigate matters in the Hudong region for now. Will father cease all investigations from this point onward? Sui Sui's voice carried the unmistakable urgency of a child. Aunt Sun stood 3 paces away, her hands folded before her. At the mention of the words, water mill, her right thumb began once again to rub against her left knuckles. We will investigate the granaries first. There may still be old accounts near the White Heron granary. Lord Du will dispatch someone there tomorrow. Sui Sui does not take kindly to the water mill. Now that it has burned down, there is no need to return. Upon finishing her words, she clutched the cloth tiger tightly. Memories of the fire from her nightmare seemed to surface, and the circles beneath her eyes gradually reddened. Aunt Sun immediately stepped forward and lifted her down from the footstool. As they passed the side table, she did not turn her head, but her peripheral vision fleetingly registered the 2 characters, White Heron, exposed at the corner of the map. Lord Shinhajo observed this clearly, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. Take the young miss back to rest for her noon sleep. She need not come to the study today. The young miss did not sleep well last night. This servant will take her back immediately. After passing through the moon gate, Shin Sui Sui rested her head against Aunt Sun's shoulder. She could feel that the arms holding her were tighter than when they had departed, and she could also see Aunt Sun's right hand hanging down behind her back. That thumb continued to rub against her index finger repeatedly, causing the pad to grow slightly reddish. Auntie, is father angry? The second master is occupied with investigating cases. How could he possibly be displeased with the young miss? Aunt Sun paused beneath the corridor eaves and looked down at her. Shin Sui Sui rubbed her eyes, deliberately speaking in a mumbled tone. Father forbids Sui Sui from speaking of the water wheel again, and also prohibits her from mentioning that place, which was burned down. Sui Sui will not speak of it anymore from now on. Does the young miss recall what was beside the water wheel? The wind swept through from beneath the eaves, stirring the edges of both their cloaks. Sui Sui does not remember. Thinking too hard gives her a headache. If you cannot recall, then do not force yourself. Your health is what matters most. Aunt Sun quickly averted her gaze and carried her back to the room. The remainder of the afternoon passed without incident. At hour, Aunt Sun personally inspected Sui Sui's medicine, tasted a sip herself, and then brought it to the bedside. Once night fell, she did not excuse herself to leave the courtyard. She merely sat beneath the lamp, mending a worn-out sock. When the first watch drum sounded, she tucked the blanket around Sui Sui once more. When the second watch drum sounded, she added charcoal to the brazier and resealed the window gaps. Even by the third watch, the men stationed by Shun and outside the back door had yet to spot any figure clad in blue-green robes. The east corner gate, the purchasing department, and Aunt Sun's quarters were all equally silent, with no sealed envelopes being dispatched. Lying within her mosquito-netted bed, Sui Sui waited persistently until the subtle sound of needle and thread piercing through cloth finally ceased. Aunt Sun sat beneath the lamplight, but did not write a single letter. She merely held the mended little sock, her thumb forcefully rubbing against her index finger, as though a certain sentence churned incessantly within her heart, yet remained forever unwritten upon the paper. Early the following morning, Shin Sui Sui once again made her way to the outer study under the pretext of returning the empty medicine bowl. Lord Shinhajo had already received reports from the entire night's watch rotations. The fabricated map remained spread at its original position. The 3 characters denoting White Heron Granary were neither concealed nor had they been touched by anyone. Shin Sui Sui climbed onto the footstool, first casting a glance at her father, then shifting her gaze toward the solitary black bean still resting within the porcelain dish. Father, Auntie did not deliver any letter today. Does this not indicate that she too is afraid? Mama didn't deliver the letter today. Shin Sui Sui tilted her face up, still clutching the unwrapped osmanthus candy in her hand. The sky outside the window had just begun to lighten, and icicles hung from the eaves. Aunt Sun tied the fastening of her cloak, her fingertips lingering for a moment on the knot before tucking the loose end into the velvet lining. You remember quite clearly, miss. You slept so early last night. How do you know I didn't deliver the letter? Her voice remained gentle, yet her palm was far colder than the night before. Shin Sui Sui said nothing, simply offering the candy toward her lips. Take the candy, Auntie. It will make the fear go away. Aunt Sun lowered her gaze to the candy, as though something had gently pierced her heart. She kept her mouth shut and pressed the candy back into Sui Sui's small hands, bending down to scoop the child into her arms. I am not afraid, and neither are you. Do not let your mind wander into such dark thoughts. Her embrace was steadier than usual, but her steps dragged a half-beat behind. From the inner courtyard to the kitchen, passing through 3 winding corridors, Aunt Sun never once glanced toward the back door. Outside the back gate the snow remained undisturbed, yet the twin black tire tracks beneath the threshold had been swept clean. Only a faint dusting of gray-blue powder lingered between the stone cracks. Shin Sui saw it all, but said nothing. She recalled her father's words, "Do not judge people by a single gesture, and never let fear masquerade as evidence." Aunt Sun had not delivered any letter the night before, yet her thumb still rubbed against her index finger, that digit now raw and reddened. Past mid-morning, she claimed her procurement token and made her way alone to the eastern corner gate. She had changed into an unembroidered blue cotton jacket with only a ring of kitchen keys at her waist. Before stepping out, she glanced back toward the corridor, where Shun Sui sat nestled in the arms of the other, made eating porridge. A grain of rice caught on her cheek. "You eat well today, miss. I shall be back before noon. What will auntie need to buy?" "Winter bamboo shoots and dried tangerine peel. The madam's medicinal broth is short 2 ingredients. Then remember to buy Sui a piece of osmanthus cake." Aunt Sun smiled and wiped the rice grain from the child's lip. "Only 1 piece. Not too many, or she will cough through the night." Only after speaking did she turn, and as she passed through the corner gate her fingers tapped 3 times against the key ring. No one noticed those 3 taps. The procurement carts from the eastern market departed from the side alley of the Shun residence, their frames laden with empty bamboo baskets and a pair of weathered wooden crates. Aunt Sun rode near the rear cart. She first stopped at the apothecary to collect the tangerine peel, then visited the textile shop to examine winter clothing, and finally halted before a general store beyond the palace walls. The shop front was modest, its lintel bearing a faded character for fortune. The proprietor glanced up only slightly as she entered, offering no greeting. Aunt Sun selected 2 wraps of coarse salt, then asked whether they carried the plain white paper commonly used within the palace. "Palace-grade paper. We do not stock that at our modest shop. If you require it, try the paper merchants on West Street." "I do not need palace-grade paper. Simply something thin enough to wrap herbs." She placed the broken silver on the counter, her fingertip pressing against its edges. As the proprietor collected payment, a slender paper tube slipped from his sleeve. Aunt Sun declined to take it, merely pushing the 2 salt wraps forward. "The salt wrapping is torn. Replace it with a clean one." The proprietor understood, tucking the paper tube into a hidden fold of the salt bag before handing it back. "This is the only package today that remains dry." Aunt Sun carried the salt away from the general store without opening it. She detoured to the far end of the eastern market, purchased a steamer of hot buns, and lingered for a long while before a stall selling needles and thread. Only upon confirming no familiar face lingered behind did she hand the salt bag to the Shun household's carriage driver come to collect the goods. "Return it to the manor. Do not crush the contents inside. Will auntie not carry it back herself? I must still examine a few bolts of silk for the madam. I will return later." The driver took the salt bag, weighed it in his hand, and failed to detect the thin paper concealed within the fold. The paper tube did not return to the Shun residence. It was intercepted from the driver by another servant clad in a gray tunic, who then merged into a cart of vegetables bound for the palace. That man presented his procurement token at the West Hua gate, but upon reaching Sinang Palace he had changed into the attire of a palace attendant. Men of Shun and guarded both gates, yet none restrained him. For Shin Huzhou cared not who delivered the letter, but whose hands it ultimately reached. That afternoon, within the warm chamber of Sinang Palace's side hall, Wei Dihai slit open the paper tube. The letter paper was shorter than usual. Upon it were but a handful of lines. Shin Huzhou had temporarily suspended his investigation of the water mill. The estate was now reconciling the granary records. After the young Mrs. High fever, she often spoke incoherently in her dreams. The night before she had glimpsed the back door, but failed to clearly identify the visitor. Wei Dihai read the letter twice, then held the paper above the charcoal fire to dry. No hidden writing appeared on the reverse. He measured the width of the paper with his fingers, then looked up at Aunt Sun kneeling at the doorway. "You have omitted half a sentence this time." Aunt Sun kept her head bowed, both palms pressed against her knees. "This old servant is advanced in years. In the haste of the night, I feared I might misreport young Master Heir's arrangements. In the past, the letters you delivered recorded even how many spoonfuls of medicine the young miss drank. Today, only this narrow slip." The charcoal fire in the warm chamber burned fiercely. The fragrance of herbs mingled with the bittersweet scent of osmanthus leaves, making the air thick and suffocating. Aunt Sun raised her right hand, slowly rubbing her thumb across her index finger. The young miss only said she saw the back door and an envelope, but could not clearly make out the recipient. "She is still so young. I dare not put words in her mouth." Wei Dihai fixed his gaze upon that reddened finger, his expression darkening. "Did she truly fail to see clearly, or are you unwilling to write it?" Aunt Sun's shoulders slumped slightly, as though bowed even lower by that question. This humble servant would never deceive the palace. "It is simply that the young miss has been gravely ill of late, her dream speech incoherent and disjointed." Were I to send such childish ravings to Her Majesty, it would only cloud her judgment. Wei Dihai did not rebuke her immediately. He folded the letter, then slowly unfolded it once more, his gaze settling upon the 3 characters for watermill. Has Second Master Shin truly abandoned the investigation? The estate has shifted its direction. Second Master has ordered a reconciliation of the granaries east of the river. That scroll map marks Bailu Granary, and the young miss herself stated that the watermill was destroyed long ago. At this point Aunt Sun paused for an instant. That pause was as brief as a breath that skipped a beat. Yet Wei Dihai heard it. You heard Shin Hezhou say this with your own ears. Yes. Who else was by his side? Shinan came to collect the account books, Du Wenheng delivered the official documents, and young Master Shun has already departed for the eastern provinces. Aside from them, this servant saw no one else. Why did you not include word that Shin Mingzhao had gone to the eastern provinces in your previous letter? Aunt Sun's knuckles tightened ever so slightly. When the previous letter was sent, young Master had not yet left the city. Wei Dihai leaned back against his chair, his fingers slowly stroking the jade ring concealed within his sleeve. He did not ask again about the watermill, nor about the blue-black seal. Those names ought to have appeared in the letter, yet not a single one did. What Her Majesty wishes to know is not merely what Shin Hezhou has uncovered. His voice dropped so low that with the wind sighing past the window, it nearly dissolved into the charcoal fire. She also wishes to know why that child can always cry out before danger arrives. The color drained somewhat from Aunt Sun's face. The young miss simply suffers from nightmares. She possesses no gift for foreknowledge. Whether she possesses such gifts is not for you to decide. Wei Dihai tucked the letter into his sleeve, rose, and walked to stand before her. Next time, do not merely record what she tells you. Watch over her as she sleeps. Record every name she calls out in her dreams, every object she mentions. If she speaks of the water mill again, even write which direction she faces upon awakening. Leave nothing unwritten. Aunt Sun did not raise her head. If the young miss startles awake, how should this servant comfort her? Are you not the best at coaxing children? Wei Dihai let out a laugh, though it never reached his eyes. Feed her candy, tell her stories, ask her whom she dreamed of. If she refuses to speak, simply have her drink another bowl of the calming decoction. Silence filled the warm chamber. Aunt Sun pressed her palms against her knees, her nails digging into her flesh. She recalled the image of Sui Sui offering her that candy the night before, and the child resting her head upon her shoulder, whispering, softly, eat the candy, auntie, and then you won't be afraid. She lowered her head, concealing that trembling breath within the folds of her garment. This servant understands. Wei Dihai turned and returned to his desk. One more thing. If anyone from the Shun residence comes asking about the palace incense or the wall repairing ashes, do not obstruct them, nor warn them. Let them investigate. The more thoroughly they dig, the clearer it becomes that Shun Hezhou has already extended his hand this far. How will Her Majesty deal with the Shun estate? That is not a question for you to ask. Wei Dihai handed her a fresh wax seal. If Shun Hezhou focuses only upon the eastern granaries, continue to report. If he turns his attention toward the palace, send the second letter immediately. Do not wait until nightfall. Aunt Sun took the wax seal, but when her fingers brushed its surface, she paused. And what if the young miss's illness truly proves beyond endurance? Wei Dihai glanced at her. A 5-year-old child falls ill. Call the imperial physicians. If she dies, it is merely the Shun family's fate to bear. Those words fell like a basin of cold water, dousing the charcoal fire in the warm chamber. Aunt Sun lowered her head, collected the wax seal, and asked no further questions. When she emerged from the side gate of Sinang Palace, the sky had already turned overcast. The walls of the western passage had not yet dried, and between the gray-white brick seams floated fragments of golden light. 2 laborers pushed empty coal carts past her. Their wheels churned through the muddy water, and their boot soles gathered a layer of nearly blue-gray dust. Aunt Sun stepped aside to avoid them. A speck of ash splashed onto the hem of her skirt like an inerasable stain of ink. By the time she returned to the Shan residence, the sun had already dipped westward. Shin Sui Sui sat upon the couch waiting for her, a plate of untouched osmanthus cake placed before her. Upon seeing Aunt Sun enter, she immediately held out her hand. Auntie, did you buy the osmanthus cake? Aunt Sun withdrew a paper-wrapped package from her sleeve and placed it into her palm. I did. It is the sweet, flaky crust variety you favor most. Shin Sui Sui unwrapped the oiled paper, broke off a small piece, and offered it. Auntie, you eat first. Aunt Sun gazed at the piece of cake for a long while before accepting it. You eat it yourself, miss. Auntie is not hungry. Father says good things must be shared with family. Auntie is also family. The child's eyes were clear and bright, as though harboring no secret whatsoever. Aunt Sun finally took the cake, bringing it to her lips, but did not bite. Did you dream tonight, miss? Shin Sui Sui looked down at her own fingers. She recalled Wei Dihai's eyes, which held no warmth, and also remembered her father's words in dreams. One may speak only of what was seen, never fill in what belonged to others. I dreamed the osmanthus cake had been stolen. She lifted her face and added with earnest deliberation, but I could not see who stole it. But I didn't see who stole it. Granny's son pinched the osmanthus cake, the sugar frosting on the pastry, dusting her fingertips white. She gazed at Shin Sui, then lowered her head after a long pause to take a small bite. The cake was sweet, yet it scraped her throat raw as she swallowed. In the secret report delivered to the Sinang Palace 3 days ago, the words, Bailu Granary, had already traveled along the shadowy routes beneath the palace walls to Hudong. Hudong City west side the rear courtyard of the Su residence. Su Banian spread a granary map beneath the lamp, his fingertip pressing on the ink circle drawn on the map. Beside the circle was written, Bailu Granary, the very location Granny's son had glimpsed in the Shun family's study. Shin Huzhou has finally relented and opened the Shumo mill. The news from the capital may not be reliable. If the Shun family is deliberately baiting the hook, our men will go in and never return. A tall, lean advisor stood by the table, a prepared testimony hidden in his sleeve, his voice lowered to a whisper. Su Banian did not look up. He merely turned the granary map over. The back of the paper bore the leaf pattern used exclusively by the Sinang Palace's secret network, the edges still faintly scented with osmanthus smoke. After the first fire at the Shumo mill, Lu Zheng's testimony had been dismissed by Shun Huzhou on procedural grounds. The banknotes were genuine, but not enough to seal the Shun family's fate. If a second granary were burned again, and the same Shin family banknotes appeared in the ashes, they could be convicted of evidence tampering. True news or false Bailu Granary must burn. If the Shin family's men don't show up, who should we pin the banknotes and testimonies on? Su Banian took 4 old banknotes from a box. The serial numbers were genuine ones issued during the Shun family's relief efforts 2 years ago, but the reverse side bore an extra imprint of an 8-needle crane tail. He pressed the banknotes into the advisor's hands and pushed over a sealed oil pouch. If the Shun family's men don't appear, let the granary night watchman see them. Have the testimony signed first, then add the names after the fire starts. If those men are caught, I'm afraid they won't withstand the county magistrate's beating. The lampwick burst into a spark, illuminating the bloodshot veins in Su Banian's eyes. He had not slept well in recent days. One of the arsonists at the Shumo mill had gone missing, and Wu Qing had suddenly cut off contact. The paths left to him were few. They only know to take the banknotes and burn the granary. They don't know where the banknotes come from. If someone recognizes Zhao Lu, he was also involved in that night at the Shumo mill. Su Banian's fingers suddenly froze. After a moment, he pushed the oil pouch forward half an inch, his expression turning cold again. Better if they recognize him. 2 fires handled by the same men will make it look more like the Shun family is desperately covering their tracks. After nightfall, 3 old carts loaded with hay left Hudong City. The wheels bypassed the main road, traveling along the frozen irrigation canal toward Bailu Granary. On the foremost cart sat Zhao Lu, lamp oil wrapped around his waist, banknotes, and 2 forged testimonies bearing fingerprints hidden in his bosom. He did not see the faint trail of horse hooves in the distant withered poplar forest. Shen Mingzhao crouched behind a dirt slope, a gray grain store clerk's jacket over his cotton robe. The cold wind seeped into his sleeves, and his hand, clutching the telescope, had grown stiff with cold. They brought 3 carts, one more than the letter said. The third cart carries not men, but hay and empty oil drums. Wait until they unload the goods, then summon the county magistrate. Lu Qingyan knelt beside him, his gaze fixed on the dirt road outside the granary. They had not stationed men inside the granary. Catching arsonists inside would only prove a trespass. Only when the lamp oil banknotes and forged testimonies all fell together could the arson and the frame-up be linked in a single chain of evidence. What if they set the fire first, and we don't have time to retrieve the banknotes? There's no grain in the granary, and the snow ditches all around are filled with water. Burning a few bundles of hay in exchange for them laying out everything they have, it's worth it. Shin Mingzhao pressed his lips tight and urged no further. Bailu Granary was already abandoned. Before the false granary map was sent out, Shun Huzhou had ordered the last batch of old grain removed, leaving only rows of empty wooden shelves. 2 village heads hid in the Earth God Temple on the east side, while the county magistrate and 4 constables took up positions behind the irrigation canal. None wore official uniforms, waiting only for Lu Qingya's signal. As midnight approached, Zhao Lu finally pried open the granary door. 3 men piled hay beneath the wooden racks, while another poured oil along the walls. Zhao Lu took out the banknotes and stuffed them into the door cracks, the account box, and half-charged straw ropes, then had his accomplices press the 2 testimonies under the granary seal. Place them carefully. Don't let the fire burn too cleanly. Master Su instructed that at least 1 intact Shin banknote and half a legible testimony must remain. Suddenly 3 lanterns lit up outside the granary. The county magistrate led his men to block the front gate, while 2 village heads circled around from behind the Earth God Temple, cutting off the cart's escape route. Lu Qingya dropped from the rooftop, kicking the fire striker out of Zhao Lu's hand with a single blow. Shen Mingzhao did not draw his blade. Instead, he laid out the oil pouch banknotes and testimonies one by one by the door. Assistant Magistrate, he please examine the seals first, then see what else they carry. I am here today only as a witness. The body search will be conducted jointly by the 2 village heads and the constables. Zhao Lu lunged toward the back window, only to be rebounded by the nailed-shut wooden boards. He tried to swallow a paper ball hidden in his sleeve, but Lu Qingya seized his jaw and extracted the paper from between his teeth. The paper had only one line: collect the silver at the Southern City Pharmacy after the fire. The constables found on the other 3 men 2 copper tokens from Lu's bank, 7 old Shin family banknotes, and a wooden tally engraved with the Su residence's servant number. These aren't ours. Someone placed them on the cart beforehand. If they were placed on the cart beforehand, why are the banknotes hidden in your inner pocket and the lamp oil tied around your waist? Assistant Magistrate, he recorded each piece of evidence in the inspection register while the 2 village heads pressed their fingerprints beside it. The color drained from Zhao Lu's face bit by bit. He had thought this was just another empty granary to burn and that the provincial governor's office would cover for him if trouble arose. But the men before him were not Shun family private guards, and the inspection register bore the joint witness of the county office and the villages. Once it entered the official case file, Su Banian might not save him. I only followed orders to set the fire. Who stamped the banknotes? I truly don't know. Whose orders? Were you also involved in the first fire at the Shimo mill? Shin Mingzhao crouched before him, offering no plea bargain nor promising leniency. Zhao Lu saw the Shun family's secret emblem on the young man's sleeve, and his pupils contracted sharply. I didn't light the fire at the Shimo mill. I only transported the oil. Who entered the Buddha shrine that night and threw the Shun family's banknotes into the fire? Zhao Lu's Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed on the pitch-black dirt road outside the granary. Suddenly the sound of urgent wheels came from that direction. 2 grain carts broke through the thin snow and stopped before the granary. Wu Qing jumped down from the cart, his robes spattered with mud, followed by 2 attendants dragging a man with a wounded wrist. That man was the missing arsonist from the Shimo mill. Zhao Lu dares not speak. Let me speak for him. Master Wu, barging in at this late hour, you must first explain where you caught this man. Wu Qing raised his hand and tossed down a ring of keys. The keys were stained with soot-blackened mud, and one of them was identical in shape to the hidden lock behind the Buddha shrine at the Shimo mill. He did not approach Shun Mingzhao, but stood 2 zhang away, holding a private ledger up to the lamp. On the night of the Shimo mill fire, my men detained him. He confessed that Su Banian ordered them to take the accounts first, then burn the shrine, and finally throw the Shun family banknotes into the flames. If you had the witness all along, why did you wait until today to come forward? Wu Qing's face darkened. His granary deed had been burned, his private ledger nearly destroyed, and his family was under Qiantong's watch. Had Su Banian not sent men to burn Bailu granary, he might have been the next to be silenced. Because I had thought that Qiantong only wanted to frame the Shin family, not bury me alongside them. And now what do you want in exchange for your testimony? The wind swept through the empty granary, carrying the pungent smell of unlit lamp oil. Wu Qing glanced at Zhao Lu, who was pinned to the ground, then at the still damp fingerprints of the village heads beside the inspection register. He finally set down the private ledger, but still did not release the corner he had been gripping. Young Master Shun, I can prove who set the fires, but you must first guarantee that Qiantong cannot kill me.